Alright, Daddy versus Husband, Round 2, Daddy won through his money. Money always win. Addis, like father like son. Both are money grubbers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548. Chapter 548, You're Overthinking It. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. For being an evil force, there weren't many that knew of the Black Spider's headquarters. The three of them investigated the whole way there, but although many knew of the biggest black market auction held by the Black Spiders, nothing more was known. They didn't need to hide or be sneaky since not many knew of their true faces. Not only that, most wouldn't expect them to add an extra person in their party at such a critical time. Once they arrived at the central city, they first and foremost went to the information hub of the Tsang Alliance. The one in charge was Fu Sanchion's fourth disciple Yinon. He knew of their deal with his Shifu, and last time it was him who greeted them too, but even so, he was still surprised at their arrival. Following Ling Zhao's order, XiaoMo put everything they wanted to say in a jade drive, which contained information on the samsara pill and their conditions. He then handed it to Yinon, telling him to send it off quickly to the hands of Fu Sanchion. He accepted solemnly and told them to come back in 3 days to pick up the jade drive, as they will give a reply within 3 days. After that, they hurried over to the Xuanyu Hotel. The situation on the streets was the same as before, completely unfazed by the stuff that had happened recently, maybe just a few more things to gossip about. XiaoMo hadn't given 100% of his trust to Wu Chun yet, thus he never hinted at his return to him. Once he arrived to say he was XiaoMo, Wu Chang was utterly dumbfounded. After the shock wore off, he quickly told 2 elders to guard the entrance and not let anyone in, except for his dad, Wu Zhang. Although the situation in Zhongtian looked peaceful, the Vermilion Blood Clan hadn't given up yet. Yuzhantian planted many people everywhere so that if any trace of them was found, they would immediately be hunted down by all of the experts of the Vermilion Blood Clan. Fellow you changed your appearance again? Taking a good look at XiaoMo, Wu Chang could say that the him now was completely different from before. His face from before was very plain, the kind that if one threw it into a crowd, one would only be able to find it because of the charisma. Now, it looked much nicer and didn't feel strange. As for Ling Xiao, he only dared to take a peek as it was so blinding he didn't dare look at him straight up. No, these are our real faces. XiaoMo had decided that from now on, he was going to use his real face, thus he generously admitted it out loud. Nodding, Wu Chang took out a magic bag and pulled out all of the magic herbs he had collected. As the time frame was relatively short, he wasn't able to collect much. Every stalk was placed in a jade box, with more mature herbs than saplings. Although there was only mid and low-grade herbs, it was already pretty good. He spent a lot of spirit gems to buy these magic herbs, and he did regret it a bit afterwards because the news about the Black Spiders auction was only revealed afterwards, including the fact that they only took spirit gems. The Xuanyu Hotel was also given an invitation. Fortunately, he didn't buy it all as some were traded. XiaoMo didn't have high hopes in the beginning, so didn't think Wu Chang would give him such a pleasant surprise. What he needed the most now was high-tier mature magic herbs. From the 20-odd herbs, a third were mature whereas the rest were saplings, and not many seeds. The market for seeds and saplings was even worse in Zhongtian than Xijing, so these took a while for Wu Chang to find. XiaoMo did some mental calculation and figured that the price of these herbs probably wasn't cheap, but his stock of magic pills was running low. He had completely forgotten about this beforehand. Do you guys take spirit gems? I don't have much pills on me right now, so there isn't much valuable ones I can give you. XiaoMo said hesitantly. Wu Chang was dumbfounded. Hearing no reply, XiaoMo assumed that he wasn't going to take spirit gems and compromised. Then how about this, you hold on to them for now. No need, spirit gems are fine. Wu Chang quickly regained his senses and hurriedly cut him off. Although the Xuanyu Hotel was operating as a casino, their fortune wasn't comparable to the Vermilion Blood Clan or the Tsan Alliance. Their total fortune combined was just around 600 million, that wasn't enough. From their special information source, they knew what items were going to be auctioned and their head wanted one of those things, so now he and his dad were trying to gather enough spirit gems for it. To be honest, some of these herbs he bought using the Xuanyu Hotel's name. Not only could he get the discounts, the quality sold was better than normal. XiaoMo got the vibe that it had something to do with the Black Spiders auction and wasn't surprised. Okay, then calculate the total and tell me how much is it going to cost. Wu Cheng had already calculated that beforehand. Since, even in a bartering system, one would still weigh the exchange by spirit gems. The total comes to 131.5 million spirit gems. Rounding it out, I'll just take 130 million. This was his biggest transaction ever, although Wu Cheng questioned if XiaoMo had this many spirit gems to offer, especially before the auction. After all, the top 10 divine gods were invited too. Before XiaoMo knew that his cheap dad was the richest man on the Tongtian continent, he wouldn't be able to afford this, but after knowing that, and taking all of his fortune in his own pocket, he would say that 130 million was nothing. It took XiaoMo 2 magic bags before he was able to reach 130 million spirit gems. By using his soul power, he was able to count it out in a few seconds. Handing it off to Wu Cheng, he said, "Here, make sure the number is right." As if he was dreaming, Wu Cheng counted out the spirit gems. To think everything was paid up front, by the time he looked at XiaoMo again, all he saw was a chicken that laid golden eggs. "Is there anything else you want me to look out for you?" After thinking about it, XiaoMo nodded. However, he didn't tell Wu Cheng to buy every transcendent level magic herbs. Instead, he recalled the ones used in rainbow pills and wrote a list of herbs by memory. Handing it over, he said, "Then please be on a lookout of the magic herbs on this list. I'll buy it at the market price." Given the earlier price, XiaoMo figured that he bought those herbs at a lower rate than market price, so he was basically giving the difference as commission. As for how much discount he could buy them at, that was up to him. Wu Cheng also knew what he was getting at and promised that he would find these herbs. At that moment, Wu Cheng hadn't realized that many magic herbs XiaoMo listed were very hard to find, since most of them were very high-grade magic herbs. Bidding farewell, Wu Cheng instantly ran to find his dad. On the other hand, XiaoMo decided to return to the Xiao institution to take another look at this fated-to-be-here and faraway institution. He wasn't even sure himself if he could continue to stay at the institution. "Sonny, when you return to the Xiao institution, Yu Zhentian would know immediately." In truth, Yu Junshi knew more about the Xiao institution than even Ling Xiao. He understood, deeply, the true nature of the institution. On the surface it seemed to be growing talents, but in reality, they were to service the Tong Tian Palace. Every 100 years, the Tong Tian Palace would take a batch of talented students to the Tong Tian Temple, but no one knew what they were doing there. It was also quite dangerous, so he didn't want his son to get involved. Well, he was going to know sooner or later, right? XiaoMo said while looking at Ling Xiao. He didn't quite believe that Yu Zhentian would come find him immediately after knowing he was in the institution. Ling Xiao thought about it, said, "On the surface, the Vermilion Blood Clan only has one Sacred Realm practitioner, and that is Yu Zhentian, the head. He can't come personally for just a member of the clan, otherwise people would suspect that there was ulterior motives, so we're safe for now." Yu Junshi knew that his son listened to Ling Xiao, so no matter what he said, he wasn't going to change his son's mind. Although he was a bit unhappy, what Ling Xiao said wasn't wrong. After they decided to return to the Xiao institution, they left immediately. Yu Junqi's identity was a bit special and not many people had seen him before, so XiaoMo made him wait in the hotel. After all, an unfamiliar face had its uses too. The familiar structure was right in front of them. XiaoMo suddenly came to a halt. Walking over, Ling Xiao asked with a brow raised, "Scared after being away for so long?" XiaoMo replied, "The the Xiao institution was barely even a harbor for resting. How is it a home? Then why aren't you moving? I'm bracing myself. Think about it, seeing how famous I am now, when I go in, a lot of them would be looking at me in idolization. I'm afraid the pressure would get to me, so I'm preparing. You're overthinking it. Leave me alone. So, Ling Xiao stopped talking. Once they went in, they gave their names, and just as XiaoMo predicted, everyone who walked past had a look of idolization. However, they weren't looking at XiaoMo but Ling Xiao. Only occasionally would one give XiaoMo a look of sympathy. See, I told you were overthinking it. Just as they were about to walk into the Giganticus, Ling Xiao suddenly turned to rub salt on XiaoMo's wounds. With a critical hit, XiaoMo died vomiting blood, was K.O'd. The winner, Ling Xiao. Experience, plus 100. An easy victory. Before they entered the Giganticus, suddenly out came a few people, and they were, of course, Xiao Wushuang and the others. It wasn't even 10 hours since Ling Xiao and XiaoMo entered the Xiao institution. For them to have heard the news, that was some speed. Where are they? Didn't you say they've returned? Tian Xian said as she pushed the crowd away and took a look of the one standing by the gate. She couldn't find XiaoMo's figure anywhere. XiaoMo rubbed his face. Suddenly, Tian Xian turned to look at him, then retracted her gaze to continue her search. Where are they? Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Xiao Wushuang turned her head around to where she was looking at before. Not far from her stood XiaoMo and Ling Xiao with barely anyone around them. It was very obvious. Fellow you're finally back. With delight, Yan Hui walked towards them. So many things happened, but with the Vermilion Blood Clan hunting you down, why aren't you guys hiding? If they knew about your whereabouts, they're sure to come catch you. The uncle also walked over and greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome back. Tian Xian was displeased that the first was taken by Yan Hui, so she ran over, pushed Yan Hui aside and said in rapid fire mode, Xiao, no, I should call you XiaoMo, you really surprised me. To think that you were a member of the Vermilion Blood Clan, you and Ling Zhao's plentiful glorious records was also super thrilling. I want to go too. How about I just follow you guys from now on? Before she could continue, Xiao Wushuang covered her mouth and said with resignation, sorry, her brain is a bit problematic these days. Just ignore everything she says. XiaoMo immediately nodded. He could tell that Tian Xian had probably hit her head on something. Soundlessly, Tian Xian rolled her eyes. You're the ones who hit their heads. Xiao Wushuang took them to a secluded area and only asked when no one was around, what are you guys planning to do from here on out? With a smile XiaoMo answered, if we can stay at the Xiao institution, of course we would be willing to, but if that's not possible, then it can't be helped. Rest assured, my Shifu said that the Xiao institution is a place to study. No forces, big or small, can act wantonly here. You guys are safe for now. Xiao Wushuang answered. It was almost the same thing Ling Xiao had said. In his heart, XiaoMo reaffirmed his decision to follow Ling Xiao and stand firmly on the position of listen to Ling Xiao on important things, and listen to himself on unimportant things. Never changing for century. After he confirmed the position of the Xiao institution, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao returned to their hotel. They weren't planning to stay in the institution yet, as who knew if someone of the Vermilion Blood Clan was in the Giganticus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 549. Chapter 549, Private Exchange Quarter. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebels Scanlations. The news of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao returning to Zhongtian spread very quickly. Nobody knew who was at the center of it all, adding fuel to the fire, but the news spread extremely fast, and even the inn they were staying at was leaked out. The consequence of not living in Xiao institution was that every once in a while they would have someone come and find them, waving knives and guns. Zhongtian indeed had the Vermilion Blood Clan scouts, and every night these scouts would come running to the inn searching for information. The result was that every one of them would go directly to see the king of hell, and they would even enjoy it. This was the first time XiaoMo had seen people who were so eager for death. They stayed at the inn for 2 days. XiaoMo counted on his fingers several times and discovered that every night they threw about 7 or 8 waves, or 90%, of people into the inn's backyard to be fertilizer for the flowers and plants. The second day, the mountain-like pile of corpses in the backyard almost scared the inn's manager to death, and it only finally stopped on the third night. Most likely because he realized that his behavior was just like seeking his own self-destruction, he finally stopped sending scouts over at night. XiaoMo had a wonderful night's sleep, lying in Ling Zhao's embrace. This time he slept until he naturally woke up early in the morning. Instead of sending people to come notify them, Yinon came over himself. Since Fu Sangxiong had warned Yinon over and over that he was to personally hand the item over to them. XiaoMo swept over the information in the jade drive once before handing it to Ling Xiao as usual, completely unaware that his clingy dad was currently standing to the side, looking at him with hidden bitterness. Fu Sangxiong was very happy that they had found the pill recipe for the samsara pill. Even though he still couldn't find a transcendent level mage that could refine a grade 6 rainbow pill, he had already accomplished half of what he needed. At the same time, he consented to their request, and after learning that they were preparing to participate in Black Spider's auction, he even gave them a list of items for free. When XiaoMo saw the items on the list, he couldn't look away again. No wonder Black Spider dared to invite Tongtian Continent's major powers. If any one of these items were leaked out, it would be enough to make people fight until death. As for a major power such as the Tsang Alliance, Black Spider hadn't taken pains to try and hide the goods that they were auctioning. If they didn't let them know what treasures they had, it would mean that these major powers wouldn't have a motive to prepare spirit gems. When the time came to auction off the items, the prices would drop, and the one to lose would be Black Spider. XiaoMo roughly glanced over it and his gaze landed on the last couple items on the list. He frowned as he looked at one of the items. There were no specific details about this item, and all it said was that it was an ancient item. They didn't even know what type of ancient item it was, yet it was actually listed among the last items to be auctioned off. After sending Yinon off, they closed the door and studied the jade drive. Finally, they reached the conclusion that they had to go, no matter what. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking about. Ling Xiao continued to stroke the jade drive without saying anything, expression indifferent, as if he was considering something else in his mind. The next day, XiaoMo returned to Xiaoyao Institution. Speaking of Giganticus challenge match, XiaoMo had calculated and discovered that it was actually at the same time as Black Spider's auction. They were both 1 month later. They had the dimensional talismans, so the time they had to spend on the road was shortened by quite a bit. The entire journey to and from Xijing had only taken half a month, and it was even faster than what XiaoMo had imagined. Besides the time he had first entered Giganticus, this would now already be the second time he missed the challenge match. XiaoMo's goal wasn't the challenge match, but if he didn't participate in the challenge match then he wouldn't have any points, and without points he couldn't get into the Beast Transfiguration Room or the Meditation Room. He had already decided to attend the auction, so he could only miss the competition. But this time he had no points to cancel his name, and most likely there wouldn't be anyone who would let him borrow some of their points. XiaoMo scratched his head gloomily. Xiao. M.O.? An uncertain voice suddenly spoke next to him. Maybe because they weren't used to his name, so they paused in the middle. XiaoMo unconsciously looked over and discovered that the person calling him was Jiu Yi. He couldn't help but be surprised. It's you? Why are you here? That should be what I'm asking you. Jiu Yi's handsome and straight brows raised slightly. This is the 95th floor, your floor should be the 90th floor. XiaoMo turned his head and saw that there was a large 95 on the pillar next to the circular staircase. A drop of cold sweat slid down his face. He was too deep in his thoughts, and he just walked and walked till he reached this floor. Apologies, I walked past my floor. There seems to be something on your mind. Xiao seldom broached a topic of his own volition. XiaoMo was surprised for a moment, but then he thought about it a little. Xiao should know quite a lot, so he could ask him, and he said, I do have something on my mind. You must have heard about the black spider too, right? I decided to go with Ling Xiao, but the competition and the auction times conflict. Xiao more or less understood his situation, and he nodded. You want to earn some points? XiaoMo laughed and nodded. It was great talking with someone smart. Is there any way to earn some points without participating in the challenge match? Xiao hesitated for a while. There is, and presumably you can also guess what it is. There's only one competition every 3 months, and the most points you can earn each time is 6 points. For most people, 6 points is nowhere near enough. Xiao Institution also thought of a solution for this. XiaoMo asked, what solutions are there? Xiao said, there's a private exchange quarter in Giganticus, and only students who are on the 70th floor and above can participate. The currency that the exchange quarter uses is points. Are you talking about the trading that goes on between students? XiaoMo still felt that this method couldn't resolve the demand that the students had for points, since everyone only had a few points, so who would just take them out and trade them? Xiao denied it. No, I'm talking about the trade between the students and Giganticus teachers and elders. They're not the same as us, since they can earn a certain amount of points every month. Although the teachers and elders also have different levels, they don't need points as frequently as students do. Those points just accumulate, and they're exactly what we need. Of course, students can trade among themselves, but this happens very rarely. Xiao just happened to have nothing to do, so he personally brought XiaoMo to the private exchange quarter. The private exchange quarter was on the 85th floor, right in the middle. As the floors went higher and higher, the population on each floor dropped. For example, the total population of the 90th floor that XiaoMo was on didn't even reach 20. The total population of the 85th floor was also under 50 people, so there was quite a lot of empty space. This empty space was utilized by Xiao Institution, and they were built into all sorts of different places. The private exchange quarter was one such place, and its area exceeded 1,000 square feet. 5 minutes later, the two of them arrived outside of the private exchange quarter. Right now was currently when the private exchange quarter was at its liveliest. Since everyone had some points during the last 2 months, they used them all in the Beast Transfiguration Room and the Meditation Room. Now that it was the 3rd month, they had finally used up all of the points they had. After the points were used, naturally they wanted to come up with a way to earn more points. Therefore, everyone ran towards the private exchange quarter, and the large exchange quarter became lively. XiaoMo walked in together with Xiao. The moment he saw the situation inside, he started to laugh. This exchange quarter was just like a marketplace, but most of the time, the shops in a marketplace were for sellers. However, here they were for buyers, and there was a quartz sign in front of every shop. On the quartz sign, the teachers and the elders indicated the items they needed. If the students had these items on them, they could immediately go up and start negotiations, and the prices were naturally easy to settle. For teachers and elders, points came for free, so the amount of points they gave out usually weren't too low and people didn't have to worry about being ripped off. As the two of them walked, Xiao gave him an introduction. The exchange quarter was split into 3 blocks. Block 1 was for teachers of the 70th to 79th floor, and their requirements were usually pretty low, so they also gave fewer points. But this was also directly related to the amount of points they were given every month. Block 2 was from the 80th to the 89th floor, and Block 3 was from the 90th to the 100th floor. Block 3's teachers and elders gave the most points. But their requests were also very high, and most of the students were unwilling to fulfill them, so the students who shopped in Block 3 were few. Xiao suggested that XiaoMo first go to Block 1 to take a look. Although they didn't give many points, the items that the teachers and elders needed were usually things that people were willing to exchange. XiaoMo didn't really care. As long as he could exchange for some points, going to Block 1 would be the same thing. Since Block 1 had more teachers and elders than Block 2 and Block 3, they also had the most space. There were approximately 40 to 50 shops, and most of the shops had either one teacher or elder sitting inside. The price of Block 1 is between 1 to 2 points. Some seniors aren't mages, so what they mostly need are magic pills. But a student can only exchange one type of pill. If there's more, they won't exchange with you. Xiao said. XiaoMo nodded and glanced over all of them. The things that the teachers and elders needed were multifarious and varied, and there seemed to be no pattern to them. Some needed magic herbs, some needed soul training or skill training, some actually needed spirit gems. How poor would that teacher have to be in order to have to resort to trading points for spirit gems in the exchange quarter? XiaoMo hesitated for a bit before walking over to that teacher. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 550. Chapter 550, Have No Eyes. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It was uncommon to convert to crystals in the exchange quarter. The one who asked for an exchange of spirit gems was a teacher surnamed Yang from the 70th floor. He was considered to be the first person in the exchange quarter to engage such a pioneering work. He came regularly at set intervals, and there would occasionally be some rich and imposing people who will exchange spirit gems with him, but there were not many. His behavior had always been weird and strange and was very novel for everyone. However, it did not go without a hitch every time, because 3 days had passed since he opened the shop this month and nobody had made a transaction with him. As everyone knew, though spirit gems were the currency in circulation in the Tongtian continent, its value was also very high. This was because it could be used as a trading currency and could also be used to raise one's cultivation base by absorbing the energy from the spirit gems during cultivation. This teacher Yang was a practitioner who liked to absorb the energy in the spirit gems to increase his cultivation. He thought of this method as he consumed the gems in an extravagant manner, resulting in him having few spirit gems. He would come by regularly at set intervals after becoming aware of the benefits. Xiao had heard of this teacher's deeds before. The students' Xiao institution were all mages. Besides being able to make money easily, mages also spent money very quickly. Most people do not have much spirit gems in their pockets apart from those who truly had some capability and family resources. Besides, this teacher's price was quite high. Due to this, no one came to his shop despite him being open for 3 days. XiaoMo walked straight to the shop. Xiao was not the only one surprised. Those who saw this scene all expressed astonishment one after another. They probably did not expect that someone would voluntarily offer themselves to be ripped off. Teacher, how many spirit gems can be exchanged for 1 point? Teacher Yang raised his eyelids and stared blankly for a split second when he saw XiaoMo. He had been sitting here for 3 days and was somewhat used to the situation with no one patronizing his shop. He really could not react when someone suddenly came over to ask. XiaoMo could understand his reaction, so he asked again. Teacher Yang finally responded and he smiled sincerely. I only have 2 points at the moment. I can give you a cheaper rate if you want both. 1 point for 200,000 spirit gems. This price was high and most people may not even have 10,000 crystals in their pockets. Xiao who was standing beside XiaoMo frostily raised his eyebrows. He heard that the price was not 200,000, but 100,000 instead. This time it actually doubled and it reminded him of the rumors he had heard. Teacher, isn't this price too high? XiaoMo asked with an unchanging expression. He did have a lot of spirit gems now, but it did not mean that he was indifferent to others ripping him off. It was not like his head had been kicked by a donkey. Teacher Yang leisurely replied, then what do you think is more important? The points or spirit gems? The implication of this was that Teacher Yang was out to get him. XiaoMo nonchalantly stated, "Points are more important to me now, but I have a lot of choices, don't I? I can buy 2 to 3 stocks of level 9 magic herbs with 200,000 spirit gems and then exchange it with the other teachers, and I'll be able to get 2 or 3 points in this manner." Doesn't teacher think so? Teacher Yang almost could not show his face after being refuted by XiaoMo. Then how much do you say it should be? He did view XiaoMo as a fat sheep, so that gave rise to the idea to rip him off. Those rich people generally did not care about this small amount of spirit gems. Furthermore, he was also a teacher from Xiao institution. They should give him some face, to say the least, isn't that so? Perhaps because he had ripped people off excessively, he became known for marking up his prices, so no one came to his shop despite him being open for 3 days this month. Now that he had finally managed to catch a fat sheep, he repeatedly worried that he might not be so lucky next time and could not resist demanding an exorbitant price. How could he have expected that the other party would be one who refused to suffer losses and not even give him a little face? 1 point for 50,000 spirit gems. XiaoMo did not restrain himself after hearing his words. "What did you say?" Teacher Yang suddenly raised his voice and his face was full of astonishment, as if he had misheard. His voice is a little loud, causing people around all to look over. XiaoMo repeated patiently, 1 point for 50,000. Seeing his calm expression, Zhou Yi knew XiaoMo didn't need his help. Teacher Yang suddenly sneered, "My opening price is 200,000 spirit gems, but you say you want it for 50,000, do you think that points fall from the sky? Then does teacher think that spirit gems fall from the sky too?" XiaoMo spread out his hands. He was 100% certain that this teacher definitely saw him as a fat sheep after looking at his face. The exorbitant price of 200,000 spirit gems was absolutely too much. Teacher Yang was choked by his reply and his eyes roved around as he argued, 180,000 is the lowest. I know you are student above the 80th floor. For you, the significance of 1 point is definitely more than these spirit gems. Either exchange it for 180,000, it'll benefit the both of us. XiaoMo looked at him. Was he threatening him with that last sentence? Just like what Teacher Yang had said, the points held more significance to the students as the floor the students were on became higher. Some teachers took a fancy to this, so they would ask for different prices according to the floors the students were on. Other students just thought of the benefits that the points would bring them, so they were mostly willing to be ripped off. Many had long become inured to the unusual, and the other party was an elder teacher. Disputing with him and not giving him any face would only offend him. This was the reason why Teacher Yang dared to ask for an exorbitant price. Unfortunately, he was destined to run out of luck today. Although XiaoMo entered Xiao institution on the same day as Zhou Yi and the rest, he spent most of his time out of the Giganticus. Zhou Yi even had to tell him about the exchange quarter. It was impossible for Teacher Yang to take advantage of such a student that did not understand the rules. Zhou Yi knew about this, but he did not tell XiaoMo about them. This was because very few knew that XiaoMo was a student on the 90th floor. If the teachers and elders could not determine which student was from what floor, they would not normally ask for an exorbitant price. That was what he thought, yet a teacher that did not have eyes appeared in the end. 50,000 at the most. If you don't want it, I'll just find another shop. You're not the only shop in the exchange quarter. XiaoMo did not take any notice of his threats. This sort of person was the type that would ask for a mile after being given an inch. Teacher Yang sneered, "Boy, you have guts. We'll wait and see." XiaoMo knew his choice after hearing this sentence, so he turned around and left. It just so happened that he too did not wish to engage in this transaction anymore. Interacting with this sort of person would only disgust himself. Zhou Yi only followed after he saw the mocking sneer on Teacher Yang's face. After visiting 3 more shops and being rejected by 2, XiaoMo finally knew what the phrase of wait and see meant. It turned out that all the teachers in Block 1 were in cahoots. He had intended to exchange with the last shop he picked, yet the other had an expression of "You offended Teacher Yang, I don't want to exchange with you." When he went back to see that Teacher Yang, the other party gave him a provocative stare. Childish. XiaoMo could not help cursing in his mind. In actual fact, it was mainly because his luck was bad as he chose the people that had friendly relations with Teacher Yang. Teacher Yang could be considered as a popular person in Block 1, but not all teachers followed his conduct. When the people around saw this, some could not help looking at him sympathetically. Let's go to Block 2. Block 2's price is between 3 to 5 points. Making one transaction would be enough for you to cope with the next month. Jiu Yi calmly said. XiaoMo shook his head, then wouldn't Block 3's price be between 6 to 9 points? Jiu Yi answered, no, the price is above 6 points, but there's no limit on the maximum. Well, let's go to Block 3 and take a look. XiaoMo immediately made a decision. He was quite curious about what the teachers and elders in Block 3 would ask for. It would not be a big problem if they wanted magic herbs. The two people left Block 1 at once. However, the people around them could not help looking at each other after hearing their conversation. What kind of place was Block 3? That was where the students on the 90th floor would go. These students were the most promising in Xiao institution. Sometimes even the teachers had to yield to them a little. Even though Teacher Yang had guessed that XiaoMo was above the 80th floor, he never thought XiaoMo's placement would be higher than 90 floors. At this moment, his heart could not help thumping loudly as he continuously comforted himself, he should not be so unlucky. Moreover, not everything was set in stone. Some of the students from the lower floors would also go to Block 3 for a stroll. At this moment, the elder next to him let out a light laugh. Teacher Yang happened to hear it and could not refrain from asking, Elder Gong, what are you laughing about? Teacher Yang, sometimes you shouldn't behave too arrogantly. Though most of the students here have no powerful connections, there are some you can't afford to offend. Elder Gong looked at him in contempt. His status was higher than Teacher Yang, so he naturally did not need to give Teacher Yang any face. Elder Gong, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that young man has powerful connections? Teacher Yang was resentful, but he did not dare to show it. Elder Gong knew that he did not believe him. I don't know if he has any powerful connections, but you can't afford to offend the person following him even if you have 100 lives. Do you know what his name is? XiaoMo had changed to a new face and few people recognized him. This Elder Gong had never seen XiaoMo, but he knew of Jiu Ye's name and the mage association behind him. Jiu Ye had only been walking about in Block 2 and Block 3 despite having been to the exchange quarter a couple of times, so Teacher Yang had never seen him before. What is he called? Teacher Yang could not help the silver of anxiety rising in his heart. Each and every one of the people around them pricked up their ears, especially those who had just helped Teacher Yang. When they heard the words of the Elder Gong, their hearts could not help thumping loudly. Elder Gong deliberately whet their appetite. After a while, he lifted the corner of his mouth and revealed, he is called Jiu Yi. Teacher Yang felt as if his brain had exploded. The name Jiu Yi was just like thunder piercing the ear, because everyone knew that the disciple Old Lei of the Mage Guild was most pleased with was called Jiu Yi. His name was quite special and most would not forget it after hearing it once. Furthermore, there were rumors that he would inherit the Mage Guild in the future. Although the person they had offended was not Jiu Yi himself, how could a person who was able to make friends with this kind of specially privileged person like Jiu Yi actually be an ordinary person? Sure enough, one cannot be too greedy. The two people who helped Teacher Yang regretted it so much that they wanted to die. On the other hand, XiaoMo, who was heading to Block 3, did not know that someone indirectly helped to avenge him and that Teacher Yang would probably be feeling apprehensive for quite some time. Block 3 only half the size of Block 1, with dozens of shops randomly strewn about. The owners of the shops were all elders from the 90th floor and above. They would only open for the first 5 days of the month and leave at noon. One would have to wait till the next day or next month to find them. Several lines of sight swept across their figures as soon as 2 people walked in. The elderly man nearest to them suddenly opened his partially closed eyes and smiled unperturbed. "So it's Jiu Yi. Do you have something good thing to give to us old fellows again this time?" Jiu Yi did indeed have a lot of good things with him and had already made 3 transactions after coming to Block 3. Jiu Yi and Xiao Wuxing, these 2 specially privileged people, were the ones most welcomed by these elders. Jiu Yi greets Elder Gon. "I came over this time not for me, but because I brought a friend over." Jiu Yi cupped his hands and respectfully explained. Elder Gon's gaze immediately moved to XiaoMo. He could not help letting out a voice of doubt, a grade 1 rainbow level, and one that is on the verge of breaking through to grade 2. "What is your friend's name? Why does it seem that we have not seen him before?" Elder Gon revealed XiaoMo's cultivation with one sentence. A trace of surprise could be seen in Jiu Yi's eyes. His current cultivation was at high-grade peak level 10, and he was half a foot into breaking through the next level. XiaoMo actually broke through the rainbow level already? "Greetings, Elder Gon, I am XiaoMo." Seeing Jiu Yi being so respectful, XiaoMo guessed that his identity was sure to be remarkable. Elder Gon, who always looked absent-minded, suddenly straightened his back as soon as the words were uttered, and his and the inquiring eyes of the other elders swept over him again. They had heard the name XiaoMo many times recently, and they had long wanted to meet him after having heard news that Old Lei and Gizerchen were very interested in him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 551. Chapter 551, Pill Recipe Trade. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After trading a few polite courtesies with Elder Gon, XiaoMo looked around for a target. Since Elder Gon and the others were in very high positions, the amount of points they could gain every month was comparatively higher. However, since the things they wanted were usually rather hard to find, most of the time no one succeeded, thus they had quite a lot of points in storage. Jiu Yi told XiaoMo, so long as they could deliver something they asked for, the elders wouldn't be stingy. It was very different from Block 1 and 2. XiaoMo glanced at the requirements each elder had. As Jiu Yi had said, their demands were tough to reach. Some wanted the life crystal of a level 11 demon beast. Some wanted transcendent level magic herbs, and some even wanted transcendent level pills. Those who wanted the pills probably didn't have the ability or maybe the materials to refine the pills themselves. Unfortunately, XiaoMo didn't have most of the magic herbs they were looking for. Even the ones he only had immature ones, or a stock of only one stock. In such a circumstance, XiaoMo could only sigh. "How was it?" The 2 took a look around and Jiu Yi asked. XiaoMo was a little disappointed, about to shake his head when he noticed a rather out-of-the-way stand and the words on the plate hanging underneath and paused. Jiu Yi followed his gaze and looked over, immediately realizing what XiaoMo was thinking. That Elder Lu is the one responsible for the 96th floor. He has a rather strange temper, and comes 2 or 3 times every month at random times. Since very few people are able to deliver what he asks for, very few people try. He wants recipes, right? XiaoMo had noticed the word pill recipes scrawled on the plate. Jiu Yi nodded. That's right, and no ordinary recipes. Elder Lu only wants rainbow pill recipes. He's a 2nd grade rainbow mage. XiaoMo had a sudden idea. Never mind rainbow pill recipes, most people couldn't even get their hands on 9th or 10th grade recipes. This Elder Lu really did have high demands. XiaoMo thought for a while before walking over. A flash of confusion passed through Jiu Yi's eyes, but he didn't stop the other. The 2 arrived in front of the stand. The so-called Elder Lu was curled up in the stand, napping, not even opening his eyes at their approach. XiaoMo glanced over the words on the plate. It said that he wasn't accepting anything but grade 1 and 2 rainbow pill recipes. It was clear this guy was a stubborn old man from the words. Joey asked him with a strange expression, "You want to trade with him?" Just now, they had gone to several stands, none of which appealed to him. Elder Luz was the only one he was willing to consider so far. XiaoMo didn't give a direct reply. "I'll see if it's appropriate, if it is, then sure." Jiu Yi didn't reply. The napping Elder Lu opened his eyes, looking half asleep, but his shrewd gaze immediately shot over, analyzing them. After realizing XiaoMo had a transcendent level first-grade cultivation base, surprise flashed through his eyes. "Hey kid, are you for real?" XiaoMo had guessed that the guy was feigning sleep and grinned. "Of course. Elder Lu definitely knows that rainbow pill recipes aren't something people take out for fun. Alright, if you can give me one first-grade rainbow-level pill recipe, I definitely will make it worth your while." Elder Lu's tone was excited. He knew that he was a very stubborn person, asking for things that seemed impossible, but he wanted to give it a try. He didn't expect that someone was really willing to trade. If this kid had such an intention, then he definitely wouldn't let the other go. The other elders, hearing their conversation, all looked over in surprise. Elder Lu's luck had turned this time, finally meeting someone who was willing to part with a rainbow-level pill recipe. In that moment, everyone felt a sense of indescribable jealousy. The one thing XiaoMo didn't lack was pill recipes. However, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't deliver anything else the elders were asking for, he wouldn't be willing to give away the pill recipe he had. His pill recipes were not normal pill recipes after all. Ancient pill recipes were something that generally didn't exist anymore in this time, and the effects of the pills were better, too. XiaoMo took out a jade drive with a first-grade rainbow-level recipe inside. This pill recipe was a relatively simple one amongst the first-grade rainbow-level pill recipes he had. Even if others saw it, they wouldn't suspect it was an ancient pill recipe. "My pill recipe is for a first-grade rainbow pill called the Red Blaze pill. After ingestion, it can increase one's cultivation base by 1 or 2 stars in combat for about 4 hours. XiaoMo didn't hand the jade drive over, simply describing the Red Blaze pill. Elder Lu's gaze burned on the jade drive in his hand, his eyes practically shining with excitement. Thought this pill's effects were temporary, the amount of time it could last was shocking. Usually, a pill like this that increased cultivation base wouldn't be able to last over 2 hours. He trusted that XiaoMo didn't dare trick him. But the most shocking thing to him was the value of this pill recipe. A pill that could help one survive was far more valuable than a pill that merely increased cultivation base. Elder Lu took a deep breath. "I'll give you 30 points, along with a heart fortification pill and a mid-grade level 12 magic herb." How does that sound? 30 points was all but 5 of what he had earned in this past year. However, he knew that 30 points was nowhere near what the Red Blaze pill was worth, so he added 2 extras. Before XiaoMo could express his opinion, the other elders burst into discussion. Elder Lu had really given it all to get this pill recipe. Everyone knew that this heart fortification pill was his only successful one after breaking through to a grade 2 mage. However, no one thought that he wouldn't benefit from the transaction. XiaoMo was stunned. He hadn't been expecting Elder Lu to offer so many points at once, even adding 2 additional offerings. However, it made sense, considering how much they valued pill recipes. Speaking of, Elder Lu's heart fortification pill was just what he needed. The heart fortification pill was a second-grade rainbow pill, primarily focused on reducing the negative effects of a cultivation base that grew too quickly. It was exactly what XiaoMo needed right now. Before, he had been considering refining a heart fortification pill, but he couldn't do so with his current cultivation base. Plus, even if his cultivation base was there, he didn't have the necessary materials. XiaoMo looked at Elder Lu's slightly anxious expression and grinned. Okay. He didn't say any more than that. Elder Lu's expression immediately relaxed. This kid really was the kind of person he enjoyed dealing with. He didn't stall or twist his words. The elder took out both the magic herb and the heart fortification pill, transferring 30 points to the other through their cards. XiaoMo was delighted, seeing what magic herb was in the jade container. This magic herb was called luogua herb, small red fruits blooming between the leaves. It was coincidentally one of the herbs he did not possess. This transaction was absolutely perfect. Accepting the magic pill and magic herb, XiaoMo handed the jade drive to Elder Lu. Elder Lu accepted the jade drive and took a look, finding the expected red blaze pill. He nodded in satisfaction and tucked the jade drive away, saying with a smile, "Kid, I like you. If you have more pill recipes, don't hesitate to come and find me, haha." XiaoMo was feeling very content, too. Elder Lu thinks too highly of me. I don't have that many pill recipes. He couldn't let his guard down so easily, he understood that. Then, the two left the area. The entirety of Block 3 was in a buzz. Elder Lu was finally happy, too. Since he had too high requirements, no students ever visited his stand and some of the elders liked to taunt him. Elder Lu had often been met with such vexing situations that made him glare and huff. XiaoMo bid Jiuyi farewell at level 90, entering his room and then his dimension. He watered his fields and got rid of the newly sprouted weeds before leaving. After preparing everything he needed, XiaoMo headed towards the meditation room and beast transfiguration room. In the next 20-something days, he was unlikely to leave the two rooms. He had informed Ling Xiao beforehand. XiaoMo went into the beast transfiguration room first, choosing a few practical beast transfiguration techniques before heading to the meditation room next door. He was preparing to stay for a while, so he paid the points after confirming the number of days. The meditation room was different from the beast transfiguration room. The beast transfiguration room was a single square room while the meditation room was divided into multiple small stone rooms. Each room could only fit a single person. The meditation room was made up of a stone called the Deep Mind Stone. This stone helped facilitate people's entry into a cultivating state, making their cultivation go twice or thrice as fast. In addition, rumor had it that there was an array working underneath to prevent the spiritual energy from leaking, filling the air inside with twice as much spiritual energy as usual. However, this was just a portion of the meditation room. When he first came inside, the mentor on guard had told him that the 3 rooms in the very back were special. They had better effects than normal stone chambers, but required a point per day to use. Normal stone chambers were a point every 3 days. XiaoMo didn't choose the special stone chambers. What he needed to do right now was consolidate his cultivation base, not rapidly improve his strength. Otherwise, it would become a huge problem to his future development. XiaoMo looked around. As expected, there was only one stone bed. XiaoMo took the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects out from his clothes. Ever since they returned to Zhongtian, he had restricted their actions. They were probably dying of boredom. As soon as they gained freedom, the 3 began jumping up and down. "Don't disturb me when I'm cultivating, and you can only stay in the stone chamber. If you go out, there will be very harsh consequences." After warning his contracted demon beasts, XiaoMo crossed his legs and sat, ingesting the heart fortification pill before closing his eyes and beginning to cultivate. The spiritual energy inside the room slowly began to move, being absorbed into his skin bit by bit. The absorption rate wasn't fast, perfect for his current state. The heart fortification pill slowly began to work its magic inside him, its effects spreading through his limbs and even making his very soul feel refreshed. Having been warned by their master, the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects calmed after jumping around for a while. They settled themselves in the empty space on the bed left of XiaoMo, 3 pairs of innocent eyes quietly gazing at their master. The process of consolidation went much more smoothly than advancement. There were no obstacles at all. However, to fully absorb the effects of the heart fortification pill, XiaoMo spent 10 whole days there. Everything was going as planned, but right when he was about to stop, he abruptly achieved a breakthrough. The spiritual energy in the stone chamber began to swirl wildly, flying into his body. The rainbow ball in his sea of consciousness also began to spin. When XiaoMo opened his eyes, the spiritual energy had calmed. After 10 days of consolidation, he could feel that his soul seemed much more durable than before. The heart fortification pill really was great. Since he had advanced too quickly before, XiaoMo always felt that when he used his soul force, there was a slight friction. He didn't dare refine pills like that. If he failed, it'd cost a set of materials. XiaoMo jumped off the bed in excitement, grabbing the metal swallowing beast and golden winged insects and running out. He had half a day left in the stone chamber, and paying for another 3 days was a waste since he could refine pills elsewhere, too. He needed to tell Ling Xiao the good news though. As for his cheap dad, he didn't even surface in XiaoMo's mind. Ling Xiao and his dad were settled in a tavern nearby the Xiao institution. In less than 20 minutes, XiaoMo was on the street. The street was as busy as usual, but he soon realized that something wasn't right. The crowd was coming from all directions, but all running in the same direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 552. Chapter 552, Nothing More Than a Delusion. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo patted the metal swallowing beast, who was wiggling in his hold, as he ran, following the crowd. When he got closer and closer to the target, he realized that it was to the direction of the hotel. The hotel was at the center of multiple streets and was accessible from all sides. However, it was now being blocked off by the massive crowd, which looked very much like an ant army. For some unknown reason, it seemed that the luxurious hotel was slanted to one side. If they were at the Xuanyu Hotel, he naturally wouldn't be worried, but since the hotel wasn't close to the Xiao institution, he chose this one out of convenience. This hotel's background wasn't as strong as the Xuanyu Hotel, thus, no one came forward when trouble brewed. XiaoMo wanted to squeeze in and see what happened, but the crowd had surrounded the building in multiple layers. He couldn't squeeze past them. Just as he was troubled over whether to use brute force or not, a conversation around him grabbed his attention. He couldn't help but perk his ears up in attentiveness. Ah, who would have thought, who would have thought? I thought that the one to come would be the Vermilion Blood Clan, and I even considered the Qilin Clan, but to think it was the Demon Phoenix Clan instead. I don't understand, what does this have to do with the Demon Phoenix Clan? You see, when you were in secluded cultivation, a lot of shocking things happened on the Tongtian continent. This man called Ling Xiao, he has the bloodline of both the Qilin Clan and the Demon Phoenix Clan, but neither is willing to accept him. Oh, but what does it have to do with this case? Of course it does. It's not like you don't know that the Demon Phoenix Clan absolutely hates the Qilin Clan. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as fighting upon every meeting, but secretly stabbing them in the back was normal. Therefore, the Demon Phoenix Clan was taking Ling Xiao's tainted bloodline as an excuse, saying that it tarnished their pure bloodline. But in reality, it's because he is half Qilin that they want to kill him. I thought this kind of behavior was called venting one's anger on someone else. Suddenly that person revealed a devious smile. What anger? I say this is just depraved desire. What do you mean? His companion asked, with furrowed brows and a questioning expression. Cause, the Demon Phoenix Clan couldn't kill the Qilin Clan, so they're using Ling Xiao as a substitute. They're pretending that they killed a member of the Qilin Clan. Isn't that what you call nothing more than a delusion? Ha ha. XiaoMo felt black lines coming down his face. His man became the subject of other people's delusions? Even though this delusion was not that depraved, but even though your uncle can tolerate it, your aunt can't. He would definitely not let them off the hook. XiaoMo had an expression so full of killing intent that even the two talking had looked over, as if sensing something. What they saw was him staring at the hotel as if his life depended on it, and also as if he wanted to take that hotel apart piece by piece. All they could do was stare at each other wordlessly. They were not the only ones that sensed the killing intent. The ones in front of him also felt a shiver down their spine. One by one they looked over, and everyone that saw XiaoMo's expression subconsciously moved away. Without hesitation, XiaoMo charged towards the door, but he rashly went in unprepared. The hotel was normally busy all year round, but right now, the guests that were usually in the lobby were all hiding upstairs or in the corner. Within the empty lobby stood only 6 people. 5 of them were standing close to the door, and unluckily for XiaoMo, he knew 4 of them. 3 of the 4 were none other than the ones who XiaoMo had met at the Zhongting trade fair. It was Ji Yunlang, with the other 2 being his underlings, Ji Wan and Ji Wu. The last one was Ji Feng, whom he had met once on Wei Bai's birthday. Compared with the other 3's arrogant expressions, he stood at the back, calm and collected. His eyes were smiling, as if waiting for a good show to unfold. As for the 5th, although he didn't know her, XiaoMo could feel an immense power radiating from her. This person was stronger, much stronger than he was. As for who they were all facing, it was Ling Xiao. Compared with the other 5's upright posture, Ling Xiao appeared very lax. The table in front of him had turned to shreds, and within a 3-meter radius of him, other than his chair, everything had turned to dust. Ling Xiao had one of his long legs on the chair, in a lethargic posture, but still somehow emitting a feeling of valiant heroism. Top that with his dazzling face, he was literally the enemy of mankind. Even in such a tense situation, there were still females in the crowd who shyly looked at him, slightly covering their eyes, as if they would faint with even a look. Even now you're still trying to look cool? XiaoMo was feeling sour, as he jealously complained. Ling Xiao, be good and come back with us to the Demon Phoenix clan. If I'm happy, maybe I'll even say a word in your favor to the head elder, so that he can spare your stupid life. Star. The silence was broken by Ji Yunlang's arrogant expression. Just like their first meeting, because he had the Demon Phoenix clan as backup, Ji Yunlang always talked without restraint. It wasn't just XiaoMo who frowned at that. The girls, with Ling Xiao at the center, also expressed their disgust. For those who don't know how to be proper, even if his status was high, there wouldn't be many who truly respected them. Sorry, I didn't hear that, can you repeat yourself? Playing the role, Ling Xiao also picked at his ear. His perfectly handsome face showed no hint of distress, but instead one of teasing a puppy, and without a doubt, Ji Yunlang was that puppy. Ji Yunlang didn't notice the mockery and opened his mouth to repeat before being stopped by Ji Wan. In a whisper, he said, "Young master, you can't, he is toying with you, but..." Ji Yunlang paused for a moment before his expression turned to rage. With all the new and old grudges, his level of anger towards Ling Xiao was almost as high as Ji Ningyu, who was quickly replacing his position in the clan. Of course, that was XiaoMo's Xiao Ji. "Young master, let's leave this to Elder Rui, we can't have her have a bad impression of you." Ji Yunlang glanced over at Ji Rui, who had eyes that spoke of ancient history, yet she had a glamorous appearance. Feeling his heart tighten, he agreed. Ji Rui was a level 12 practitioner and one of the few females in the Demon Phoenix clan. Her position was truly second to none. Having her here was to guarantee the success of the mission, and the mission was to bring Ling Xiao back. If he was being too difficult, then he would be dealt with on the spot. Ji Rui glanced over at Ji Yunlang but didn't comment on his actions. Then she shifted back to Ling Xiao. Although she had the air of a powerhouse, deep within, her eyes spoke of the same arrogance and disdain as Ji Yunlang. Then she spoke, "You're not bad, but still not a match for me." Basically implying that he should be good and surrender. As for XiaoMo, who was peeking out behind the door, he scrunched his nose and snickered. Ji Rui was strong. At this point in time, every Sacred Realm practitioner was the best of the Tontian continent. One could say that they could do whatever they wanted, but even then, there was a difference in level between Sacred Realm and Divine Realm. Although he wasn't sure what star she was at, he was certain that this woman called Ji Rui was not as strong as Ling Xiao. The reason for Ji Rui's misconception was that she was not only weaker than Ling Xiao but also that Ling Xiao habitually held back. Thus, his level appeared to be at level 12 1 star. Ling Xiao didn't respond immediately, but instead his gaze suddenly swept over towards the door, coincidentally meeting XiaoMo's prying eyes. The latter instinctively retreated back behind the door. Good thing he did too, because there was slight laughter that escaped Ling Xiao's eyes, which was discovered by Ji Rui. Instantly she looked over to the door in alarm, but all she saw was a bunch of bystanders. It was a messy crowd, and with XiaoMo intentionally being stealthy, Ji Rui didn't discover him immediately. Seeing no response, Ji Rui's eyes darkened slightly. If you don't want your comrade to be injured, then come with us right now. I can promise that he won't be harmed. However, if XiaoMo lost Ling Xiao, his safety helmet, he definitely wouldn't be safe anymore. Many believed that XiaoMo was only able to get this far because of Ling Xiao. Theoretically, their thought process was right, but only by 50%. Old hag, you're really annoying. If you want to fight, then just do it. Suddenly, Ling Xiao lost his patience and looked at Ji Rui with killing intent. As if Ji Rui's face had been brushed over with charcoal, her eyes turned cold. Although her age was high, she was still the prettiest woman in the Demon Phoenix clan, and her taboo subject was others calling her an old hag. Ling Xiao had successfully enraged her. If you want to die, then I'll grant your wish. With that, almost in the same second, she appeared beside Ling Xiao. It didn't even take a second before a burning red flame erupted by Ling Xiao's face. Similarly to the flame that Ling Xiao often used, when it appeared, it was followed with a beautiful tail. As it tossed and turned in a scorching hot wave, everyone's face was tinted red. Just as the flame was about to touch Ling Xiao, in that small crack, a fiercer red flame exploded. All the crowd heard was a titter before it pounced on Ji Rui's flame like a beast. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 553. Chapter 553, Engulfing Godfire. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. This was also the Demon Phoenix Sacred Fire, but very few people knew that even though they were of the same rank, there would still be a Demon Phoenix Godfire that was stronger or weaker. Ji Rui knew this, so she thought that even though their cultivation was of the same rank, her Godfire would still be stronger than Ling Xiao's. It had nothing to do with their cultivation bases, but rather their bloodlines. One was a pure blood, while the other was a hybrid. Who was stronger and who was weaker should be clear at first glance. But when she saw her own Godfire being engulfed by Ling Xiao's Godfire, she was completely stunned. Her Godfire wasn't scattered, but rather it was actually swallowed? Only truly powerful Godfires that had the ability to engulf could swallow other Godfires. However, this kind of thing had never occurred before in the Demon Phoenix clan. Their Godfire didn't have the ability to engulf, they were only separated into stronger and weaker categories. A mouthful of blood suddenly welled up from Ji Rui's throat, and the coppery taste spread all throughout her mouth. Having her Godfire engulfed hurt her vitality more than merely having it be defeated. Although the internal injuries weren't that great, she didn't dare to keep facing Ling Xiao after knowing that the opposing side had Godfire with the ability to engulf others. She had to deliver this piece of information to the elders of the Demon Phoenix clan. Clan members that had the engulfing Godfire were a treasure for the Demon Phoenix clan, but if this treasure bore a grudge towards them, that was absolutely a huge catastrophe. We're leaving. Ji Rui swallowed the blood in her mouth. Just when Ji Yunlang thought that Ji Rui was about to continue fighting, she gave the command to retreat instead. Her voice was also extremely panicked, and Ji Yunlang froze for a moment. What situation was this? Ji Wan and Ji Wu weren't stupid. They could see that Elder Rui had received an internal injury. There was no advantage for them to continue fighting in a situation like this. Jiwoo didn't need to be told twice before grabbing Ji Yunlang and running after Ji Rui, Jiwon following close behind. The only one who didn't move was Ji Feng, his gaze following after them as if he had nothing to do with them. A cold smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He had no intentions whatsoever of just let them go like that. What was the point of letting go of cannon fodder that had sent themselves straight to his door? Moreover, since they were the opponents of that chicken, he would just have to take on the difficult task of helping him wipe out a few of them. Clear killing intent locked onto them in an instant, and with a slight flick of his fingers, flames seemed to shoot out. The four people's expressions froze before Ji Rui quickly reacted. A dimensional talisman appeared instantly in her right hand. This was a medium-grade dimensional talisman, and not only was the distance longer than a low-grade dimensional talisman, it could also transport more people. The most important part was that it was fairly safe and stable. The force of the teleportation immediately spread outwards from the dimensional talisman that she shattered into pieces, and it seemed that the force was about to surround them, excluding Ji Feng, who Ji Rui had forgotten completely. But in the next second, a few flickers of flames suddenly burst upwards from their feet, and in a split second, the flames were tangled around their legs. It was followed by the smell of burning flesh and Ji Yunlang screaming. Among the four of them, there was only Ji Yunlang who had no ability to resist at all and was wrapped unwaveringly by the flame. Actually, it wasn't that he couldn't react in time. It was that nobody had noticed XiaoMo, who was behind them sniping them. He and Ling Xiao had the same line of thought. None of Little Chicken's enemies could just easily go like that. Therefore, when Ji Yunlang was about to resist Ling Xiao's fire, XiaoMo had quietly attacked him. Ji Yunlang's movements had only paused for a second before he was caught by the flames. It was as if the fire had its own consciousness. Just like the burned arm of Xingqi, Ji Yunlang's legs were melted right away, and they could foresee that he would turn into a legless cripple. But that didn't mean that the others weren't having trouble. Ji1 and Jiwoo had seen how Ji Rui's godfire was engulfed by Ling Xiao's godfire. Although they were afraid, they could only use their own godfire to ward his off in order to save their lives. But in the end they were engulfed as well, and both of them received internal injuries too. This scene only persisted for a few seconds before the force of teleportation warped them away. Silence reigned in the inn from both the people inside the inn and outside watching. The men looked at Ling Xiao with wonder, while the women looked at him with adoration. In this world, who didn't like experts? Powerful people would always be greatly welcomed. Ling Xiao didn't look at Ji Feng. He looked towards the doorway instead and said calmly, "You still haven't come here." The people watching from the door couldn't help but look at each other helplessly. He couldn't be calling for them, right? Absolute nonsense. At that moment, a person suddenly slipped out from the corner at the right of the door, telling them the answer. It was a youth wearing all white, pale and clean. After he ran into the inn, he threw himself at Ling Xiao, hugging his waist, revealing a dumb smile on his face. "How was it? Aren't I smart?" Ling Xiao flicked his forehead once. "You took advantage of the opportunity very well, but you still can't quite be called smart yet." XiaoMo didn't approve of this. Nevertheless, he already believed that he was smart enough. Suddenly when Junqi, who had excitedly watched the entire thing unfold from the second floor, saw his son come over, he instantly ran down. He threw himself at XiaoMo with a naive expression on his face, just like how he'd seen XiaoMo throw himself at Ling Xiao. The instant XiaoMo heard that familiar word, which were familiar to the point that his ears were almost bleeding, his first response was to hide unhesitatingly behind Ling Xiao. Junqi had already almost thrown himself at Ling Xiao's feet before he hastily backpedaled. There was no way that kind of father kowtows to the son-in-law thing could happen to him, not even by accident. XiaoMo looked disappointed. Junqi pretended that he couldn't see the disappointment on his son's face, and he didn't try to understand why his son was disappointed either. In order to change the subject, he pointed directly at Ji Feng, who was still standing by the door, completely unworried about how he would escape. "Sonny, this person is also from the Demon Phoenix clan. how do you want to deal with him? XiaoMo's impression of Ji Feng was still pretty good, and furthermore, he hadn't participated at all just then. In the end he had even been thrown aside by Ji Rui. This was too pitiful, but Ji Feng knew that it was his turn to come on stage now, and when he saw them all look over, he smiled leisurely. Brother Ling, fellow you, could I borrow you two and have a chat? Okay. He directly told XiaoMo that what he wanted to discuss wasn't simple, but the one to answer him was Ling Xiao. They should at least consider it for a moment, yet Ling Xiao just answered before he could. However, why was he only fellow you, but Ling Xiao was brother Ling? The most unlucky one of them all was the innkeeper. 90% of the chairs and tables in the lobby had been destroyed, and even the counter hadn't escaped misfortune. But seeing their expressions, he decided that it was better not to bring up his hidden bitterness. XiaoMo thought a bit before still giving him a few spirit gems. It could be considered Ling Xiao's portion for destroying the inn, as well as their other expenses, before leaving to find the Demon Phoenix clan. 2 minutes later, the four of them gathered in Ling Xiao's room. 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Ji Feng. Ji Feng unhurriedly took out a flaming red feather. This is a token of trust. The 3 of them. Ling Xiao was the first to recover. He raised his eyebrows and said, "That chicken?" "Yes." Ji Feng coughed. When that rascal Ji Ningyu told him that Ling Xiao liked to call him that chicken, he hadn't believed him. Now that he personally heard it with his own ears, he finally believed him. "How did you know that little chicken is connected to us?" When XiaoMo heard Ling Xiao acknowledge it, he didn't bother denying it anymore. He believed that Ji Feng had come prepared. Ji Feng said, "I once saw that he wanted to send you guys some information. He only told me afterwards that you guys rescued him, and without you, he wouldn't be there." The last phrase was a little strange when he heard it, as if they were Ji Ningyu's second parents. But after Ji Feng knew about Ji Ningyu's experience, he couldn't help but be grateful towards them as well. With his circumstances, if the 2 of them hadn't come to save him, Ji Ningyu would have died sooner or later. Therefore, XiaoMo hadn't thought that the chicken would actually be so careless. Not only was his secret discovered, he had also told the secret to Ji Feng voluntarily. Should he kill him to silence him? Ji Feng was completely unaware, and he shot a deep look at XiaoMo before saying hesitantly, "He wanted me to tell you guys a few things." What he wanted to say is, "I'm currently doing very well at the Demon Phoenix clan. Even though some careless fellow will come over every day to provoke me, he's very stupid, even more stupid than so-and-so. As long as I go and complain tearfully to the elders, he's ruined, so you don't have to worry about me. Wait until I grow up and I'll go find you guys." XiaoMo flew into a rage after hearing this. What does he mean, even more stupid than so-and-so? Who is this so-and-so? Why did he feel like it was alluding to him? Ji Feng shook his head. "I don't know who it is either. When I asked, he wouldn't tell me who it was, he only said that you would know after you heard. You're still a bastard. Since you purposefully went out of your way to call me stupid, just wait till you're back. You're dead for sure." Besides that, did he said anything else? XiaoMo asked viciously. Nothing else. Why did Ji Feng feel like his current mood was very bad? It couldn't be that, for the sake of his life, it would be rude to keep thinking about it. XiaoMo seemed to be thinking, and he said, not admitting defeat, "Then you can go back and tell him to wash his butt clean and wait for me to smack him." Ji Feng. XiaoMo didn't know whether or not Ji Ningyu delivered this message to Ji Feng, but it didn't change his desire to smack Ji Ningyu. After that brat left them, he actually changed to become like this. He was truly lacking in discipline, so no wonder Ling Xiao gave him the name doucheball. He was indeed a bastard. As for Ji Feng's bearing, Ji Feng's status in the Demon Phoenix clan wasn't actually all that low, but he had no right of succession, since he was of the 4th Elder's bloodline. Generations of the 4th Elder's bloodline were all people who supported the Demon Phoenix clan's clan head. If they earned the clan head's trust, it was the same as earning an uncommon position in the Demon Phoenix clan. But by the time it was Ji Feng's generation, the fourth elder's bloodline had continuously been repressed, so they needed an opportunity. Ji Ningyu's appearance just happened to be their opportunity. Ji Ningyu was actually someone who could become an heir for the Demon Phoenix clan's clan head, and this was exactly the opportunity Ji Feng needed to earn the future clan head's trust. That was why he voluntarily chose to help Ji Ningyu deliver information. The events at the inn happened before a big crowd, and news of it basically swept through half of Tongtian continent in an instant. Ling Xiao was the current hero of the day. The Demon Phoenix clan was one of the 4 ancient beast clans, and sparks would definitely fly when two great powers collided. Who would have thought that although sparks did indeed fly, the entire course of events took place during a short 5 minutes? The level 12 expert of the Demon Phoenix clan, Ji Rui, fled in defeat extremely straightforwardly, just like a heavyweight bomb in still water. The Vermilion Blood clan's scouts had originally thought that Ling Xiao and the Demon Phoenix clan would fight until death, before they would swoop in afterwards. But even the Demon Phoenix clan's Ji Rui was defeated. This was something that had to be relayed back to the head of the family. The news spread very quickly back to Yuzhen Tian. Yuzhen Tian was experienced and knowledgeable, and when he heard what happened, he instantly connected it to the engulfing godfire. This was the only reason that could explain why Ji Rui would be defeated. "My wife, there's been a turn of events." Yuzhen Tian paced back and forth. Lady Yin said calmly, "My husband, do not fret. Even if that person has the engulfing godfire, the Demon Phoenix godfire will not let him go either. As long as we fan the flames a little higher, there is no need to worry that nobody can face him." Yuzhen Tian knew that what she was saying was reasonable. "Then based on your judgment, how should we proceed?" "I will personally take care of this myself." Lady Yin's eyes were no longer indifferent. Instead, it seemed as if they were deliberating over a storm of conspiracies. But her plans hadn't even begun to be implemented yet when a sudden piece of news mercilessly smashed her plotting apart. 2 days after Ling Xiao and the Demon Phoenix clan collided, the Tsang Alliance released a statement directed largely at the Vermilion Blood clan. The statement said that Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were the Tsang Alliance's friends, and anyone who was their enemy was also the Tsang Alliance's enemy. The Tsang Alliance had always been a neutral party. Before, even if two large powers started fighting, the Tsang Alliance had never declared that it was supporting one side, and it had seemed as if they would always keep their keep out of other people's business attitude. This time, their magnificent feat truly gave everyone a scare. There was nobody who believed that the Tsang Alliance made this decision for no reason whatsoever. There was definitely some kind of trade that had occurred between the two parties that outsiders didn't know about. This was the only explanation. Some people even suspected that it most likely had something to do with Fu Sanxion's little disciple. Back then, on his birthday banquet, didn't the two of them stay behind on their own? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 554. Chapter 554, Kite Flying. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Time flew by and half a month passed quickly. The auction that everyone had been waiting for finally arrived. Since the venue was hidden, the Black Spider intentionally released black crows to guide the way to ensure that the invitees could find it. The black crow was the offspring of a black eagle and a crow, and it inherited the black eagle's vigorous physique and speed. It was a high-level demon beast with exceptionally high intelligence because it was a special type of aberrant. The black crow, which was leading the way for XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, had alighted on their roof just as dawn arrived. A piece of paper was tucked under the feathers of the black crow, and written on it was the time the auction would begin. XiaoMo took one look at the paper before he threw it away and went back to bed. He was dog-tired for the past half a month. He had accumulated a lot of mature transcendent-level magic herbs due to Mo Jing's and Wu Cheng's help, and what he had just managed to make up several sets of materials. In order to familiarize himself with the complex steps in the process of refining a rainbow pill, because he had just advanced to the second grade, he took those materials out to practice refining. To avoid causing a commotion, XiaoMo did not refine pills in the hotel or the Giganticus. Originally, the best choice was to refine pills in the Giganticus because it was rumored that the Giganticus was protected by restriction barriers. If tribulation pill lightning came, the restriction barriers could be used to ward it off, but it would cause too much attention if it happened too frequently. So they ran to an uninhabited mountain and he let Ling Xiao be his guardian. He had never experienced tribulation lightning before and did not know the terror of it. It was only after he had experienced it that he realized that its momentum truly caused the earth to tremble, the mountain to sway, and the heavens to rend asunder. He would have been so nervous and confused if he did not have Ling Xiao's help. However, he did not escape unscathed as a bolt of lightning struck due to an operational error resulting from nervousness. Not only did it cause his hands and feet to feel numb, his hair also stood upright and he was ridiculed by Ling Xiao. He finally got used to the lightning after much practice. The restriction array of his heavenly cauldron was unable to give 100% guarantee that a rainbow-level magic pill would not fly away. Therefore, every time XiaoMo formed a pill he would have to split some of his attention to monitor it. He did not know about it in the beginning and it was Ling Xiao who reminded him. At that time, his full attention was on the thunderclouds in the sky and he had not noticed that the magic pill in the cauldron had struck the restriction barrier until such a thin layer remained that it almost seemed to be on the verge of crumbling. From then on, he did not dare to neglect it anymore. This was the first time that XiaoMo discovered that refining magic pills was such a hectic affair. His spirit was weary and strength was exhausted during the half-month as he did not have any mental preparations. He also suffered a severe psychological blow from wasting a pair of magic herbs due to a mistake. So when the auction came, he was still in a state of having only a breath of life left. "Sonny, quickly get up, we're setting off soon." Junqi walked over to find his darling son still sleeping in bed. Xiaomo's sleeping posture was barely passable, looking soft and floppy. XiaoMo turned over and faced his butt towards Junqi. Sonny Jun continued to vary his pitch as he tiptoed to the bed. He looked through the curtain at his son's sleeping face and almost drooled. This was the first time he saw his son's sleeping face and it was indeed as lovely as he had imagined. Ling Xiao caught a glimpse of the idiot father and son duo when he came in. He then opened his mouth and shouted at a certain someone who was pretending to be dead on the bed, "You idiot, if you don't get up, I'll go by myself." XiaoMo, who was pretending to be dead, immediately opened his eyes and jumped up from the bed. He hurriedly exclaimed, "No, don't. I'm up, you can't abandon me here." Junqi was saddened. His son once again neglected his father. XiaoMo was not in the mood to look after the delicate mental state of his cheap dad and spent 5 minutes to immediately tidy himself up. The opening time of the auction was not set too early, but many people would choose to go earlier to avoid missing the opening since all the items sold in the auction were all quality goods. After the sun had fully risen, the 3 people were led by the Black Crow to the auction venue. The speed of the Black Crow was extremely fast, as if it was deliberately trying to make people lose their trail. One may not be able to keep up if they were not a genuine powerhouse. It went without saying that the Black Spider did not want their location exposed to too many people. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped after following the Black Crow for 1,000 kilometers. XiaoMo also stopped. He turned his head to ask in surprise, "What's the matter?" Junqi was also puzzled. "I once saw a kind of activity called kite flying in the world of mortals at a middle-level realm," Ling Xiao said suddenly without rhyme or reason. XiaoMo stared blankly for a moment. The next second his entire expression brightened. His eyes particularly seemed to be like a night pearl radiating brilliant rays of light as his mouth split open in a grin. His reaction was always exceptionally fast towards such bad hobbies. Junqi was not able to connect to their brainwaves. He was completely baffled upon hearing this sentence, but he soon understood. It was generally assumed that the black spider would host an auction in a place like a mountain off the beaten track, as only in this manner would they not be prematurely exposed. However, everyone who reached the auction venue knew that their idea was wrong. Moreover, it was so excessively wrong because the auction was not in the mountains, but in a small town in Zhongtian. That small town was the Ebony Plum Town. The Ebony Plum Town was an unremarkable and small town, but the flow of people there was 2 or 3 times more than another small town of the same level. Although one reason was that Ebony Plum Town had a miniature dimensional teleportation portal, how many people could actually afford to use the dimensional teleportation portal? Therefore, the real reason for the Ebony Plum Town's prosperity was actually due to the auction of the Black Spider, which was located underground beneath Ebony Plum Town. XiaoMo could finally understand why the Black Spider understood their whereabouts so thoroughly after knowing this. It turned out that they had been in other people's territory. Ebony Plum Town was as lively as ever. Unknown to the people of Ebony Plum Town and those who passed through, hidden beneath the prosperity was a grand auction that was about to be held. Many fractions in the Tongtian continent would gather beneath their feet at noon. The entrance to the auction was not at the entrance to Ebony Plum Town, but in the dense and thick mountainous area 1 kilometer to the right of Ebony Plum Town. With a chain of continuous mountain ranges between the entrance and the forest, as long as one did not go rummaging there, almost no one would find it. At this moment, between the stretch of long and unbroken hills, was a continuous stream of people arriving behind the mountains. Each of them were well-known figures. After casting a sweeping glance around their surroundings, they then headed down toward an entrance guarded by 2 powerhouses wearing black robes. Only until the sun was reaching its zenith did a black crow that should not be appear fly over. The black crow leading the way generally lead the guests invited by the Black Spider to the foot of the huge mountain outside Ebony Plum Town before leaving. Since the morning, there had never been the phenomenon of a black crow flying inside. Thus, the abrupt appearance of the black crow succeeded in attracting everyone's attention, including 2 black-robed men guarding the entrance. The black crow was flying askew, and upon looking closely one could see a thin thread tied to its claws. It was extremely long and how far it stretched was unknown. When the black crow attempted to fly to the 2 men in black robes, the thread was suddenly pulled and the black crow went jie as it cried out and dropped like a stone while fluttering its wings. When it fell on the hill, the thread once again moved and pulled it backwards. The crowd followed the thin thread to the top of the hill. 10 seconds later, 3 figures appeared. The thin thread was the hands of the young man in the middle. Before long, the black crow was left dangling from the hands of the young man. Different people would have different understandings about this idea of using the black crow to guide the way. However, people with brains would all think of the same thing. Being led around by a domesticated animal and running behind it with its speed always varying really made people feel uncomfortable. There was a feeling of being toyed around by it, so many people would feel like they had lost face even if it was a guide. This was the first reason. The second was that it would be even more humiliating if they were not able to keep pace with it. How could one be toyed with by a domesticated animal? So all the people who arrived here actually caught their black crows, but they released them outside the mountain. People like them who tied their black crow as if they were flying a kite were really unique. Fuck, this is too freaking awesome. Who are they? A man who was shocked by their action could not help swearing. However, they were soon recognized. They had changed back to the original appearance so very few people recognized them, but with the affair with Ji Rui from the Demon Phoenix clan made many people know what they look like. It's XiaoMo who was wanted by the Vermilion Blood clan and that Ling Xiao. I didn't think they'd dare to appear. I remember the Vermilion Blood clan seems to have entered already, but they would surely meet once they go in. Interesting, we've got a good show to watch now. XiaoMo untied the thin thread and the black crow immediately flew away as if it was running for its life. The journey from Central City to Ebony Plum Town filled it to the brim with grief. Perhaps it ought to rejoice that it had traveled most of the way by a dimensional teleportation portal, or it would have been tormented to death while halfway through the journey. Not many people witnessed this scene as it was almost time for the auction to begin and many people had already gone in. The three then entered the auction venue after releasing the Black Crow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 555. Chapter 555, Familiar Faces and More Familiar Faces. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Though the Black Spiders auctions weren't the number one in Tongtian continent, they were very renowned. Since this was a black market, many people who had certain needs would swarm in, and because of the unknown yet powerful faction behind them, they had quite a high position in the Tongtian continent. No one knew when Ebony Plum Town's underground auction had been created, but the buildings seemed to have quite a few years to them, and it seemed like it was just a sub-faction. XiaoMo and company entered through the entrance of the auction, a tunnel crafted entirely from white luminous fragments. This was an extremely tough but beautiful ore. It looked very luxurious, and the end of the tunnel made one's eyes light up further. Though they were underground, the place was magnificent and gave people a feeling of awe. The underground area had been scooped out, and the massive auction house was visible to the naked eye, like the Roman Colosseum. There was a large dais in the very middle and countless seats surrounding it. There were no special VIP box seats or anything. Everyone sat together. The ceiling of the auction house was covered in a layer of white luminous fragments, which prevented the possibility of a cave-in. They had arrived rather late and the auction was a bustle of action already. People flowed in from different entrances, trying to find a seat. The empty seats soon filled, and many people didn't know each other. Some even hid their faces. XiaoMo was surprised by this since many of these people weren't all that powerful. It wasn't until later that he was told that most of these people were old customers or regulars to the auction, and some were people who often brought obscure items to be sold at the auction. Since they had been registered before, they didn't need invitations to attend. However, most people were just there to watch. Of course, if they could become one of the Black Spiders regulars, then they must be talented. That was when a female attendant walked towards them, smiling softly. "Do you three gentlemen have an invitation?" XiaoMo handed over their invite. The female attendant accepted it and glanced over it to confirm their identities. Her smile became exceedingly bright. "Guests with black invites sit in the first row. If you could head all the way down." XiaoMo took back the invite. No wonder the people at the very bottom seemed so familiar, and the area was more empty. The others all seemed to be avoiding that area. The first row was almost full. Walking down, he could see those familiar faces he had seen in the Tsung Alliance. "I won't go down with you guys," Junqi suddenly said, halfway down. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao simultaneously turned their heads to look at him, the latter looking conflicted. "All right, then you can go and find a place to wait." XiaoMo didn't ask why, agreeing instantly. Junqi's expression became teary. "Sonny, aren't you going to ask Daddy why?" XiaoMo shrugged. "Do I even need to ask? It has to be because you don't want any of the Vermilion Blood Clan to see you, so you're avoiding them, right?" Junqi's face immediately broke out into a smile, hugging him and saying in excitement, "Sonny, you really understand your daddy." The corner of XiaoMo's lips twitched. He'd rather not understand. Xiaoha. He suddenly heard someone calling his name, the name he had abandoned. Right now, many people already knew he wasn't called Xiaoha, so who would call him that? XiaoMo turned and saw a young man on the second row waving at him. The young man seemed familiar. "He's Dao Yun, and the person in front of him is his master, the elusive thief god," Ling Xiao whispered into his ear. XiaoMo suddenly remembered. Seems like this kid finally found his master, and they were truly master and disciple now. Just as the thought passed through his mind, he suddenly felt a chill at his back. There was a blinding gaze on him that he couldn't ignore. XiaoMo looked in the direction of the gaze and met Yu Tian's eyes. His gaze was determined yet greedy, as if he was trying to dissect XiaoMo. In that moment, he felt as if his entire soul was being penetrated. It was a terrible feeling. Ling Xiao suddenly stepped in front of him and the feeling disappeared. "Let's go down." XiaoMo nodded and suddenly remembered his cheap dad. He looked around. Yu Junqi had already disappeared who knows when. There were still a few seats in the first row. Ling Xiao pulled XiaoMo over and took two. Though the first row was given to the powerful factions, the ones who actually were allowed to sit there were Yu Tian and the other sacred-level powerhouses, as well as the ones on the 10 god rankings. As for their clansmen, they took up the seats behind these people. It was the same for the other factions. XiaoMo, sitting with a bunch of people whose strength far exceeded his own, expressed that he felt no pressure at all. Dao Yun and his master were 4 seats away from them, making talking rather inconvenient, so XiaoMo simply nodded towards them and turned away. Since Dao Yun had yelled Yu Xiaoha, over half of the people in the auction house were looking at them. After all, the main character of all those rumors very rarely appeared in public. They had to take this chance to get a good look at the two and their true appearances. Of course, there were some who looked at them like they wanted to kill them. For example, sitting diagonally opposite them was Ji Rue, who they had fought a mere half-month ago. With her constitution as a member of the Demon Phoenix clan, her internal injuries had long since healed, but her broken reputation wasn't something she could easily get back. Apart from her, there was also the second elder of the Demon Phoenix clan. The second elder wasn't looking at them without malice. He was Ji Yunlang's grandfather, Ji He. It was expected that he wanted to kill them. Then there was the Qilin clan. Coincidentally, there were also familiar faces. While that young master called Lin Haowu didn't look at them with a gaze that said he wanted to rip their skin off, his eyes were full of disgust and hatred. After counting, he found that he and Ling Xiao were practically hated by the Demon Phoenix clan, the Vermilion Blood clan and the Qilin clan, 3 powerful factions. A normal person would probably be trying to get drunk off their ass in regret at having bad blood with even one of the 3. XiaoMo retracted his gaze and looked towards his left. Wei Bai's pale face was the first thing he saw. Seeing that his attention was finally on this side of the room, Wei Bai's cold expression revealed a hint of a smile. "Xiao shitty, thank you." XiaoMo wasn't sure how to react at first. Wei Bai continued in a low tone, "I've heard from my teacher. I thank you for the pill recipe. You don't need to thank me. I'm not giving it to you for free. I'll be asking for payment soon enough." XiaoMo scratched his head. He wasn't so generous. Wei Bai smiled. "The pill recipe my teacher had failed to find for 200 years was found by you. You deserve this thanks, otherwise I would have died." His life had been sustained by medicine, and he had long since become tired of it. Now, he had something to hope for. "Don't say that, second Xixian, you'll get better, but thank you for your blessings." XiaoMo didn't realize this, but in a place he couldn't see, there was a person cursing him with murderous intent. Though his eyes could no longer see, his heart was filled with a terrible hatred. This person was Zhang Lu. His beautiful future had been once again ruined when the two had reappeared. Ever since he became blind, all the consequences of his rapid advancement began to occur. Using soul force weakened him, and when he tried to refine pills, it would congest or freeze, reducing his success rate to lower than 10%. If it wasn't for what little value he still held, the Vermilion Blood clan would have disposed of him already. Zhang Lu hated them, and wanted nothing more than to rip off their skin and drain their blood. However, he had no power, so he could only pray that they died soon, pray that Yu Tian killed them soon. Zhang Lu knew he had become twisted. He had no way out, so he could only twist himself further. If he had not been blinded, then he would kill XiaoMo no matter what he had to give up to do it. The gong sounded timely, signaling the beginning of the auction. The lively auction house slowly quietened, and a man appeared on the center stage. He seemed around 30 and was the only member of the Black Spider that showed his true face. He was the auctioneer of the auction today, a 7-star divine level. In an auction house where powerhouses were a dime a dozen, his power was only second to those sitting in the first row, sans XiaoMo and Wei Bai. Welcome, everyone, to the Black Spider's auction. Before the auction begins officially, can everyone please turn their attention to the crystal tablet in front of them? In the following auctions, you can enter the price you're offering through the crystal tablet. It was only then that XiaoMo noticed the items. They were the same as the ones in the Giganticus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 556. Chapter 556, The Sommelier and Spirit Wine. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The crystal tablet was directly connected with the floor and then extended towards the auction block. Seeing through a tablet did in fact reduce the noise of a typical auction. XiaoMo had always thought that this stuff was even more high-tech than the high-tech stuff in the modern world. However, he also heard that these kind of crystal tablets were not common in the Tongtian continent, not because it was rejected but because the limited quantity of these crystal stones. According to what he heard, there was only one place that had these crystal stones, and it was an extremely dangerous place. Only those who were truly strong had a way to mine them. After the auctioneer finished his introductions, he announced the start of the auction. Every item rose from below the auction stand, which reduced labor cost and showed off its convenience. Normally an auction would start off with some lesser valuable stuff, but since the auction items of the Black Spiders were known as quality goods, the opening was designed to not be too bad either. The first item was a cauldron known as the Red Eagle Cauldron. It was shaped like a red eagle taking flight, hence the name. Although it was only ranked 99, towards the bottom, there were still a lot of people fighting over it. If it could get into the top 100, then it was guaranteed to be something good. With the effective and persuasive introduction of the auctioneer, the crowd became excited too. There were a portion of mages amongst the attendees and thus there were a fair amount of people aiming for the Red Eagle Cauldron. Under the competitive bidding of the crowd, the Red Eagle Cauldron was finally sold at 2,055,000 spirit gems. The price shook XiaoMo. Back then, he bid 11 million spirit gems to get the Heavenly Cauldron. The difference between the two prices wasn't much. However, the Heavenly Cauldron was ranked 7th on the rankings, its value wasn't even comparable to the Red Eagle Cauldron. Seeing the situation now, he realized that he really got it for cheap. If it was his Heavenly Cauldron being auctioned instead, the highest bid would definitely go over tens of millions. After that, a few more items were sold and none were below 1 million spirit gems. The fifth item was a bit surprising as it was a bottle of wine. XiaoMo widened his eyes and looked curiously at the wine on the auction table. Why would there be wine at an auction like this? One could really learn something new every day. This is spirit wine brewed by a sommelier. Ling Zhao's voice appeared lightly beside his ear. XiaoMo turned towards him to ask, "Sommelier?" Ling Xiao explained dryly, "There's actually another occupation in the Tongtian continent and that is sommeliers. Their spirit wine can help in the recovery of soul power, but it's not a popular occupation and most sommeliers are also drunkards. A proportion of their wine would be sold but most of it would be left for themselves." XiaoMo nodded in understanding. Basically, the use of a sommelier was straightforward, to speed the recovery of soul power. But, if it was just that, then most people would probably prefer to eat magic pills instead. XiaoMo suddenly thought of another question, but if it's like you said, then these kinds of spirit wine can't be considered a unique item. Why would it appear in the auction? Even spirit wines have differences in quality. Ling Xiao said bored, but continued, "This wine is probably a high-quality one. Normally, the higher the quality, the faster the recovery speed, but since there aren't many sommeliers to begin with, one-of-a-kind spirit wines are rare. As they were talking, the auctioneer had already opened the spirit wine. XiaoMo took a sniff and without much surprise, he could smell a delightful fragrance of wine in the air that made him shiver. Although he rarely drank wine, most men wouldn't reject the notion of drinking. Especially for drunkards, this spirit wine was just as attractive as a transcendent-level soul training manual. Then, do you know what ingredients are used in the brewing? XiaoMo asked with interest. If possible, being a sommelier was a pretty good option and he could gift the wine too. Ling Xiao glanced over and without thinking, he knew exactly what was going on in that head of his. You do meet the requirements, if you want to be a sommelier. Supposedly, all of these wines are brewed from magic herbs, but that's not enough, you need recipes too. XiaoMo was a little disappointed at that, he didn't have any recipes. But just as he was pondering over it, he heard something very attractive coming out from the auctioneer's mouth. As you can probably smell, this is a top-quality spirit wine and with one sip, one can quickly regain soul power. I believe that many wine lovers seated here today would be highly interested, so I'll tell everyone another surprise. The owner of the spirit wine has decided to gift its recipe to the bidder. As his words fell, many were pleasantly surprised. Some weren't interested in the wine itself, but if they could have the recipe, then that would mean they could brew it regularly. Who doesn't like a recovery item? However, for those who really like to compare while shopping, they often believed that spirit wines weren't as good as magic pills. It was also more expensive, thus comparatively, they were less interested. XiaoMo was also pleasantly surprised and he rubbed his hands together in anticipation. After all, others would have to consider the cost of brewing wine but he didn't. The baseline price was 200,000 spirit gems. One could buy a lot of recovery magic pills with 200,000 spirit gems, but the competition was different now with the recipe included. The amount of bidders increased tenfolds. Little shitty, you also want this spirit wine? Wei Bai, who sat beside them, asked as he saw XiaoMo looking at the spirit wine bright-eyed. His body wasn't suited for alcohol so he wasn't interested. XiaoMo laughed at that and said, I'm more interested in the recipe. But Wei Bai thought about it and said, if you want to bid for the last few items, then it's better if you don't spend so much on other things. That was the reason those forces in the front row hadn't made a move yet. It was to ensure that they were going to get what they really wanted and not waste spirit gems. After all, if they lost a bid because of that then they were really going to cough up blood. Don't worry, second Shixiong, I know. XiaoMo replied with confidence, he hadn't told him yet that he had a whole ley line worth of spirit gems. Ling Xiao told him that the thing that happened on the wild plain must be kept a secret. If it was to get out, then those looking for them would expand from the Vermilion Blood Clan to all of the Tongtian continent. It had always been the case that, with the discovery at the wild plain, bloodshed ensued. After some bidding, 90% had given up and all that was left were fairly competent competitions. The price of the spirit wine had also gone from 200,000 to 8 million, that was 40-fold. If there wasn't a recipe then the price of the spirit wine itself wouldn't have gone beyond 1 million spirit gems. It was a surprising result for many people. Seeing that the time was right, XiaoMo typed his bid on the crystal stone tablet. A second later, the auctioneer announced his bid, number 15 offers 10 million spirit gems, will anyone go higher? Number 15 was XiaoMo's seat. Every chair had a noticeable number in front of it. Once one participated in the bid, the seat number and bid amount would be reflected on the auctioneer's tablet. It was the first time that a front-row powerhouse participated in a bid. With that, everyone's gaze couldn't help but be drawn over. Once they found out that it was XiaoMo, they couldn't but criticize internally. To spend 10 million spirit gems just for a wine recipe, idiotic. As the thought crossed their mind, some already eliminated them as competitors for the final goods. Since they were always alone, their identity had been found out and combined with their grudge against the Vermilion Blood Clan, no one expected them to be rich. At most they probably had around 100 million. After the auctioneer called out a few more times with no response, he was about to finalize the deal when suddenly, a line of text appeared on his tablet. The auctioneer paused before reading, "Number 31 offers 15 million spirit gems." XiaoMo was astonished. Who was this generous with money that they just added 5 million? Once he looked over towards number 31, what appeared was an annoying face, Lin Haowu from the Qilin clan. At first he thought that Lin Haowu was also interested in the recipe until they looked over with a provoking gaze. Then he knew it was intentional. The Qilin clan was different from the Vermilion Blood clan and the Demon Phoenix clan. They had never made enemies with the Qilin clan, although judging from their attitude towards Ling Xiao, it was never going to be good. Now, however, was simply Lin Haowu being disagreeable. Was he trying to pick on them or something? XiaoMo took a look at his complacent expression and held back his desire to punch the shit out of him. Lin Haowu, good for you, I didn't even mess with you, but you, on the other hand, decided to mess with me. From now on, you better not bid on anything else, cause I'm going to make you cry like a baby. XiaoMo added 5 million more spirit gems as he grinded his teeth. This number was a lot less to make Lin Haowu think he was at his limit and thus not randomly add any more. Understandably, Lin Haowu was pleased with his reaction, thinking that he had made XiaoMo bleed a little. His whole expression lightened up. Also, he stopped his price pushing. This kind of thing was very common in auctions, especially the non-official ones like the Black Spider auction. There was nothing preventing them from increasing the price, thus if there was a grudge, or if one just did not see eye to eye with someone, they could do it. However, if someone got the item and couldn't pay, then they must be prepared to face the wrath of the Black Spider. In the end, both the recipe and the wine fell into XiaoMo's hands. The auction continued on and many quality items appeared. The major forces also started bidding, and whenever that happened, everyone else would stop competing. After all, this amount of face should be given. Also, it was not like they could win in a financial battle either. As the sun started to set outside, the inside was still bright as daylight. With everyone's attention on the continuous stream of treasures, almost no one realized the actual time. Above them, the white sparkling minerals shone brightly. It wasn't the first time that XiaoMo had attended one of these extended auctions. His focus was also on the treasures on the auction stand. As things progressed further, the auction was nearing the end with about 1/5 of the items left. Even if the items were not for the finale, they were all treasures amongst treasures. "Do you want that?" Ling Xiao said beside his ear. Currently on the table was a batch of magic herbs. This wasn't a common occurrence, and more importantly, 2/3 were transcendent level magic herbs. Not only that, as a gift, there was also a batch of high quality transcendent level magic seeds. XiaoMo hesitated before saying, "I want it but also don't." Over the past half a month he had used up quite a lot of transcendent level magic herbs, so he no longer had many in stock. The rest were still growing in his magic herb field. If he knew beforehand, he would have stocked up transcendent level magic herbs earlier. Based on that, he should bid on these magic herbs, but it just didn't feel right, and he couldn't explain why either, just a gut feeling. "So do you want it or not?" "I want it." Ling Xiao looked at him and started to input the price in tablet. XiaoMo didn't even have time to stop him. This bastard couldn't have announced a sky-high price, right? He knew very well what Ling Xiao was like when bidding. It wasn't long before the auctioneer announced the price. "Number 17 offers 120 million, is there a higher bid?" Normally, if there was a lot of competition, the auctioneer would announce the highest bid. If he didn't announce the others, then that meant their bid was lower. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao as he had seen a ghost. He genetically mutated? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557. Chapter 557, The Wolf of Gluttony's Life Crystal. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Why are you looking at me like that? Ling Xiao saw his stunned expression from the corner of his eyes, but his own expression was very calm and collected, as if he didn't understand what XiaoMo was thinking. XiaoMo rubbed away the expression on his face. What price did you just offer? Ling Xiao curled his lips. 110 million spirit gems. XiaoMo was surprised again. The lowest price was 100 million, so he actually only added another 10 million spirit gems? Ling Xiao raised his eyebrows. Is there a problem? No, XiaoMo still felt that the current Ling Xiao was very hard to believe. His character had really changed. There were even more magic herbs in the auction than the amount that Wu Cheng had helped him find, and their prices definitely wouldn't be lower than 130 million spirit gems. Yet Ling Xiao had only offered a price of 110 million, and even said that this was just testing the waters? Transcendent level magic herbs were very attractive to all powerful people, so there were quite a few people competing for them. However, in order to ensure that they would have adequate funds for later, there weren't very many people who were bidding, and they were all people with some assets. By the time the two of them finished their discussion, the price had already gone up by 30 million, overtaking the initial price that XiaoMo had offered. But it hadn't reached the limit yet, so there were still people who were raising the price. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao's character had changed, then he could pay. After the 110 million spirit gems sank into the sea, Ling Xiao didn't immediately act this time. When he saw the price continuing to rise endlessly, his eyebrows didn't even move, remaining unperturbed as if he wasn't going to bid again. The competition very quickly reached the tail end of its stage, and only two major powers had persisted until the very end. They were separated into Dongzhou's two strongest powers, the Guma tribe and the True Dragon clan. The Guma tribe lacked magic herbs and mages. The True Dragon clan didn't lack magic herbs, but just because they didn't lack magic herbs, that didn't mean that they had all kinds of them. They had only entered the competition because there was a magic herb among the ones being sold that they had been searching for. But if the price continued to rise, the True Dragon clan would have to withdraw from the competition. The Guma tribe had no faith in the finale items brought out at the end, so they could only do all they could to bid for the rest of the items. At least that way they wouldn't return empty-handed. When the auctioneer shouted out 215 million, the auction house had already quieted down. This price had already exceeded the magic herb's total value, and furthermore, it was the first time that something had gone over 200 million since the auction house opened. The auctioneer glanced in the True Dragon clan's direction. The latter's eyebrows were knitted tightly together, and finally, he shook his head and his hand left the spirit gem board. But at the same time, the auctioneer's spirit gem board changed its information. When he saw the price, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before he instantly announced loudly, "Number 14 offers a price of 250 million spirit gems, will anyone go even higher?" But who was number 14? Number 15's neighbor. Everyone looked with strange expressions at Ling Xiao. They had all thought that they didn't have a lot of spirit gems. It seemed that they couldn't judge someone's wealth by the number of people they had. When Lin Hao heard this statement from across them, he was already so mad that his face was ashen. So the one being played was him, yet there he was still feeling pleased with himself. "Hao, from now on, you shouldn't try to be too clever." The old man sitting in front of Lin Hao suddenly said indifferently. He wasn't Lin Hang, but he was one of the Qilin clan's elders. If Lin Gu had told Ling Xiao, he would have known that this old man was his mother's father, Lin Tian. The reason Lin Tian appeared here was half because of the auction and half because of Ling Xiao. He had only seen Ling Xiao once when he was born, so he wanted to see how Ling Xiao, who was abandoned by the Qilin clan, had grown up. But it made him feel disappointed. He had just returned to Tongtian continent for not very long and he had already caused so much ruckus. Indeed, he was just like his father, not likable at all. Lin Hao was given a scare, and he didn't dare to act on his own accord again. the Guma tribe and the True Dragon clan didn't continue to raise the price. This price had already surpassed their bottom line. No matter how much they wanted those magic herbs, they also weren't willing to waste too much money. Moreover, the True Dragon clan just wanted one of the magic herbs from the bunch. Therefore, the magic herbs fell into master plotter Ling Xiao's hands. After watching the whole thing, XiaoMo felt that he had trusted Ling Xiao too early. This fellow had always been someone who wouldn't rest unless he shocked other people. One definitely couldn't look down on him. What XiaoMo didn't know was that Yu Tian was currently watching them with shining eyes, and several calculating flashes of light seemed to glint across his eyes. These herbs were only the appetizer before the apex. The auctioneer knew that they had all been anticipating the upcoming items for a long time now, so he didn't waste time and told them to directly bring out the first of the finale auction items. Everyone immediately craned their necks. A small pocket-sized jade bottle appeared on the auction stage. In order for it to be a life crystal that could serve as one of the finale items, its level most likely had to exceed level 12. Everyone's breathing grew heavy at once. The amount of energy that could fill a level 12 life crystal was incomparably enormous. Rumor had it that the life crystal of a level 12 demon beast could possibly allow someone to break through the barrier of the sacred realm and the divine realm. Although it wasn't as effective as a rainbow pill, the opportunity was still hard to come by. Moreover, once one absorbed the life crystal's energy, they could also advance. Some people had come just for the level 12 life crystal. XiaoMo was a little interested, but he wasn't preparing to bid. He still had a divine 3-star level life crystal that he hadn't used yet, so even if he got another one he couldn't use it. Furthermore, even if they were the richest person on Tongtian continent, they couldn't just spend money like this. The auctioneer started to introduce the life crystal's background. As everyone can see, this is a level 12 1-star demon beast's life crystal. I won't speak much about its effects, as I trust everyone already knows. The bidding starts at 250 million. Everyone can begin the bidding. Wait a moment. Just then, a man who was wrapped entirely in a black robe stood up from the auction box. When the auctioneer looked over, he said, "I want to know which demon beast this life crystal is from, as well as its history." When he said this, all of the people who had just begun to move withdrew their hands again. The background of a life crystal of a level 12 demon beast should be clarified beforehand, or the clan members that it attracted would lose more than they gained. In reality, even if the black-robed man hadn't asked, the people who were interested in it would have also asked. The auctioneer narrowed his eyes. His appearance at that moment finally made people believe that he was also part of the Black Spider. Several seconds later, the auctioneer relaxed his expression and explained, "It is the Wolf of Gluttony's life crystal." But everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of air. The Wolf of Gluttony was also greedy, and it was one of the famous 7 sins beasts. There had only ever been one of its kind, and if it was truly the Wolf of Gluttony's life crystal, then that meant that that Wolf of Gluttony had already died. In the future, a new Wolf of Gluttony might appear again, but nobody knew how many years later it would be. The 7 sins beasts were 7 ferocious beasts that were renowned since ancient times. Although their reputation wasn't as amazing as the 4 divine emperor beasts, their ferocious reputation was still very impressive and famous. The 7 sins beasts were 7 brothers, and they were extremely close to each other. If the other 6 knew that the Wolf of Gluttony had already died, there was no way they would just let it go at that. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but hesitate. XiaoMo was also stunned. This Wolf of Gluttony couldn't be Lanqiu's brother that went missing, right? He grabbed Ling Xiao's sleeve and said quietly, "Ling Xiao." "Yes." XiaoMo choked for a moment because of him and stayed silent for 2 seconds before he couldn't resist asking, "Do you know what I'm about to say?" Ling Xiao said, not quickly or slowly, "It doesn't matter what you're about to say, my answer will always the same." XiaoMo. Besides Lanqiu, who was relatively weak and didn't have much of a reputation, all of the other 7 sins beasts were powerful. Aside from the Wolf of Gluttony, there was still 2 level 12 demon beasts among the 7 brothers. If someone was targeted by them, no matter if they were from a clan or an individual, they would have to be prepared to be entangled with them forever. There were many people participating in the auction, so it was impossible if they didn't want things to leak out. Now all there was left to see was who would dare to take on the big trouble of the 7 sins beasts. The only ones who could, besides the Tongtian Palace, were the 8 major powers of the Tongtian continent. Of course there were others, like the Xuanyu Hotel's Divine Realm expert, who had also planned to bid for this life crystal, but because it was the 7 sins beasts Wolf of Gluttony's life crystal, those plans died prematurely. Originally he wanted to depend on this life crystal to break into the Divine Realm and become a true Sacred Realm expert, but there was no way the current Xuanyu Hotel could afford to provoke the 7 sins beasts. For a moment, nobody dared to name a price. None of the 4 Qilin clans offered a price. Since ancient times, the elders of the clan had been friendly with the 7 sins beasts. Moreover, only demon beasts could understand demon beasts' madness. The 7 sins beasts also had a nickname during the ancient times. It was the 7 mad dogs. Every generation of 7 sins beasts was like this. Seeing the situation, the auctioneer's face became gloomy, and a hidden hint of ill will flashed across his eyes as he looked at the black-robed person who had just spoke. Not a single member of the Black Spider was a good person, including him. At that moment, a row of words appeared on the spirit gem board. The auctioneer shot a glance at the man sitting in the number 1 seat. He had thought that he wouldn't be the first to act, but in the end he had exceeded his expectations. The auctioneer said in a loud and clear voice, "Number 1 bids 300 million spirit gems, is there anyone who will bid higher?" Everyone burst into an uproar. Wasn't the number 1 spot the Vermilion Blood Clan's Yuzhen Tian? He had quite some guts, if he truly dared to bring the Wolf of Gluttony's life crystal back home. However, it wasn't hard to understand either. The Vermilion Blood Clan truly did need to cultivate another Sacred Realm expert. The crowd looked meaningfully at Ling, Xiao and XiaoMo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 558. Chapter 558, Artificially Inflating the Price. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. 300 million for a level 12 life crystal was still a great buy. Thus, the auctioneer thought that it would be fine as long as the sale of the items did not fail while he was the auctioneer. In any case, he was not the one who took this life crystal out for auction, so it did not matter what the price was. XiaoMo felt that he did not want to let others take it away since he knew this life crystal was Lanqiu's brother. This was especially so when his competitor for the life crystal was Yuzhen Tian. Anyway, they were already embroiled in an unceasing conflict with the Vermilion Blood Clan, and offending them again made no difference, not like he could kill them right here right now. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao resolutely and started speaking. Ling Xiao directly threw 2 words to him: bid. XiaoMo. Here we go again. It was very annoying for Ling Xiao to have some sort of telepathic connection in his heart to him. At least let him finish speaking. XiaoMo entered the price under his own name. This action was a rare shot at heroism for him. He could admit that he wanted to see what the expression would be like on Yuzhen Tian's face. After all, they were still nephew and uncle by blood. When the auctioneer saw the price put forth by XiaoMo, he finally smiled with satisfaction. Number 15's bid is 400 million. Then he looked at Yuzhen Tian. Yuzhen Tian's expression did not change, yet his gaze was extremely dark. Everyone was astonished when they heard this familiar number 15 again, but soon after, they showed an expression conveying understanding. They had seen the light. This was maliciously bidding up the price to make the Vermilion Blood Clan bleed money. Yuzhen Tian expressionlessly increased his bid. The bid price of 400 million then became 450 million. This had developed to the point where no other forces wanted to join in this fight. It seemed that Yu Xintian determined to win this life crystal based on his attitude, but they did not have to worry that Yu Xintian would be able to easily win this life crystal. As a matter of fact, his foe was currently maliciously raising the price. XiaoMo ignored Yu Xintian's dark gaze and put his hand on the crystal slab again. He thought about it for a moment before adding a heavy bombshell. The auctioneer's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he cried out, "Number 15's bid is 600 million. Are there any higher bids?" Yu Xintian's face turned black. The entire auction hall fell silent. They had profoundly experienced XiaoMo's maliciousness. It seemed that he hated the Vermilion Blood clan a lot. Although most people did not really understand the resentment between him and the Vermilion Blood clan, they knew that the real facts would definitely not be the same as what the Vermilion Blood clan had disclosed. They are seeking for death. This XiaoMo is too bold. Is he not afraid that Yu Xintian would suddenly give the item up and entrap him instead? I think he's certain that Yu Xintian will not give up. That's not necessarily true. If Yu Xintian is pushed too far, it is possible that he may give it up. Now let's see who will give up first. When Yu Xintian backs off, XiaoMo will definitely be skinned and flayed to the bone by the black spider. A brother with a standard gloating expression stated. The majority had the same notion as him and did not believe that XiaoMo would still have spirit gems on him. Yu Xintian's face was livid as he entered his bid for the third time on the crystal slab. The price of 600 million was too excessive. He could not limitlessly raise the price again and just entered a conservative price. Following which, he then glared viciously at XiaoMo as if he was saying, "Increase your bid again if you have the guts." XiaoMo moved closer to Ling Xiao to share a portion of pressure before he continued to raise the price without the slightest hesitation from 620 million to 650 million. When the auctioneer shouted this amount out, Yu Xintian stood up as he let out a sound expressing surprise. The aura of a high-star sacred realm expert bypassed the auctioneer in the middle and surged towards XiaoMo and Ling Xiao with the intent to attack from mid-air. Its momentum was colossal and relentless. In the Black Spider's auction, using one's aura to oppress others was permissible as long as one did not physically come to blows, so they would not step in to stop it. Without waiting for Ling Xiao's reaction, another aura which did not lose out to Yu Xintian burst out from beside them, intercepting the aura attack of Yu Xintian in mid-air. The pressure from two auras made the people at the auction feel an uncomfortable sense of oppression. The one who stepped in was Fu Sanxiong. Everyone was stunned, then they immediately thought of the words that the Tsang Alliance had released half a month ago. Sure enough, it was more than just hot air. It seemed that the Tsang Alliance would defend XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Yu Xintian, you are an elder. Yet you actually made a move on two juniors because you were shamed into anger. This is not the demeanor befitting an expert. Don't tell me that you are a sore loser? Fu Sanxiong laughed brightly, yet he spared no effort to denunciate him. Yu Xintian was enraged. "Fu Sanxiong, the Vermilion Blood clan will take you as an enemy if you are determined to protect them. Are you sure you want to incite a war between the Vermilion Blood clan and the Tsang Alliance for the sake of both of them? Yu Xintian, I'll declare my stance here today. I will definitely protect them even if this means becoming enemies with the Vermilion Blood clan. You'll have to get through me if you want to touch them." Fu Sanxiong's voice was so calm that it did not seem like a declaration of sides, and was as if he was merely chatting. Yu Xintian's expression was sinister as he lividly shouted good 3 times in succession, "Fu Sanxiong, I, Yu Xintian, will remember your words today." With that, he then withdrew the pressure he released. Fu Sanxiong did not take his words to heart. He had foreseen this scene long before he had agreed to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's request. Although the struggle between the Tsang Alliance and the Vermilion Blood clan was brought forward much earlier than he had expected, he was willing to do so for the sake of his little apprentice. Everyone immediately felt relieved once the two pressures dispersed. The strength of a high-star sacred realm expert was really frightening and they were nearly unable to bear that oppression. Soon after, Yu Zhentian threw out a sky-high price of 700 million as if he was throwing his life away. Everyone could that this was probably Yu Zhentian's final bid. Each and every one then turned to XiaoMo. Would he pull the tiger's fur or quit at this point? XiaoMo did not keep everyone in suspense. He tactlessly added another 20 million spirit gems on top of the last bid of 700 million. Although every increase in the bid price must not be less than 5 million, he added 20 million as he did not want others to think he was maliciously raising the price. Then he had his wish fulfilled as he provoked Yu Zhentian and the auctioneer. Neither the auctioneer nor the others thought that XiaoMo still had 720 million spirit gems in his pocket. Not only did action of his make the Black Spider lose out on the sum of 700 million spirit gems, the sale of the life crystal of the Wolf of Gluttony could be considered as failed. Furthermore, they would inevitably come to cause trouble when news of the life crystal being sold spread to the ears of the Seven Sins beasts. The Black Spider still could not reveal their strength at this moment. XiaoMo's face fell upon seeing that he had managed to win the bid for the life crystal. His expression was obscure and it was hard to tell what he was thinking about. Everyone thought that he had regretted his actions. After that, the auctioneer sold off several pieces of treasures, including transcendent-level soul and skill training manuals and rainbow-level magic pills and pill recipes. Practically every major force had a life-or-death struggle over the first two. The 4 divine emperor beasts mainly bidded for the latter items. Some were happy and some were worried. After all, there were only a limited number of items. It was impossible for all forces to be satisfied. XiaoMo did not fan the flames again when Yu Zhentian participated in the bidding for the items coming after. Many people assumed that he was afraid now. The tense moments came one after another, yet everybody did not slack off because it was finally time to bid for the last item. This was also the ancient object that XiaoMo saw on the invitation, but the specific details on the item was not explained. Next is the last treasure. In the wake of the auctioneer speaking, a tray covered with red cloth rose from the auction platform. It looked flat and seemed to be empty. The auctioneer removed the red cloth, revealing a brown parchment placed on the tray. It looked like a pill recipe or such. Could this pill recipe that was intentionally placed as the last item be a high-grade rainbow-level pill recipe? Everyone swallowed their saliva. If that was so, it was worth placing it at the end. The auctioneer explained, I know that everyone is thinking that it's a pill recipe. However, I'm sorry to say that though it's not a pill recipe, I believe that everyone here would find this trip worthwhile when you know what it really is. XiaoMo already could not hear what he was saying. He could not possibly mistake what this item was when he had 3 identical pieces of the parchment. He was 90% certain that it was the last piece that he was missing to complete it and was determined to get this thing. XiaoMo thought quietly, you cheap dad, you're really my lucky star. I will definitely treat you better after I manage to bid for this parchment. Once he thought of this, he nervously tugged at Ling Xiao's sleeve. Ling Xiao pulled his sleeve back. I know. XiaoMo raised his head. You know what I want to say? He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to guess what he wanted to say this time when he had not even uttered a single word. Ling Xiao fell silent. XiaoMo said, I actually wanted to say, you should stay calm and not be too impulsive later. Leave it to me. Ling Xiao. In the end, it turned out that the impulsive one was XiaoMo himself. On the auction platform, the auctioneer had already began an unceasing torrent of word to introduce the true value of he parchment. In fact, it was also just a sentence, this is a treasure map handed down from ancient times, generally ancient items are either exceptional treasures or a legendary abode and such. After an appraisal by the Black Spider, they could only uncover that the map drawn on this parchment was of a region in the southeast of Dongzhou. The exact location could not be determined as they lacked the 3 other maps, so this could not be confirmed. However, one could roughly determine what the treasure map was possibly hiding based on the region being the southeast of Dongzhou. In ancient times, the situation in Dongzhou was different from today. At that time, the great war between the humans and demon beasts had not occurred and many powerhouses had not yet fallen. Moreover, Dongzhou was a region in the Tongtian continent which was relatively rich in spiritual energy. It was said that a huge mountain range isolated Dongzhou from the outside, so Dongzhou was also the birthplace of many of the top powerhouses. After the Great War, Dongzhou lost its advantage. The spiritual energy also became sparser than the outside for some unknown reason. Not only that, the number of mages were also getting lesser and lesser. Nevertheless, this could not change the fact that Dongzhou was once a world of strong experts. Therefore, if the treasure map was really marking out Dongzhou, then there was a 90% chance that it was something good. Maybe it was a legendary adobe left behind by a strong predecessor in ancient times. Once they thought of this, everyone could not help their emotions surging. Treasure hunting had always been one of the most popular entertainment activities. Seeing that the atmosphere was finally starting to buzz, the auctioneer sighed in relief before he announced, "The starting price is 200 million. Everyone can start bidding now." Although the parchment was the last item, its starting price was lower than the previous items because its value was unable to be estimated. This also made the major forces feel that the price was reasonable. Just as everyone was roll up their sleeves for battle, someone had already raised the price at the speed of lightning to a height that many people could only look up to. Number 15 has put in a bid for 500 million. Are there any bids higher than his? The auctioneer burst into an excited cry, yet a trace of the sound of gnashing teeth abruptly sounded during his cry. The entire hall fell silent once more. It's number 15 again. Everyone looked at XiaoMo, who had a none of my business attitude, as if he was saying, "I'm just going to help you raise the price a little bit first. Anyway, it'll go up sooner or later. There's no need to thank me." Flames were already shooting out of the eyes of several groups of people. The Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan did not find any good treasures in the beginning portion of the auction. Now they were very interested in this map, yet the price was raised to 500 million by XiaoMo before they could even start bidding. This brat must have deliberately done it. Jirue gnashed her teeth as she hissed. She had just been preparing to throw in her bid when her attempt was prematurely aborted. Many others had the same experience as her. The atmosphere remained silent for a few seconds before it began to heat up again. However, nobody tried to bid for it immediately from beginning to end. There was definitely no one who was that generous to spend more than 500 million to buy a map with unknown contents. For a moment, there was actually no one participating in the auction other than XiaoMo's bid, which had artificially inflated the price. Alright, daddy is Momo's god of fortune, while husband is Momo's god of poverty. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 559. Chapter 559, Procedures. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Calm down, don't be so reckless. As the auction house fell into silence, Ling Zhao's calm voice rang out. XiaoMo buried his face into his arms. He hadn't done it on purpose. His hand had been hovering over the crystal tablet as he considered what price he should enter. Then he got a little overexcited and this happened. He had intended to wait for the yen to stick his foot in, making others think that he was raising the price for fun again. Yet now, it seemed like the effect it had was out of his expectations. Don't let your hand slip next time. Ling Xiao didn't seem to feel the burning gazes on them, picking up the hand XiaoMo had used to bid and pinching it. XiaoMo scratched his head. I didn't do it on purpose. Hand slipped? The people sitting around them all wore stunned expressions. They couldn't believe that they had bid the sky-high price of 500 million because his hand had slipped. However, amongst those angry at this occurrence, there was the auctioneer. If this map failed to sell, then it'd be blamed on him. Number 15 has put in a bid for 500 million. Are there any bids higher than his? The auctioneer repeated himself. In reality, he already knew it wasn't very possible. For a power like the Xuanyu Hotel, 500 million was almost the entirety of their assets. Greater powers like the Vermilion Blood Clan probably had a total of just over 1 billion in assets. It would be impossible to ask them to throw away 500 million just for a quarter of a map. The auctioneer repeated himself twice again, and when he prepared to lower the hammer on the third time, the crystal tablet updated. The auctioneer froze for a moment before exclaiming in excitement, "Number 210 bids 510 million. After he yelled this, he looked towards the one who had bid, and realized it was the black-cloaked figure. Everyone was shocked. Before they could formulate any sort of response, another shocking occurrence had their jaws dropping. Number 1 has bid 520 million. Though there was only a 20 million increase, the point was that Yu Tian actually bid. Could it be that he wanted this map or that he wanted to help XiaoMo get out of this snit? The latter idea was absolutely absurd. Soon enough, the Demon Phoenix clan's actions had them in deep contemplation. Number 3 has bid 530 million, the auctioneer announced. It wasn't Ji Rui who had acted, but Ji Yunlang's grandfather, Ji He. From the beginning, he had been very calm and composed, allowing Ji Rui to make all the decisions. Yet, when the auction was coming to a close, he had acted. The crowd couldn't help but wonder if there was some sort of priceless secret to this map that caused both Yu Tian and Ji He to bid for it one after the other. If that was true. The way the crowd looked at the map changed, from looking at rags to looking at a feast with an alluring smell. XiaoMo was imagining killing those 3 interlopers in his head. He had thought the last map scrap would easily fall into his hands, yet, perhaps if he hadn't acted he might have gotten it easily, yet now that he had, 3 others were bidding for it, too. This was bad. If he continued to compete with them, the others would realize that he wanted the map. Thinking back to when he had raised the prices on purpose to mess around with people, even if the things he bid for were what he actually wanted, others might not think the same way. XiaoMo regretted it. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed his hand, saying in a low tone, "Don't panic." XiaoMo nodded, calming himself. Since Yu Tian and the others had joined in, the price of the map went past 600 million. Each increase was only 10 to 20 million. As the price grew, the cloaked man finally gave up. With him backing out, there was only Yu Tian and Ji He left. Neither of the two were willing to give in to the other and the price broke 700 million. Finally, the price began to stabilize, stopping at Yu Tian's 720 million. Ji He fell silent. XiaoMo, seeing how the auctioneer was prepared to end the bidding, he reached for his crystal tablet. Just as he did, he was suddenly grabbed by Ling Xiao and saw the other shaking his head. He wanted to ask why, but then he saw the other type several numbers into the crystal tablet. Did he want to show off? XiaoMo shook his head. That wasn't the point. The point was how much Ling Xiao had bid. In such a situation, it could only be that number. When the auctioneer saw the number on the crystal tablet, his smile froze for a moment. Though it wasn't number 15, 14 and 15 were together. Were these two here to make a mess or did they actually want to buy these things? The auctioneer hesitated for 2 seconds and could only announce, number 14 bids 800 million. Ling Xiao and XiaoMo might have been together, but they were still different. He had only bid once throughout the entire auction, so no one knew what he was thinking. Some people were observing XiaoMo's expression. He looked shocked and they guessed that even he didn't know that his companion would bid. They didn't know that XiaoMo had objections to Ling Xiao's bid, but didn't voice them. With the price at 800 million, even Yu Tian was hesitating. It wasn't that the Vermilion Blood Clan couldn't afford it, but it was if this was truly worth it or not. Under such a situation, no one dared to artificially raise the price, not even Yu Tian. Unless they were like XiaoMo, who didn't have the burden of representing a clan and didn't care about the consequences, others thought he was messing around. Lin Haowo and Ji Rode viewed Ling Xiao as an enemy and wanted to mess with Ling Xiao and inflate the price, but what if they failed and their opponent didn't fall for it? They couldn't deal with such consequences. Yu Xintian considered it again and, in the end, decided against bidding. The map was taken by Ling Xiao at the absurd price of 800 million. The entire auction finally came to an end, yet when the auctioneer announced so, very few people left. Many people were sitting in their seats, seemingly waiting for something, and even the great powers didn't leave. XiaoMo realized that people kept glancing at him, like they were expecting a show. Some looked over with burning gazes. He didn't know how to react for a moment, confused. Ling Xiao was calm. After a few minutes, the auctioneer personally brought them their spirit wine and recipe, the transcendent level magic herbs and seeds, the life crystal of the wolf of gluttony and the map. Wow, they really had bought a lot. Were they prepared to go through the procedures right here right now? XiaoMo was confused. Wasn't it usually done backstage? Little shitty, do you not know the procedures here? Wei Bai's low voice sounded, tone a little shocked and a little worried. XiaoMo asked in confusion, what procedures? Wei Bai frowned. This wasn't good. He explained, you didn't check the flow of the auction before attending? Usually, if someone is suspected of artificially raising the price, they won't be allowed to go through the procedures backstage, only right after the auction. If you can't provide the spirit gems, then you'll receive strict punishment from the Black Spider and the items you successfully bid for will be re-auctioned at half price. The final price cannot exceed the final price of the first bidding. Now XiaoMo knew why so many people had looked at him weirdly like that. They probably all thought he couldn't provide the necessary spirit gems and were waiting for him to be humiliated and his items to be re-auctioned. However, the total price of the items he had bid for weren't cheap, so this wasn't unexpected. If it's so troublesome, why doesn't the auction just ban people from artificially inflating the price? XiaoMo felt that this could totally be just banned and prevented. Wei Bai smiled, shaking his head with a hint of amusement. It isn't as if there's only a bad side to this. In reality, the Black Spider can benefit from this quite a bit. It's not like everyone is like you and doesn't care about the costs. XiaoMo grinned. The auctioneer had people bring them their items, and set the items in front of them. Apart from the magic herbs, which were put into magic bags, the others were placed in clear view. The auctioneer handed the magic bags to XiaoMo. Please take a look and see if everything is in order. XiaoMo quickly took account, making sure everything was there before nodding. The auctioneer said with a smile, that'll be 1,700,008,550 spirit gems. Here it comes. Everyone thought to themselves. That was almost 1,800,000,000, something the Vermilion Blood Clan and Sun Alliance would only be able to afford if they used all their assets. XiaoMo took out the dimensional ring his cheap dad had given him. An entire leyline spirit gems would total at around 2 billion. When he had bought his magic herbs, he had spent around 100 million, and his cheap dad had also used some. There was still 1,800,000,000 left. No more, no less, so if Yu Xintian had decided to throw 900 million into that map, he could only pass on it and then steal it back when he and Ling Xiao were stronger than Yu Xintian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 560. Chapter 560, In Opposition. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the dimension ring on his finger. The dimension ring and pocket dimension were on the same level of rarity. The difference was that the ring could only store non-living things, whereas the pocket could hold anything. It could hold living things, it had spiritual energy, and one could plant stuff there. Everyone looked on with curiosity. However, strangely, when Yu Xintian saw the ring, he furrowed his brows. The ring reminded him of his little brother, the one he framed. When he was chosen to become the next successor of the Vermilion blood clan, the elders gave him a ring, the one in XiaoMo's hands. It wasn't one of the authenticating objects for being the head. All he knew was that it was a token of encouragement from those old farts. Supposedly it had a lot spirit gems. Yuzhintian didn't know how many spirit gems were in that ring, but it probably wasn't much, most likely just those old farts' private collection. XiaoMo then proceeded to count out the rest of the 14 million spirit gems out from the ring and then handed over his pre-prepared magic bags, which contained 1.8 billion, to the auctioneer with a wide grin, showing off his bright white teeth. All the spirit gems are here, not even missing one. As for the 3 magic bags, consider it a gift. The auctioneer took a long pause before reacting. As for those waiting for a good show, they were completely dumbfounded. Why was this proceeding in such an unexpected direction? Could it be that he could actually afford it? The auctioneer quickly grabbed the magic bags and opened them only to find it full of pure white spirit gems. It almost blinded him. He could swear that he had never seen so many spirit gems before, but... Finally, the auctioneer, who kept an unpleasant expression, smiled. The auction house was instantly filled with noise. At the seating area of the Vermilion blood clan, Zhang Lu, who couldn't see, quickly pinched the arm of the one beside him and asked in distress, "What happened?" That person licked his dry lips then answered, "He paid almost 1.8 billion, so many spirit gems, I don't know how he managed to get so many." Zhang Lu let go of his hand and he bit his lip so hard that it started to bleed. There was quite a few who shared a similar feeling with him. They all wished for Ling Xiao and XiaoMo's dismay. At this point, the auction, which had gone on for a day and a night, was finally over. No matter how reluctant they were, everyone had to leave. As XiaoMo packed everything and rose to leave with Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed his hand. Just as he was about to inquire, he saw the true dragon clan coming towards them from straight ahead. The one who attended the auction as the true dragon clan's representative was Long Tai-bai and his great-uncle, Long Ao. As XiaoMo remembered, they had nothing to do with the true dragon clan. Long Ao made his introduction and then went straight to the point. "You fellow, I want to ask you a favor, I hope you can agree." XiaoMo scratched his head, embarrassed. It was the first time he had met such a respectful and sincere old man. So, maybe the 4 ancient beast clans were not as prideful and disrespectful as the people of the Tongtian continent believed. "What's the request?" The one who replied was Ling Xiao. Long Ao said, "Within that batch of magic herbs you bid for, was coincidentally one we were looking for. I know it's unreasonable, but that magic herb is very important to us. I hope you would be willing to part with it. We will buy it at doubled the market price." Ling Xiao didn't respond, since he didn't know much about magic herbs. XiaoMo didn't agree instantly either. "Which stock are you looking for?" If he had more than 2, giving one away to the true dragon clan was fine too. Long Ao immediately replied with a name. XiaoMo recalled that he did see it at the auction. It was a matured mid-grade magic herb, pretty good quality too. Unfortunately, that herb he only had the one he just got from the auction. Of course, it's not that he didn't have it in his dimension, it's just that it was still in the fields. Seeing that he started to furrow his brows, Long Ao knew it wasn't likely to happen and couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. "All right then." But just when he thought that, XiaoMo suddenly agreed. He could always find magic herbs, but one couldn't find a favor from the true dragon clan everywhere. Immediately Long Ao beamed with joy. As he was already a frank person, he said happily, "You fellow, thank you very much." XiaoMo shook his hand and smiled, "No need to thank me. Also, you don't need to pay double the market price either, just the normal price is fine." Although it was a simple exchange, he knew that the true dragon clan would remember this favor. It was a deal with no downsides. Long Ao agreed after a few words of symbolic refusal. They left the auction house after their transaction. The exit was the same as the entrance. They went out with Fu Sanqiong and Wei Bai. The Tsang Alliance didn't bid for much here, but that wasn't surprising since they also held auctions. In terms of strength, the black spider wasn't as good as that saw in the lions. But Fu Sangxiong did take one of the final items, and that was a pill recipe. No one would reject more of those. Just as they walked out of the underground auction, everyone keenly realized that the atmosphere outside was strange. The ones who should have already left were all at the entrance, like Yu Zhentian, the Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan. Even though they weren't standing together, one could tell it wasn't for something good. XiaoMo leaned towards Ling Xiao and whispered, "What's this about?" Ling Xiao replied calmly, "About catching you." XiaoMo returned, "Then it's also about catching you." Wei Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at their conversation. It was clear that the Vermilion Blood Clan was after them, but they still had the time to bicker? He didn't know what to say, but at least he finally knew why Shifu wanted him as a disciple. This kind of personality was right up his alley. Yu Zhentian, what are you trying to do here? Could it be that you're embarrassed about not getting what you wanted and that turned to anger, so you are here to steal it? Fu Sangxiong said with a fake smile as he pulled his little disciple behind him. Yu Zhentian pretty much blocked the whole exit. Yu Zhentian had his hands behind his back and kept an extremely serious, as well as stern, expression. He only took a look at Fu Sangxiong when he talked. "Fu Sangxiong, this is the Vermilion Blood Clan's family matters. It has nothing to do with you, so you better not intervene." XiaoMo was shaken. There wasn't even a procedure to accept his origins. When did he become family to Yu Zhentian? Don't say something so terrifying. To comfort him, Ling Xiao patted his shoulder and said, "Don't be so surprised, some people are just so thick-skinned. You'll get used to it." XiaoMo. Actually, it had nothing to do with face, he was mostly thinking about the issue of seniority. In the ancient times, the Yu family had a distinction between the main family and the side family. Although the side family had a bit of the Yu family's bloodline in them, strictly speaking, they were more servants of the main family. XiaoMo felt that even though his body was from the side family, he was still considered to be from the main family, otherwise he couldn't have inherited the dimension. With that in mind, then all of the Vermilion Blood Clan were his servants. This couldn't be more beautiful. The more he thought of it, the more excited he was, to the point that he couldn't help but start laughing stupidly. Then he was hit by Ling Xiao on the head. XiaoMo lifted his head to accuse him, but he suddenly realized that the atmosphere was somewhat strange. Why was everyone looking at him like a weirdo? Why were you laughing like an idiot? Ling Xiao asked. XiaoMo opened his mouth, but he felt that it wasn't the time to say it and thus shook his head. "I'll tell you later." Ling Xiao didn't ask further. On the other hand, Yu Zhentian couldn't have had a darker expression. As he was talking about something serious, the other party was laughing along as if he didn't exist. Clearly, they were looking down on him. It was then when a mocking voice appeared before Yu Zhentian was about to blow up in anger. "Yu Zhentian, do you still want face? How's your mouth so stinky? Even from this far I could smell your breath. Could it be you just drank sewage water?" Yu Zhentian paused for a moment as he heard such a familiar voice, but in the next he was fuming with anger. With an aggravated expression, he stared at the direction where the voice was coming from, as he shouted, gritting his teeth, "Yu Junqi! You dare appear!" Yu Junqi stopped hiding. He wasn't going to let anyone slander his son. He was also a sacred realm expert like Yu Zhentian. He just didn't want to see him before. It wasn't that he was scared. All the crowd saw was a man wearing white, slowly and methodically walking towards them. It was another member of the Vermilion Blood Clan, but not many knew of Yu Junqi. Yu Junqi was very lazy in his youth, then when he was fleeing, he went to other planes. It wasn't long after he returned that he was locked in the Forbidden Zone, therefore, there was only a handful of people who knew that there was another Sacred Realm practitioner in the Vermilion Blood Clan. However, Yu Junqi wasn't as strong as before. Once Yu Zhentian locked him in the Forbidden Zone, his cultivation base was tampered with, so that it began dropping every year. Even though it was much better now, he could never return to his peak state. Yujin Tian, I don't know where you got your confidence from to say such a thing. I didn't even fuss about you stealing away my position as the head before, but now you're coveting my son's stuff? I feel ashamed for you, being a head like this. Can you feel some embarrassment? Yu Junqi sighed. He always knew that Yujin Tian was an asshole. In his eyes, brotherly feelings were just a facade, thus he could unabashedly hurt his little brother and nephew. But he didn't think he was this amazing, turning the facts upside down, calling the black white without missing a beat. His expression was that of one where the child didn't live up to one's expectations. However, the crowd didn't have time to ponder over such things. They were all shocked by his statement about the position as the head. Only a few knew the truth of how Yujin Tian got his position. For many, hearing that it was stolen was quick a shock. They became even more interested in their relationship. Yujin Tian let out a cold snort. Don't blame someone else for your failures. I'm saying this now, your son must come with me. If you want to take my son, then you better pass me first. Yu Junqi's eyes turned cold and the whole atmosphere around him turned swift and fierce. Drastically different from his usual laid-backness. With you? Yujin Tian said with disdain. Maybe others didn't know of Yu Junqi's condition, but he did. Maybe the old Yu Junqi could hold his own against him, but now? He could kill him with a finger. Fu Sangxiong walked forward, and was about to open his mouth when, on the other side, Ji suddenly opened his eyes. With a fierce expression, he said, Alliance head, since it's their family matters, I think it's better if you weren't involved. If you must, then I wouldn't mind having a chat with you. Although Ji Yunlang didn't say anything before, Ji always held a grudge about Ji Yunlang's legs being ruined. Of course he wasn't going to let Fu Sangxiong help them. It was precisely because he and Yujin Tian came to an agreement that they dared to stop them here. If they let XiaoMo get away this time, then it would be hard to find them again. Ji, when did you start butting into other people's business? Xian Zhang suddenly walked forward. He and the baby turtle's great-grandfather were of the same bloodline. He had already heard about XiaoMo and Ling Xiao saving the baby turtle's life. The baby turtle's great-grandfather had told him to help them out when needed. Ji furrowed his brows. Xian Zhang, this has nothing to do with you. Xian Zhang smiled. They are benefactors of the Black Turtle clan. If our benefactor's in trouble, we, the Black Turtle clan, cannot stand by and watch. It looked as if XiaoMo's sides got the upper hand, but there was still the Qilin clan eyeing with hostility. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 561. Chapter 561. Challenging a higher level. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The major powers of Tongtian continent all gathered in Ebony Plum Town. It would definitely cause a stir if they were seen by others, since these were all influencers who could make Tongtian continent shake with one stomp of their foot. XiaoMo also hadn't imagined that so many influencers would be dragged out because of their business. If things truly did come to blows, they would definitely get out of hand. What should we do next? XiaoMo tugged on Ling Xiao's clothes and whispered quietly to him. A fight is unavoidable. Ling Xiao's voice slipped into his mind. XiaoMo didn't understand. Why? They had Fu Sangxiong and the Black Turtle clan on their side, as well as his clingy dad. Although he wasn't as strong as before, for better or worse he was still a Sacred Realm expert. Altogether, they had 4 Sacred Realm experts. Meanwhile, Yujin Tian's side only had the Demon Phoenix clan, since the Qilin clan still hadn't made their position clear yet. Even if they did, it would be about even. Ling Xiao said, even though Ebony Plum Town is on the edge of Zhongtian, it is still considered part of the Mage Guild and the Beast Transfiguration Guild's territory. Moreover, there's still the Tongtian Palace above them, so the 2 large associations won't let them start fighting. The amount of damage that many Sacred Realm experts can create is something that you absolutely can't imagine. Didn't you just say a fight is unavoidable? XiaoMo was confused by what he said. It sounded like they wouldn't need to fight, but what he said before didn't match what he said after. I meant that we'll be the ones fighting, not Fu Zhangxiong and the rest. Ling Xiao said patiently. He had never had too high expectations for XiaoMo's IQ. While they were talking, the Qilin clan had also picked a side. Ling Xiao's grandfather Lin Tian announced that the Black Turtle clan and Fu Zhangxiong shouldn't have gotten involved in someone else's personal grievances, or else they wouldn't have the demeanor of an expert. But the Mage Guild and the Beast Transfiguration Guild also announced that they wouldn't let them make a move in this place. It was exactly like how Ling Xiao had said. They were worried that if the others acted out, they would create enormous and unfixable damages to Zhongtian. Plus, there were still a lot of people in Ebony Plum Town. Yu Junqi quietly whispered to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, "In a bit I'll stall Yu Zhentian first, you two can seize the chance to escape." XiaoMo was dumbfounded. "Then what about you?" "Sonny, Daddy knows you care a lot about me. Daddy is truly very happy, but for now, you two don't need to be concerned about Daddy. Yu Zhentian won't kill me." Yu Junqi winked at him. XiaoMo didn't go along with him this time, and he revealed a displeased expression. "No. I can't leave you here by yourself. Even if he won't kill you, it's hard to ensure that he won't do something else to you." Yu Junqi stared blankly at him before a somewhat bashful expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Sonny, how could you be so? The corners of XiaoMo's lips twitched fiercely, and goosebumps appeared all over him in an instant. He said, exasperated, "What are you thinking? I meant that he would probably cripple your cultivation base or something like that. What did you think I said?" Daddy must have taken a liking on ing ****est. Yu Junqi instantly withdrew the expression on his face and said seriously, "It's nothing, nothing." "That's actually what I meant too." "Liar." XiaoMo didn't even want to expose him anymore. "Have you guys chatted enough yet?" Ling Xiao probably couldn't bear listening any longer, and so he finally spoke up in order to break off their dialogue. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice. XiaoMo said, "Dad said that he'll shield us so we can escape first. It doesn't need to be that complicated." Ling Xiao quickly said, "Even if your dad shields us, he can't fend them off for very long. He'll only land himself in danger. If you're worried about him, then you should tell him to follow Fu Zhangxiong, since Yu Zhentian won't make a move against Fu Zhangxiong. Even if he wants to, the associations won't permit him to." XiaoMo nodded and suddenly reacted. "Then what about us?" Ling Xiao didn't answer him. His lips moved very slightly, as if he had sent a message to someone. In the next second, XiaoMo's eyes blurred, and the scenery seemed to be rapidly falling backwards, but all he saw was shining white, followed by a furious roar that sounded like thunder in his ears. What he heard was Yu Zhentian's voice. Ling Xiao was too fast, and XiaoMo finally managed to see clearly. Ebony Plum Town was already no longer visible, replaced by a wrathful figure. At first it was just a small black dot, but then it started getting closer and closer. Even though he still couldn't tell who it was, he was certain that that person was Yu Zhentian. He could confirm for sure now that his clingy dad was safe. XiaoMo finally understood why Ling Xiao was so positive that nothing would happen to his dad. The weight of his clingy dad compared to them was clearly not enough in Yu Zhentian's heart. "Can you warn me beforehand next time?" XiaoMo was thrown over Ling Xiao's shoulder, and he asked him pleadingly as he watched Yu Zhentian get closer and closer. "Okay." Ling Xiao replied extremely simply. XiaoMo looked at Yu Zhentian, and the distance between them was only a couple thousand meters now. No matter what he did, he couldn't feel happy in his mind. This was just a desperate race, he didn't like it at all. "He's about to catch up to us." "I know, do you want to go in my dimension?" Ling Xiao didn't even turn his head as he spoke. XiaoMo hesitated for a beat. "Can I not?" "Yeah. XiaoMo was immediately unable to say what he was about to say next. He discovered that Ling Xiao always treated words like gold during key moments, and he wasn't even willing to give him an explanation. Then I won't bother you as you run for your life anymore. I'm very happy that you understand this point. However, I have to correct you on something. The people running for their lives right now are you and me, and finally, we don't need to run anymore. After finishing the last sentence, Ling Xiao stopped. XiaoMo lifted his head, and he couldn't see Yu Zhentian anymore. Could Ling Xiao have thrown Yu Zhentian off while they were chatting? Ling Xiao set him down and turned his head so he looked to the front. Because he already caught up to us. Yu Xiaomo's mouth, which had fallen open, closed again. Yu Zhentian clasped his hands behind his back, expression extremely dark, but several flickers of flame seemed to be leaping in his eyes. His gaze shined as he stared at Yu XiaoMo, and Ling Xiao was directly ignored by him. To Yu Zhentian, the two of them were already essentially trapped. All he wanted to know now was whether or not Yu XiaoMo had opened that item. If you leave him here, I'll spare your life. Yu Zhentian's gaze only moved to Ling Xiao when he saw Yu XiaoMo hide behind him. His confidence from being a sacred high-star expert made him completely underestimate Ling Xiao's combat strength. Ling Xiao ignored him. This was his first time challenging a sacred realm expert. Although the pressure was indeed present, there was more of an eager happiness than anything else. He was prepared to use this chance to test the power of 4 different bloodlines. The reason he had run to this place was just because he didn't want too many people to witness it. Step back. No matter what happens, don't come closer. Yu XiaoMo was pushed several steps back by him. Be careful. Yu Zhentian saw through his intentions and sneered coldly. Overconfident. Since you want to die, this old man will help you out. After that, he struck out right away. He didn't want to give Ling Xiao any time to react, and his impatient moves made it seem as if he wanted to fight the battle to end it quickly. Yu Zhentian didn't have any famous weapons, but his fists and feet were even more powerful than a weapon. One of his fists alone contained the ability to shake the heavens and the earth, and wherever his fist went, the space around it became distorted. This fist was just a test, but it also equaled 70% of Yu Zhentian's strength. Ling Xiao didn't defend. Instead, 2 different colored flames burst from his fist, and when their fists collided together, a huge wall of flame surged up immediately. The wall of flame swept up before slicing downwards towards Yu Zhentian's fist like a scythe. This time, it didn't break through or push aside the opponent's attack like it had before. The 2 attacks came to an endless deadlock, and the energy also continuously depleted. They managed to maintain it for about 2 minutes before the energy finally dispersed and a deep crater appeared in the ground. Yu Zhentian raised his thick eyebrows. Indeed, you have a few tricks up your sleeve. However, he believed that in order for Ling Xiao to receive this fist of his, he must have used up at least 90 to 100% of his strength. He wouldn't be so fortunate after this. If I only had a few tricks, I wouldn't be able to defeat you. Ling Xiao answered. Yu Zhentian took it as him stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, and he said with a dark and ruthless expression, since you have both the Demon Phoenix clan's and Qilin clan's bloodlines, I'll show mercy and leave you as an intact corpse. I'll let you experience my true strength. Yu Zhentian also wanted to take Yu XiaoMo away before Fu Sangxiong and the rest caught up to avoid raising unexpected difficulties. If the news about the inheritance jewel was leaked out, he wouldn't just have to face Fu Sangxiong and Xian Zhang, but also the Demon Phoenix clans, Qilin clans, and the rest of the major powers experts. He had just finished speaking when a shocking amount of spiritual energy suddenly exploded from Yu Zhentian's body, causing everything to shake as if a volcano had just erupted. This was the strength of a sacred high-star expert. His spiritual energy was red, and it seemed as if there was a ferocious tiger roaring behind him in an extremely imposing and domineering manner. Ling Xiao's expression became focused. He had heard of Yu Zhentian 10,000 years ago, and he had a famous unique skill which just happened to be related to the ferocious tiger. Rumor had it that it had the ability to swallow the heavens and destroy the earth, and many experts had fallen before it. He used this famous unique skill as soon as they started, and Ling Xiao had also guessed that he wanted to quickly end the battle. Since it was like this, he could only use that attack. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 562. Chapter 562, The Sluggish Ball of Light. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Neither side were willing to yield to the other. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao's back worriedly. He did not know if Ling Xiao would be able to face up to Yuzhen. He would like to believe in Ling Xiao, but Yuzhen was different from the previous opponents they had faced before. His strength was higher than Ling Xiao's by more than 2 stars, and he was by far their most powerful opponent. Ling Xiao's aura was clearly inferior to Yuzhen on the surface, especially when Yuzhen fierce tiger appeared. His aura and spiritual power seemed to climb step by step, before it suddenly went off the charts. As for Ling Xiao, XiaoMo stared at his figure that was steadfastly standing his ground and nearly wanted to ask the gods, the Buddha, and every type of deity and immortal to protect Ling Xiao and ensure that he was safe and sound. A sudden movement came from the front just as he was thinking about this. XiaoMo looked past Ling Xiao and saw that Yuzhen fierce tiger was currently converging into a shape. Yuzhen entire person was particularly like an immense and invincible wall. It seemed that there was still a little time before the fierce tiger would completely form, but he himself did not seem worried that others would interrupt his technique while it was in the midst of forming. His gaze shifted back to Ling Xiao and he was suddenly stunned. At this time, the faintly discernible figure of a qilin overlaid Ling Xiao's body. This was the first time he was seeing Ling Xiao's original form. But in a blink of an eye, the figure of a qilin suddenly became the figure of a demon phoenix, then it became a 5-clawed golden dragon and then a psychic black turtle. These figures appeared very quickly. He would not have noticed it if he did not happen to be paying attention to Ling Xiao. XiaoMo's heart suddenly thumped. He felt as if Ling Xiao was about to release a powerful technique. The terrifying fluctuations were actually more shocking than the feeling that Yuzhen fierce tiger gave him. After Yuzhen saw very strange-looking demon beasts flashing in the ball of light, his eyelid violently twitched. He actually felt his heart palpitate from within his chest. How was this possible? Ling Xiao no longer held back his strength. Yuzhen clearly felt a strength that was much higher than 1 star. Although he was shocked, neither did he panic nor did he have time to panic. Ling Xiao was not his opponent even if he was at 5 stars. Yuzhen was already bent on killing Ling Xiao at this time. His growth was too fast and Ling Xiao was likely to cultivate to a level equal to him in the future if given some more time. When that happened, before speaking of whether he could kill Ling Xiao or not, he himself would be in danger instead. He wanted to kill potential threats in the cradle. Once he thought of this, Yuzhen turned his right hand over. A small dark green snake appeared on his hand. This snake was exactly alike to Yu Ming's contracted demon beast, the Jade Devil Snake, yet it differed to some extent. This Jade Devil Snake had 2 heads. The eyes of one head was red, while the eyes of the other was green. A sense of alarm seeped out from a glance at the snake. It was the king amongst the Jade Devil Snakes and only one would appear from every tens of millions. Few knew that its venom was the most powerful poison in the Tongtian continent and even the Qilin Godfire would be unable to neutralize the venom for a while. Yuzhen immediately instructed the Jade Devil Snake to fly towards Ling Xiao. XiaoMo just happened to see this scene. Although Ling Xiao had told him not to rush out no matter what happened, his body acted before he could process it. XiaoMo quickly placed himself in front of Ling Xiao and mobilized his soul power to as a defense at the same time. He believed that his current strength should be enough to ward off the Jade Devil Snake, but the it easily tore through his defense and pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws. During his time of imminent peril, the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects, which had felt the danger their master was in, rapidly jumped out from his chest pocket and immediately fought with the jade devil snake. They fought to a standstill despite it being 3-1. This was the result of usually being gluttonous and lazy. XiaoMo had some admiration for himself for even being able to think of these at this moment. However, the jade devil snake was soon at a disadvantage. The venom of the jade devil snake may be effective against humans and other demon beasts, but the golden-winged insects and the metal-swallowing beast were not ordinary demon beasts. For good or ill, they were still legendary beasts from ancient times. The venom of the jade devil snake did not have much of an effect on them. The metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects only felt a little numbness, which soon disappeared. Taking advantage of when the golden-winged insects had drawn most of the jade devil snake's attention, the metal-swallowing beast ferociously threw itself onto the jade devil snake's body. The 7 inches of body that had copper scales and iron bones was grabbed by the metal-swallowing beast's sharp claws. Despite its formidable appearance, it was still scratched by him, and the green blood flowed out, carrying with it a strong corrosiveness. The jade devil snake let out a miserable shriek. The metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect seized the opportunity to take turns making a move. The jade devil snake was soon at the point where it was at its last gasp, and it dropped from the sky. Xiao was close to seeing red upon seeing this scene. The jade devil snake that he had managed to get after much difficulty had been defeated. How can he not be shocked? However, he looked like he had just eaten shit when he saw the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects. Xiao looked down at the place where the jade devil snake had fallen. He did not have the time to see if it was dead now. His anger towards XiaoMo was currently not any lesser than his anger towards Ling Xiao. XiaoMo, you'd better not fall into my hands. Xiao gnashed his teeth as he snarled. Then he immediately put on a burst of speed, preparing to make a preemptive move before Ling Xiao could strike. XiaoMo took back the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects. He had already speedily evacuated from the battlefield. The finishing blow of 2 powerhouses were definitely enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. He would just be waiting for them to bombard him if he stood in the middle. Furthermore, he could feel that Xiao was really itching to kill him now. Ling Xiao was also done just as Xiao's fierce tiger was about to take shape. The size of the fierce tiger was akin to a mountain. It was tall and ferocious, as if it would rush over at any time. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao, and when he took 2 steps back, he saw the light ball in front of Ling Xiao had 4 forces intertwined with each other. Maybe because the forces were mutually rejecting each other, the impact when they collided was extremely violent. Xiao suddenly howled, "Roar, fierce tiger, dot." The fierce tiger's secret art was a transcendent level skill training technique that Xiao cultivated. It was a continuous attack technique and could be applied whether one wanted a blitzkrieg strategy or a drawn-out battle. Its attack power was very strong, so it became the technique he was known for. Since he used this technique on the first move, it was clear that he really wanted to send Ling Xiao off to the netherworld. As his howl came to an end, the fierce tiger let out a tremendous roar as if it had gone mad. The roar shook the heaven and earth, and in the next second, it shot towards Ling Xiao like an arrow that had left the string of a bow. XiaoMo's heart was pounding nonstop as he watched. His eyes closely followed Ling Xiao. They would all be doomed if Ling Xiao could not withstand this move. Ling Xiao held the completed ball of light in one hand. The 4 different colors of energy that seemed to be mutually rejecting each other could be vaguely seen in the light ball, but were forced into equilibrium by some unknown power. It seemed powerful, but could backlash on oneself if one was not careful. The 4 energies represented the 4 ancient beast clans. The bloodline of every emperor beast was mutually repulsed each other. Their energies could never be fused together unless through force, but doing this could bring about great harm. Ling Xiao immediately sent out the ball of light in his hand when the fierce tiger was halfway through its charge. It traveled slowly as there were 4 different energies colliding with each other in the light ball. There was only a third of the distance between it and the tiger. XiaoMo could not help facepalming as he saw the sluggish ball of light. When the small, exquisite and sluggish ball of light arrived in front of the fierce tiger, the latter opened its big scarlet mouth and swallowed it in. At the same time, Ling Xiao dashed towards XiaoMo in a flash, lifted him by the waist and carried XiaoMo on his shoulder as he immediately ran away. Tian wanted to chase after them upon seeing this, but as soon as he took a step forward, a sudden palpitation in his heart caused him to withdraw his foot. Instead, his shrewd eyes stared at the fierce tiger in shock. The fierce tiger let out a wrathful and mournful roar the next second after it swallowed the light ball. Its illusory body warped, appearing as if it would crumble at any moment. Tian was alarmed and he rapidly retreated backwards, but it was too late. The sluggish light ball demonstrated its power inside the fierce tiger's body. Not only did it explode the fierce tiger's body, it also absorbed some of its energy. Then it flew towards Tian as swiftly as a sudden clap of thunder. An almighty boom suddenly rang out. XiaoMo looked back and saw an immense mushroom cloud appear where Tian was standing. The power of the explosion unceasingly spread out as the mushroom cloud rapidly expanded. It was obvious they were retreating, yet he could see the mushroom cloud growing bigger. It was evident how powerful the explosion was. That's not right. XiaoMo finally found what was wrong. Ling Xiao's speed was so fast. How could he be slower than the speed the mushroom cloud was expanding at? XiaoMo turned back and before he could see how Ling Xiao looked, he discovered a few glaring drops of blood on the spotlessly white clothes. It frightened so much that his voice was shaking. You let me down. Ling Xiao did not retort. Instead, he obediently let XiaoMo down, then he wiped off the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth in passing. He had suffered an internal injury in order to control the equilibrium of the four forces. How are you doing? XiaoMo nervously asked upon seeing the bloodstain on his hand. Ling Xiao shook his head expressionlessly. It's nothing serious for the time being. But we must find a place for me to recover after this. XiaoMo looked back in the direction of the mushroom cloud. Tian could catch up to them at any time. He immediately took out a teleportation talisman once he thought of this. We'll use this to leave. Ling Xiao did not have any objection, he was thinking the same too. They did not use this as they had no way of stalling Tian earlier. Rashly using the dimensional talisman would allow him to disturb the space and interfere with their escape. Now that Tian was currently being stalled by the ball of light, it was time. Thus, when the battered and exhausted Tian, who had half his arm blown off by the explosion, appeared again, the two had already fled without a trace. Tian's roar of rage could be heard from thousands of miles away. On this day, people from thousands of miles away could feel the shock that quaked the earth and shook the mountains. The ones that felt it the most distinctly were the people of Ebony Plum Town. Alright, the moment has come. Ling Xiao is no longer the strongest man that can do a one-hit one-kill A&M. The damn old monster of Momo's clan is too strong. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 563, Xenophobic Dongzhou. Chapter 563, Xenophobic Dongzhou. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The sky was overcast, and the terrain was mountainous, covered in green. Even if the weather wasn't great, it was clear that the scenery was beautiful. Not far off, two bullhorn demon beasts glowed with green light, glaring at each other predatorily, mooing threateningly. It seemed like they would snap at any moment. Then, lightning arced across the sky. Just as the two bullhorn demon beasts tensed in preparation to lunge, the air around them began to distort. A pitch-black gap tore open the air and spatial energy seeped out. Two figures appeared under the tear silently. The two bullhorn demon beasts immediately stopped attacking each other and turned to glare at the two that had suddenly appeared, baring their teeth like they were about to pounce. The clean-shaven and comely young man hurriedly helped his heavily injured companion to rest under a large tree, not having the effort to spare to check their surroundings. They probably wouldn't be struck by the lightning that was flashing across the sky. The two bullhorn demon beasts tracked the young man's movements, kicking at the ground even more harshly with their hooves. Their calls grew more threatening, especially when they saw the young man turn his back to them. The two demon beasts suddenly roared, leaping up, their hooves thudding against the ground as they charged at the young man. Just as they were 3 meters away from their target, the young man suddenly turned his head, eyes clearly filled with annoyance. He waved a hand at the two, and a massive wave of soul force poured out, raging towards the demon beasts. The two demon beasts' eyes bulged in fear, hurriedly trying to break their momentum and wanting to turn and flee, but it was too late. They crashed into the wave of powerful soul force, instantly being thrown flying. Then fell somewhere into the forest, gone in the blink of an eye. Another flash of lightning arced through the sky. The young man thought for a moment before deciding to move his companion out from under the tree. It would be terrible if he had survived, only to get struck dead by lightning. Seeing how it was about to rain, the young man suddenly had an idea and said to the man using his shoulder for support, "How about I carry you to see if there are any villages or towns nearby?" The man glanced at him silently. The young man smiled guiltily. The man huffed lightly. "I'm not injured to the point where I can't even walk on my own." Then he took his arm away and started walking on his own. The young man pouted, hurrying after him. It was just a joke. Dongzhou was the most backwater area in the Tongtian continent. Outsiders very rarely went there because, not only did the mountains separate the place from the rest of the Tongtian continent, the spiritual energy here was weak and Dongzhou's tribes didn't welcome outsiders. Since most of those who lived in Dongzhou were the most primitive races, they weren't open to experience, causing the development to fall behind. For example, the practitioners in Dongzhou segregated themselves strictly from normal people. It was very rare that practitioners and normal people would be found in the same town. Of course, there were some exceptions. In ancient times, the practitioners of the Tongtian continent thought themselves blessed. They competed amongst themselves and looked down on the frail mortals. The practitioners of Dongzhou continued with this belief, so practitioners rarely ever set foot in the towns of normal people. The hierarchy amongst practitioners was very strict as well. Jizhou town was a second-grade town of Dongzhou. The level of the town was only marginally stronger than the world of normal people. Practitioners lived here, though their strength was relatively low. In the early morning, two people appeared at the entrance of the town. Those who were preparing to enter and leave Jizhou town all avoided them like the plague upon seeing them, pointing and whispering as they watched the two. XiaoMo didn't realize that the people of Dongzhou were xenophobic, puzzled at their behavior. However, he had pretty good hearing, and he could hear the whispers clear as day. He got the gist of it. They're dressed so well, they must be outsiders. How come there've been so many outsiders recently? They're coming one after the other and whatnot. XiaoMo glanced at them strangely, realizing that their clothes were all very simple, made from coarse gunny cloth. There were few if any brightly colored clothing. They had heard Cheng Xiangrong say before that Dongzhou was very behind, but they hadn't thought that they were so behind that they couldn't even afford a good set of clothing. Of course, this was all just speculation on XiaoMo's part. Dongzhou was behind, but not to the point where the people couldn't afford clothing. After all, how much could a set of clothing cost? The reason why they wore coarse gunny cloth was because they preferred it, and it was a simple way to recognize outsiders. Just as they were about to enter the town, a man stepped in front of them. XiaoMo stopped in his tracks, scrutinizing the other. Were they not allowed to enter or something? The man spoke. Jizhou town has rules that outsiders must pay an entry fee, otherwise they will not be allowed in. This is the law of Dongzhou. He probably added that last thought because he was afraid they would make a fuss. Though Dongzhou was behind, they had a fair few powerhouses. If the tribes came together, even the mage guild would have to be careful. How much is the fee? XiaoMo wasn't displeased or anything. He knew that each place had their own rules, and many of the cities would demand an entry fee, too. In his eyes, this was pretty normal. The man didn't think he'd be so open about it. He raised a hand and said, 10 spirit gems per person. That was even more expensive than a city's entry fee, but XiaoMo still took out 20 spirit gems and handed it over. We can enter now, right? The man took the easily gotten spirit gems and stepped aside, letting them in. XiaoMo helped Ling Xiao into the town. Watching their retreating figures, a young man who had been watching ran over the man's side, whispering, "Zhangdage, you sure it's fine to just let them in like that?" A smirk appeared on the man's face. "Don't worry, there'll be someone there to welcome them." Further ahead, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had barely walked for 100 meters when a young man suddenly came over, all smiley. "You two gentlemen, it's your first time in Jizhou town, am I right?" XiaoMo looked him up and down. "Do you want anything?" "I'm called a Chuan, a citizen of Jizhou town. I saw what happened at the entrance. It's normal for people who come here for the first time to not know our rules. If there's anything you two gentlemen want to know, just ask me." A Chuan chuckled, his gaze darting to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly gave a cough, pretending to be ill. XiaoMo had a basic understanding of this man's job now, and they needed someone familiar with Jizhou town. Usually, they could take it slow and explore, but now that Ling Xiao was hurt, they didn't have such a luxury. "Then, I'll have to trouble you to lead us to the nearest inn." "All right, then please come with me," a Chuan immediately replied. As a Chuan led them through the town, he told them a little about Jizhou town. Since many of the towns in Dongzhou didn't like outsiders, it was better for them to stay in their room and not wander about too much, lest some less accepting people try to cause them trouble. The inn a Chuan brought them to was called Haolai Inn. The decor was simple and the interior was clean. "Gentlemen, this inn might not be the best in Jizhou town, but they provide comprehensive service." XiaoMo nodded in satisfaction, casually handing over 2 spirit gems. "Here's a thank you gift. That'll be all we need for now." A Chuan took the spirit gems, nodding rapidly. "Thank you, sirs, I'll take my leave now." The owner of the inn led them to the second floor and gave them the best room. The price was very expensive, 10 spirit gems a night. Apparently, this was an outsider's price. For Dongzhou people, it was 1 spirit gem per night. XiaoMo didn't bother arguing with them, paying for 1 night first before telling the owner that they weren't to be disturbed. The owner agreed hurriedly. XiaoMo closed the door, wanting to help Ling Xiao to the bed, only to find that the other had already walked over, his steps light. He didn't seem ill or weakened at all. "How do you feel now?" XiaoMo didn't think that Ling Xiao was healed. Without proper rest and recovery, internal injuries were very hard to recover from. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and shook his head. The Qilin clan and Demon Phoenix clan bloodlines had been awakened in him from birth. Each bloodline made up half of his power, maintaining a sort of balance, but then he had awakened his true Dragon clan bloodline and Black Turtle clan bloodline, and the 2 bloodlines were now fighting with the other 2 for territory inside him. If he couldn't calm them, then his internal injuries would only worsen. "What do we do now?" XiaoMo asked desperately. Ling Xiao replied, "I can only try and calm them down now and think of something later." XiaoMo rubbed his hands together. "All right then, you go and rest, I'll cover for you." Then brought a chair over, sitting on it and watching the other. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 564, Shady Inn. Chapter 564, Shady Inn. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Normally, the people of the Jizhou town didn't come out during the night, thus there was no such thing as a night market either. Once it was dark, the streets became pitch black, with only a few buildings that would emit light from their windows. The Haolai Inn was one of those buildings. From afar, one could see a few of the rooms on the second floor were still lit. The Haolian sign shook violently under the night's cold and violent winds. In the lobby of the inn, the innkeeper came out of the corner with an oil lamp in hand. Within the darkness, lit only by a dim oil lamp, the innkeeper looked very scary and frightening. The innkeeper carried the lamp up the stairs and, as he walked, a creaking noise could be heard. In the silence of the night, it was amplified by hundredfold. Once up, the innkeeper walked over to the rooms with their lights on. His wrinkly face made an eerie smile. In the room, XiaoMo was concentrated on staring at Ling Xiao when there was a sudden knock on the door. Who would knock at such an hour? XiaoMo felt confused but still went to open the door. He was greeted with the innkeeper standing outside, holding an oil lamp beneath his chin, scaring him instantly. He felt as if he'd seen a ghost. The innkeeper made a smile that was meant to please as he put down his lamp on the floor. He then held out his other hand that had a tray and said, "Customer, this is a free midnight snack from my shop to you." XiaoMo said, "No thanks, I'm not hungry, you can take it back." He wasn't in the mood for food. Even if someone gave him 10 free bowls, he still wouldn't eat it. After that, he prepared to close the door. Quickly, the innkeeper held out his hand to stop him. With a modest smile he said, "Customer, even if you aren't hungry right now, you can have it when you are. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anyone to eat it, and it would be such a waste." XiaoMo furrowed his brows but still took the tray. Instantly, the innkeeper smiled as if blooming a flower and left with the lamp. Once he was back in his room, XiaoMo finally realized the abnormality in the innkeeper's actions. The people of the Jizhou town were very excluding to outsiders. Why would one suddenly give him free snacks? His brain was a mess and he didn't have the time to think about other complicated stuff, so he just left the tray on the table, for it to feel the loneliness. On the first floor lobby, the two shop assistants were both male, whereas the chef was a middle-aged woman. After they saw the innkeeper come down, they instantly surrounded him. But before they asked anything, they saw his gloomy expression. "Innkeeper, what's wrong?" Hurriedly, the chef asked. With a darkened expression, he replied, "We may have to cancel our plan." "Why?" everyone asked, confused. They had even come prepared. The innkeeper said, "One of the customers wasn't interested in the snack. Even though I still sent it, it's most likely that they won't eat it. If we can't drug them, they could pose a hindrance to our plan. Then are we just going to leave them be? From what I heard from a Chuan, they are big fishes." The chef said venomously as her kitchen knife let out a cold shine. "Of course not." The innkeeper replied, "From what I see, those two won't be leaving Jizhou town anytime soon. One of them seemed injured. It's likely that they will stay until his wounds are healed. As long as they are still in the inn, we have plenty of chances." One of the assistants then asked, "Then what about the other two?" Recently a lot of outsiders came to Jizhou town. With the help of a Chuan, there were 4 outsiders currently staying there. 2 of them may leave the next day. They have probably already eaten the snack I sent them. We have to get rid of them today, otherwise they will find out that something was in it by tomorrow. The innkeeper thought about it and continued, "Okay, so I'll go and distract the 2 that didn't eat the snack while you guys go tie up the other 2. Make sure to keep it quiet, we don't want to be discovered." "Okay." The 4 split up and got to work. The Haolian was one of those shady shops. A Chuan was truly from the Jizhou town, but he also had another identity, and that was to introduce foreigners to Haolian. They then drugged them, tied them up and stole all of their belongings. Of course, killing and such were also included, since they were just a bunch of outsiders. Thus, it wasn't even 30 minutes when the innkeeper knocked on XiaoMo's door again. With impatience XiaoMo opened the door. "What do you want this time?" With a smile to placate, the innkeeper said, "Customer, I thought that you may be feeling worried over your friend there, so I made 2 side dishes for you and a small bottle of wine. If you feel bored, You can have the wine with something to snack on. XiaoMo suddenly felt that this innkeeper was a bit interesting. After seeing the stuff on his hand, he said, "If I remember correctly, the people of the Jizhou town were very excluding. Shouldn't you guys be the same? Why are you being so nice and giving me free food?" But what you say is correct, the Jizhou town is very excluding to outsiders, but there is a small section that isn't, like me. Although we still charged you such an expensive rate, it was out of necessity. If we were to stand out, then we would be targeted by the people of the town, wouldn't you agree? With no rush, the innkeeper answered calmly. "Okay then, you can leave the stuff." XiaoMo thought that there was some truth to what he said. What he didn't know was that it was on purpose. With his consent, the innkeeper walked in with his head lowered. However, seamlessly, he also took a peek and saw that blurry figure behind the screen. Once he put the stuff down, the innkeeper took the previous stuff and said, "Customer, these snacks have gone cold, so I'll take it downstairs with me." Neither the wine nor the dishes were drugged. So as to make sure he didn't discover the drug, he came with the purpose to also retrieve the evidence. XiaoMo waved his hand to shoo him away. The innkeeper figured that it was probably enough time and left the room. Once he arrived at the kitchen, he emptied the 2 snacks into a bucket and hurried to the firewood storage. Expectedly, his people were already there with the 2 outsiders tied up. Although they were practitioners, the drugs they used weren't normal. The normal stuff would only work on normal people after all. The 4 stripped them of all their riches, but there were only 2 magic bags. It was too bad that they were just normal practitioners. Their combined spirit gems didn't even reach 100. Although it was still a decent amount, that was enough to satisfy them. By the looks of things, they couldn't let the big fishes off the hook. They must have a lot on them. Turning to the chef, the innkeeper said, "Then I'm leaving the rest to you." Slapping her chest, the chef affirmed with an eerie expression, "Don't worry, innkeeper, just leave the rest to me." Then she brought out her trusty kitchen knife. On the second floor, XiaoMo was wholly unaware that the other 2 outsiders were already gone. The 2 dishes that the innkeeper had bought were peanuts and sugar lotus slices. He hadn't eaten these in a long time, that it really got his appetite up. If the innkeeper knew that this was all that was needed to lure XiaoMo, he wouldn't have been so regretful of his decision to not drug it. It was a waste of a perfectly good opportunity, although, with only XiaoMo eating it, it was destined to fail anyways. On the morning of the second day, Xiao was still recuperating on the bed. XiaoMo made a lazy stretch. It was very uncomfortable, sleeping on the table. He felt sore all over. If he wasn't afraid of disturbing Xiao by sleeping on the bed, there was no way he would have given it up. Seeing that Xiao's condition wasn't bad, XiaoMo walked out of the room, yawning. At the staircase, he met with the shopkeeper. "Customer, you're up early." XiaoMo thought that this was the perfect opportunity, since didn't need to get down. XiaoMo said, "The sugar lotus slices from last night were delicious, give me another, also some other stuff." "No need for wine, just tea." The innkeeper affirmed and went down to get it prepared. XiaoMo guessed that it was probably pre-prepared since it wasn't even 5 minutes after that the innkeeper returned with everything. There were the lotus slices he ordered, a steamy neat bun and 2 bowls of congee. All in good serving. This time, XiaoMo didn't let him in but shooed him off after he took the stuff. Once he placed the stuff down, he walked over to the screen to check on Xiao. Seeing that his eyes were still unopened, he didn't call in fear of disturbing him. XiaoMo looked at the lotus slices that got his appetite up, but his gaze was drawn to the steamy bun beside it. It was a pure white, very big, and made one's mouth water just by looking at it. XiaoMo couldn't help but take one and pull it apart. He had a weird habit of eating buns, he always split it in half, that way, according to him, it tasted better. But just as he was preparing to take a bite, he found something odd about the filling. There was something sharp in the meat? XiaoMo took the stuff out and upon a closer inspection, realized that it was a piece of a nail. There was a human nail in the bun? XiaoMo's hands shook, and with that the bun fell onto the floor. What amazing luck he had, he just found a human meat bun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 565, The Tailor Shop's Proprietress. Chapter 565, The Tailor Shop's Proprietress. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In XiaoMo's previous life, he had only seen steamed buns made out of human flesh on television. Furthermore, that was only a movie, and its name was Human Meat Buns. He was sort of a coward, and after Yubo found out, he often forced XiaoMo to watch horror movies together with him. This was one of those movies. After he watched it, he didn't dare to eat steamed buns for half a month, and it left a deep impression. But, all in all, it was still only a movie. Yet now he had come across the real thing. XiaoMo was so disgusted that he didn't even dare to continue eating the sugared lotus root chips. He was extremely thankful that, fortunately, the snacks that the innkeeper sent him the day before only included peanuts and sugared lotus root chips, or else he was ready to throw up all of the food that he ate the day before. By the time it was completely cleared away, XiaoMo didn't have any desire to eat anymore. Thinking back on it now, the innkeeper's actions the night before were actually very suspicious. XiaoMo carefully thought back to the innkeeper's expression at the time. Even though he had already refused, the innkeeper still forced him to accept the 2 free bowls of snacks, and then he had even sent him side dishes. There was no way that the innkeeper was such a warm and hospitable person. With a hint of an idea in his mind, XiaoMo glanced at Ling Zhao's situation again before leaving. He remembered that there were still 2 outsiders who checked into the inn at the same time they did. Since the quality of their clothing was very high, XiaoMo was certain that they were the same as him and Ling Xiao. Considering Jizhou Town's circumstances, there was no way the innkeeper would dare to chop up the people from Jizhou Town and turn them into stuffing. So, if his guess was correct, it was very likely that those 2 foreigners had been murdered. The inn was built around a small inner courtyard, and one could see what was happening in every room if they opened the window or door. There were 4 corridors on the 2nd floor, and the 2 foreigners' room was on the corridor to the left of XiaoMo's room, very close together. XiaoMo walked over. "Sir!" Suddenly, the innkeeper's voice came from behind him. XiaoMo jumped in fright and almost shouted out loud, but luckily, he steadied himself in time and turned to look at the innkeeper, who had sent him the human meat buns. That disgusted feeling rose again. The smile on the innkeeper's face was as pure as a chrysanthemum. "Sir, where are you trying to go?" Since the inn was built around a courtyard, he could see what was happening on the 2nd floor from the 1st floor. The innkeeper's counter was also built in a very clever place, and he could see everything as long as he looked up. XiaoMo's expression instantly hardened. "Do I need to tell you where I'm going?" When he thought of how this person actually killed someone and turned them into stuffing for a meat bun, he wished he could just smash his face to pieces. No wonder outsiders described Dongzhou's people as being from an uncivilized race. If they could even do this kind of thing, then it was simply inhuman. He knew that he couldn't just place all of Dongzhou's people into one basket. After all, the uncle wasn't that kind of person, and his personality was actually very shy. But the moment he thought of the human meat buns, he grew angry again. T/N, the uncle here is the uncle that always follows them around Xiao Institution. "Sir, you've misunderstood. I only wanted to ask if the breakfast was to your liking, I didn't mean anything else." When he saw XiaoMo get angry, he hastily apologized. XiaoMo sneered coldly before flicking his sleeves and returning to his room. It wasn't worthwhile to be respectful to someone like him. Moreover, since XiaoMo had been discovered, it wouldn't be good for him to just swagger over and check things out, or else the concierge would suspect that he knew something. It wasn't as if XiaoMo was afraid of them. The day before, when they entered the town, he discovered that the people of Jizhou Town all generally had low cultivation bases. Their cultivation bases were mostly in the Sun Realm or Moon Realm area, and he could occasionally see a few Moon Realm or Star Realm practitioners. If he wanted to slaughter them all, it would be as easy as turning over his hand. But Jizhou townspeople were extremely xenophobic, so if he didn't come up with a comprehensive strategy, the entire Jizhou town would most likely send a witch hunt after him and Ling Xiao once they learned that he killed the innkeeper. XiaoMo didn't want people to disturb Ling Xiao. Plus, he was still preparing to find some medicine to treat his wounds. Dongzhou's land was relatively infertile, and the population wasn't very high either. If they wanted to find a city or town with people, they would have to spend quite a bit of time searching without a map. The innkeeper watched the door close, and his smiling face instantly darkened again. He glanced again in the direction that XiaoMo was about to walk in. He couldn't have been discovered, right? He shouldn't have been. If he was discovered, he would have been found out the night before. There was no reason to wait until now. After a moment, the innkeeper used the excuse of retrieving the empty plates to enter the room, and along the way he glanced around to see if there was anything unusual happening. He believed that XiaoMo and his companion ate everything. Inside the room, XiaoMo considered it over and over before deciding to go outside again. He discovered that Dongzhou's people used the quality of the clothes to determine whether or not someone was an outsider. Since it was like this, as long as he and Ling Xiao changed into the same clothing as them, they wouldn't be found out for a while. Before leaving, XiaoMo had taken into consideration that the people who came to Haolian had problems, so he left the metal-swallowing beast behind to keep watch. As soon as the innkeeper did something unusual and didn't return, then XiaoMo wouldn't have to be polite to them anymore. Downstairs, the innkeeper learned that he was leaving, and he said, "Sir, this is your first time at Jizhou town, so you aren't very familiar with the situation here. Perhaps it might be better to ask an assistant to show you around?" "No need." XiaoMo resolutely rejected him. Even though he wasn't leaving, he still had no interest in being followed by these disgusting fellows. When the innkeeper saw that he refused, he couldn't just force him either, in order to avoid being disliked. Once he left, only then did the assistant walk over. "Innkeeper, it can't be that he wants to run away, right?" The innkeeper knocked him on the head. "This big dumb head of yours. His companion is still in the inn. Do you think he'll just leave behind his companion and go off by himself? You never know," the assistant muttered. "What are you muttering about? Shouldn't you go and do work?" The innkeeper's eyebrows furrowed downwards. The assistant instantly ran away. It took quite a bit of effort before XiaoMo found Jizhou town's tailor shop. Originally, he wanted to ask for directions so he could maybe find it faster, but before he could even get close, the people on the street would quickly flash away as if he carried the plague. Thus, his opinion of Jizhou town's people worsened even more, and he kept feeling as if this was a cannibalistic town. The owner of the tailor shop was a proprietress, middle-aged but still attractive. XiaoMo went through several streets before finding this shop. It seemed that there was only this one tailor shop in all of Jizhou town. There were 5 or 6 guests in the store, and the proprietress and her assistants were all busy tending to the customers. At first, he thought that nobody would pay attention to him, but the proprietress suddenly abandoned her guest and walked towards him, swaying her large hips. "Oh my, this young master is very unfamiliar. This must be your first time coming to my tailor shop, is that right? What kind of pattern would you like? I have anything you want here, and plus, my tailor shop is the only one of its kind in all of Jizhou town. If it doesn't suit your tastes, there won't be another shop." The proprietress liked these outsiders the most, because it meant that she could extort a large sum of money from them. This was already a tacit assumption in Jizhou town. XiaoMo glanced around him and discovered that although the quality of the clothes was no good, there were all sorts of patterns available. He saw that the customers in the store were all picking the good patterns. It seemed that it was natural for everyone to like things that looked good. XiaoMo raised his own requirements approximately. The proprietress instantly pulled out several ready-made outfits. Even though the patterns were nice, the craftsmanship was a little crude, and you could still tell that it was a low-quality good. XiaoMo selected a blue set of clothing that was passably acceptable. The white set was for Ling Xiao to wear, and then he asked the proprietress to ring up the bill. "Sir, the 2 sets of clothing that you chose are the 2 finest ones in my shop, regarding both their quality and pattern, so I'll go a little lower on the price for these 2 sets just for you. 500 spirit gems per set will be enough." The proprietress' smile was brilliant, and she spoke as if it was the truth, but everyone knew that she was just swindling him. When the other customers in the shop heard this, they all looked over with eyes that carried a hint of pleasure at XiaoMo's misfortune. In reality, the actual price of 1 set of clothing wasn't even 10 spirit gems, and that price could still be considered high. The main reason for this was because the pattern looked nice. Every outsider who came to the proprietress' tailor shop to buy clothes was screwed over by the proprietress, without exception. But there were some who lost more spirit gems than others, and this was because the proprietress was someone who was very good at reading people. She could tell if you were poor or rich with one glance at the quality of your clothing. Of course, there was nothing to be said about the quality of XiaoMo's clothing, so the sharp-eyed proprietress could tell with one glance that he was a spendthrift with a lot of money. If one didn't rip off a spendthrift, then they were an idiot. So the moment he asked about the price, the proprietress instantly started running her mouth like a train. Moreover, she seemed to be very adept at spewing nonsense. XiaoMo wasn't stupid. He knew from the beginning that the proprietress would rip him off, but he hadn't imagined that it would be this much. Just now, he happened to see a customer paying the bill. 1 set of clothing was only 5 or 6 spirit gems. This was ripping him off almost 100 times the original price, and he burned with anger. XiaoMo didn't release his anger. Instead, he looked at the proprietress and smiled. "Proprietress, do you mind saying that one more time?" As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura instantly exploded out from within him. The small proprietress was immediately caught full force by this blast and was attacked directly by this aura until both of her knees went soft. If it weren't for the fact that she happened to be standing next to the counter, she would have directly kneeled down. Everyone else's expressions changed as well. XiaoMo had calculated the strength of the people of Jizhou Town, and he didn't release the full pressure of a rainbow-level mage. He suppressed his cultivation base to be just around the Star Realm level, but it was already enough to shock them based just on this. XiaoMo took a step forward and spoke again. "Proprietress, exactly how many spirit gems do 2 sets of clothing cost? I'm still in a hurry to go back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 566, The Reincarnation Pill. Chapter 566, The Reincarnation Pill. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The reason why the people of Jizhou Town dared to defraud outsiders was not that they had strength of their own, but that the outsiders who were strong would generally avoid such a remote town. Besides, Jizhou Town had a history of thousands of years and nothing unfortunate had ever happening in Jizhou Town ever since the people became xenophobic. As time passed, this phenomenon gradually branded a deep worldview in the hearts of the people of Jizhou Town. So what even if we defraud you? Do you dare to become enemies with all the residents of Jizhou Town? Everyone harbored such a foolish to the extreme belief. It could also be said that they had never seen the outside world. In actual fact, any ordinary practitioners would not dare to resist them. Everyone maintained the notion of it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, this was the territory of others, and the real experts were not interested in arguing with a group of nobodies and would not normally stay in such a remote area. This was why the present situation was brought about. Therefore, everyone was struck dumb when they suddenly met a rebellious person. The people in the tailor shop were frightened by XiaoMo's aura and each and every one of them did not react. The people on the streets discovered the abnormality inside and crowded at the doorway to watch. The proprietress stared at XiaoMo in shock. She should normally compromise when under such an aura, yet she did not and bellowed while pointing at XiaoMo with her forefinger instead. You're just an outsider. Yet you dare to act wildly in this old woman's territory. Do you think that just because you have some strength, you can make a move in Jizhou town? Let this old woman tell you, this old woman's husband is the strongest person in Jizhou town. If you dare to start a fight with me, my husband will never let you off. The proprietress was not lying. Her husband did have some strength. Otherwise, how could she own the only tailor shop in Jizhou town when it was so big? This was the advantage of strength. Others were afraid to offend the husband of the proprietress, so they did not dare to open a tailor shop. Moreover, the proprietress was a very petty person. She did not allow others to open a tailor shop to compete for business with her. The only silver lining was that the prices of the clothes she sold were not too expensive. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. I would like to know how your husband would never let me off. The proprietress was so furious that her face was ashen. A tall and stutty man suddenly walked through the doorway. What high-sounding sentiments! Laozi has moved about unhindered in Jizhou town for several decades. This is the first time I've ever met someone who dares to provoke Laozi. You have a lot of nerve. T/N, Laozi equals an arrogant way to prefer to oneself. The proprietress's eyes lit up. She immediately threw herself into the man's arms and put on a coquettish act. Husband, he bullied me. You must help me get revenge. The man was the husband of the proprietress. He came here today just to see how his wife's business was going since he had nothing to do. As a result, he happened to come across the scene. XiaoMo nearly got goosebumps with how quickly the proprietress's tone changed. Just a moment ago, she was like a fierce old hen, but now she became a vixen that was like a willow branch trembling in the wind. Her expression changed extremely fast, and her acting skill was enough to make her a movie queen. XiaoMo took out 20 spirit gems and put them on the counter before he said, I've paid the spirit gems. I believe that you two should have no objections. Then may we never meet again. The man saw that he wanted to walk away and snorted in contempt, You dare to bully my wife? And you want to leave just like this? You'd better leave your life behind. With that, he quickly pulled out the broadsword on his back and fired off a sharp swordlight. The swordlight quickly streaked through midair towards XiaoMo, as if to split him in two. However, just before the swordlight was about to split XiaoMo's back into two, a milky white radiance suddenly blocked it. The swordlight seemed to have sunk into a sponge as paused for a second before it suddenly rebounded back. The man did not expect this and it was too late for him to evade, so he could only hastily block it with his broadsword. The impact caused the man to retreat a few steps backward. The proprietress who was leaning on him was caught unprepared and fell onto the floor with a screech. XiaoMo turned back and sent a fist smashing at the man. Although it was beneath him to argue with a weak man, such people must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they would only go from bad to worse. The strongest man in Jizhou town, right? It just so happened that he could now kill the chicken to warn the monkey. As a result, the man and his wife were the first to become the products of tragedy under XiaoMo's fist. Within a single movement, he had overthrown the strongest man in Jizhou town. Moreover, the other party did not have the slightest resistance. What did this mean? It meant that he was much stronger than the man. The crowd of onlookers on the street ran away in a flash. Don't kill me. I won't dare to do it again. Don't kill me. The proprietress crawled on the ground with her head in her arms as she trembled. She was really scared. Her man was behind her and could hardly get up after being smashed by XiaoMo's fist once. The man, like his wife, bullied the weak and feared the strong. When he saw XiaoMo's fist was stronger than his, he immediately begged for mercy. Where was the demeanor of the strongest expert in Jizhou town? It had been thrown into the cesspit. Not every outsider can be bullied so easily. Some people don't resist because they don't want to argue with weak people like you. Don't be too arrogant. If you provoke someone with a worse temper than mine one day, it will only bring disaster to Jizhou town. After saying these words, XiaoMo walked out of the tailor store. As he did not want anyone to know that he stayed in the inn, he walked around the town a few times and threw off some tales before silently returning to the inn. The news of an outsider causing a disturbance in the tailor store spread quickly. By the time he came back, the innkeeper and his assistants had heard about it. They suspected that it might be XiaoMo. The innkeeper came up to sound him out not long after he returned to his room. "Honored guest, I've heard that something big had happened in the tailor store at 5 Flowers Street. There was an outsider who stirred up trouble there, but I'm not sure what happened. Do you know of it?" The innkeeper heard that it was a young man who caused the incident and he was somewhat apprehensive. XiaoMo raised his eyebrows in astonishment. "I seem to have heard of it, but I haven't been to 5 Flowers Street, so I'm not very sure. After this happened, the people on the street were eyeing outsiders with hostile glares, so I came back." Hearing this, the innkeeper slightly relaxed. It's good if it's not him, otherwise they could only cancel their plan. Honored guest has not eaten anything after coming back. Do you want this servant to ask the chef to make something for honored guest to eat? The innkeeper quickly changed the topic. XiaoMo, not for the time being. There's still another hour before it's time for dinner. I'll call you then. Then this servant will not disturb the honored guest any longer. When the innkeeper left, XiaoMo closed the door and let out a light laugh. What are you laughing at? Ling Xiao's voice suddenly came from behind the screen. His voice contained a rare trace of hoarseness and deepness, as if he had not spoken for a long time. It seemed particularly dignified and mature. XiaoMo ran in delightedly. Sure enough, Ling Xiao's eyes were open. How do you feel? Is your internal injury much better now? It's better, but to recover completely, I need magic pills to supplement it. Ling Xiao covered his chest with his hand. It was very difficult for him to suppress the 4 rioting bloodlines once more. Unless he could harmonize the 4 bloodlines together, the bloodlines would riot if he used his killing move again in the future. However, he was unable to harmonize the 4 bloodlines at present. Pill refining was his special skill. XiaoMo immediately asked, "What magic pill?" Ling Xiao replied, "A grade 4 rainbow magic pill." XiaoMo. You didn't even say the name of the magic pill and just said the grade. Hey big bro, can we make a deal to lower your requirement? This one's cultivation is currently only at grade 2A. Ling Xiao gave his head a knock. No. XiaoMo pouted, "So stingy, what's the magic pill that you want called?" Ling Xiao replied, "The reincarnation pill. This pill should be among the pill recipes your ancestor left to you." Yu Danqing was indeed the ancestor of XiaoMo, but with the word left was somewhat thick-skinned. He had obtained it purely by a coincidental chance. If not for Duanqi Tian, XiaoMo would ever have come into possession of the pill recipes his ancestor had left behind for him in this lifetime. XiaoMo took out the jade drive he had copied before, and sure enough, he found the reincarnation pill inside. The reincarnation pill was a grade 4 rainbow level magic pill. If its quality was high, the effects would really be in defiance of the natural order. It was rumored that as long as a person with broken meridians took this pill, they could change from a waste back to their original state. If their luck was good, it was even possible for them to widen their meridians. They would be able to get twice the result with half the effort during cultivation. It was extremely rare and was tantamount to life taking a favorable turn, thus it was called the reincarnation pill. However, XiaoMo shittily found that although the main magic herbs needed for the reincarnation pill were not as rare as the samsara pill, they were still hard to come by. He did have them in his dimension, but there was not enough to refine one pill. There were also some that were still growing in the magic herb field, and he was also missing 2 stalks of magic herbs which he needed. It couldn't be helped if his cultivation was too low, but even the magic herbs were bullying him. XiaoMo's expression turned bitter. What year and what day would he be able to help Ling Xiao refine the reincarnation pill? Why don't we find someone to help you refine it? No. Ling Xiao bluntly rejected. XiaoMo was puzzled. Why? It would take who knows how long if they waited for him to become a grade 4 mage. This was the only method that would not delay the treatment of Ling Xiao's internal injury. Ling Xiao answered with a straight face, there is only one grade 5 rainbow level mage in Dongzhou. That person is a member of the Guma tribe. It's almost impossible to ask him to lend us a hand. On the contrary, it will reveal our whereabouts instead. You must know that the Guma tribe and the Vermilion Blood Clan have business dealings with each other. Furthermore, asking him to help would mean letting him see the pill recipe for the reincarnation pill. Would you be willing to do that? Lastly, I don't like to eat magic pills refined by other people. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. Having said so much, the last sentence was the main point, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 567 Dealt with. Chapter 567 Dealt with. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the end, XiaoMo wasn't able to win the argument. Getting another mage to refine pills truly was quite a risk. There was too much to consider, risks and exposure and whatnot. They might as well do it themselves. Tell me what you were laughing about just now. After discussing the pills, Ling Xiao brought up an old topic. He had a much clearer head than XiaoMo, able to push the topic back on track after they had gone on a tangent. XiaoMo gave him a basic summary of what had happened in these 2 days, including how the owner killed outsiders and cooked them into steamed buns, almost making him eat one. Have you been to Dongzhou before? I think the people of Jizhou town are all pretty disgusting. Ling Xiao replied, I'd been here once before, but didn't stay long, and that was tens of thousands of years ago. Dongzhou has changed from what it is in my memories, but their xenophobia has always rang true, especially the practitioner towns, most of them aren't tribesmen. I don't think the townspeople will let this be. Do you want to stay in my dimension for now? XiaoMo suggested. He, at least, really wanted to throw Ling Xiao in there to make things simpler. Yet Ling Xiao didn't hesitate to reject his offer. No need. I'm not so injured that I can't even protect myself. They're nothing but ants, what's there to worry about? If they really try to attack, then we'll just kill them. Plus, your intelligence is so lacking, I'd be worried. That's easy for you to say. XiaoMo glared at him. If it was just a few people, then that wouldn't be a problem. However, Jizhou town had thousands. It wouldn't be possible to silence them all for certain. He didn't want to be hunted down by everyone upon arrival to Dongzhou. Now he had the reincarnation pill added to his troubles. If he messed up and made more grudges, then he could banish all thought of going anywhere with many Dongzhou people again, and then where would he go to find the 2 magic herbs he was missing? Lastly, you're the one who's lacking intelligence. Your entire family is lacking intelligence. Let's do this step by step. We'll talk about this after dealing with the owner and employees of the inn tonight. So that's decided then. You keep resting. XiaoMo decided by himself. As a man, he had to be able to take command of the family. Ling Xiao cuffed him over the head. Decided your ass. XiaoMo clutched his head. Being in control was too hard, and too often met with domestic violence. He was going to complain to the Women's Federation. T/N, Women's Federation is a women's rights organization of China. Protecting women from domestic violence is one of their tasks. So you are a woman now, Momo? Though he had caused quite a commotion earlier today, no one had dared to come and mess with them yet. Even the strongest man of Jizhou town had cowered. Even if they did cause trouble, they'd only be looking for a beating. However, this had hindered the other outsiders, because the locals started ostracizing them even more. Now, even if they had spirit gems, no one would be willing to sell anything. Some couldn't bear this kind of atmosphere and left directly. That night, Halayan's innkeeper had learned from the blunder last time. Afraid that they wouldn't eat the midnight snacks, he drugged their dinner directly. The innkeeper had the cook make a table of food and then he delivered it directly to their room. More importantly, he had to make sure that both of them ate. Otherwise, if only the young man ate, then their plan would fail and they'd be found out. When the innkeeper entered, he saw the young man's companion sitting beside the desk and was delighted. It seemed that the heavens were helping him. He didn't need to risk being found out and find a way to get the other over. "Sirs, here is the food you ordered." The innkeeper set the dishes on the table energetically, his expression cheerful. Then, he placed a pot of tea on the table, too, bidding them a good meal before leaving with a skip in his step. Staring at the feast set out on the table, XiaoMo felt disgusted, especially by the meat dishes. Who knew if they were made from human meat or not? The very thought made him want to puke. Ling Xiao sifted through the plates of meat, saying emotionlessly, judging by the smell, "It's probably human meat." XiaoMo retched. Ling Xiao poured a cup of tea and took a sniff. It had been drugged, too. A whole table of food, no matter vegetarian or meat dishes, it was all drugged. They were dead set on drugging them. If it wasn't made from human flesh, XiaoMo would still eat it even if it were drugged. It wasn't like the drugs would have much of an effect. But now he had no appetite at all. On the first floor, the innkeeper felt that it was about time and took some people upstairs. To ensure that they would be able to get their prey today, they had knocked all the other customers unconscious to prevent anyone from messing up their plan. The cook held a kitchen knife. No matter cooking or killing, she only used this knife. The two employees each held a large swords. The four crept towards their target's room. The owner had the highest cultivation base and sensed no movement from the room. She knocked on the door, and there was no answer. They must have fallen for it. After pushing open the door and entering, they saw XiaoMo and Ling Xiao collapsed on the table as expected, half of the food eaten. The teapot had been knocked over, and the tea had spilled onto the floor, forming a large damp spot. "Innkeeper, they fell for it." The first employee excitedly walked over, sword in hand, and realized that they really weren't moving at all. The second employee was a mute, and simply swung his sword in the air to express his excitement. The cook sheathed the knife at her side and took out the rope they had prepared and asked, "Innkeeper, should we tie them up now?" "No need," the innkeeper said. "The other customers have already been knocked out. No one will notice for a while. Let's find their magic bags first." The innkeeper then went to XiaoMo and lifted his robes, looking around his belt. Yet there was no sign of any magic bags. He couldn't help but feel confused. Weird, where is it? Originally it had been this young man that had paid. He had personally seen the other take out spirit gems, so that's why he searched the young man first. The innkeeper then walked to Ling Zhao's side and didn't find a magic bag after searching him either. He then had an idea and pulled out their hands, but there was still nothing. "Boss, what's going on?" the cook asked hurriedly. The innkeeper shook his head. "It's really weird. There's no magic bags, nor any dimension rings. Then where did they put their spirit gems?" "In a pocket dimension, of course." The four nodded in wide-eyed realization. The innkeeper paled, looking down and seeing the young man lying on the table, his eyes black and bright, watching them with a smile. The man next to him had also woken up, supporting his chin with one hand and watching them in boredom. His expressionless face was terrifying. "Run!" the owner roared, and turned to flee. What was a pocket dimension? Something that only the powerful would have. XiaoMo was much faster than them. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared at the entrance to the room. The innkeeper was shocked and skidded to a halt, but the two employees weren't able to stop in time and crashed into him, falling onto him. The cook was rather large, and not as fast. Seeing XiaoMo blocking the way, she immediately slashed at him viciously. XiaoMo kicked the knife out of her hand, sending it flying into the doorframe. The cook bellowed in fury, lunging for him in a body slam. XiaoMo felt most disgusted about this cook because she was the one who made dishes out of human flesh. Who knew what the peanuts and sweet lotus roots he had eaten on the first night had been contaminated with? At this thought, he shuddered in disgust and didn't show any mercy as he kicked out. The cook screamed as she was sent flying. Her momentum seemed to be about to send her crashing out onto the pavement. However, just as she reached the closed windows, her body slammed into a transparent barrier. The shopkeeper and two employees had just gotten up off the floor, but upon seeing this, they decided to silently lie back down. XiaoMo walked over and kicked them. Get up. Don't play dead or I'll send you to see Yama right now. Who was Yama? The three didn't know, but it definitely wasn't someone good. They hurriedly got up and cowered in the corner. T/N, Yama, or the King of Hell, is a Hindu god and a part of Buddhism. They didn't know about this god mainly because Buddhism doesn't exist here, as well as gods. My good sirs, we were wrong, please let us go. We only rob people because we're forced to. We promise to never do this again. The innkeeper was scared witless by his viciousness. He dared to bet that XiaoMo was the young man that had caused that commotion at the tailor shop earlier today. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew they had killed people and cooked them to serve in dishes, XiaoMo might have been somewhat moved. Robbery and killing was something many people did, but there was still a difference. XiaoMo kicked the man harshly. Yeah, you can promise to not lure people in and rob them. Then what about killing them and cooking their flesh? You take me for a fool? Forced my ass. You think I can't tell that you've been doing this for a fair few years? That Chuan clearly was an accomplice, and it wasn't the first time he had done this. It was obvious from the exterior that Haolian had been here for at least 10 years. They were swift and practiced at killing. Even the drugs were the kind that could knock a practitioner unconscious. Forced? Bullshit. Only twisted people could do something like this. How should we deal with them? XiaoMo kicked them a few times to vent his frustrations before returning to Ling Xiao, still enraged. Ling Xiao said lightly, how else? Kill them. XiaoMo scratched his head. Alright. This was the first time he unhesitatingly agreed with Ling Xiao's murderous suggestions. Amazing. On the following morning, the neighbors woke up to find that Haolian had been burned to the ground and none of them had noticed. Apart from the missing innkeeper and employees, the customers at Haolian had all been thrown onto the streets unharmed. Sometimes I think Addis has this urge to chop me into human meat bun like this female chef, I wonder why. Addis, just give me your IP address then I can find out where you live. Nah. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 568, The Town's Magic Herb Shop. Chapter 568, The Town's Magic Herb Shop. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Dongzhou was organized in tribes, with 3 main tribes. 2 of them were what Cheng Xiangrong had mentioned beforehand, the Guma tribe and Shuishi tribe. The third was the Guanzhou tribe, and amongst them, the Guma tribe was the strongest, with the most territory. The biggest town in Dongzhou, Wushan Town, was part of the Guma tribe. To find the last 2 magic herbs for the reincarnation pill, by the logic of going to the closest place first, they arrived at Wushan Town. It was many small tribes that combined into one town, which followed the path of the continuous mountain range, thus it didn't look as flat and tidy as a normal city. The Wushan town was the headquarters of the Guma tribe. There were many powerhouses guarding the town, so they couldn't make a big splash like they did at Jizhou town. Due to the connection between the Guma tribe and the Vermilion blood clan, they couldn't just swagger out into the open either. At the town's outskirts, XiaoMo looked towards the town's direction. It was truly bustling with energy. Ling Xiao, how about you wait for me here and I'll go in alone to see if there is the two type of herbs. That way, the chances of us being caught would be lowered. How about it? XiaoMo asked as he turned around to look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at him. You want me to say yes, don't you? Guilty of that, XiaoMo rubbed his nose. Too bad for you, you're going to be disappointed. Ling Xiao continued, with your troublemaking skills, I'm afraid you'll come out with every powerhouse of the Guma tribe. XiaoMo. Rendered speechless, XiaoMo could only go into Wushan town with him. But, to prevent them from being recognized, XiaoMo pulled out the two outfits he bought from Jizhou town out of his dimension. One, he gave to Ling Xiao, the other, he kept for himself so that no one could tell, with one look at least, that they were outsiders. After they changed, XiaoMo pulled out the silver mask Ling Xiao wore before for him to wear again. Although it was a bit striking, it was better than being recognized. As for him, he reluctantly wore another ugly mask. If Xiao was around, he wouldn't have to suffer from being ugly. So the two became one beauty and one ugly. So they turned into the Beauty and the Beast. By the time they arrived at the entrance, they'd already caught half of their attention. The Tongtian continent weren't void of people who covered their appearances with masks. Even in the Wushan town it was common. However, it was so extremely rare. By the looks of things, they were even more eye-catching than before. XiaoMo felt especially guilty. It looked like they attracted more attention. Ling Xiao walked past him and said, "Idiot." The entrance fee of the natives was really cheap, only 1 spirit gem. It was probably because the clothes they were wearing was native that the guards mistook them for people of Dongzhou. XiaoMo felt rejoiced from his foresight. The two followed the crowd into the busiest street. XiaoMo was transfixed by the local culture present. It was vastly different from the outside. It feels a bit like an aboriginal village. XiaoMo mumbled. Of course he wasn't talking about their clothing but how the town felt. It wasn't comparable to the prosperous towns outside, but there really was a colorful assortment of beautiful goods on display. Puzzled, XiaoMo stopped and asked, "Where's the place that sells magic herbs? How did we not find one after searching for so long? Could it be that the Wushan town doesn't have a magic herb shop? That's probably not it." Ling Xiao said, "There is only a small portion of mages in Dongzhou, thus the market for magic herbs isn't as good as magic pills. Due to that, the shops for magic herbs are far and few between. What are we going to do then, unless we're returning to Zhongtian?" After hearing that, XiaoMo instantly became spiritless. If he knew beforehand that Ling Xiao needed the reincarnation pill, no matter what he would have collected the magic herbs before. Ling Xiao continued walking and said, unconcerned, "What's the hurry? Sure, there was only a few of those shops, but they can't not have one. After all, Wushan town is the headquarters of the Guma tribe. They must have a place that sells magic herbs." XiaoMo hurried to catch up. By the looks of things, they could only ask around. Due to their special identity, it was better if they didn't reveal themselves too early. After picking around for a few minutes, XiaoMo finally found his target, a 7 to 8-year-old that was sitting by a corner, eating a candied fruit. Just as he was about to walk over, Ling Xiao stretched out his long arm and grabbed him by the collar as he said derisively, "Idiot, at least pick someone who would know." XiaoMo shrunk his neck. Ling Xiao put him down and walked towards the old man that was selling candied fruits. Then he stretched out his hand in front of XiaoMo, "Give me 2 spirit gems." XiaoMo paused for a moment before pulling out 2 spirit gems. As he handed it over, he muttered, "How old are you, wanting candied fruits? Aren't those for kids?" But he was surprised that the practitioner world would have such a thing in the first place. Ling Xiao ignored him and handed 2 spirit gems to the old man. "Give me a few sticks of those candied fruits." The old man smiled and immediately took 5 sticks of candied apples off the rack and handed over. He also mentioned, "Sir, 5 sticks doesn't cost so much." Ling Xiao just stuffed the 2 spirit gems over and asked, "I'm just going to ask you a question. Where do they sell magic herbs in the Wushan town?" The old man paused for a moment before understanding what he meant. He took the spirit gems and answered his question. After that, Ling Xiao passed the 5 sticks over to XiaoMo and turned around to leave. All XiaoMo could do was hurry over while holding the sticks. Following his principle of not leaving anything to waste, XiaoMo started to eat as he walked. He definitely wouldn't admit that when he saw the kid eating it, he was already drooling over it. At first he thought it was the same as the ones he ate before with haw apples, but when he bit into it, he realized it was something similar but 3 times larger, with more juice and sweeter. Hearing the chewing sound, Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head around. XiaoMo quickly stopped in his tracks and blinked at him. Ling Xiao said in all seriousness, "Aren't those for kids? How old are you?" XiaoMo. He actually used his words against him. The two continued walking as XiaoMo stared at his half-eaten candied fruit and suddenly lost all appetite, but he didn't want to throw it away either. Just then, the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect, who had been lying in wait in his arms, suddenly peeked out their heads. With eyes green with greed, the metal-swallowing beast quickly stretched out his neck to take a bite, when XiaoMo wasn't looking. Then he went back to share it with the golden-winged insects. That startled XiaoMo and he quickly took a look around to see if anyone saw. When he realized no one did he breathe a sigh of relief? Afraid that they would do it again, he threw out the rest when he had a chance. Of course he didn't notice the look of disappointment on his beasts. It didn't take long before they reached their destination. The shop that sell magic herb in Wushan town was under a general collective term, Magic Herb Hall, with the Guma tribe as their patron. There was only one magic herb shop in the Wushan town and it took up a huge space. It had almost every kind of magic herb and the prices were fair. In the ancient times, many mages would cultivate their magic herb fields in Dongzhou. Although it wasn't as popular as before, the Guma tribe still had massive lands for magic herbs. It was one of their main sources of income. With a goal in mind, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo walked inside. One couldn't tell from the outside, but inside it was a huge marketplace, full of stalls that sold magic herbs. And the further one went in, the higher quality the magic herbs. The two walked straight ahead. The vendors who were about to call out, found their words stuck in their throats, as they saw them walking straight towards the end. There was 4 sections in the marketplace, low, middle, high, and pinnacle sections. It corresponded to the level of herbs sold and by the high section, and there was guards. The two walked in but the guards didn't stop them. XiaoMo turned around to take a look. He thought that they would need to prove their identity or something, but it looks like they were just for show. Ling Xiao didn't even look at the high section magic herbs and instead walked straight ahead to the transcendent level. XiaoMo thought that Ling Xiao felt even more like a mage than him, and a vigorous one at that. His walking speed was almost the same as him running. It was then when they were finally stopped. "Who are you guys? This isn't a place you can just wander into," one of the guards said with severity. XiaoMo instantly let out a sliver of his soul force. "I'm a mage and I want to go in to see some transcendent level herbs, that's okay, right?" This sliver of soul force gave the guards quite a bit of pressure. Even though they were really strong, they weren't at XiaoMo's level, so they were shocked after finding out his level is transcendent. "We're deeply sorry, you may go in now." In Dongzhou, a transcendent level mage earned more respect than a divine realm practitioner, even some sacred realm practitioners too. Their status was much higher too. If one let someone from Dongzhou choose between a sacred realm and a transcendent level mage, 80% of them would pick the latter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 569 Expensive Purchase. Chapter 569 Expensive Purchase. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After receiving permission, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao walked in together. All of the transcendent level magic herbs in the pinnacle section were being sold by the Magic Herb Hall. It wasn't the same as the other 3 districts, where outsiders rented the Magic Herb Hall stalls to buy and sell magic herbs here. The Transcendent section depended solely on the Magic Herb Hall purchasing other people's magic herbs and standardizing the sales. When the 2 of them entered the Transcendent section, everyone inside looked over. It wasn't as if only Transcendent level mages went to the Transcendent section, but everyone who came to this place was definitely an expert. It would be weird if they didn't get attention, especially since one had an ugly mask and the other a beautiful mask. When they didn't see anything much happen, everyone looked away again and continued searching for their own objectives in order to avoid them being stolen away by someone else first. XiaoMo glanced around and discovered that the prices of the transcendent level magic herbs were all fixed, or in other words, he who strikes first prevails, he who strikes late fails. If 2 people saw the same magic herb simultaneously, then they would have to do PK or something similar. T/N, PK, player kill, meaning fighting on a one-on-one battle. Gentlemen, I'm Manager Lee. Please feel free to ask me if you have any requests. A middle-aged man suddenly walked over to them. He already saw them when they walked in, and at first, he wanted to see how strong they were, but he wasn't able to tell, so he didn't dare neglect them. XiaoMo just happened to be looking for someone to ask things to. Do you guys have the heartflower herb or the black lotus herb? Manager Lee paused for a few seconds before suddenly hesitating. XiaoMo asked, "What's the problem?" Manager Lee answered helplessly, "Young master's luck can be considered both good and bad. We indeed do not have the black lotus herb here, but we just received 1 heartflower herb. The only thing is that it was reserved by someone. They finally found one of the herbs, but it was already reserved? Isn't your magic herb shop first come first serve? How did this reservation happen? If it was possible, XiaoMo didn't want to give up on this heartflower herb, because the higher the level, the harder it was to find the magic herbs. The reincarnation pill was one of the 4 rainbow magic pills, and moreover, this place was different from Zhongtian, since the marketplace wasn't as big. So if they let the heartflower herb go here, they wouldn't get so lucky next time. Manager Lee explained, "Young master, the situation is like this. Several days ago, someone came to look for the heartflower herb just like you two. However, the magic herb shop didn't yet have the heartflower herb, so he asked us to keep an eye out. If we found one, then we should notify him. This magic herb was just shipped over this morning, and I was just preparing to send someone over to go notify him." XiaoMo originally thought it was hopeless, but when he heard that last sentence, he suddenly felt hopeful again. Since Manager Lee had no intention of selling them the heartflower herb, there would be no need to tell them that last sentence. Since he said it, did that mean he still had a chance? Manager Lee, what price did that person offer? I'll add on an additional 10 million spirit gems, how's that? XiaoMo calculated for a moment. Money was only a worldly possession, even though he had already squandered almost all of his spirit gems and was currently on the path towards complete poverty. But if they passed this town, there wouldn't be another shop, so if he didn't have to save, then he wouldn't. "RA, you mean, Daddy's money _?" That, Manager Lee hesitated. 10 million spirit gems was already a large sum of money for the Guma tribe, since all of their assets added together wasn't over a couple hundred million. Never mind the fact that Guma tribe was Dongzhou's #1 tribe. Some years, they didn't even earn enough money to cover their costs, because they still had to take care of a lot of people. XiaoMo roughly guessed what his misgivings were. "How about this, lastly I'll add another 5 million spirit gems." He purposefully emphasized the lastly. Manager Lee pretended to be troubled for a second before finally nodding in agreement. Even though he had promised to inform that person the moment they received the heartflower herb, only a few people in the magic herb hall knew. As long as they didn't tell him and waited until the next magic herb was shipped over before notifying him, there shouldn't be a problem. In order to avoid new issues cropping up, the two sides soon began the transaction. XiaoMo held the flower heart herb that he had spent 30 million spirit gems to buy in his arms. This was the most expensive magic herb that he had ever purchased, and he had used up almost all of the spirit gems he had on him. Now he only had 5 or 6 million spirit gems left, and there was no way it was enough to buy the black lotus herb. Before leaving, XiaoMo still requested Manager Li to help him keep an eye out for the black lotus herb. Not long after they left, the original person who claimed the heartflower herb unexpectedly showed up. It turned out that an assistant in the magic herb hall accidentally let it slip, and before Manager Li could tell his subordinates not to say anything, the news that the heartflower herb had already arrived reached that person's ears. When he saw the youth show up, Manager Li shot a vicious look at the assistant who let it slip. He was seriously a chattering idiot. "Manager Li, I heard that the heartflower herb already arrived. Is this true?" The youth wore a blue-green robe, and his appearance was delicate and pretty. He seemed quite intelligent, and he looked expectantly at Manager Li. Manager Li put on a forced smile, and when he heard him speak he hurried to say humbly, "Young master, I have truly been unfair to you. This assistant of mine is new, and I told him to look out for the magic herbs that have been coming in, but he accidentally thought another magic herb was the heartflower herb." The youth made an "oh" noise, and his suspicious gaze jumped between the two of them. The assistant knew that he was in trouble, so he didn't dare to say a single word. Manager Li hastily put on a smile. He had already been the manager of the Magic Herb Hall for many years now, and he had seen countless adverse situations. He could control the expression on his face extremely well by now, but it was not necessarily the same for the assistant. Remembering this, Manager Li hurriedly shouted at him, "Useless assistant! Why aren't you leaving already? Are you trying your best to make a fool out of yourself? If you make this kind of mistake next time, then you can scram." "Yes sir, I won't do it again next time." The assistant trembled with fear and withdrew. The youth couldn't spot their weak point, and he could only say, "Since it was an accident, then we can forget about it. However, I hope that next time Manager Li will notify me at the earliest possible moment. Spirit gems are not a problem." Manager Li patted his chest and promised that he would notify him at the first moment, before he suddenly sent him out of the Magic Herb Hall with all smiles. After leaving the Magic Herb Hall, the youth turned and walked towards the crowd, the expression on his face suddenly extremely gloomy. He didn't notice the manager rejoicing in the doorway of Magic Herb Hall for having bypassed a disaster at all. When he returned to his residence, the youth picked up the cup and teapot on the table before smashing it on the ground. Some of the broken pieces even flew outside, but even though the entire room was in chaos, it was still unable to put an end to the anger in his heart. "Shitty, what's wrong with you? Who made you so angry?" The person who heard the noise and walked over to check it out just happened to see this scene. On the outside, his age looked to be about the same as the youth's, but what was different was that the man had a more mature aura around him. When he saw him, Su Lang's thick brows raised. "De Shi Xiang? Didn't Shifu give you a task to do? Why are you still here?" The man stepped all over the broken pieces as he walked inside. "The target of that task isn't there, so there's not much point for me to stay there. Even Shifu himself said so he told me to come back first and said there's another task. Shifu is so good towards you. He gives you all kinds of responsibilities." Su Lang said with a strangely dark tone that carried a hint of unexplainable jealousy. He also helped Shifu out, but every time Shifu had a task he would always consider Dishixiang first. He would only come to find Su Lang if there weren't enough people, and it made him very jealous. The man didn't take his words to heart, and he continued the previous topic. "You still haven't said what's wrong. Did someone make you mad?" Speaking of this, Su Lang was full of pent-up anger. "I've been searching for the heartflower herb for these past few months, and I even specially told the Magic Herb Hall to notify me the instant that received the magic herb. Yet they actually hid the truth from me and sold the magic herb to another person, thinking that I wouldn't know, even trying to trick me. Do you know who?" The man asked, very interested. Su Lang shook his head. That manager Li wouldn't even dare to tell me. But I'm guessing that in order to make manager Li nod his head and agree, that person must have invested some capital. There's only a few people in Wushan town who can buy such an expensive magic herb, so I'm guessing that he most likely isn't from here. The man stood up before walking outside. He stopped at the doorway and turned around. Since there are so many weak points, we just have to investigate a little and we'll know who it is. Su Lang was disgruntled. Even without Dishixiang saying so, he would have gone to check for sure. Furthermore, after XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left, they didn't continue shopping. Rather, they directly left Wushan town and had no idea what troubles were ahead. Originally they wanted to find an inn to stay at temporarily in Wushan town, but XiaoMo was struggling again with how to earn spirit gems. He only had 5 or 6 million spirit gems left on him, which definitely wasn't enough, since a transcendent level magic herb was at least 10 million. He thought about it over and over before finally deciding that there was only the option to refine pills. So they left the town and went directly to find a place deep in the mountain without people. XiaoMo had considered refining pills in the dimension, but refining transcendent level magic pills would attract thunderclouds. If the dimension was revealed because of this, then the loss wouldn't be worth the gains, so he never once dared to try it. Dongzhou had many mountains, and it didn't have a lot of flat land. The two of them set out, doing their best to go as far as possible from Wushan town. Finally, they found a relatively hidden place before sunset. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 570, Setting Up Home in a Cave. Chapter 570, Setting Up Home in a Cave. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The mountain belt was full of peaks and mountain ranges. With such a natural and favorable geographical position, a person may not be able to discover them immediately even if they passed by. XiaoMo was lucky enough to find a man-made cave in the area. The cave had existed for many years and it seemed to be the dwelling of some predecessors from the ancient times based on the traces left behind. Unfortunately, the entire cave had been emptied, with only some old stone chairs and beds left behind. XiaoMo did a quick and simple clean and wiped the dust off the stone chairs. Then he took the quilt out from his dimension and laid it on the stone bed. A good and soft bed was a must-have, though he was not sure how long they would stay here. Ling Xiao leaned against the entrance of the cave and watched his wife virtuously doing housework. He would occasionally point out areas where the dust had not been cleaned up and so on in an annoying tone. XiaoMo restrained himself with much hardship. He would not argue with Ling Xiao about this small matter, seeing that he had just recovered. The sun had already set by the time he was finished with everything. XiaoMo wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out the illuminating night pearl from his dimension. As it was nighttime, the entire cave was so dark that one could not even see their fingers right in front of their face. But once the night pearl was taken out, the cave was lit up so brightly as if it was daytime. XiaoMo had always felt that this world's night pearl was really marvelous. It was not that he had never seen a night pearl in his past life, but that the night pearl there could not be used as lighting. It could only emit a dim but beautiful halo even in the darkest place. Don't you think that this feels like our home? XiaoMo looked at the cave, which had become a little cozier after he had cleaned it. He suddenly felt that the close to an hour of hard work was worth it. He eagerly ran to Ling Xiao and asked, like he was trying to take credit for someone's achievements. You have such a measly aspirations. Ling Xiao shot him a glance. I'm happy with this. XiaoMo pouted. It was easy to realize low aspirations. Grand dreams were easy to speak of and nice to hear about, but few could realize such tall aspirations. Ling Xiao walked to the stone bed where XiaoMo had laid the quilt on and touched the soft and silky smooth quilt. His lips suddenly lifted in a faint smile. But you've done a pretty good job. XiaoMo was immediately healed. XiaoMo went out hunting for a rabbit beast and bought it back as dinner because Ling Xiao wanted to experience his culinary skills. He had never cooked again since they came back from the Living Waters River boundary. The rabbit beast looked just like a rabbit, but its size was different from normal rabbits. The rabbit beast here was more than 1 meter tall and was a type of low-level demon beast without intelligence. However, many practitioners liked to hunt rabbit beasts for their meat when camping rough, as its meat was very delicious. XiaoMo took out various condiments from his dimension. He bought these condiments a long time ago in order to cook the 1,000-spirit earth sheep meat. But his idea ground to a halt before it could take root, as the meat of the 1,000-spirit earth sheep required a special type of fire to cook. Now, he was finally able to put it to good use. XiaoMo had also gathered some firewood in passing while he was hunting for the rabbit beast. He piled up the firewood he had gathered and arranged the stand. His actions were quite practiced. This was also a skill he was forced to train in by Yubo. When he finished, he immediately dashed to Ling Xiao, who was in the cave, and shouted, "I'm ready, come out and help me." Ling Xiao leisurely walked out. "Help you to do what?" XiaoMo pointed to the firewood pile. "Help me light it on fire." This was the method to make the best use of everything. Ling Xiao. The fire was soon ready. XiaoMo cut the entire rabbit into 4 pieces, skewered them and placed them all around the fire. The remaining rabbit meat could be stored in his dimension even if they couldn't finish the more than 1 meter tall rabbit beast. His dimension had the function to retain freshness, and the meat was also delicious when turned into jerky. In order to roast the meat properly, XiaoMo was so busy he was running around in circles. One moment he needed to run to this side, another moment he needed to run to the other side, for fear of burning the meat. Ling Xiao stood at the entrance of the cave and watched the scene. Finally, he could not bear to watch it anymore and took the initiative to walk over to say that he wanted to help, but he was pushed away by XiaoMo. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. XiaoMo pushed him away from the fire. "You had better just stand here and watch." "I'll do it by myself." Ling Xiao looked at his face, which had been roasted red by the heat of the flames, and sternly demanded, "Speak the truth." XiaoMo hesitated for a moment. "Well, I'm afraid that you'll burn it and waste my meat." He personally felt that some truths were better left unsaid. Ling Xiao gave him a profound stare before he turned and walked away. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief before went back to his struggle. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's fire was very strong and the rabbit beast meat was not as particular as the meat of the 1,000-spirit earth sheep. In less than 15 minutes, the strong smell of roast meat was drifting out. The scent was definitely able to make people salivate from gluttony. XiaoMo surveyed the situation. Then he poured the condiments out of the bottle and began to season the rabbit beast meat. The technique for seasoning and roasting were equally important. The deliciousness of the meat would be greatly reduced if the flavor was amiss. After he finished seasoning, he then roasted it over a small fire once more for a while to finish it. XiaoMo took off a section of the rabbit meat and cut it into bite-sized pieces. He plated it onto a small pot and eagerly delivered it to Ling Xiao as he excitedly bubbled, "Try my meat roasting skills." Ling Xiao thought his family's wife would often surprise him. As a carnivore, he thought that the freshly cooked roast meat smelled more appetizing than food he had eaten on the ship at that time. His saliva was already flowing. No matter how voracious he was, his expression was as calm as if there were only a few steamed white buns in front of him. The metal-swallowing beast and the 2 golden-winged insect had long been tempted by the fragrance until they could not bear it any longer. They emerged from XiaoMo's clothes and were about to throw themselves at the roast meat in the pot after eyeing it, but a hand quickly and nimbly moved the roasted meat away. They had thought that it was their master who was playing dirty tricks and not letting them eat. However, they soon discovered that the roast meat was in the hands of boss Ling Xiao. After looking up, the 3 could only silently turn their heads and look at their master while selling Meng, cuteness, as they begged for a bite. T/N, Meng equals Mo, same kanji. Naturally, XiaoMo did not forget about them. He had already prepared 2 plates, cut off 2 pieces of meat that were larger than them and put the meat in front of them. See how competent their master was. He totally waited upon them like they were children whose hands needed to be held while shitting and peeing. Where could one find such a good master as him? The only one was in this family and there was no other. XiaoMo was not in a hurry to eat. He cut the other rabbit meat into pieces and put it into his dimension while it was hot. When he returned to the cave intending to share the large pot of meat with Ling Xiao, the meat had been completely eaten him until there were only scarce crumbs remaining. You ate all of it? XiaoMo was astonished. Ling Xiao cast a sidelong glance at him. Don't you still have more? XiaoMo rebutted, you don't normally eat so much. That was why he was shocked. A quarter of the rabbit was quite a large portion. Although the rabbit over a meter tall was not very big, it was really fat. Who told you that? Ling Xiao kept a straight face. XiaoMo's expression was a little complicated. It was only now that he realized that Ling Xiao was actually a glutton. This was really a big discovery. In the end, he could only take out the meat that he had just stored away. It turned out that Ling Xiao still had not had his fill and he had even snatched half of his food. The moonlight spilled into the entrance of the cave as the night pearl illuminated the 2 people lying on the stone bed. XiaoMo pillowed his head on Ling Xiao's shoulder. He had eaten until his stomach was rounder than Ling Xiao's and was so full that he found it a little uncomfortable to sleep. He could hear the sound akin to the beating of a drum when he lightly bumped his stomach. Ling Xiao stroked his bared stomach as he softly laughed. Wife, how many months are you pregnant? XiaoMo slapped his hand off with a face full of black lines. You are the one that's pregnant. Ling Xiao jokingly laughed, if the wife says so, then your husband can only comply. But as the party who is on the receiving end, don't you think that you are more likely to be pregnant, my dear wife? XiaoMo cursed a word of scram and rage. The day he believed that men could have children was the day when there would be snow in June. If your husband scrams, who will help you sow seeds? Ling Xiao buried his head in XiaoMo's neck and took a deep whiff of the smell on his body. The smell of roast meat filled his nose. XiaoMo immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation upon hearing him sprout off outrageous things the more he talked. He turned over then threw himself onto Ling Xiao. Lousy will sow it himself. What of it? Bah! That's wrong. I'm a man, no matter how much you try to sow, it's impossible to take root. Ling Xiao laughed till his shoulders were shaking. XiaoMo grabbed Ling Xiao by the neck in humiliation and anger. Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed hold of his waist as he ordered, don't move. XiaoMo stared blankly for a moment. Just as he wanted to ask what happened, he found that the thing his butt was sitting on was getting harder and harder, and hotter and hotter. It pressed straight into the crack between his buns. Ling Xiao flashed a grin at him. Wife, let's satiate our minds in lust. XiaoMo restrained himself till his entire face was red. At this time, the 2 did not expect that Su Lang had bribed the shop assistant in the magic herb hall and easily fished the incident where Manager Li had actually sold the heartflower herb to them out of the assistant's mouth. He also had got a hold of the fact that they asked Manager Li to look for the black lotus herb. Finally, the assistant had also told him of their greatest distinguishing characteristics, one ugly and one beautiful mask. Now, Su Lang's subordinates were already lying in wait for them at Wushan town. Su Lang, who firmly believed that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao would reappear, blindly waited there for nearly a month. Yet, there was not a single shadow of either target. Su Lang then realized that they might have left Wushan town. Su Lang smashed more than a dozen tea sets in his residence and finally decided to pull a snake from its hole, that is, to help them find the black lotus herb and then ask Steward Li to inform them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 571, Come Looking. Chapter 571, Come Looking. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo spent the following period of time either refining pills or cultivating. He had only refined 5 rainbow pills, and he used the rest of his time primarily on cultivating. Otherwise, by the time he found the black lotus herb, he would only be able to look at it since his cultivation base wasn't strong enough. Apart from that, XiaoMo also began to practice the skill technique he had obtained before, Azure Palm. He only had a short 2 months of time. If only each day was 48 hours long. Apart from helping him out with the lightning from refining pills, Ling Xiao spent most of his time resting. The clash between the 4 bloodlines had resulted in consequences more dire than expected. He had to find a way to integrate them. 2 months later, XiaoMo stretched, walking out of the cave. He focused on the power inside him. Though it had only been 2 short months, he had ingested several pills, and his cultivation base was only a little away from breaking through grade 2 pinnacle. XiaoMo knew that there were risks to advancing too fast, but he didn't care about that right now. Ling Xiao walked out from the cave behind him. XiaoMo turned his head, saying, "It's been 2 weeks since we've been to Wushan town. I want to visit." Managerly of the Magic Herb Hall might have already found the Black Lotus herb and is freaking out about not being able to find us. Originally, they didn't have a set address, so XiaoMo didn't tell Managerly where to find them, just letting the other hold on to it temporarily. They'd go down to check every now and then. Though this was troublesome, it was safer, too. Thus, the two left after finishing the last of the meat. In these 2 months, XiaoMo had hunted quite a few low-level demon beasts, and they had eaten so much roast meat that it was starting to become tasteless. He had used up most of his seasoning, too. Apart from checking up on the Black Lotus herb, he also wanted to buy some seasonings. The two maintained the look of one beautiful and one ugly. However, 2 months was enough to use up Su Lang's rather lacking patience. Thus, he didn't send anyone to check on their movements this time, so he didn't get the news of their arrival in Wushan town immediately. XiaoMo first went to the general store to buy some necessities before finding a large magic pill store that seemed to have some background, exchanging a few grade 10 pills for a chunk of spirit gems. He did this because he wasn't sure if the Magic Herb Hall would be willing to take magic pills as payment. They might be like the Black Spider, refusing to trade goods and only accepting spirit gems. Afterwards, he headed to the Magic Herb Hall. Managerly of the Magic Herb Hall was already waiting for them since half a month ago, having found the Black Lotus herb, thanks to Su Lang. In order to lure out XiaoMo and his companion, Su Lang had gone and helped Managerly with this immense task, but didn't tell the other anything. He just had the Magic Herb Hall take the herb and sat to the side, waiting for the fish to bite. "Shitty, it's already been half a month. Are you sure they'll come?" Su Lang's Xixiang sat by the window. From this corner, they could easily see the entrance of the Magic Herb Hall and everyone who entered and exited. To wait for their prey, they had wasted a lot of time here. The man was a little regretful. If he had known it would be so boring, he wouldn't have gotten involved, but now he couldn't just up and leave. Of course, Su Lang said with absolute certainty. They were willing to spend tens of millions of spirit gems to obtain the Heartflower herb. They definitely wouldn't let any chance of obtaining the Black Lotus herb slip by. Plus, the manager said that they didn't leave any contact information, so we can only wait for them to return. The man casually glanced out of the window and stared in surprise. "Look, down there." Su Lang looked out of the window. Weren't those two walking over slowly from the right the exact same people they had been looking for? They had just been talking about them, too. Very good. My 2 months of waiting haven't been wasted. A cold smile appeared on Su Lang's face. His patience had long since run out. Now, it was time for payback. Su Lang stood immediately. The man suddenly reached out and held him in place, frowning as he asked, "Are you going down to meet them now?" Su Lang turned his head, replying with impatience, "Can't I?" The man said, "You're still as rash as ever. This is why our master never gives you any missions. Remember, recklessly meeting the enemy without confirming their strength will just end in an uglier death for you. Plus, the two seemed somewhat familiar, like he had seen them before somewhere. Before they figured things out, it wouldn't be a good idea to act rashly. He had struck Su Lang where it hurt, and the other immediately jumped up in rage. Yes, you're composed, you're powerful. Well, if you're afraid of them, then just leave. I don't need your help. Then he slapped his hand away and charged downstairs. The man couldn't stop him. He didn't like this shitty of his, so weak, and yet his master treated the other like a son. He knew Su Lang was jealous of him, yet the other didn't know how jealous he was of Su Lang. Who wanted to do such dangerous missions after all? In Magic Herb Hall. XiaoMo originally went to simply check, not actually expecting that the manager would have the Black Lotus herb for him, but the other did, much to his delight. Now all he had to do was work on his cultivation base. The Black Lotus herb was a low-grade magic herb, not of very good quality, but he could improve it by soaking it in spiritual water. Since the quality wasn't nearly as good as the Heartflower herb, the price was much cheaper. XiaoMo left the Magic Herb Hall with Ling Xiao after paying 9 million spirit gems. After this experience, he decided that this couldn't go on. High-level magic herbs were far too expensive. It'd be much cheaper to just plant them himself. It seemed like they would have to contact Mo Jing sooner rather than later and obtain the remaining magic herbs. Not long after they left the Magic Herb Hall, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed his hand. XiaoMo was about to ask him what was wrong when he suddenly felt malicious gazes on him from all around. There were around 4 people hiding in the shadows, watching them. What the hell? We only came to Wushan town twice. We didn't offend anyone, did we? XiaoMo felt depressed. Who said? Ling Xiao replied, don't forget, you snatched the Heartflower herb from the hands of another. Though you spent spirit gems on it, that doesn't mean that person would relent. However, it seems like that person won't come after us here. Let's leave the town first. They increased their pace, and Su Lang could guess that they had noticed, immediately telling the others to follow, only blocking their way after they had left Wushan town. Su Lang arrived not far in front of them, his gaze going back and forth between the two. He truly couldn't determine their cultivation level, but that didn't mean that they were stronger than him. However, some people enjoyed hiding their cultivation level, it wasn't anything new. Hand over the Heartflower herb and I'll let you go. Su Lang didn't waste words on them. He just wanted the Heartflower herb. If they were willing to hand it over, then he wouldn't press them. XiaoMo was now certain that this young man was the one who had the misfortune of having the Heartflower herb taken from him. However, there was no way he was handing over the Heartflower herb. He had spent 30 million spirit gems on it. Who did he think he was? Plus, it was the Magic Herb Hall that sold it willingly. Take your men and get out of my sight, and I'll let you go. XiaoMo looked at him coldly, emotionlessly, acting cool like an Oscar-winning actor. He just didn't know how long he could keep this act up. Then don't blame me for what I do. Everyone, get him. Seeing that he refused to take the easy way out, Su Lang didn't bother chatting with him. Luckily, he wasn't so dumb as to place himself in danger. His 4 minions unsheathed their swords and charged at XiaoMo, bellowing. Seeing that their cultivation level wasn't anything special, XiaoMo didn't bother doing anything special. He simply waved his hand and sent out a wave of soul power, partially slamming it into the 4. The 4 were unable to take the impact and were sent flying, coughing up blood and eventually landing heavily at Su Lang's feet. Su Lang's face darkened, remembering what his Deshir Xiong had said. As expected, these two were no ordinary people. He didn't have a good chance of winning 1-2. XiaoMo didn't care what he was thinking. Since he had come, then XiaoMo wouldn't let him leave so easily. It was a perfect time to test out his newly learned Azure Palm. Azure Palm was a high-grade skill. It wasn't peak level, but it wasn't weak. XiaoMo quickly formed 10 or so hand seals and his palm began to change. The surface of his palm took on an emerald green sheen, a beautiful light radiating from it, and he pushed his palm out towards Su Lang. Su Lang had never predicted that he'd attack so abruptly, and floundered. Just as he was about to counterattack, a dark shadow appeared in front of him, grabbed his arm and fled with him. It was his Disher Xiong. Without a target, the pure azure palm hit a tree not far off, decimating everything in a 10-meter radius, leaving only a massive hand behind. XiaoMo wasn't surprised at the power of the azure palm, yet he still wore an expression of shock. Though he only got a glance, he very clearly saw that the one who had rescued Su Lang was a familiar face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 572, Inquiry. Chapter 572, Inquiry. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The two, once again, hurried back to the cave before sunset. They had stayed in the cave for about 2 months. XiaoMo felt that it was almost their second home, as he made sure it was cleaned from inside out. That night, he didn't feel like cooking. It was good that they didn't need to eat every day, so that without any objection from Ling Xiao, he just didn't do anything. During the night, XiaoMo laid on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. He couldn't cultivate either, as he was so restless. His mind was preoccupied by the man in black who saved Su Lang in the afternoon. They were wearing masks, so the man in black probably didn't know who they were. That was probably why he didn't cover up his identity when he took away Su Lang. Even though it was for a split second, XiaoMo knew he saw it correctly. With one leg on Ling Xiao's body, XiaoMo shifted half of his weight onto him. Ling Xiao, are you asleep? If you aren't, talk to me. I'm asleep. Ling Xiao replied, eyes closed, after 2 seconds of silence. With one arm hooking his neck, XiaoMo said with anger, liar, how are you answering me if you're asleep? Ling Xiao, I'm sleep-talking. XiaoMo flipped around so that his whole body was on top of him and reached out devilishly, lifting his right eyelid. Finding it incredibly humorous, he started laughing hysterically. Are you still going to sleep-talk? Ling Xiao slapped his hand away. Quit it. Then talk to me. I held everything back. If I don't talk now, I'm going to suffocate. XiaoMo said as he rubbed his arm. Even though it wasn't slapped away with much force, it still turned a bit red. Ling Xiao gave him the cold shoulder. What is there is to say, isn't it just that? XiaoMo continued on angrily. Although he said he was from the Guma tribe before, I still felt weird. The one I saw today was different from how he was. He used to fool around a lot, was careless of the things he said, and was just like a frivolous teen. But now, if they didn't have the same face, I would have thought that they were completely different people. Even though it was just a quick glance, the feeling he got was very clear. The answer is obvious, he was pretending before. Ling Xiao answered, completely bored and uninterested. He didn't believe that it was something worth discussing, since the answer was obvious. Then why did he pretend? XiaoMo asked. If he truly was from the Guma tribe, then what he said before wasn't wrong. Then why the disguise? Was it to defend against the evil of human nature? But the two didn't appear to have a direct correlation. How am I supposed to know? Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo laid on his chest and continued, I just feel like he has some unspeakable secret or something. Also, he should be still at the Xiao institution. He didn't have a reason to be a Dongzhou, and now that 2 months had passed, it was soon to be another round of the challenge matches. If he didn't go back soon, he's not going to make it. Maybe his objective wasn't the Xiao institution in the first place. He drove away all sleepiness from Ling Xiao, so that all he could do was hold a serious conversation. Seeing that he was finally coming on board, XiaoMo got even more excited. Then what do you think his true intention is? It was not that he wanted to suspect them, it was just that with their current predicament, all problematic people must be treated with caution. Then let's think about it. He told you before that he was all alone, right? Ling Xiao flipped around to look at him deep into the eyes. XiaoMo nodded. He did say that, and if I recall, he didn't state that he was from the Guma tribe in the beginning. It was only after the uncle asked him, did he confirm it? Thinking back, his answer was a bit ambiguous. Ling Xiao said, if he made a move, then that must mean that person's closely related to him. Thinking back on the young man he saved, it was someone who could wait in Wushan town for us and knew that we bought his magic herb. It's likely that he is from the Wushan town. If he was not from the town, then the chances of him buying for others is low. It's also unlikely for him to stay in the same place for such a long time, but... Right. XiaoMo kept nodding. They finally came to an understanding. Not only that, it felt like he purposefully waiting for us to leave before making a move. Ling Xiao wrapped his arms around XiaoMo's waist, with his head in the other's neck, and said unconcerned, he is probably like us, not wanting to make a scene in town. He probably needs to keep his identity a secret. If you're truly curious, we can find a time to investigate. XiaoMo blinked. No time like the present. Should we go tomorrow? Ling Xiao lifted his head to show the laziness in his eyes. Can I say no? Nope. Then get rid of your question mark at the end. Ha ha. XiaoMo started laughing. It was the first time he felt true resignation from Ling Xiao. It was very pleasant. After all, what comes around, goes around. Ling Xiao smiled eerily towards him. You're happy? The light in the cave had changed to a dim one from the night pearl. With the help of the background lighting, Ling Xiao's eerie smile worked wonders. XiaoMo instantly shut up and shook his head like no tomorrow. No, I was just happy for tomorrow. Tomorrow hasn't happened yet. What is there to be happy about? Since you can't sleep and I was woken up because of you, then let's do something to waste the night away. I'll give you a second to consider it. Okay, looks like you agreed too. Then, what position do you like? Ling Xiao said without stopping, making someone completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until Ling Xiao had striped him down halfway, posed him in a difficult position, did he make a weak reply. Actually, I prefer to be the writer. Too late, I'd already given you a chance. You didn't respond, so the choice is mine. Ling Xiao said as he grabbed hold of XiaoMo's delicate part. XiaoMo took a deep breath and said, with a trembling voice, this is too hard, I won't be able to get up tomorrow. Ling Xiao's delighted voice rose beside his ear, along with it, the heat of his breath. I permit you to drink the spiritual water tomorrow. You drink it. XiaoMo was bright red from anger. He never let him drink it before, but now to satisfy his lust, he was actually allowing it. Such a pain. The next day, the sun rose and the light from the luminous pearl was covered. The morning light lit up every corner of the cave. In sourness and pain, XiaoMo opened his eyes. Gaining consciousness, his first thought was to grab the spiritual water and drink it without an ounce of hesitation. After resting for a few minutes, the pain and sourness of his body finally dulled. XiaoMo instantly jumped out of the bed. Crisp, clean, and handsome. As Ling Xiao watched the whole process, he went into deep reflection. He really shouldn't have agreed in letting him drink the spiritual water. After that, they headed out for Wushan town. Since they didn't chase after them the day before, they didn't know where the other two lived. After some deliberation, they decided to check the magic herb hall out. Due to the attention-grabbing nature of the masks, when XiaoMo entered the city, he bought 2 black cloaks. With just the hood, half of their face was covered. Manager Li, from the Transcendent Level section, didn't know much about Su Lang but knew that Manager Zhang, from the high-level section, knew a bit more. Su Lang was a repeat customer of the high-level section. Last time was his first time buying magic herbs from the Transcendent Level section. Manager Zhang was very caring of Su Lang and they were well antiquated since he even asked Manager Li for a favor, giving Su Lang a 20 to 30% discount. That left a sour taste in Manager Li's mouth. The reason being that managers had to take care of more than the stuff in their section, so they were also given a cut of the transactions in their section as a reward. With the transcendent level magic herbs being sold at such a high price, every cut was a fortune. Asking for a 20 to 30% discount was at least cutting 3 to 4 million spirit gem off of every purchase. That wasn't cheap, and it was tied to his performance as well. He wasn't even close to Su Lang. Why should he give a discount? But Manager Zhang was at least a manager of the high-level section. He needed to give some face, but this thing had been bothering him. The moment XiaoMo arrived, he figured it wasn't for anything good, so he just revealed everything. Afraid of alerting the other by acting rashly, XiaoMo gave the Manger 200,000 spirit gems, asking him to find out more. If he came across anything, he would add an extra 200. 400,000 was a lot, and Manager Li only hesitated for a bit before agreeing. He promised that he would find out in a day, so this time XiaoMo gave his contact information, as they were planning to stay in Wushan town. XiaoMo didn't leave right after the transaction. He thought it through. He wasn't going to collect magic herb seeds in secret anymore. He was going to openly search for transcendent level magic herb seeds. The first stop was this magic herb hall. Manager Li just got a deal, so he was even more courteous with XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Thus, he took care of the seed problem. There were a lot of seeds collected over the years as no one bought them, so Manager Li kept them stored. There were many for each kind, with a good variety too. XiaoMo took it all, and amongst them was the seed of both the Heartflower magic herb and Black Lotus herb. It made him want to cry, but no tears came out. He felt ripped off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, Xixiang. Chapter 573, Xixiang. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. After the two of them settled in, XiaoMo tugged Ling Xiao into the dimension. The spiritual energy of the dimension was fairly rich, and it was better to recover in here than outside. XiaoMo wanted to go work on the magic herb field, so there was nothing Ling Xiao could say to that. The transcendent level magic herb seed that they had just received couldn't be left there like low or mid-grade magic herbs, nor could it be reaped any faster if it was planted earlier, especially the Heartflower herb. Just scraping together some fertilizer to cover it wasn't enough. It wasn't that he had no confidence in himself, but it was more so that he could take precautions. On the other side, Manager Li found Manager Zhang very quickly. Coincidentally, Manager Zhang had also been searching for Manager Li the entire time to discuss Su Lang. After all, he was the one who introduced Su Lang to the Pinnacle section, but then Manager Li went and sold the magic herb that Su Lang had pre-ordered to someone else for a higher price. Wasn't that just slapping his face? Moreover, Manager Zhang had already heard about how Manager Li sold that magic herb for an exorbitant 30 million spirit gems. Just from the commission alone, Manager Li would earn almost 1 million spirit gems, never mind the reward from the magic herb hall. Since Manager Li earned almost 20 million spirit gems for the magic herb hall, the higher-ups decided to reward him with 1 million spirit gems. This was an amount that Manager Zhang couldn't even earn by working an entire year, so it was impossible for him not to be jealous. Seeing that Manager Li himself came to find him, he just happened to also have something to ask him. Manager Li had long since guessed that Manager Zhang wouldn't tell him so easily, and that he would bring up the matter about the Heartflower herb. Therefore, he pretended to be touched by emotion and willing to act reasonably, before bringing up the magic herb hall again as a shield. Finally, he expressed that he would personally go and clear things up with Su Lang before fishing Su Lang's address out from him. How would Manager Zhang know his true motives? Furthermore, he also wouldn't dare to actually offend Manager Li. In the magic herb hall, there were different tiers of managers too. The higher the tier, the more important the magic herbs that they were responsible for were. Even if they really did start arguing, the higher-ups would favor Manager Li, whose status was higher than his. Plus, he had provided a generous contribution to the magic herb hall not too long ago, so Manager Zhang could only suffer this loss. Afterwards, Manager Li personally went to the inn that XiaoMo was staying in. Not even a minute later, Manager Li left the inn, completely satisfied. The middle of the night, when nobody was whispering anymore, was the perfect time for spies to eavesdrop. A manor located halfway up the mountain next to the town was currently brightly lit. A wide expanse of magic herbs grew around the manor, with one particular high-level magic herb serving as the majority. Restriction seals covered the area around the manor, preventing people from casually entering and stealing things. XiaoMo called out his 2 golden-winged insects and told them to gnaw a hole in the restriction seal. Afterwards, he secretly slipped inside with Ling Xiao. Inside the manor's courtyard. Ever since De Xiang rescued Su Lang the day before, Su Lang was strictly prohibited from entering and leaving the manor on his own. He wasn't afraid that Su Lang would go find those 2 people to get revenge, but he was afraid that XiaoMo was still in Wushan town. Su Lang was someone who liked to have fun, and so he couldn't bear it anymore after just one night, arguing from morning to night with his De Xiang. Since there were restriction seals, his passage token was taken away by his De Xiang. Yan Hui, tell me truthfully. What can I do to get you to return the token to me? Su Lang barged into Yan Hui's room after kicking down his door. Yan Hui was Su Lang's De Xiang. Back then, he acted under orders and participated in Xiao Institution's new student orientation because of Ling Xiao. XiaoMo could be considered an additional part of it, but at the beginning he hadn't known that Ling Xiao was his target. It was only when Shifu sent over more information that he found out, telling him to keep an eye on them both. Unfortunately, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao often weren't in Xiao Institution. Every time, they came back for a little bit before leaving again, and he basically had no way of encountering the 2 of them for a long time, so he had never been able to complete the task that Shifu had assigned him. Recently, because XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had a falling out with the Vermilion Blood Clan, the likelihood that the 2 of them would return to Xiao Institution wasn't very high. Moreover, the situation right now was a little tense, and it was essentially impossible for him to pry the information he needed out of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's mouths. Since things had already come to this point, Shifu finally let him return and wait for further orders. Right now, a lot of people were looking for the 2 of them, and his Shifu wasn't an exception. But because they had used the teleportation talisman when nobody was there, nobody knew where exactly they had been transported to. In the room, Yan Hui glanced at the 2 door panels that had been kicked down, and he rubbed his temples. Su Lang, you've already kicked down my door twice from yesterday till today. As long as you return the token to me, I promise I won't come to bother you again. Su Lang said without a single trace of shame. How much could 2 broken fan doors be worth? Impossible. Yan Hui refused without even thinking about it. Before Shifu sends the information over, you can only stay in the manor. When the time comes, I'll relay the matter back to Shifu and ask him to make the final decision. But bah! Su Lang spat and said, annoyed, in the end, you just think I'm an eyesore. Yan Hui, let me tell you, if you still don't return the token to me, I'll make you pay for it, and then we can see if Shifu will trust you or if he'll trust me. Yan Hui was a little surprised by how certain he sounded, and he said, astonished, why do you think Shifu sided with you? He knew that Shifu was fond of Su Lang, but he was also someone who made a clear distinction between his public and private life. At this, Su Lang's expression suddenly became pleased. Do you know why I wanted to buy that heart flower herb? Why? Yan Hui responded. Su Lang placed his hands on his waist. Because I'm preparing to give it to Shifu. Yan Hui didn't believe him. With Shifu's skill, how hard is it to find a heartflower herb? Plus, Shifu isn't a mage, what use is there in giving this magic herb to Shifu? Indeed, Shifu isn't a mage, but there are quite a few people at his side who know how to refine pills. I heard that Lady Zuma has been collecting level 12 magic herbs recently, one of which includes the heartflower herb. Lady Zuma is one of Shifu's trusted subordinates, so I can offer the magic herb to Shifu and let him give it to Lady Zuma. Su Lang was very proud of his own plan. If it weren't for the fact that the magic herb had been stolen away by someone else, he would have already gotten it by now. Xuma was the holy maiden from the previous generation of the Guma tribe. Her cultivation base was even higher than the current Guma tribe's holy maidens, but ever since she had been relieved of her position, very few people saw her. A sly look flashed across Yin Hui's eyes when he heard this, and he laughed lightly. Xiao Shidi indeed has a good plan. Relying on Shifu's power so that Shifu will know how talented you are, while simultaneously allowing Lady Xuma to have a good impression of you. Amazing! Of course, or else do you think I'm an idiot? If I only depend on Shifu's doting, sooner or later I'll destroy myself. Since Shifu won't give me any responsibilities, then I'll come up with a way to make Shifu notice me. Su Lang was indeed an impulsive person, but it also wasn't as if he had no brain. After finishing speaking, Su Lang walked over to Yin Hui and smiled cheerfully. Say, Shi Xian, if Shifu knew that you stopped me from going to recover the heartflower herb, and was deceived by someone to the point that I didn't even dare to go out and regain some face, what would Shifu think? Would he punish you, or punish me? Yin Hui's eyelids lowered, and the ice-cold look in his eyes was covered slightly. After a while, he said, Shidi, even if you want to regain your face, you have to have the ability to do so. Or else, if you lose face, I'm afraid Shifu will be even more angry. I trust that you also know Shifu's temper. He hates useless and worthless people. Su Lang's momentum was derailed by him, and he was very unhappy. He slapped the table. If it weren't for you suddenly forcibly dragging me back, it's still uncertain who would have won or lost. You're overestimating yourself. Yen Hui sneered coldly. His level of strength is clearly above ours. If I didn't drag you away in time, there's no way you would be standing here now. Impossible, I'm only 25 years old this year, and I'm already a grade 1 rainbow level mage. Back then, Shifu once said that I was Tongtian Continent's #1 genius. How can a genius lose to a nameless nobody? Su Lang said arrogantly. Even though he had only just broken through not long ago, he had always been very proud of himself. Then why don't you tell me why he wanted to buy the heart flower herb? Level 12 magic herbs are only needed when refining pills. If he wasn't going to refine pills, what's the point of buying the magic herb? Yen Hui responded unhurriedly. Su Lang was unable to answer. Yen Hui said, the heartflower herb's level is even higher than what you would usually buy. That person's strength must be above grade 2. If you actually started fighting him, there's no way you would have been able to defeat him. Moreover, that person didn't seem to be very old, so your Tongtian's #1 genius probably has to give up its seat. Yen Hui. The more he listened, the angrier Su Lang got, and he broke the table in his fury. Yen Hui laughed, and the slightly stiff muscles in his face suddenly relaxed. He smiled and placated him. Shidi, what's the use of being so angry? I'm only making a conjecture. There really aren't that many people who are more gifted than you. He said that there weren't that many, but that didn't mean that there weren't any. This was especially since he knew someone who had become a grade 1 rainbow level mage before Su Lang. He heard that he was already grade 2 now. Su Lang didn't take the bait. From what I see, you're just jealous and envious of my natural talent, because when you advanced to the grade 1 rainbow level, you were already almost 70 years old. Now you're nearly 100 years old, and yet you're only grade 2 rainbow level. I'll catch up to you before long, so you're afraid now. Aren't I correct? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, The Continent's #1 Genius. Chapter 574, The Continent's #1 Genius. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Yen Hui's expression twisted for a moment when Su Lang said those words. That's right, he was really envious and jealous of Su Lang. Envious of his good fortune to have a master who loved him and unreservedly provided the materials and soul and skill training manuals needed for cultivation. jealous of his potential to already be a grade 1 rainbow level mage at the young age of 25. Yet, the early years of his life was miserable and bumpy. He had to depend on his own perseverance, and he finally managed to successfully advance to rainbow level when he was on the verge of reaching 100 years of age. If he had such convenient conditions, he too could have advanced in his 20s like Su Lang, and become a genius that was envied by all. The reason why Su Lang was able to get the attention of their master was closely related to the fact that he had an infinite supply of materials when he was young. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have advanced so quickly. In the end, he caught Shifu's eye and was then accepted as a disciple. Yan Hui tried hard to calm the rolling thoughts in his heart. When he raised his head, a smile that showed love and respect as good brothers should hung on his face once more. Shitty, everyone has their own fate. Your luck is indeed incomparable with mine, but you are really unworthy of the title of the Tongtian continent's #1 genius. Su Lang was immediately enraged by his words. Flames shot from his eyes as he grabbed Yan Hui's collar in a fit of discombobulation and snarled, "You're talking nonsense. Then you tell me, how am I unworthy?" He was praised as the #1 genius in the Tongtian continent from an early age. He had completely taken the title as his possession now that his future was becoming even more brilliant. Yet, Yan Hui was saying that he was not the #1 genius of Tongtian continent. How could he believe it? Yan Hui grabbed his hand and pried Su Lang's fingers off his collar one by one with a serene smile on his face. "Shitty, you know that your Xiang, used to be a student in Xiao institution. How could the Xiao institution rise abruptly to become the #1 educational institute in the Tongtian continent without some capability and skill? So what?" Su Lang shook his hand off with an expression of loathing. Yan Hui was not hopeful about his intelligence, so he continued, "That means, there are no lack of geniuses in the Xiao institution. As far as I know, there's one person who was better suited to be the #1 genius in the Tongtian continent. He's the one who was worthy of the title." Su Lang was stunned, but he still didn't believe it despite Yan Hui declaring it so solemnly. He just thought Yan Hui was fooling him and immediately sneered, "Why don't you say who is the one who is more worthy of being the #1 genius than I am? You should know that I have 2 objectives for going to Xiao institution this time, right?" Yan Hui leisurely began. Although this topic was a little like increasing another's spirit and extinguishing one's own prestige, what harm would there be in doing it if he was able to see the confidence and pride slowly collapse on Su Lang's face? "Yes, I know. But what does that have to do with this? Don't tell me that the genius you speak of is one of them?" Su Lang looked contemptuous. "That's right." Yan Hui turned around and looked at him with a clear gaze as an elated smile bloomed on his face. "The person I'm talked about is named XiaoMo. The evaluation of his soul showed 6 colors when we both became students of Xiao institution. Although his test was accidentally interrupted, everyone knew that his soul was already 7 colors. Furthermore, he is not even 25 years old, but do you know how high his cultivation base is now?" Su Lang's expression twisted uglily. Yan Hui deliberately said in a nasty tone, "He is already grade 2 rainbow level. I don't believe it." Su Lang's eyes turned red with anger. "It's a fact and it can't be helped if you don't believe it. You're only grade 1 at 25 years old. By the time he reaches your age, he'll probably be at grade 3 or 4. You'll never be able to catch up no matter what." It was as if Yan Hui thought that Su Lang did not suffer enough blows. Su Lang, who was originally too angry to speak, suddenly laughed. Yan Hui frowned. "What are you laughing about?" Su Lang sneered, "I was almost deceived by you. You also have to do it decently if you want to fabricate a lie. It's impossible for him to advance in just a few years even if he is a genius. I believe that you have also experienced this. How can it be that easy for rainbow-level mages to advance? Don't even speak of grade 2, even advancing grade 1 is not necessarily possible." Yan Hui thought, what was he laughing at? He would not believe it himself if he had not seen with his own eyes how someone actually considered advancement as easy as eating. His cultivation would steadily rise whenever he came back from his trip. Yan Hui did not care about Su Lang's ridicule as he leisurely said, "I remember that he seemed to be only about 22 years old when he just became a student. At that time, his cultivation was only at mid-grade or high-grade level 9, though I forgot the specific details. Now, in just more 1 year, or 2 years at the maximum, he is already a grade 2 rainbow level mage." Su Lan's eyes almost popped out of his skull. Yan Hui unreservedly dealt another psychological blow to him. Su Lang really ought to be knocked off his pedestal once. Neither of them noticed that the protagonist they were talking about was hiding in a corner and had completely overheard their conversation word for word. XiaoMo shyly buried his head into Ling Xiao's chest. He was a little embarrassed to hear Yan Hui praise him so much. Although Yan Hui had an ulterior motive, there was none who did not like to listen to people praising them. "Do you think I am really the #1 genius in the Tongtian continent?" He. The sound of giggling drifted to Ling Xiao's ears as XiaoMo poked Ling Xiao's chest. XiaoMo urgently needed the approval of a second person for so much flattery. There was no one else here except for Ling Xiao, so he had no choice but to resort to him. "Do you really want to know?" Ling Xiao had an expression of no change in expression even if Mount Tai collapses, and then he patted XiaoMo's head when he heard his question. XiaoMo fell silent a moment. "Let's forget it. Many geniuses had their IQs linked to their status as a genius. He also had a true genius around him who specialized in dealing shocks to his confidence." XiaoMo wondered if he was looking for abuse again. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. "Oh, that's too bad. I wanted to give you a compliment." XiaoMo. "Excuse me, may I ask if I can rewind what just happened? Back to the main point." From their dialogue, their Shifu had probably let Yan Hui go to Xiaoyao Institution to monitor their behind-the-scenes movements. However, they still did not know the identity of the other side, but it was obvious that the other probably understood them. This type of situation where the enemy was hidden in the shadows while they were in the light was disadvantageous to them. Therefore, they had to verify the identity of his Shifu. The Xixiang and Shitty finally parted on bad terms. It seemed that there would no longer be any more useful information. The two immediately left the place. It was almost dawn after they returned to the hotel. XiaoMo lay on the bed and rolled around a few times before stopping. He lay on his stomach to watch Ling Xiao reheat the water which had gone cold to make tea to drink. He could not refrain from lamenting. People who are able to use fire sure were different. They did not need to fear that there would be no firewood when cooking or when they wanted to eat hot food. "Do you want to drink?" Ling Xiao poured a cup of steaming hot tea from the teapot. XiaoMo immediately climbed out of bed and rolled over. Ling Xiao shoved the teapot into his hands. "Pour it yourself if you want to drink." Xiao silently cast a despicable glare at him for a while. He wasn't even willing to pour a cup of tea for his family's wife. "It's too disappointing. Will we continue to stay? Don't you really want to know Yan Hui's purpose for approaching us?" Ling Xiao drank his tea with a look of pleasure on his face. This expression really made XiaoMo think that Ling Xiao was possessed by a ghost every time he witnessed it. "I would like to know, but who knows when his Shifu will appear? We can't always be running over to monitor them every day. You have to take care of your internal injuries and I have to work hard to advance. We both don't have the time off." XiaoMo was quite regretful. If Xiao and the rest were here, it would be fine. Ling Xiao put down his teacup, hinting for him to pour the tea. XiaoMo subconsciously poured it. It was only after he finished pouring that he realized that he had missed the opportunity to get revenge. He was really just too kind. Ling Xiao drank a mouthful before saying, "We do not have time, but some people have." "Who?" Ling Xiao did not answer him, but his gaze fell onto his chest. XiaoMo followed his line of sight and looked at his clothes. At some point, the metal-swallowing beast and the two golden-winged insects had poked their small heads out, wobbly hanging on his chest. That's right, wasn't there some readily available labor force here that was just eating and playing every day? It was definitely time for them to pull their weight, otherwise, his effort of raising them like children whose hands needed to be held while shitting and peeing would be in vain. XiaoMo suddenly remembered one thing. I remembered that Tian Dao and the rest had said before, the gold silk produced during the mating of a male and a female golden-winged insect would be 10 times more stronger than usual. But up until now, I have not seen them in heat. How would they produce the golden silk like this? Ling Xiao touched his chin as he pondered over it. He really did not know what to do about this too. If you really want the golden silk, make some aphrodisiacs for them to try. As for the heavy lifting, let the metal-swallowing beast do it first. This is not too good ba. XiaoMo touched his nose. He suddenly processed what Ling Xiao had said and was alarmed. You couldn't be referring for me to make it when you said to make some aphrodisiacs, right? Ling Xiao calmly replied, magic pills may not necessarily be a cure for people and their injuries. There are always some people who will invent some strange things, especially for magic pills like aphrodisiacs and such. XiaoMo thought of ancestor Dan Qing's Jade Drive. Maybe that old fellow would have this type of pill recipe? Then I'll just give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575 Heat. Chapter 575 Heat. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Normal aphrodisiac magic pills weren't very high-leveled unless there were some special effects. However, this sort of thing was considered something of a dirty tool, so there were very few mages who refined aphrodisiac pills. XiaoMo flipped through the recipes in the Jade Drive and managed to find quite a few of these. From low-level magic pills to high-level magic pills, there were several different kinds of each level. XiaoMo started the refining aphrodisiac the next morning. However, the materials needed to refine aphrodisiacs were relatively obscure. He hadn't gone to gather any in particular, and made do with what he already had, managing to scrape up the materials for a mid-grade magic pill. Since Ping and Pong's mouth and body were too small, XiaoMo only refined one. Afterwards, he split the pill in two and fed it to them before settling beside the bed and observing their reaction. He had never seen bugs mate before. What he wouldn't give for a magnifying glass right now. Not long after ingesting the aphrodisiac, the two golden-winged insects seemed to begin to have a reaction to it. A hint of pink creeped up their golden bodies, their eyes turning a little red, as if they had been controlled by desire. However, they still didn't act after 3 minutes, even moving away from each other. XiaoMo was disappointed. Was the aphrodisiac not enough? Ling Xiao walked over to him and glanced at the insects. Their eyes have reddened, they're already in heat. Then why haven't they moved? XiaoMo couldn't help but reach other and poke one of them. The insect scurried away. Xiaoping, you're a man, you gotta take the initiative, got it? Ling Xiao picked him up, walking outside as he said, it has nothing to do with taking initiative. You kept staying there and watching them. They're shy. Little demon beasts have dignity too, but XiaoMo just wanted to ask what there was to be shy about before stifling himself at that sentence about dignity. How stingy. He didn't believe that Ping Pong hadn't peeped on him. As little demon beasts, there was nothing to look at. What was there to be shy about? In the end, his objections were vetoed and XiaoMo was dragged out of the room by Ling Xiao. 2 hours later, they returned to the room. XiaoMo made a beeline for his bed, but Ling Xiao stopped him by the collar. What? XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao gestured for him to keep quiet and look inside. XiaoMo peeked out from behind the screen. On the white bed, he noticed the two golden-winged insects, entangled with one another. Xiaoping was being held down under Xiaopeng's body. Using his impressive eyesight, he could see the minuscule movements the two were making. XiaoMo's mouth spasmed. He had prepared himself to witness this mating, but their stamina was eye-opening. It had been 2 hours already and they were still doing it? Ling Xiao informed him, once the golden-winged insects enter heat, they'll continue for 3 days and 3 nights. XiaoMo. Thus, Ping Pong became the very first golden-winged insects who had a room to themselves for mating. Since XiaoMo didn't want to interrupt, he had the innkeeper give them another room next door, leaving the original room to Ping Pong. On the first day, XiaoMo was in awe over their stamina. If they were humans, they wouldn't be able to last at all. On the second day, XiaoMo sneaked a peek through the window. They were still doing it, and he felt that Xiao Ping's movements were wilder than the day before. On the third day, the metal-swallowing beast ran back to report, but with XiaoMo taking him to watch Ping Pong have sex, the metal-swallowing beast was enraptured, even drooling non-stop. Thus, XiaoMo successfully took his Xiao gene down the wrong path. After 3 days, the aphrodisiac's effect wore off and XiaoMo immediately ran into their room before almost going blind from the shining gold stuff on the bed. It wasn't just one thread of golden silk, but a pile. Each thread was 10 meters long, with 9 in total. This was truly quite shockingly impressive. Can 9 golden threads make a set of armor? XiaoMo excitedly ran to Ling Xiao with the 9 golden threads. This came from Xiao Peng's mouth, and not chrysanthemum like he had thought before. Ling Xiao took one of the golden threads and yanked on it a few times. See that? Not only has tenacity increased, but it's very elastic as well. Generally speaking, 2 golden threads can make a set of armor, but with these, you'd only need 1. XiaoMo almost jumped with joy. He thought for a moment and asked, then if I have Ping Pong go into heat again, will they make as many gold threads? Impossible. Ling Xiao didn't even need to think or hesitate, flicking XiaoMo on the forehead. They don't have the ability to produce this golden thread whenever. Normal golden-winged insects would use up all of their energy just producing 1 gold thread. Everything has its limit. Your Ping Pong was only able to produce 9 gold threads because they have never produced any before. However, this probably used up all the energy they had. This probably won't occur again for another 100 years. XiaoMo cupped his head and discarded the idea. He had wanted to give his ball team each a set of armor. Looks like that wasn't possible anymore. After mating for 3 days and 3 nights, Ping Pong didn't want to face anyone, hiding in XiaoMo's clothes. As their owner, he really couldn't tell that they would be so shy, they were usually so thick-skinned. Oh yeah, Xiao Jin, what do you have to report about the 2 you followed? After dealing with Ping Pong's heat, XiaoMo finally remembered this and set the metal-swallowing beast on the table. The metal-swallowing beast's expression twisted. XiaoMo felt that his expression was very similar to how Xiao Ping looked when shy, and his mouth twitched. It can't be that your heat is approaching too? Metal-swallowing beast nodded shyly. He wanted to have a heat too. Ling Xiao almost spat out his tea, choking. What? XiaoMo noticed his uncharacteristic behavior. Ling Xiao wiped his mouth and said, calmly, there's only one metal-swallowing beast in the entire world. He can't change shape, so a heat is impossible, unless he's willing to mate with different demon beasts, but... XiaoMo suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao asked him what was wrong. XiaoMo turned the metal-swallowing beast around, revealing his round belly and soft member. He couldn't help but poke it with his finger. It was even smaller than his thumb. If he doesn't have a heat, can this thing even stand up? Metal-swallowing beast struggled to get back on his feet. Ling Xiao's gaze slid down from the metal-swallowing beast's little dick. It doesn't matter if it can stand up or not. XiaoMo was dumbfounded. Why? Ling Xiao's gaze didn't move. So long as the back door works, everything's fine. XiaoMo and the metal-swallowing beast clenched their butt cheeks. That was too harsh. Scared out of his skin, the metal-swallowing beast didn't dare randomly go into heat anymore and informed Ling Xiao of everything he had heard in the manor. Ling Xiao then repeated it to XiaoMo. This language barrier was a permanent thing. Not even contracting could fix it. After Yan Hui had given Su Lang a good wake-up call, Su Lang hid inside the cultivation room, refusing to come out. It seemed that it had really struck him hard, and now he was cultivating like crazy, completely throwing his mentor's words onto the back burner. Yan Hui didn't bother reminding him. As for Yan Hui, he was constantly waiting for their master to contact them. These few days, he rarely left the manor. The two disciples seemed to put their master first. There were rarely any outsiders who'd visit them, so they lived like hermits. XiaoMo contemplated for a while before deciding to continue to monitor them. In the end, the golden-winged insects finally got over their embarrassment and he sent them to the manor to keep an eye on a person each. If anything happened, they could inform the other. It was very convenient. That day, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left Wushan town and prepared to return to their cave. When they left the cave, they didn't set any restriction barriers. It was located in a rather hard-to-find area, so normal people wouldn't be able to find it, or so XiaoMo thought. However, reality rarely went as hoped. They hadn't even neared the cave when they sensed that there were people inside, and not just one person. XiaoMo exchanged a look with Ling Xiao. When they approached, they could smell a faint scent of blood. XiaoMo volunteered himself to check the situation in the cave. Yet, just as he arrived at the entrance, a cold light flashed towards him. The attacker acted ruthlessly and had calculated their angle. If it hit, his entire face would get slashed open. XiaoMo swiftly stepped backwards to dodge, throwing a kick without hesitation. Immediately, a grunt and the sound of heavy objects falling could be heard, as well as several whooshing sounds. XiaoMo darted inside the cave. There were no light pearls to light up the cave, but he could still see three figures in the dim light. They wore pitch-black clothing, almost melting into the darkness. The one lying on the ground was the one to ambush him. The scent of blood came from them. None of them were masked, but XiaoMo didn't recognize them at all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576 Accidentally. Chapter 576 Accidentally. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Before he could even speak, the other two men in black charged towards him with their swords. As the outside sunlight shone on their faces, their ferocious features, as well as the bruises, could be seen. XiaoMo almost had a heart attack. If he didn't know that they were alive, he would have thought that he'd seen a ghost. The two were pretty strong, but it seemed that they were already injured, so the seemingly quick movements were actually a bit dulled. It didn't take long for XiaoMo to finish them. That was also when Ling Xiao walked in. XiaoMo's movements paused for a second, due to the distraction, and that was when the three of them suddenly grunted. They had all committed suicide and the smell of blood was even stronger than before. Do you know the three of them? XiaoMo said with surprise. Were they here to commit suicide or did they commit suicide thinking they weren't XiaoMo's opponent? I don't know. Ling Xiao said with distaste as he threw out two of the men's corpses. The blood on the floor was half dry and half wet, clearly they had been hiding for a while. XiaoMo threw out the third corpse as he asked, "Hey, do you think they were avoiding their killers but thought that we were them and so to avoid being tortured, killed themselves?" Idiot. Ling Xiao walked over to the stone bed, and sure enough, the blanket was stained with a huge blot of blood. With disgust, he threw it onto the floor and said, "They weren't hiding from their enemy, rather, it's better to say that they were the hunters." However, they were mistaken on the strength of their opponents, so only three of them escaped. To avoid revealing their instigator, they committed suicide. They're probably men of sacrifice or something. How do you know that? XiaoMo was shocked. He spoke as if he was there, even knowing their identities. Ling Xiao snickered and said joyfully, "If you had half of my intelligence, you would also been able to guess it, but too bad, maybe in your next life." "Who wants half of your intelligence? I want double your intelligence." XiaoMo blared at him and took out another blanket. Only men of sacrifice would commit suicide when there's no way out. A normal person wouldn't be able to do that, and men of sacrifice are rarely afraid of death. Ling Xiao said as he stood up so XiaoMo could make the bed. XiaoMo shrugged nonchalantly, "Then what are we going to do about the dead bodies outside? If we just leave them there, when their comrades arrive, wouldn't they think we had something to do with it? Maybe you can burn them." With a flick of his finger, the blanket on the floor started burning along with the traces of blood on the floor. The inside of the cave was glowing red from Ling Xiao's flames, and even the outside had flickers of flames. It didn't take long for everything to be burned to dust. Ling Xiao gently waved his sleeve and the dust rolled out of the cave like a snowball. With a blow of wind, it disappeared into the distance. After that, as if nothing had happened, they continued to eat and cultivate like normal. At the same time, the ones who had lost track of the three could only rush back to the Shuishi tribe, opposite of Wushan town. A servant knocked on one of the doors and said quietly, "Sir Feng, Captain Luo Wenzong is here." "Let him in." A gentle voice came out of the room. When Luo Wenzong opened the door and went in, the first thing he saw was the man seated behind the desk. The man gave off the same feeling as his voice, gentle and refined. Even if one was unhappy at the time, once they sat in front of him, their emotions would quiet down. "Sir, it's my mistake, I couldn't bring back the three assassins," Luo Wenzong said as he bowed for his mistake. The man waved his hand and said with a light smile, "It's okay, even if you didn't capture them, I already know who sent them and you should too." "Yes," Luo Wenzong answered. The Guma tribe had been in conflict with the Shuishi tribe for ages. It wasn't the fault of the Shuishi tribe, rather, it was the Guma tribe trying to annex the Shuishi tribe. There were three major tribes in Dongzhou, with the Guma tribe being the strongest, as well as the most ambitious. They had always wanted to annex the weakest Shuishi tribe and had been constantly causing trouble in the dark. It was a good thing that they were also wary of the other tribe, thus they couldn't do anything too crazy. That was until 2 years ago when the Shuishi tribe saved 2 people. To repay their debt, the 2 stayed behind in the tribe. They had both strength and intelligence so that, in the span of a year, they had helped out majorly. Now, the Shuishi tribe finally started to get out of poverty and thus they were considered the guest of honor at the tribe. The Guma tribe, wanting to take over the Shuishi tribe, found out about them and in every way they could, tried to eliminate the 2. They were constantly watching them from the shadows, and even used their spies, but all their plans failed. "Sir Qing, I deserve punishment. If it wasn't for my uselessness, the 3 assassins wouldn't have gotten away. If they gave that information and the things they stole from us to the Guma tribe leader, it would be very bad for the Shuishi tribe." Luo Wenzong said with remorse, he was the one to blame. "Captain Luo, there's no need to blame yourself. What happened happened, there's nothing we can do about it now. Our priority should be on the aftermath of the leakage. That is the most important thing right now. As for whose responsibility it was, we can discuss it later," the man said irrefutably. Luo Wenzong was going to say something but swallowed it back after seeing the unwavering expression, "Yes sir." The man nodded, satisfied. What they couldn't have predicted was that their worst nightmare wasn't going to ever happen. The assassins had already gone to see God, but the Western God may not want to see them. As time ticked away, without a warning, a month had passed. On this bright and sunny day, the spiritual energy around the cave went into violent turbulence. With the cave as the center, it turned into a massive whirlwind. The golden-winged insects, who had hurried over, made a sudden stop. If it wasn't for their quick reaction, they would have been swallowed up by the whirlwind and thus could only hide behind a tree, not even peeking their heads out. Inside the cave, the one who caused the phenomenon was XiaoMo. Currently, he was holding onto a life crystal, Xingqi's life crystal. So that he could advance quicker, XiaoMo finally got it out to use. This was so he could gain another level in the span of just 3 months. Although he was focusing on the successes and ignoring the consequences, a 3-month delay was helpful. XiaoMo had almost tried to advance to a grade 4, if it wasn't for the dangerous looks Ling Xiao was giving him. He almost seriously dared to try it. Cultivation and levels weren't just something that could be gained by sitting around. The combination of time and theory was more important. Otherwise, if you met a bottleneck, one would just be sitting for 100 years without any change. XiaoMo almost had no bottleneck, and that was largely due to his soul being a level 7 rainbow soul. Just like the audition at the Xiao institution, when they were looking for the rainbow-colored souls. If their soul didn't have a corresponding color, that would become their biggest obstacle. That was also one of the reasons for Su Lang's disbelief. Many stayed stagnant at one level because they needed to level up their souls first. Once that happened, their cultivation level would follow suit. XiaoMo's soul was already at level 7 striped, thus what he could do, Su Lang, as a level 1, could never do. The spiritual whirlpool didn't stop until 2 hours later. The energy within the life crystal wasn't nearly as full as before. It took almost half just so that he could break through his bottleneck. Once he remembered that he still needed to advance another level, there was almost no energy left. He lost all joy from his advancement. If it was someone else, they would have probably been so giddy that they lost all common sense. Such a waste. XiaoMo sighed as he held up the life crystal. The next time I advance, I'll have to rely on my own grade 3 rainbow pills. Uncontrollably, his brain started to recall all of the rainbow pill recipes from the Jade Drive. Don't you have another life crystal? You're not going to use it? Ling Xiao jumped out of the bed and tidied up his shirt. Although he very much needed the reincarnation pill, he wasn't in a hurry. XiaoMo paused for a second before he realized that he was talking about the Wolf of Greed's life crystal. XiaoMo replied as he shook his head, that I'll wait till I see Lan Xiao again. After all, he's still my contracted demon beast, and the Wolf of Greed was his closest brother. If I just use it without telling him, it might leave a bad impression. Ling Xiao sneered, you're sure open-minded, giving away a few 100 million spirit gems for free. XiaoMo shrugged, what can I say, I'm such a nice owner, but... Ling Xiao's expression turned very meaningful, but he still mocked on, oh, and here I thought you were trying to use the life crystal as a means to get a favor from the 7 sins beasts. XiaoMo. Don't say something everyone knows so straightforwardly, it's making me blush. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, Departure. Chapter 577, Departure. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The golden-winged insects went back to tell them about how Yen Hui's side already received the information, but they unexpectedly happened to come back just as XiaoMo was advancing, which meant a delay of 2 or so hours, taking his sweet time. But the news that they brought wasn't all good news either. Yen Hui's Shifu had indeed contacted them, but he hadn't shown up in person. He had only dispatched people to go over. That person was very strong, and the golden-winged insects were worried about being discovered, so they didn't dare to get too close. So, they both didn't catch what they were talking about. Xiaoping originally wanted to follow this person as he departed, but he only followed him halfway before he lost any trace of him, and so he had to come back. However, after that person departed, Yen Hui went out too. Guma tribe's headquarters were located behind Wushan town, separated only by a mountain, and could also be considered a part of the town. It was an enormous tribe. After Yen Hui entered the headquarters, he went straight to see the Guma tribe's seniors. Since he carried a passage token, he was essentially unimpeded the entire way. There were many experts in the headquarters, so Xiaoping had no choice but to leave after following him in for a little while. But Xiaoping very cleverly remained outside of the headquarters, all the way up to the point Yan Hui came out, before he continued following him back to the manor. The first thing Yan Hui did after returning to the manor was to head straight for Su Lang's cultivation room. Xiaoping's decision was very clever. Since Su Lang was currently undergoing secluded cultivation, he hadn't met the person that his Shifu sent over. The task this time was fairly important, and Yan Hui couldn't accomplish it on his own, so their Shifu handed the task to both of the Xixiang. Yan Hui was looking for Su Lang so he could tell him the nature of the task. Their target this time was the Guma tribe, but it wasn't to go against the Guma tribe, it was to collaborate with them and help them annex the Shuishi tribe. After the clever Xiaoping learned what the nature of the task was, he ran back to report to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. He finally had some information after keeping watch for over a month. Yan Hui is indeed a backstabbing scoundrel. He clearly knows that the Shuishi tribe is Uncle's hometown, and he even acted like he was a good friend back at Xiaoyao Institution. You can truly never judge a person by his appearance. XiaoMo had more or less already confirmed Yan Hui's character. He could be considered one of the many villains like the ones that he had seen in movies or dramas, their enemy, an evil person who wanted to destroy the world, the legendary cannon fodder. He isn't even from Dongzhou, you should have already guessed that, right? On the contrary, when Ling Xiao heard this, he didn't have much of a reaction. It was very normal for power struggles to occur. XiaoMo made an ambiguous noise in reply before instantly changing the topic. Do you think we should let Uncle know? What's the use in letting him know? No matter how weak the Shuishi tribe is, it's still one of the 3 large tribes of Dongzhou. The Guma tribe must have been thinking about annexing the Shuishi tribe for a very long time now, and if they haven't succeeded up to now, that must mean that it isn't that simple. Moreover, Cheng Xianrong is still in Zhongtian. Back then, Yan Hui accidentally acknowledged that he was one of Guma tribe's people. It's impossible for Yan Hui to use Cheng Xianrong to infiltrate the Shuishi tribe. Ling Xiao objected to his question. XiaoMo felt a little enlightened, and he nodded. Then do we still need to keep an eye on them? Ling Xiao murmured, Yan Hui's Shifu was clearly a very cautious person, so it'll be very difficult if we want to grab his tail. Although the golden-winged insects can keep an eye on them, in the end there's still a limit to their strength. It's impossible for them to get any closer. XiaoMo understood what he was trying to say. So should we just give up on them? For the moment, we don't need to pay attention to them. The fight between the Guma tribe and the Shuishi tribe is coming up soon, and we cannot get involved. Don't forget, the location that the map of yours is pointing to is Dongzhou. XiaoMo took out the 4 maps. After obtaining the last map, he hadn't had the chance to carefully look over them. During the Black Spiders auction, the auctioneer said that the location that this map was pointing to was the area southeast of Dongzhou. The area southeast of Dongzhou was the region where the spiritual energy used to be the richest during ancient times. Many ancestral mountain dwellings were once unearthed there. Some of the mountain dwellings were empty, while countless treasures were hidden in other ones. This temptation alone had attracted many experts over. However, the southeast region wasn't just somewhere anyone could go as long as they wanted to. Opportunity often existed side by side with danger. Since the southeast region was a blessed place, there was no way to avoid the many dangers that were there. Many of the ancestral mountain dwellings had restriction seals set up outside them. There were defensive seals, offensive seals, hallucinatory seals, etc. The power of the restriction seals that were passed down from ancient times naturally wasn't ordinary. Moreover, there were big and powerful demon beasts guarding some of the mountain dwellings. The so-called blessed place was actually also a dangerous place that few returned from. Nobody knew how many bodies had been buried in that place from ancient times to now. XiaoMo pieced together the 4 maps. Though he couldn't tell before, when he pieced together the 4 maps now, he discovered that the geography depicted on the map looked very much like an unidentifiable demon beast. However, there was indeed a place marked in the center of the map. When Ling Xiao saw this map, he raised his eyebrows and said, according to legend, an extremely powerful emperor beast once appeared in ancient Dongzhou that was on par with the 4 ancient beast clans. That emperor beast slumbered in the southeast region of Dongzhou, and when an ancient war spread to the southeast region, it woke up that emperor beast. In a fit of anger, it completely wiped out all of the humans and demon beasts that were locked in a struggle there. What happened after that? The more XiaoMo looked, the more he felt that the picture on the map seemed like a tiger. If what Ling Xiao said was true, then it should be the white tiger, which had a similar name to the 4 ancient beast clans and could be also called the 5th divine emperor beast. Ling Xiao rubbed his smooth chin. I heard later that there was a descendant of some powerful ancient clan that was among the humans that it killed. The clan originally sent the descendant to Dongzhou to let him avoid the danger of the war, but Dongzhou was unexpectedly wiped out. Years of painstaking effort was destroyed in one day, and they furiously ran to Dongzhou and fought with that emperor beast for 3 days and 3 nights. They fought until the heaven and earth were in darkness, both sides suffering losses. Afterwards, that clan declined, and that emperor beast also disappeared without a trace. Then do you think this map has something to do with that emperor beast? XiaoMo pondered. It would be good if that was the case. The emperor beast's mountain dwelling would definitely have a lot of treasures. I'm not sure. Ling Xiao took the map in his hand. This map should have appeared before the ancient war, so it's indeed possible that the demon beast depicted indistinctly on it is that emperor beast. But it's most likely just a coincidence. That emperor beast slumbered for too long in that place, so it isn't impossible that the terrain began to look more and more like it. As a 21st century progressive youth, he had also heard this kind of assimilation theory before. XiaoMo instantly put away the map and looked eagerly at Ling Xiao. Is there anything wrong with your body right now? I'm only missing the reincarnation pill. Ling Xiao landed a blow on him without hesitation. XiaoMo pursed his lips. In the end, the two of them decided to leave that place and hurry towards the southeast region. Once they got there, they would find a place to settle down before exploring what was on the map. As soon as it was decided, XiaoMo immediately called back Xiaopeng, who was keeping an eye on Yin Hui. He gathered up his things that day and they left the cave that they had stayed in for 3 or 4 months. He even felt a little reluctant to part with it. 3 or 4 months couldn't be considered long or short. Ever since they came to Dongzhou, the outside world had undergone an earth-shaking change. Southern Continent's Vermilion Blood Clan and the Tsang Alliance had already become irreconcilable. Although the spark had been XiaoMo, he had only served as an expediter and sped up the time it took for it to happen. Now, as long as it was a place with the Vermilion Blood Clan and Tsang Alliance, the two sides would start fighting. Fu Sanxian's disciples were spread over all of Tongtian continent, and they were all accomplished in some way. This aspect of theirs was much more impressive than the Vermilion Blood Clan, so after this battle, the Vermilion Blood Clan began to be at a disadvantage. But it hadn't even been 2 months before the situation changed again. Yuzhen Tian's wife was a princess from one of the Silver Dragon clans. When her husband's family encountered difficulty, there was no way that Lady Yin could just stand by and watch, so she asked the Silver Dragon clan to get involved. Originally, Lady Yin also wanted to ask the royal clan's 5-clawed golden dragon to appear, but it was clearly just wishful thinking. The 5-clawed golden dragon very rarely participated in Tongtian continent's battles. Furthermore, the golden dragon still owed XiaoMo for the favor he did some time ago, and the golden dragon clan was not the sort to be ungrateful. According to both logic and sentiment, they shouldn't make a move. Not only did they reject Lady Yin's invitation, they even told them to bear the consequences themselves. With the Silver Dragon clan's aid, the Vermilion Blood Clan and the Tsang Alliance could finally be considered on the same level. Both sides were stuck in a deadlock, while all the other major powers continued to act as observers. At the same time, the situation at Xijing was also quietly changing. In a few short months, descendants from the 4 divine emperor beasts successively continued to go missing. The four ancient beast clans had always highly valued their descendants, so for them to go missing for no reason at all, how could they not be furious? Therefore, the atmosphere in Xijing was also very tense. Almost everyone felt like they were in danger, afraid that the four ancient beast clans' anger would spread to them. Later, a rumor sprouted from some unknown place that someone said their disappearances most likely had something to do with Weeping Ghost Shore's Tiangong. The rumors became more and more intense as they developed, until finally, even the lies became the truth. The Demon Phoenix clan was the first to declare that it was already preparing to send people over to the Ghost Tomb mountain range to attack and demand that Tiangong hand them over, because the junior that had gone missing from the Demon Phoenix clan was Ji Yunlang, the same one who had both of his legs burned off by Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, Huanqiu who had grown up crooked. Chapter 578, Hunqiu who had grown up crooked. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. At the sacred grounds of the Demon Phoenix clan, the 100 Birds Valley. A cloud arrow streaked across the sky that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky seemed as if it had been split into two as the birds that inhabited the 100 Birds Valley burst into a clamor and flew out in a mad rush in terror. The sight of more than 300 to 400 birds bursting into flight painted a riot of colors, creating an extremely spectacular scene. At the same time, in a bamboo stilt house located in the 100 Birds Valley, there was a stifling and depressed atmosphere permeating the expansive building. Ji was Ji Yunlang's grandfather. With his back to the stairs, Ji's face was full of anger. His right palm was pressed tightly to the table with twisted fingers, and his hair seemed about to curl up. The roar that had just scared off the numerous birds came from him. One could tell that he was furious with a look. Great Elder, do you mean leave the death of my grandson uninvestigated? Ji was so angry that he could hardly breathe. He would never leave this matter at that if the Great Elder did not give him a reasonable explanation. Currently, the people outside all thought that Ji Yunlang was just missing. In actual fact, only those from the Demon Phoenix clan know that Ji Yunlang was dead. The Phoenix clan had a lifebound tower, and enshrined in the tower were the lifebound heartfires of all the members of the Demon Phoenix clan. The heartfire would extinguish upon the death of that person. Ji Yunlang's heartfire would instantly extinguish if he died. Nothing could surpass the anger of Ji, who had placed all his hopes on Ji Yunlang. He had later heard that it was probably the work of the Tiangong. This rumor was repeated till it became a fact as and more people began to talk about it. Ji was then convinced that it was the Tiangong who had killed Ji Yunlang. He hoped that the Demon Phoenix clan would send someone to the Ghost Tomb mountain range to launch a punitive expedition on the Tiangong. However, his actions were stopped by the Great Elder Ji Wang. Ji Wang was the most respected person in the Demon Phoenix clan and had absolute authority. He was second only to the master of the Demon Phoenix Valley, who had already been in secluded cultivation for 500 years. Now, all trivial and major matters in the valley had to gain his nod of approval before it could be done. Thus, even Ji could not directly rebel against him if he opposed it. Thus this scene came about. Everyone was gathered to discuss this matter. Old monk Ji Wen opened his partially closed eyes. His expression was without the slightest ripple, akin to a well that had been steeping for thousands of years. He started to speak after a while, breaking the tense atmosphere in the building. Ji Yunlang was not killed by the Tiangong, but for what reason is the Great Elder so certain that Yunlang wasn't killed by the Tiangong? Ji's expression was fierce and harsh. Although Yunlang's 2 legs had been destroyed, his cultivation base was still intact. His goal could still be achieved with careful nurturing. But now, if he just left it at that and said that he was gone, wouldn't it be letting Ji Ningyu off lightly? Ji Wang calmly stated, Ji Yunlang he had been recuperating from his injury in the 100 Birds Valley before he went missing. It's impossible for me to fail to discover someone if they sneaked into the 100 Birds Valley and secretly took him away. The only other explanation is that he left the 100 Birds Valley by himself. Though Ji Yunlang's legs were gone, it was not difficult for him to leave the 100 Birds Valley if he wished to. He could not refute this point. Even if Yunlang had left the 100 Birds Valley by himself, why is the Great Elder so convinced that it was not the people from Tiangou who had captured him? Ji Wang stroked his grizzled beard, and just as he opened his mouth to explain, a tender, chubby and white little hand suddenly reached out from under the table. Ji Wang suddenly bent down as the hand was about to grab his beard. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed through his calm eyes as he looked at the owner of the little hand. "You naughty boy, Grandpa is talking now. Don't interrupt." The others were stunned and they looked underneath the table one after another. It was only now they discovered that there was a fat and white baby wearing only a small red doo-doo under the table. The baby looked to be about 2 years old and had chubby cheeks, big and limpid eyes, and was blowing spit bubbles. The baby was extraordinarily adorable. T/N, doo-doo, belly wraps, is a type of undergarment that cover the chest and belly, typically worn by children. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/doodou. He was the only one who could make the Great Elder smile. The apple of the Great Elder's eye was called Ji Ningyu. The Great Elder always liked to refer to himself as Grandpa, though Ji Ningyu was not his blood-related grandchild. Moreover, he delighted in such a thing and never got tired, and he truly cared for Ji Ningyu as if he was his blood-related grandson. The fat baby did not take his words to heart. 2 short and chubby hands held onto the Great Elder's leg as he climbed up the leg as if it was a rock face. Then he sat his butt down in the Great Elder's arms. Ji Wang had an expression of indulgence and even helped him adjust his position. Other than Ji He's expression, which was awfully unsightly, everyone else laughed tactfully. The 100 Birds Valley Bird Valley had been filled with much joyous laughter ever since the fat baby arrived. Furthermore, the fat baby's cultivation was already very high even though he looked only 2 years old. This was only natural. It would be a joke if his cultivation was low. He had swallowed half of XiaoMo's spiritual water lake the moment he was born, and nearly got roasted and eaten by XiaoMo. Ji Wang made him obediently sit and stop making trouble before he answered Ji He's question. Ji Yunlang had been recuperating from his injury in the valley. He should also know that he could not go out as he pleased in his situation. What's more, his injury had not completely healed. Then why would he secretly go out of the valley and not even bring Ji Wang? Has the second elder thought about this? Ji He's expression was shadowy and obscure. He had not thought of this question. His mood had been irascible ever since he knew that his grandson had died. Where would he have the time to think so much? Ji Wang continued, the only explanation is that someone used an excuse to draw Ji Yunlang out and made him go alone. This person must be Ji Yunlang's acquaintance and have a close relationship with him. What the Great Elder said makes sense. Ji Yunlang and the members of the Tiangou had never really interacted. It seemed that someone wanted to shift the blame onto the Tiangou and make us focus our attention on them. The fourth elder nodded and was the first to go along with what the Great Elder said. The third elder added, I've heard that there are missing descendants from Inchilan clan, the True Dragon clan and the Black Turtle clan too. In this case, they were most likely killed like Ji Yunlang had been. Although the Tiangou is really strong, they are not strong enough to resist the 4 clans at the same time. I suspect that there is an alarming conspiracy brewing here. The others all started to echo what was said as it was presented in a proper and logical manner. Ji Wang nodded too. The fat baby in his arms also nodded as if he was a tiny adult. The solemn atmosphere in the building was instantly broken by him. Ji Wang smiled and stroked his little head, yet he was looking at Ji He, whose expression was becoming increasingly overcast. You will only fall into the enemy's trap if you insist on getting revenge on the Tiangou. Now that they are in the shadow and we are in the light, we must be more prudent. Ji He knew that he could not persuade them any more upon seeing that everyone agreed with the Great Elder. The third elder had supported him originally, but since Yunlang's mishap, the third elder completely sided with the Great Elder. Now he was alone and helpless and could only compromise. Don't tell me Yunlang will not be avenged anymore? And what will others think of the Demon Phoenix clan if we don't take any action? The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he was to let it drop. All his hopes were gone when his grandson died. Keep calm, Ji-hee. We're not the only ones who have lost their descendants. The other 3 clans are bound to make a move. We'll see how they proceed for the time being. There's too many involved in this matter and it's impossible for a solution to be reached in a short while. Ji Wang said calmly as his hands began to suppress the increasingly restless baby in his arms. Ji Hei looked at the interaction between the grandparent and grandson and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. This damned old fart must be very pleased in his heart. With Yunlang dead, there was no one who would vie over the Demon Phoenix clan with the apple of his eye. He did not believe that Ji Wang could continue to sit here calmly if the one who died was Ji Ningyu. Furthermore, why did it have to be his grandson? Ever since Yunlang met XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, first the fire elemental essence was snatched by them, then even his legs were gone, and now his life was lost. At the thought of this, he was close to vomiting to death. He itched to slaughter XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Everything started because of them. Without them, Yunlang would not have died. At this moment, Ji put the blame for nearly all of this onto XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. The anger wafting off him seemed as if it was about to break through the horizon. The big black eyes of the fat baby stared at Ji's resentful back as he left. Ji's figure was reflected into the black and shiny pupils as a strange smile showed on his chubby cheeks. The smile lasted only for a second before Ji Wang's hand pinched his cheek as he doted, "You little rascal/brat, didn't Grandpa teach you that you should just think of it in your heart or it would be easy to be seen through?" The fat baby only heard the first 3 words, reminding him of a name he had always wanted to forget, Hunxiu. This was the name bestowed upon him by the boss. He really both loved and hated it. He loved it because no one else had enjoyed this honor of being the only one who had been bestowed a name by the boss. He hated it because the name was awful. However, he did not want to let any single one who dared to oppose his master and the boss off. Thus, under circumstances unknown to XiaoMo, his Hunxiu had grown up crooked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 579, Dongyu. Chapter 579, Dongyu. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Ghost Tomb Mountain Range, Weeping Ghost Shore. Having sent them out before, XiaoMo's Qiu team had more or less all gathered at Weeping Ghost Shore, including Lanqiu, who had been looking for the Wolf of Greed. His other 5 brothers had also come along for the ride with him. Ever since the word of the Wolf of Greed's life crystal being sold at Black Spider's auction spread, the 6 brothers almost went crazy. Then, Lanqiu found out that the one to win the bid for it was his master and was immediately relieved, reassuring his other brothers that it would be alright. However, they couldn't not avenge the Wolf of Greed. The biggest suspect was the Black Spider. Everyone knew that the Black Spider might seem like a fair, legal auction, but they were made up of despicable people. Many of their auction items were gained unscrupulously and the Wolf of Greed's death very likely had something to do with them. It was common knowledge. The 7 Sins beasts were very special ancient demon beasts and their life crystals were equally as special. No matter human or demon beast, if they absorbed the life crystal of the Wolf of Greed, they would gain the aura of the Wolf of Greed until the next Wolf of Greed was born. Unless they wanted to die, then no one would dare absorb the life crystal of the Wolf of Greed. That was one of the reasons why Black Spider auctioned the life crystal off. They couldn't use it themselves, and it wouldn't be of any benefit to just leave it there, thus they sold it to gain a profit and possibly frame someone else, that is, if they had really killed the Wolf of Greed. I think there's no need to look further into this. The Wolf of Greed was definitely killed by Black Spider's people. They just want to fool us into thinking that it wasn't them because they dared to auction off the Wolf of Greed's life crystal. Rat's temper flared and he destroyed yet another table. This was already the 9th meeting table he had destroyed. Everyone else had already gotten used to this. Tian Dao, who had let them into Weeping Ghost Shore, silently made a mark next to Rat's name on his mental list. Everything that the 7 Sins Beasts destroyed while at Weeping Ghost Shore would most certainly be compensated for. However, the 7 Sins Beasts were very poor. This was common knowledge. Thus, Tian Dao added it to XiaoMo's bill. The Bird of Pride was his contracted demon beast, after all, and one of the 7 Sins Beasts. With that, XiaoMo naturally had to take responsibility for their actions. It was foreseeable that once XiaoMo knew that he had to pay for the 7 Sins Beasts' actions seemingly for no reason, he might regret giving them the Wolf of Greed's life crystal. Wrath, control your damn temper. The Bird of Pride, seeing Tian Dao's expressionless face, knew that he was taking account of all this and hurriedly reprimanded Wrath, who wanted to cause more destruction. Wrath threw himself back into his chair, uncaring. It's not as if you don't know that I can't control my temper. Otherwise, why would I be Wrath? If you want the Wolf of Greed's life crystal back, it's best if you watch your words and actions, otherwise who knows what Master might do if you piss him off, the Bird of Pride said. Wrath sneered in anger, but didn't let his temper get the better of him again. With help from Tian Dao's intelligence network, they began to gain a deeper understanding of Black Spider. Black Spider was one of the most mysterious forces in the Tongtian continent. They had plenty of powerhouses. If the 7 Sins Beasts wanted to get back at them, they'd have to continue to plan and deliberate. Sir, Sister Hua sent a message. A young man walked in from outside, his voice heard just as he stepped through the doorway. He was one of 2 of Hua Gu's followers, Hua Diao. What message? Tian Dao composed himself. Ever since he took in Hua Gu and company, he found that Hua Gu really was quite a talent. Thus, after a few months of training, he had Hua Gu go with Tian Yuan to gather intelligence. They had gotten immediate word of the rumors that had been spread across Xijing recently. Someone was clearly behind this, trying to kick dirt on Tiango, but not everyone would think of that. Recently, quite a few unknowns had appeared in Ghost Tomb mountain range. 100 Birds Valley has remained peaceful. Hua Gu said that they're like the other clans, they probably don't believe it was us who did all those things. Right now, everyone is launching investigations. We have the advantage in the current situation, Hua Diao quickly explained. One had to realize that Tian Gue hadn't been found yet. If the 4 ancient beast clans really did want revenge, then Weeping Ghost Shore would eventually be discovered. I understand. Continue to search for Tian Gue. Tian Dao handed a sealed jade drive to Hua Diao. Give this jade drive to Tian Yuan. There's very critical information in here, and it's for Tian Yuan's eyes only. Hua Diao accepted the jade drive and solemnly put it away. On the other side, Tian Yuan soon received the jade drive Tian Dao had sent to him and the message Hua Diao had to tell, immediately realizing the importance of this. As expected, after he saw the message inside the jade drive, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Logically, it shouldn't be them, but he believed in Tian Dao's analysis because he hadn't ever been wrong, not since the establishment of Tiango. Hua Gu walked in, wearing a red dress. The current her had changed much from how she once was. She was sharper, her eyes glittering calculatingly. She shone, just like Tian Dao did when he was young. She was a mature lady now. No wonder Tian Dao still took her in despite knowing that Ling Xiao threw her to them on purpose. Yuan Dage, what orders does Sir Tian Dao have for us? Hua Gu's casual tone made it seem as if she had known Tian Yuan for hundreds of years. Her entire heart had turned to Tiango without any uncertainty. Change the direction of our investigation. If Tian Dao is right, trouble is on the horizon for Xijing. Tian Dao casually destroyed the jade drive. Without evidence to back this up, the less people that knew of this the better. At the same time, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had arrived at the southeast region. The southeast region was many of their ancient predecessors had called the caverns here home, so it had the title of Dongyu. However, ever since the ancient war, the terrain in this area had been mostly destroyed. T/N, Dongyu, Cavern Region. Today, there was no sight of the area that the white tiger had etched itself into, with gullies and trenches everywhere, and steep, sloping paths. This was the first time XiaoMo had ever experienced the feeling of having a map yet not being able to find the treasure. It sucked. It seems like we really do have to stay here for quite a bit. XiaoMo's excitement had been shattered by reality. It really was true that nothing in this world was free. He had been able to get the 3 pieces of the map by coincidence before, yet had spent 800 million spirit gems on the last piece. If they didn't find this treasure in the end, then he would have wasted a huge chunk of spirit gems. To him, that was like getting a chunk of his own flesh hacked off. Dongyu was vast and there were few people living here. However, there would-be people coming here to explore the many caverns here every day. As time went by, small towns cropped up, especially around paths that led into other more populated areas. The towns weren't big, but many people came and went each day. As they passed by the entrance to one of the towns, XiaoMo heard some people mumbling about how there were even more people here to explore Dongyu than last year and other such words. At first, he didn't take it to mind, but that was when he found out that someone leaked the existence of a legendary cave dwelling. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao rented a room in an inn and prepaid a month's worth of rent. The town wasn't that developed, so everything was cheap. The following morning, the two set out. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao went to the store to buy a map of the Dongyu. They had gone and gotten word that some practitioners were famous explorers who would record what they had seen and create maps after exploring. Thus, they would sell these maps for profit. The maps were split into 3 grades, A, B and C. Grade C was the cheapest and grade A maps were the most expensive because they had the most comprehensive information as well as labels for safe and danger zones. Most of the safe zones were emptied out caverns. XiaoMo bought a grade A map and, after comparing it to the map he had, realized that the place had really been wrecked. Start from here. Ling Xiao pointed to the tail of the white tiger. In reality, it wasn't a tail, but a massive mountain range, curled to form the white tiger's tail. Continuing up from there, you'd reach the white tiger's spine and then head. If they could find this mountain range, then it would make things much easier. XiaoMo carefully compared the two. The battle had a huge impact on the terrain. The mountain range was now shattered. After comparing the two for almost 2 hours, and sketching on the map, he managed to connect the geographic features and figure it out. After confirming the tail, the other areas were much easier to figure out. I hate maps, XiaoMo muttered as he sketched on the map. He was the most unfortunate person in the world. He had gotten a complete map, yet he had to draw a new one himself. Do your best. Ling Xiao encouraged him lazily, sitting opposite him. If he wasn't smirking, it'd have a much better effect. XiaoMo glared at him. I don't need morale support. After 6 hours, the new map was done. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, The Flower Sisters. Chapter 580, The Flower Sisters. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. What are you drawing? Ling Xiao asked as he took a look at XiaoMo's map. A once normal-looking map was now covered in miscellaneous lines, making it very confusing to look at. XiaoMo snatched the map back. Those who don't help have no right to say anything. I finally recovered the broken map of the white tigers. This is the work of my blood, sweat, and tears. So your blood, sweat, and tears, isn't that just a bunch of crap on a bunch of crap? Like a kid's doodle? Ling Xiao nodded, smiling, but not really. He sure couldn't see the hard work in it. XiaoMo held the map protectively in his arms. Of course he knew that his doodles looked a bit like what comes out of one's rear end, but it was still his hard work. He then tried justifying it. What do you know? That is the point. That way no one else knows what it is but me. This time, Ling Xiao didn't refute it. XiaoMo felt as if he had finally won a long hard battle. On the second day, the two went inside Dongyu. But just as they were about to get through it, they were stopped by a few strangers, one man and two women. The man was decent looking whereas the females were pretty and looked almost the same. It seemed like they were twin sisters. XiaoMo couldn't help but frown. "Hello, I'm No Suyang," the man said with a smile as he made obeisance. As if he hadn't seen the displeasure on XiaoMo's face, he pointed at the twin sisters and introduced them. "They're Mo Fei and Mo Shui." "What do you want?" XiaoMo said skeptically. Could it be that they were, once again, attracted here by Ling Xiao's face? Since not many people knew of them here, they weren't wearing masks. No Suyang immediately followed. "The two of you must have heard of the Dongyu bandits, right?" XiaoMo knew then their purpose. Dongyu bandits was a special occupation created because of the existence of Dongyu. Not everyone who went to Dongyu had an adventurous spirit, rather, some of them simply wished to profit without doing anything. These types of people would often hide where the most people were and rob those who were alone or weak. These types of scenarios were common in Dongyu and the name of the Dongyu bandits were well known across the land. Many adventurers were weary of them. Now with the rumor of a legendary cave dwelling, the people who came to Dongyu doubled. The bandits were surely going to take this opportunity to make a fortune. Thus, many thought of grouping together. As the groups became bigger and stronger, the bandits wouldn't dare to rob them. Niu Suyang and the sisters had been here since the morning, looking for potential teammates. First, they couldn't look too ugly, that was on the request of the sisters, and since Niu Suyang liked the older sister, Mo Shui, he granted her every request. Secondly was to be strong, no less than the imperial realm, and lastly no females. The second and third condition was easily met. Those who dared come to Dongyu were usually strong and mostly they were men. However, the first condition was the issue. Although it was just, not too ugly, but in reality, their standards were very high. They were really picky. When Niu Suyang found someone who was relatively strong and didn't look too bad, Mo Shui was upset, saying that his nose was crooked, also that it would ruin her mood, having him on the team. Niu Suyang patiently kept picking, but they were either rejected by Mo Fei or Mo Shui, using all kinds of weird reasons too. Now that an hour had passed, they hadn't even acquired one teammate. Just as Niu Suyang was in a panic about what to do, he was pinched on the arm by Mo Shui. That was when he saw the sisters staring at a man who looked as if God has descended from heaven. Their eyes were fixated on him, and the next thing he knew, they insisted on getting this man to join their team. Niu Suyang felt conflicted. The man was too handsome. If Mo Shui fell in love with him, what was he going to do? Niu Suyang wasn't very willing, but pressured by the sisters, he could only brace himself and invite them. So what XiaoMo had guessed was true, they were after Ling Xiao's looks. "So you're here to invite us to your team because you feel that we're strong?" XiaoMo realized that Mo Shui and her sister hadn't shifted their gaze from Ling Xiao since the beginning. To hell with strength, they were clearly here for Ling Xiao. Niu Suyang continued, "This should be the first time for you guys, right? First-timers usually don't know this, but the situation inside Dongyu is very dangerous. Many of those bandits are of the Emperor realm, at least 4 or 5 of them. If you don't join a team, they're very likely to pick on you. We don't want teammates." XiaoMo rejected him outright. They were here for the treasure, they couldn't have outsiders on their team. Of course, the main issue was that he hated how the twins looked at Ling Xiao. If he really let them join, he couldn't be certain that he wouldn't poke their eyes out. Niu Suyang paused for a moment before showing an expression of disappointment, but inside, he breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. "You really won't consider it?" Niu Suyan didn't want Mo Shui to realize his true feelings, so he asked again to keep up the farce. XiaoMo shook his head. No need. Wait. Mo Shui hurriedly stopped him. Your partner didn't say anything yet and we are mostly inviting him. Unless you can make a decision for him. XiaoMo knew that they weren't going to let the matter go easily, so he wasn't surprised to hear this. Lifting the corner of his mouth, he said, You're right, I can make any decision for him. We want to hear his thoughts. Mo Fei lifted her chin up in arrogance. Compared to a stinky man and one that didn't consider her feelings, she was confident that with her beauty, the man would want to be with them instead. Beside her, her sister also straightened her posture, showing off her incredible curves. XiaoMo felt the corner of his mouth twitch. Really, another brain-damaged overly confident person. But the chief culprit was still Ling Xiao. Without the mask, he really attracted people like bees to flowers. He had thought that there weren't many females in Dongyu, but when luck went around, one couldn't stop, could they? Thinking it this far, XiaoMo turned to glare at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose. Without even looking at the sisters, he shrugged his shoulders and said, On this planet, there's bound to be people who are brain damaged. However, if we were concerned with every one of them, don't you think your IQ would be pulled down into the triple negative digits? XiaoMo. A critical hit. Since he was already in the double-digit negatives, XiaoMo stood firm in not falling to the triple digits. Okay, I'm a man with a big heart, and I'm not going to be bothered by stupid people. Thus, the double-digit XiaoMo was calmed down by a few words of his husband. The two then went hand in hand happily inside. Behind them, the two sisters' expressions, upon hearing Ling Zhao's mockery, turned very ugly. The affection in their eyes had been replaced with hatred. So, as the saying went, a woman's emotions comes and goes like a storm. How dare he ridicule me? We're definitely not letting them off the hook. Hurry, we're going to follow them. Mo Shui's words were immediately supported by Mo Fei and the two went in without asking for Niu Suyan's opinion. All Niu Suyan could do was follow them. There was only a mountain that stood between the village and Dongyu. Behind the crowded village was empty, unclaimed land. Even the ongoing shadows of people couldn't change that feeling. It was a place waiting to be discovered. The complete version of the map showed that the right eye of the tiger was their destination. It didn't look hard to find, but the head of tiger was the most damaged, so recovering this part took XiaoMo a lot of time. Even now he wasn't completely sure of its exact whereabouts, only the approximate area. The good thing was that the position of the eyes was fixed. If it could change, then he would really be searching for it till the end of time. Judging by the position of the eyes, XiaoMo picked out two directions it could be. Due to the grand battle from before, the white tiger's head was split in halves, creating a deep canyon. He didn't know which side it was on, so he said to Ling Xiao, pointing at the map, We'll split up, you go there and I'll go here. Together. Ling Xiao interjected. Regardless of the truth of the legendary cave dwelling, the ones who liked adventure wouldn't pass on something like this, and it was often those people who were powerful. Working alone was likely to draw unwanted attention. XiaoMo didn't need to ask to understand Ling Zhao's concerns, and after remembering the sisters that were tailing them, he felt the need to have a close eye on Ling Xiao too. It was very interesting how the canyon was created. It started from the left eye, reaching horizontally to the right. It split the head north from south, so they didn't know which side it was on. The two of them decided to go the closer one first, the south side. As for the twin sisters, they were quickly thrown off their trail. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, Hero Rescues Beauties. Chapter 581, Hero Rescues Beauties. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Such a beautiful pair of sisters. A familiar sentence rushed into XiaoMo's ears like a persistent vengeful demon, especially those last four words. They had clearly shaken them off not too long ago, yet they miraculously ran in front of them again. Could it be another pair of beautiful sisters? XiaoMo repeatedly comforted himself. However, after he saw the two beautiful sisters, Mo Fei and Mo Shui, with his own eyes, he finally knew that this many dislikable coincidences truly did exist in this world. About 100 meters ahead, Niu Suyang, Mo Shui, and Mo Fei were currently being surrounded by a crowd of people. Considering the way that crowd of people were dressed, as well as their behavior, they should be the so-called Dongyu bandits. How did they get in front of us? XiaoMo couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao. Even if they used all their strength to press on with their journey, it was impossible for them to get in front of them so quickly. They probably used some kind of method. Ling Xiao couldn't say precisely why either. Everyone had their own secret tricks, or they had an item that could allow them to shorten the distance. XiaoMo nodded his head, not quite understanding. However, this did seem to be the first time that he had encountered a hero rescues the beauty scenario. It was a pity that he didn't want to save them. It was truly a hard opportunity to come by. XiaoMo instantly fished out a magic fruit from his dimension and handed it to Ling Xiao. Let's watch as we eat fruit from the side. Ling Xiao took the fruit and said, "Didn't you want to go find the white tiger's right eye?" XiaoMo said matter-of-factly, "That's not urgent. In any case, besides us, nobody else knows where it is either. This is the first time I've encountered a good hero rescues the beauty show, so of course I want to watch." As he spoke, he took a bite out of the fruit with a crunch. Before them, Niu Suyang and the rest had just encountered the Dongyu bandits not too long ago. Even though the three of them felt that it was very unexpected, they didn't show any signs of panic, especially the two sisters. Their expressions were calm and collected, as if the bandits surrounding them were just like the men who worship them. "You guys look so ugly, you should scram at once out of my sight, or you can just wait and see what happens." Mo Shui wore an expression of haughty, cold elegance and her eyes held disgust as she looked at the bandits. Mo Shui's aesthetic standards were extremely strict. In her eyes, men who looked ugly were all dirty objects, and dirty objects should beat it far, far away from her. As for her standards for ugliness, one could refer to the delicate, pretty, and adorable XiaoMo. As for Mo Fei, although she wasn't as obsessive over people's outer appearances as her sister was, she had already been imperceptibly influenced by her sister over the years. Her requirements for looks shot straight up like a rocket. For example, Niu Suyang could actually be considered a handsome young fellow, but in the two sisters' eyes, he was just average. The two sisters naturally enslaved the men who looked just average. In their hearts, they even felt that Niu Suyang should be honored. This kind of woman was very terrifying. Their ability to cause trouble was directly correlated to their nitpicking over looks. Niu Suyang could also be considered getting what he deserved. Who told him to like this sort of top-notch woman like Mo Shui? "Boss, this girl has quite a temper." A bandit immediately started to laugh loudly after he heard Mo Shui's words. They were already defenseless, yet she was still telling them to scram. Wasn't she just acting recklessly? A man with a face full of hair rubbed his beard and smiled lewdly. No matter. I like this kind of forceful woman, it feels great when you do them on the bed." The others instantly revealed lascivious expressions, and they all started to laugh. Mo Shui turned livid with rage. "A crowd of reckless dirty objects dares to speak so insolently about my older sister? If we were to tell you who we are, it'd scare you to death." Mo Fei instantly leaped forward. Even though they were twins, her figure wasn't as full or impressive as Mo Shui's. She looked fairly frail and weak, but the bandits still felt that she seemed very lively and cute. This old man hasn't tried out twins before. When the bandit chief saw Mo Fei, his eyes immediately lit up. "Little girl, why don't you tell us who you are?" Mo Fei's face turned red from anger after his first sentence. When she heard what he said after that, she said viciously, "Listen well. I am the Guma tribe's second young mistress Mo Fei, and the great Guma minister is my father. Oh, so you're the second young mistress. Many apologies for not recognizing you. This humble man has failed to recognize your eminence. The bandit chief suddenly saw the light. It's fine as long as you know. Now, everyone slap their mouths 100 times for me. After that, scram far, far away. It hurts my eyes just to look at you all. His flattering words were very useful against Mo Fei. Mo Shui still looked at them coldly. The band chief suddenly snorted coldly before his previous attitude vanished in a heartbeat. I was just giving you face since you really thought you were the second young mistress. Brothers, get them. Seize these two little girls, I'll share them with you all after I'm done enjoying them. As for the man, kill him. His subordinates instantly started yelling gleefully and vied with each other to be the first to pounce at Mo Fei and Mo Shui. Ever since they had become Dongyu bandits, it had been a very long time since they encountered such high-quality women. Niu Suyang turned pale with fright. He hadn't imagined that they would act as soon as they said so, and he was about to rush over when the bandit chief abruptly blocked his path. Boy, your strength level isn't bad. It's too bad you met this old man. The band chief had realized what his cultivation base was long ago. He was only 1 star lower than him. Although the gap wasn't large, he still couldn't be his opponent. Niu Suyang instantly went on alert. At that moment, Mo Shui's flustered and exasperated voice suddenly rang out. Niu Suyang, what are you standing around in a daze for? Why aren't you coming to rescue me? Mo Shui's level of strength was only at the Emperor 3-star level. In reality, it wasn't low, but all of the subordinates under the bandit chief also were around the same level. If she fought them one-on-one, it could perhaps result in a draw, but it was impossible if it was 2 against 1. They had just started fighting, and Mo Shui was already at a disadvantage. Niu Suyang was so worried that his eyes turned red. He wanted to charge over and rescue Mo Shui, but the bandit chief abruptly launched an attack towards him. It was a deadly blow, causing him to be unable to go over. Mo Fei was in even more dire straits than Mo Shui. In the first place, her strength was worse than Mo Shui's, and she was seized at once. The two bandits leered at her as they manipulated her, and the young woman was so scared that she almost started crying, continuously shouting for her sister to come rescue her. How could Mo Shui go rescue her? She was unable to even protect herself, but when she heard her little sister's cries for help, she accidentally got distracted. A bandit caught her around the neck, and her pretty face went red with a lack of air. Boss, we've caught them. That bandit immediately shouted happily and excitedly at the bandit chief. When Niu Suyang saw Mo Shui fall into their hands, his heart jumped, and it was hard to avoid making a mistake. He accidentally let the bandit chief strike him in the chest, and he spat out blood as he went flying, his internal organs almost displaced. A useless good-for-nothing like you also wants to be a hero? More like a coward. The bandit chief snorted coldly before walking towards the captured Mo Shui. She finally knew to be afraid. What on earth do you guys want to do? If my dad knows about this, he definitely won't let you go. Mo Shui howled wrathfully, although her body had already started to shake in fear. What she didn't know was that the bandit chief had never once listened to what she was saying. It didn't matter if she was telling the truth or lying. In any case, he had already offended her, so he might as well offend her to the end. Moreover, it was worth it if he could get a taste of the Guma tribe's first and second young mistress. The bandit chief reached towards Mo Shui's chest with a hideous grin. With a ripping sound, the clothing at her chest was torn off, revealing her pink undergarments. 2 large round white mounds sat at his beck and call. Mo Shui screamed and seemed like she was about to faint. Beast! Niu Suyang's eyes were red as he watched, and he seemed like a crazed bull. The bandit chief's grimy hands stretched even closer to Mo Shui's undergarments, and Mo Shui looked like she was going to pass out. In this moment of extreme crisis, a fruit pit flew over out of nowhere and smashed into his hand. There was quite a bit of strength behind it, and it made his entire hand go numb when it slammed into him. "Who's there?" The bandit chief covered his hand and stared in shock in the direction that the fruit pit had come flying over from. He actually hadn't known that there were other people nearby. Could it be that their strength was above his? His cultivation base was at the divine 2-star level. If he showed off this kind of strength outside, many people would definitely invite him to join their courts. However, he would much rather stay in Dongyu and lord over other people, only because this place was more lax than other places. Nobody cared if they raped and looted, and moreover, with his strength, there were few people who could be his opponents in Dongyu. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao still held a half-eaten fruit in his hand. He looked at XiaoMo, whose hands were both empty, and he raised an eyebrow in surprise. XiaoMo rubbed his nose guiltily. "Even though I don't like that pair of beautiful sisters, violating women in broad daylight is a bit too obscene." Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a thin smile, heavy with meaning. Outside, the bandit chief, who didn't receive a response, was about to send his men in to take a look, when another wave of people appeared. They weren't bandits, they were an exploration party of about 10 or so people. When they discovered the situation over here, they instantly charged over. "It's the Dongyu bandits. Everyone, get them, dot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 582, Nothing Goes Unpunished. Chapter 582, Nothing Goes Unpunished. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There were only 5 men on the bandit chief's side. Although their overall numerical strength was high, the members of the expedition team were double theirs and the strength of the captain seemed to be on par with his. After quickly weighing the gains and losses in his heart, the bandit chief determined that there would not be any advantages for him and efficiently fled with 4 of his men. At the same time, he stole the magic bag of the beautiful sisters while making his getaway. "Are the 2 young ladies all right?" The captain was called Xiao and he was the first to rush to them. He looked at Nemo Shue's sorry figure in concern. His gaze drifted to the 2 shining white mounds of flesh at her chest. He swallowed a little before immediately turning his eyes away. Nemo Shue saw that Xiao was very handsome, and since his looks were to her liking, she fell into his arms when her legs went soft. Xiao immediately supported her with a slightly embarrassed expression as he asked with concern, "What's wrong, young lady? Are you injured anywhere?" Nemo Shue weakly leaned on his chest while she sobbed and shook her head. "I'm not hurt, I was just crying tears of joy. If Sir hadn't arrived in time, sob star. Nemo Shue doesn't know how to repay Sir's life-saving grace. There's no need for Lady Imo to do so. This Xia didn't do much too," Xiao said hurriedly. Nemo Shue clasped his hand and looked at him tenderly. "No, there's no need to be modest, Xiao. It is true that you saved us 2 sisters. Nemo Shue will surely repay you." Xiao smiled and pulled out his hand. "Lady Imo, recently Dongyu has not been very peaceful and the number of bandits have been increasing. It's better if you wait for more people to come back, otherwise it's easy to be targeted." Nemo Shue just thought he was especially handsome and considerate. In addition, he was strong and she was quickly taking a liking to him. She promptly agreed with Xiao when she heard what he said. "Xiao is right, but we cannot find our comrades at the moment, but..." Knowing what she meant, Xiao immediately answered, "If Lady Imo finds it acceptable, you can join us." "Really? Then I'd like to thank Xiao." Nemo Shue smiled through her tears as her soft hands gripped Xiao's hand again. She looked at him with her dainty and charming eyes. Xiao did not pull his hand out this time. He smiled as he replied, "You're welcome. It's only right to take care of beautiful ladies." Nemo Shue's alluring face became bashful and she was almost drunk on his honeyed words. "Let go of Nemo Shue." A voice akin to an eyesore sounded like a thunderbolt in their ears. Not far away, Niu Suyang had already stood up after the churning blood and qi in the pit of his stomach gradually calmed. Though his face was originally red in color, he soon turned redder with anger when he saw Mo Shui and Xia Jun, who were almost clinging on to one another. Mo Shui's expression immediately chilled upon hearing Niu Suyang's voice. "Niu Suyang! Xiadage is our rescuer, how can you shout at him? Would we have fallen to this extent if you weren't so useless?" Mo Shui, Niu Suyang knew that he was in the wrong. He was unable to refute these words, but he just could not bear to see Mo Shui do her utmost to please a man. You're still not coming over to apologize to Xiadage? Mo Shui unhappily snapped. Niu Suyang frowned. His eyebrows formed it into a character. Mo Shui, actually, the one who saved you was not him, but another person. He had personally witnessed a fruit pit hit the bandit chief's hand with his own eyes. Moreover, the fruit pit came from the opposite direction of Xia Jun's group. Mo Shui hesitated for a moment. She did not see the direction where the fruit pit came flying from, but since their backs were to Xia Jun's group at that time, it was indeed impossible for Xia Jun to have done it. Niu Suyang saw that she was wavering and immediately pointed in the direction of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao as he cried out, "I saw it with my own eyes. The fruit pit came from there. They should be hiding behind the stone." XiaoMo was behind the stone. He felt an irrepressible urge to cut off Niu Suyang's tongue. If you feel jealous, then just be jealous. Why on earth did you have drag him down? He can only be an unnamed hero. Ling Xiao was at the side smiling with joy from the calamity and delighting in the disaster. May I venture to ask which master saved us? Would it be possible to reveal yourself to us? Niu Suyang clasped his hands in obeisance as he shouted loudly. He added another match to XiaoMo. Mo Shui and Mo Fei expectantly looked over. If it was a handsome guy, they'd behave a little more enthusiastically. If not, they would just carelessly say a word of thanks. No one noticed Xia Jun darkly eyeing Niu Suyang. The moment everyone was expecting arrived as a black head was poked out from above the stone, revealing a face that was incomparably familiar to Niu Suyang and the two ladies. Mo Shui and Mo Fei's smiles immediately froze on their faces. "Hi, everybody." XiaoMo waved to them. He had proposed to leave immediately, but Ling Xiao refused, saying that since they had already saved the two, they should at least show their faces. Show what shit ah? He clearly felt that Ling Xiao just wanted to watch a good show. "It's you." Mo Shui gnashed her teeth in anger. XiaoMo nodded and smiled mischievously. Who else can it be but me? Niu Suyang did not think it would be them. He knew that Mo Shui and Mo Fei did not like him. However, rather than letting Mo Shui fawn upon Xia Jun, he would rather that person being fawned over to be XiaoMo. At the very least, Mo Shui would never have a favorable impression of him because his looks did not meet Mo Shui's standards. "So it's this sir who saved us." "Niu Suyang!" Mo Fei suddenly shouted his name and fiercely glared at XiaoMo. "The one who really saved us is not him. At the most, he just stopped the movement of the bandits. It's Xiadage and the rest who really scared the bandits away." Mo Shui hatefully echoed, "That's right. What more, I suspect that he had been watching on the sidelines for a long time. That fruit pit is the proof. Why would he wait till the last minute to make a move if he genuinely wanted to save us?" With a look at the moist pit of the fruit, one could tell that it had just been finished. That was ironclad evidence. However, the Mo Shui sisters who could deny everything were truly marvels, Mo Shui in particular. At least XiaoMo stopped the bandit chief's hand from grabbing her undergarments. Even if it was not him who rescued them, her entire body would have been seen by this group of men. XiaoMo suddenly understood why Ling Xiao was smiling like that. It turned out that he already knew that Mo Shui would deny this fact. Sure enough, he just wanted to watch a good show. No good deed goes unpunished. XiaoMo leaned back into Ling Xiao's embrace. "I'm so sad. My first hero saves the maiden, and she even complained that I did not immediately make a move. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Ling Xiao stroked his hair as the corner of his mouth raised up. It's not the first time you've seen a shameless person. Remember this incident the next time and don't just save anyone you see. Some people harbor evil intentions and may not thank you for your help. This kind of person should be given a taste of despair. After speaking the last sentence, his eyes fell on Mo Shui with a smile that was yet not a smile. Mo Shui's entire body became cold and she started shivering. XiaoMo muttered to himself, it's like this every time. He always must let me do it before he reminds me. This kind of method was not the least bit awesome, though it did leave a deep impression on him and make him learn from his mistakes. However, he really regretted saving her now. All right. I will remember it next time and will deeply engrave this onto my heart. And also, Ling Xiao indifferently added, remember to be extremely vigilant in the future. Don't steal the limelight of others when there's no need for you to step in. XiaoMo blinked. What do you mean by that? Xiaojun's heart jumped when he heard this. This man knew that they were nearby? That's right, both XiaoMo and Xiaojun had long arrived here and none of the groups had immediately come to the aid of the ladies. It so happened that Xiaojun was a step slower than XiaoMo. This phenomenon was a very common thing as no one had the obligation to save another. It was only after hearing Mo Fei disclose her identity that Xiaojun began to have some ideas. He believed Mo Fei's words, yet he still did not step in immediately. Instead, he intended to choose the most critical moment, so that the two sisters would have a deeper impression of him and be even more grateful to him. However, he did not expect that someone would step in before he did. He was afraid of his plans being wrecked by XiaoMo, so he ran out with his teammates. Mo Shui and her sister did not understand the meaning of Ling Xiao's words. She only felt that she was deeply despised by this man who looked at her as if she was a lowly ant. This made her burn with rage. Who asked you to save us, you meddler? Mo Shui was shamed into anger. Flames were almost shooting out of her beautiful eyes. She was really the model of one devoid of gratitude. Anyway, XiaoMo did not expect her to repay his kindness. XiaoMo restrained himself even though he really wanted to give her a tight slap, so he decided not to hold back on his words. Thus, he smiled at Mo Shui and said before he left, "Pretty miss, I'd like to say a word to you and your sister before I leave. I wish you were raped as soon as possible." After he was done, he immediately pulled Ling Xiao along and walked away. Mo Shui was so angry that her heart was violently spasming. They actually dared to speak to her in such a tone. If they were in the Guma tribe, she would have long gotten someone to tear his mouth to pieces. Niu Suyan looked at Mo Shui, whose face was twisted with anger, with a complicated expression. Originally, he quite liked Mo Shui's outspoken character, but now he was unsure. For him and Mo Fei, it was Xiaojun who really saved them. But for Mo Shui, the one she should be more grateful to was XiaoMo. Mo Shui and Mo Fei finally decided to join Xiaojun's team and go with them. Niu Suyan thought about it before he decided to join them. He did not have the strength to protect himself in Dongyu. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 583 Ambusher. Chapter 583 Ambusher. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The two soon arrived at their destination. The geography of the White Tiger's head was much less wholesome than XiaoMo predicted. They couldn't tell from the map. After all, it wasn't possible that every little aspect would be drawn and recorded with perfect accuracy, so it wouldn't be an easy task to find the right eye in such a horribly destroyed terrain. XiaoMo decided to split the work up between him and Ling Xiao to find it faster. You start looking from the left, I'll start from the right. If we find anything suspicious, we call the other with the transmitter stone or record the location. Ling Xiao didn't object. Be careful. Don't worry. XiaoMo waved at him and ran to the right. At his cultivation level, he wouldn't have much of a problem even if he did meet Dongyu bandits. Being a grade 3 rainbow level mage was no joke. XiaoMo flew around a kilometer, landing on a thick tree. The tree seemed over 1,000 years old, but had long since lost any signs of life, leaving behind an empty shell. Comparing the two maps, he was certain that the right eye was nearby. However, when he had used his soul power to sweep the area, he hadn't found anything like a cave dwelling, only ruins scattered about, capable of hiding only a few people. Several hundred meters away, there was also a massive canyon. It was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. According to the people in the town, spatial forces wreaked chaos at the bottom. Anyone who fell in wouldn't have any hope of return. It was doubtlessly the single most dangerous place in Dongyu. XiaoMo stood on the tree, looking into the distance. He was able to see the vague outline of a black ribbon-like thing. That was the Black Canyon. XiaoMo couldn't help but run over and take a look. Looking down from the steep wall he was standing on, a blast of wind coming from below attacked his face, a howling reminiscent of the screams of a female ghost. He had heard from the townspeople that this was the place that caused the most deaths. They said that some people thought there might be a legendary cave dwelling here. After all, it was very dangerous, and the more danger there was, the more likely that there was something valuable to be gained. So, there were often teams of people who didn't fear death that came here. However, no matter what team came, they always returned with less than a fifth of their original number. No wonder he and Ling Xiao hadn't seen a single person on their way over. There were plenty of people who were terrified of death, especially of a place like this that continuously had rumors of being a practitioner's grave. So barely anyone came anymore. Thus, the Black Canyon became a death zone. Ha! XiaoMo was about to look away when he seemed to glimpse a flash of something down below, like light reflected up by a mirror. If it was a natural phenomena, it was unlikely that it would flash away so quickly. Was someone down there? Just as this thought passed through his mind, a wave of killing intent rose behind him and killing energy locked onto him, darting forwards towards him and aiming to assassinate him. XiaoMo jumped into the air, his toes pushing off of the sword that appeared where he had been standing mere moments ago. He used this momentum to flip 360 degrees in the air, his right foot sweeping towards the black-robed man who was wielding the sword. The black-robed person couldn't retract his sword fast enough, and so he blocked the attack with his other arm before using the power from XiaoMo's kick to retreat several tens of meters. His figure landed on a sharp crag, his killing intent not faltering at all. His empty eyes were fixed on XiaoMo, not budging his gaze by even a fraction. XiaoMo was pretty sure he didn't know this person and had never had any entanglements with him, so there was little chance that he had offended this person. So why did this person ambush him? Who are you? Why did you ambush me? The only answer he received was the black-robed man once again raising his sword, poised to strike. The energy around him swelled, like a sword being unsheathed, and then the man became a streak of black, swiftly charging at XiaoMo. XiaoMo admitted that this black-robed man had a very high cultivation base, stronger than that bandit leader in Xiaojun, but that didn't mean XiaoMo would be afraid. Well, since this guy so stubbornly kept his mouth closed, then XiaoMo would beat him until he spoke. He didn't want to be hunted without reason, there had to be a source to this. If they had gotten the wrong person, then that would just be sad. XiaoMo faced the black-robed man barehanded, not at all falling to a disadvantage. The battle between the two raged wildly, kicking up dust and rocks and cracking open the earth. The two were extremely fast. If someone else was here, they'd probably only be able to see after images of their forms. Yet soon enough, some spectators really did arrive. It was none other than Imo Shui, Xiaojun and company that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had left not half a day ago. Xiaojun's original goal had been the Black Canyon, too, so it wasn't unexpected that he'd appear. They could see the two fighting figures from quite a ways away. The powerful aura and killing intent from the two had them afraid to approach. Xiao, didn't you say that explorers very rarely come here? How come there are people fighting here? Will it affect us? Emo Shui clung to Xiao, fragile like a little bird. Xiao's arm went around her waist quite casually and, hearing of her question, replied confidently, "Some powerhouses are interested in these dangerous places, and those that start fighting on a whim aren't few. So long as we don't go near them, they shouldn't attack us." "That's good then." Emo Shui looked at him with admiration. Though Xiao had ulterior motives for Emo Shui, seeing her look at him so worshipfully wasn't bad. Behind them, Niu Suyang frowned as he watched this. "Xiao, are we really going to wait for them to finish before heading over? We have so many people, so can't we just go over now?" Emo Fei liked Xiao too and immediately squeezed herself against Xiao's other side, looking up at him with innocence. Her gaze was filled with trust for Xiao, and she pretended to not notice the glare her older sister shot her. Xiao's expression stiffened for a moment. Would he have to admit that all of them added together wouldn't be a match for either of the two? He couldn't say something that would damage his image so. Niu Suyang caught the flash of discomfort on his face and immediately said, "Emo Fei, your Xiao thinks we're too weak and not a match for the two, so that's why he's planning on waiting for the two to finish fighting before heading over." Xiao's expression twisted. Emo Fei wasn't looking at Xiao's face and, hearing Niu Suyang demeaning her Xiao, immediately retorted, "Niu Suyang, don't talk nonsense. You're weak, don't go around thinking everyone is weak like you." Niu Suyang glanced at Xiao, whose expression was growing uglier by the second, and scoffed before shutting up. Emo Fei thought that she had struck Niu Suyang's nerve and continued to mock him. She didn't notice Xiao's expression at all until Emo Shui spoke up and scolded her. "Emo Fei, shut up." Emo Fei was about to retort, but she suddenly saw Xiao's expression and seemed to understand something, going silent in fear, but not forgetting to shoot Niu Suyang a glare. As they spoke, XiaoMo and the black-robed man's battle was coming to a close. Though the black-robed man was experienced in combat, his cultivation base was lower than XiaoMo's, and as time went by, the gap between them became more obvious. XiaoMo had put on a pair of golden gloves made from the silk of his golden-winged insects. Though the craftsmanship was rough, and it looked ugly, but the effect was top-notch. He had managed to break the black-robed man's sword with these gloves. And the broken sword was lodged in the chest of the black-robed man. The black-robed man's empty gaze became more and more lifeless as his life drained away. His gaze was filled with despair, and the flash of incredulousness. XiaoMo hadn't shoved the sword into his heart, otherwise he would have been dead by now and not on his last breath. He wanted to know why the man had ambushed him and if it had something to do with the flash at the bottom of the canyon. Before he could ask anything, though, the black-robed man slumped as he died. XiaoMo approached him and realized that the other had completely died. Was the guy afraid of him interrogating him and thus committed suicide? Did he really look so evil? XiaoMo retracted his gaze, turning his gaze towards Xiao and company. He had noticed them ages ago. He simply didn't have the time to bother with them before. It was only when he properly looked at them that he realized that these people were familiar faces. Trouble really did always follow him, how come he bumped into them again? Emo Shui and company then realized that the person they were afraid of was a familiar face. At first they had only seen his back and weren't able to recognize him. After all, they had only met each other twice. It wasn't until he turned around that his face was revealed to them. Emo Shui and Emo Fei's expressions were ugly, like they had just eaten shit. Their eyes were wide, jaws dropped. Reality had played a cruel trick on them. The person they had looked down on was a true powerhouse? Unlike them, Xiao's reaction was different. His gaze didn't leave the golden gloves XiaoMo was wearing. He had personally witnessed how XiaoMo had snapped the sword with the gloves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 584 Ape Shit. Chapter 584, Ape Shit. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo took one look and turned away. He searched through the man in black's body but only found one magic bag, and there wasn't much in it either. Nothing to identify him whatsoever. But it was because of this that XiaoMo was sure the man attacked him, because there was something below the canyon. He was probably also a professional assassin, so something like them were the only ones who would hide their identity. Killing for goods is only something a bandit would do. It was at this moment that a voice with a slight evilness to it appeared. Although it wasn't directed at anyone in particular, XiaoMo knew that they were cursing him. The reason was no other than the fact that the voice belonged to Mo Shui, the woman who wouldn't go away. XiaoMo took the magic bag and destroyed the body, then looked thoughtfully at Mo Shui. Mo Shui knew that she shouldn't provoke him, but she couldn't help it. Someone she once looked down upon was now above her. Now the one to look up became her, and she couldn't take it. Seeing that XiaoMo looked over, she subconsciously raised her chin, in stubborn defiance. A flash of displeasure towards Mo Shui appeared in Xia Jun's eyes as he pulled her back. "Shui, don't provoke him." But Mo Shui could understand what Xia Jun was implying and wanted to follow his words, but her usual pride kept her from lowering her head. Instead, she said, "Xia, we are a group. Why are we afraid of one person?" Xia Jun carefully made sure to not show his impatience and continued, "Don't forget he still has a comrade. Not only that, if we were to really fight him, we would pay a harsh price for I. After that, the Dongyu bandits would surely set their eyes on us. Xia, why are you arguing for them and dissing yourself? From what I can tell, his comrade isn't even here, otherwise, they would have surely appeared by now." Mo Shui knew that Xia Jun was right, but she just didn't want to give up so easily. Xia Jun chuckled, but deep down he wanted to kill her. If she wasn't still worth something, he would have left her to die a long time ago. Did she seriously think being the Guma tribe leader's daughter made her invincible? This was Dongyu, not her tribe. Her status would only scare the weaklings. It wasn't long after Mo Shui's talk that Ling Xiao appeared. His slender figure appeared elegantly beside XiaoMo, without a warning. Ling Xiao didn't see the man in black's vanished corpse, but he could tell that a major fight had happened. Looking at Mo Shui's group in the distance, he asked, "What happened? I'm wondering if I should kill them." XiaoMo said. He didn't lower his voice for this, rather he purposefully said it loudly, so that Mo Shui's group could hear him. Just like he thought, the expression on their faces changed. "All of them?" Ling Xiao asked without batting an eye. XiaoMo scratched his head. Actually I just want to kill this one person, her mouth is so annoying. The things that come out is hard on the ears, but I don't want to dirty my hands." Ling Xiao gently chuckled, "If you want her to never speak again, that's easy. If you think it'll dirty your hands, then I'll do it." "Okay." XiaoMo nodded, smiling. The couple simultaneously looked towards Mo Shui. As if she had fallen into an ice pit, feelings of fear, like the sprouts erupting after the rain, erupted one after another. It was only now that she started to regret provoking them for her pride. In fear, she held on tightly to Xia Jun's arm, with half of her body hiding behind him. "Xia, help me." Xia Jun froze. If he stood up for Mo Shui with the current circumstances, then he was as good as dead. But it was also an opportunity to completely capture her heart. As he debated, the scale soon tilted towards his fear of death. If he died, then what would be the point of capturing her heart? With her heartlessness, she would probably forget him soon after. But now he needed to prevent Mo Fei from seeing this side of him. At this moment, he had already changed to focus on Mo Fei instead, but he would soon be rid of his worries. Mo Shui, who had originally been latched onto him, made a scream of terror and shoved him away. Her whole body was tossing and turning on the ground. Her hands gripped tightly at her neck, and as her mouth opened, she spit out fire. Soon, she was unable to scream, as if her throat had been burned. One half of her face caught on fire as well, making it eerily hideous. She kept rolling on the floor because of the pain and her fingernails broke due to the pressure, but that pain was nothing in comparison. Sis! Mo Fei screamed as she was about to rush over. With quick reflexes, Xiao caught her. Don't go there, that's not a normal flame, even you would be burned if you go. Mo Fei's body froze for a second and she didn't dare go up anymore. Instead, she cried into Xiao's arms. Somewhere in him, Niu Suyang felt a little bad for Mo Shui. If this was before they had entered Dongyu, then he would have stopped at nothing to save her. But now, with her cynicism and her intimate actions with Xiao, she had worn off any love he had for her. Now, he was eerily calm watching everything unfold. The strange flame burned Mo Shui's throat and half of her face. The scars moved as if there were worms on her face and it was red like a soldering iron. No one dared to go up to her, and seeing the ugliness of her face, everyone shifted their gaze away in disgust. Xiao hesitated for a second before pulling out a magic pill for Mo Shui to eat. She was still the daughter of the Guma tribe's leader, after all. On the other hand, both Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were gone. With Ling Xiao's power, he could easily have Mo Shui taste her own medicine with a flick of a finger. As for Guma tribe's possible revenge, that wasn't a consideration of theirs. After all, the Guma tribe were close with the Vermilion Blood Clan. There was no way they wouldn't be on opposite sides. XiaoMo didn't get to see Mo Shui's sad state since they quickly left, but with Ling Xiao's usual tendencies, he could already see Mo Shui's misery. Okay, now can you tell me what happened? Who were you fighting with and for what? Until they couldn't see Xiao anymore, did Ling Xiao ask once again. XiaoMo quickly recounted the ambush and his suspicion that the right eye was below the Grand Canyon, but he was only 30% sure. Ling Xiao searched all the way over, and of course, he hadn't seen anything suspicious along the way. They could be certain that the white tiger's right eye was not here. It was either on the other side or below them. Do you want to go down now? Ling Xiao confirmed. XiaoMo thought about it for a second and shook his head. Let's do it another day. There were still other people around searching for the right eye. It was better the less people knew about it, and Ling Xiao's wounds hadn't healed yet, so before he was sure of the strength of the people below, he wasn't going to take chances. As for whether or not he acted rashly, which might alert the enemy, with the corpse burned, that shouldn't be a problem. Ling Xiao didn't oppose it. The two took another look at the canyon before leaving for Dongyu. With them, Xiao's group had also left due to the severity of Mo Shui's injuries. Due to her position, everyone agreed to leave early for the town. It wasn't long after XiaoMo and Ling Xiao returned that Xiao's group arrived too. Mo Shui's three-man group didn't stay in the same place as them, but Xiao's exploration team did. It was closer to Dongyu, thus, when they returned to town, they headed there. They caused a big commotion and many people peeked out their heads to take a look. XiaoMo was curious too and purposefully opened the window to get a closer look. But because of that, Xiao, who was carrying Mo Shui, arrived in front of him. Seeing him, his whole body froze and his hurried footsteps came to a halt. The people behind him pulled their emergency brakes too. Just as they were about to speak, they saw XiaoMo leaning against the window with a devious smile. Every one of them froze like a zombie, and Mo Fei even hid behind Niu Suyang. This was what you call ape shit. But they were able to meet twice in Dongyu, which was a much bigger place. It was actually not that much of a surprise that they would meet up here in town. Maybe they were just fated to meet each other. XiaoMo waved, smiling, hello. Xiao was the first to react. If he left now, that would appear too deliberate, so he can only clench his teeth and continue walking. If they let them off the hook before, they probably wouldn't do anything now. Mo Fei wanted to follow him, but she was afraid of becoming like her sister, so she just glued herself to Niu Suyang. Using him to block XiaoMo's vision so that even if something happened, it would happen to Niu Suyang first. Seeing them run away as if they had seen a ghost, XiaoMo laughed wholeheartedly. It was the first time he had seen someone so afraid of him. Before, it was only him being afraid, now it was the other way around. As they say, what comes around goes around. Congratulations to him. Ah. As he was thinking that, he was knocked on the head as Ling Xiao's voice came from within. What are you standing around there stupidly for? Get your ass in here. Ah. Ling Xiao was so annoying. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 585 Woman in White. Chapter 585 Woman in White. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebels Scanlations. In the dead of the night, something like the sound of a female ghost screaming would occur every so often. The voice was extremely shrill and sharp, and almost half of the town heard it. In an instant, cursing voices drifted out from many inns, and a large stretch of lights lit up. But the weird thing was that by the time everyone wanted to know which inn the sound had come from, the voice had disappeared again. That night, there were a lot of people who couldn't sleep. However, there were two people who were exceptions, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. After they threw out a sound insulation restriction, the female ghost's voice couldn't be heard anymore. The second day, the people of this inn were said to have the heaviest eye bags, so many people were very displeased with Xia Jun. But taking into consideration Xia Jun's strength, they didn't dare to say anything, and they could only get angry. A burn on the face and throat couldn't be compared to one on the arm. That kind of pain would be much greater than the pain from an arm. In addition, one couldn't scratch it, or it would get even worse, so it was normal that Mo Shui screamed for most of the night. In the latter half of the night, Xia Jun most likely fed her some kind of magic pill that could stop the pain. Or what XiaoMo guessed was that Xia Jun was afraid of offending too many people, so he knocked Mo Shui out. It was a bit simpler, and this way she couldn't scream even if she wanted to. Early in the morning, the lobby was very lively. Everyone was discussing the sound of the female ghost screaming last night. Even though there had been such a racket that they couldn't sleep, everyone was still very interested in this kind of gossip. Some people had seen Mo Shui's face with their own eyes, which was burned so badly it didn't look like a human or demon. They were so scared that they couldn't sleep the entire night, and as soon as they closed their eyes they would remember her face. It was quite terrifying. However, there were also people discussing what happened in Dongyu. The information about the legendary cave dwelling couldn't have come from nothing, or else it wouldn't have attracted so many people. As of today, more and more people had rushed over to this place, including some major powers in Dongzhou. Seeing everyone discuss it so fervently, XiaoMo couldn't help but quietly ask Ling Xiao, they shouldn't know about the map, right? For this kind of rumor to spread out after they pieced together the 4 maps, if they just thought about it they could tell something wasn't quite right. There aren't that many clues, half are true, and half are fake. Ling Xiao cracked open a peanut. XiaoMo saw that he liked to eat peanuts, so while he opened some for him, he asked, then which major power do you think the person in black who attacked us at Black Canyon is most likely from? He was well trained and was also an accomplice, so he had to be part of a group. Ling Xiao calmly accepted his service and said, you shouldn't have destroyed that corpse. You should have seen if there were any symbols on his body before destroying it. You can't blame me for that. Mo Shui and the rest were watching from the side back then, so all I could think about was quickly destroying the corpse and the evidence. I didn't examine it very carefully, and at the time I didn't think about taking off his clothes. XiaoMo felt a bit of regret. Ling Xiao paused and stared at him. Don't forget you're a man with a husband. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. Suddenly, the noise in the lobby quieted down. XiaoMo looked in the direction of the stairs. It turns out that his fated people were coming down from the stairs, including Mo Shui, who had to wear a veil because part of her face was burned. She appeared extremely weak, as most of her body weight rested against Xia Jun. Her younger sister Mo Fei followed behind them with a reluctant expression on her face, and she occasionally glanced enviously at her sister. XiaoMo had always felt that these two sisters were like exotic flowers. It would have been better if they hadn't been born human in this lifetime. They couldn't be fox spirits either, because that was thinking too highly of them. He and Ling Xiao sat in the corner close to the window. For a while, Xia Jun and the rest didn't notice them, but Niu Suyang saw them immediately. However, he had no reaction. Instead, he was calm and unperturbed, as if he didn't recognize them. This Niu Suyang's temperament actually isn't too bad. Ling Xiao spoke in a rare show of praise for a stranger. XiaoMo had also noticed him, and he said disapprovingly, "It's too bad that he likes Mo Shui. No matter how normal his worldview is, sooner or later he's going to be led astray." "You haven't discovered it yet?" Ling Xiao asked in return. "What?" XiaoMo froze. Ling Xiao said, he should have already given up by now, or else he wouldn't have been indifferent to Mo Shui's face being disfigured. He didn't have any reaction whatsoever when he saw how close she and the one with the surname Xiao are. Could it be because Mo Shui got disfigured? XiaoMo said in alarm. The story of a scumbag and a slut momentarily took shape inside his mind. Who knows? While they were speaking, Mo Shui had already noticed them. She couldn't speak, but there was no way the thin layer of the veil could block the resentful, bone-deep hostility in her eyes. She probably thought they couldn't tell, so the hatred in her gaze was undisguised. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had become aware of it in the first second. This Mo Shui was the typical example of someone who didn't learn her lesson. She was punished so brutally, yet she still dared to use that kind of expression to look at them. It seemed that years of having a superiority complex prevented her from dropping this kind of bad habit. Just last night she was more dead than alive, yet today she didn't seem to fear death at all. XiaoMo clicked his tongue. However, he learned the reason behind Mo Shui's reaction very quickly. The Guma tribe's people had arrived. Their cultivation bases were even higher than Xia Jun's, and their whole body emitted an aura of "I am an expert," especially the woman in white who was walking at the very front. She had a noble air around her as she sent out a holy and pure aura, as if she was an immortal who had descended to the earth. She was even more beautiful than the two sisters. When she saw them, Mo Fei was the first to rush over in pleasant surprise. "Sister Xia," Mo Fei bounded over to the woman in white with a hurt expression on her face, as if she was about to cry. "You must support me and my sister." The woman in white revealed a divine smile and said gently, "What's wrong? Who bullied my little sister Mo Fei and made her so sad?" Mo Fei didn't instantly point in the direction of the new immigrants and Ling Xiao. Instead, she pulled her over to Mo Shui and Xia Jun and said in a complaining tone, "Sister Xia, hurry and take a look at my older sister. She was disfigured by someone." The woman in white looked at Mo Shui, who was wearing a veil. She could see clearly that half of Mo Shui's face was disfigured and changed beyond recognition through the veil, and it seemed that the injury near her neck also wasn't light. Her elegant brows crinkled slightly. It was actually this severe? Mo Shui was very excited when she saw the woman in white appear, but she couldn't speak. She could only sit there anxiously, but luckily, her little sister immediately brought her over. The woman in white's expression was slightly overcast, and she asked in a cold voice, "What in the world happened? How was Mo Shui disfigured?" Mo Fei finally found a way to vent, and she colorfully described all of XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's offenses. Her voice wasn't quiet, and she greatly exaggerated many things right in front of XiaoMo's face. For example, she didn't include that it was because back then Mo Shui had spoken insolently first, nor did she include that XiaoMo had once rescued Mo Shui. In any case, it was all XiaoMo's fault. Who knew what the woman in white was thinking, but when she heard Mo Fei speak, her beautiful face remained completely expressionless, as if she wasn't moved in the slightest. However, the two sisters didn't find this unusual at all. After Mo Fei finished pouring out the story, she looked expectantly at the woman in white. "Sister Xia, my big sister is so pitiful. You must back her up. Your Excellency Xiaoyin, may I ask whether Mo Shui's face can still be cured?" Niu Suyang walked respectfully over, sweeping away the detachment from his face. When Mo Shui heard this, she also looked eagerly at her. The woman in white finally reacted, and she nodded imperceptibly at him, though she said, "The flames that burned Mo Shui aren't ordinary flames. If I'm not wrong, it should be from a kind of godfire. Injuries that were created by godfire are usually very hard to cure completely." Mo Shui instantly stood up agitatedly, not even caring that she slammed into the table. She didn't want to be disfigured for her whole life. Xia Jun hastily supported her and said quietly, "Shuer, don't get too excited. Very hard to cure completely doesn't mean that it's impossible to cure completely, there will definitely be a way." The woman in white glanced at him indifferently and said, "I need to examine it first before I can determine whether it's curable. However, don't get your hopes up. Magic pills that can cure a burn from godfire require rainbow pills that are grade 5 or up." Mo Shui fell back onto her chair, and soundlessly began to cry. Even though she wasn't a mage, how could she not know how difficult it was to refine a rainbow pill that was above grade 5? Moreover, even if they wanted to refine pills, they still needed a pill recipe. Mo Shui stroked her own face. When she thought about how she would have to carry this demonic appearance forever, the hostility that she had towards XiaoMo and Ling Xiao took shape into a soaring resentment. She would definitely make them suffer a painful death. "Sister Xia, those two people are the ones who made Big Sister become this tragic." Mo Fei instantly pointed at XiaoMo and Ling Xiao in the corner, a pleased expression on her face. After oppressing it for so long, they could finally get revenge. They would let them know that Sister Xia was the strongest one in the Guma tribe, besides their own father. XiaoMo's back was facing them, and he asked Ling Xiao curiously, "Can you really cure a burn from godfire?" He thought that it wasn't possible, or else Xingqi wouldn't have carried around a broken arm back then. However, it was also possible that there just hadn't been enough time. Ling Xiao picked up his cup of tea and took a sip before saying blandly, "You can't." "What's the difference?" "The difference is that that's my godfire." "You have a lot of confidence, Ling Xiao smirked and shot him a glance. "You don't like it?" XiaoMo's eyes sparkled. "I like it." Self-absorbed public displays of affection were truly very disgusting. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 586, Made into a Scapegoat. Chapter 586, Made into a Scapegoat. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Xia was the incumbent holy maiden of the Guma tribe and the only grade 6 rainbow level mage in the tribe. There was one point that had to be mentioned when speaking of this. Although there were few mages in Dongzhou, the quality of those mages were high. This was because other than Xia who had a grade 6 cultivation base, there was also a grade 5 rainbow level mage under her. As that mage undertook more tasks than Xia, their reputation outside was higher than hers. As the saying went, things were valued for their quality rather than their quantity. That was the truth. The Vermilion Blood Clan did not have a grade 6 mage, and even the Mage Association and the Beast Transfiguration Guild only had 1 or 2. The Holy Maiden's position in the tribe was extremely high, second only to the chief of the Guma tribe, Mo. The reason these foreigners would appear here was firstly because of Mo Shui and Mo Fei, who came to Dongyu without many guards with them and with their father on their back. The second reason was the ultra-legendary abode. The tribes of Dongzhou would rather believe in such a thing than let it slip by. Furthermore, they had received secret reports that the Shuishi tribe had secretly sent experts to Dongyu. In this case, the Guma tribe could not sit idly by. It was just as well that Xia was interested in ultra-legendary adobe, so Mo Ma requested her to come over and to take care of his daughters while she was at it. Xia was a very smart woman. She was crystal clear about what Mo Shui and Mo Fei's behavior were like. She believed only 10% of Mo Fei's words and did not believe the rest because few would have made a move for no reason if the sisters had not provoked the other party. After Xiaoyin saw the appearance of Ling Xiao, she was absolutely sure that Mo Shui and her sister were the first to incite the conflict. The entire Guma tribe knew that Mo Shui was a man-chaser and paid great attention to the appearance of men. When she saw a handsome and dashing man, she could not wait to climb into the other's bed. She was a licentious and degrading woman. Of course, no one knew that Xiaoyin really hated Mo Shui and her sister very much. An imposing aura suddenly burst out of Xiaoyin's body. The vigorous soul force that carried a boundless pressure blasted towards XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. The imposing pressure and aura of a grade 6 rainbow-level mage made many people in the inn breathless. Some even exaggeratedly fell to the ground. However, most would probably be injured now if Xiaoyin had not deliberately controlled her pressure from spreading to the rest of the people. Just when Mo Shui and their group were pleased with themselves, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted in the small inn. It crossed blows with Xiaoyin's soul force in midair and instantly overturned the roof of the inn. The excessive power dissipated after 2 minutes, but by that time, more than half the inn had already been destroyed. Xiaoyin's beautiful eyes showed her shock. She intended to perform a perfunctory gesture and thought of giving them a small lesson for the sake of Mo Shui and her sister's face, and for her to be able to justify herself to Mo Ma. Yet she did not think that there was a concealed talent in this remote town. "May I venture to ask how I should address your excellency?" Xiaoyin reacted and quickly retracted the aloof and arrogant glint in her eyes. Her expression was neither obsequious nor supercilious and her tone was mostly courteous. The other side had the strength to be on equal footing with her. Mo Shui and her sister, who was beside her, were shocked by the attitude of Xiaoyin and could not say a word. After interacting with Xiaoyin for so many years, they had a profound understanding of Xiaoyin's disposition and temper. At times, she would not even show respect to their father, yet, she was tranquilly and calmly speaking to a stranger at this moment. The heavens must be falling. Ling Xiao swept a glance over Xiaoyin, an address is not necessary. Holy Maiden, remember to tell Chief Mo Ma of the Guma tribe to strictly discipline his daughters. They provoked us as they wished and spoke rudely towards us. For the sake of the Guma tribe's face, their lives were not taken this time. The next time they certainly won't be so lucky. Xiaoyin will apologize to Your Excellency on their behalf here. Many thanks to Your Excellency for being magnanimous and not arguing with him. Xiaoyin did not hesitate to believe his words. She even took the initiative to show the white flag. This was all for the Guma tribe. Ling Xiao let out a soft smile but did not reply. Xiaoyin knew that the other side would not bother about this anymore, otherwise he would not have just destroyed Mo Shui's appearance. She thanked him once again and left the inn with Mo Shui and her group. Xia Jun hesitated for a moment, and then he went alone. Things had already progressed this far, he could not ruin the enterprise for the sake of one basketful. XiaoMo sighed in despair and looked at a big hole in the roof. Fortunately, it didn't rain, but he paid a month's rent in advance and stayed only a few days. The innkeeper also felt like weeping but he had no tears. It was really an undeserved catastrophe. After witnessing their strength, he also could not ask XiaoMo and Ling Xiao for compensation. On the other hand, after Xiaoyin left the inn, she asked the people with her to find a clean inn again. After she asked for a first-class room, she took Mo Shui and the three to her room. Xia Jun was blocked from entering and could only wait outside the room. He dared not get too close as there were guards watching. Once they entered the room, Xiaoyin gave a backhanded slap to Mo Shui and Mo Fei. The sound of the two slaps were so loud that even Xia Jun who was outside could hear it. "Sister Xia!" Mo Fei screeched in agitation, "Even if you didn't take revenge for my sister and me, why would you hit me? I'll tell my father about this." Xiaoyin sneered, "Even if you don't complain, I will still report this to the Chief Mo Ma. You guys really progressed farther the longer you live. It's nothing much even when you caused a disaster in the tribe. This time you actually provoked a sacred realm expert. It's already considered a mercy that he did not kill the two of you. I'd like to know what Chief Mo will think when he knows about this, but Mo Fei could not refute, yet she was not willing to take it lying down as she shouted, "Aren't you the holy maiden of the Guma tribe? Isn't your strength very high? Why didn't you kill him and spare all later trouble? Don't tell me you deliberately let them go. What kind of intention do you have for the Guma tribe in the end?" She did not like Xiao because she had heard people talk about her and her sister in private, saying that they could not even compare with a finger of the Holy Maiden even though they were chief's daughters. The Holy Maiden was aloof and remote, they were only licentious and degrading women. But this time her father actually sent Xiao over. Mo Fei wanted to let Xiao and those two people fight it out. She did not think that Xiao would take the initiative to show the white flag. Now, she even hit them. New hatred piled on old and she hated Xiao, this woman, to death. Xiao looked at her with cold eyes. Mo Fei, how can you say this to the Holy Maiden? The Holy Maiden is majestic and pure. How can you make such comments at will? If it's passed back to the clan, even your father cannot protect you. Niu Suyan saw Mo Fei was saying more and more outrageous things and immediately reprimanded her. Majestic and pure? Mo Fei mocked. She only felt her chi and blood in the pit of her stomach raging and she could not help but voice out her malicious words. Flashing over and over in her mind were the words of those who praised Xiao and belittled them. You! Niu Suyan was furious. All right. Xiao suddenly interrupted Niu Suyang, I'll send you back to the Guma tribe later. As for the wounds on Mo Shui's face, there is no need to heal them. It is impossible to heal anything burned by Godfire. Mo Shui shook the table in agitation. Now, she could only express her inner thoughts in this manner. Xiao had obviously said there might be a way before, but now she went back on her words and said it could not be healed. It was evident that she just did not want to help her. Xiao ignored her. She let the guards in and brought 4 people over. The 4 people were relatively strong and she asked them to escort the 2 sisters back. She let Niu Suyang stay instead. Xia Jun immediately went over upon seeing them come out. Xiao glanced at him, "Young Master Xia, we still have something to do, so please return." Xia Jun did not dare to offend her. Although he had a lot of things to ask Mo Fei, since Holy Maiden opened her mouth to chase him away, he could not continue to stay here. The future was long and there was still a chance, so he said his goodbyes. He did not know that Xiao was going to send the 2 sisters back. At this point, he never expected that they would not have the opportunity to meet again. Returning to the room, Xiao sent Niu Suyang away and asked him to call her attendant over. After a while, the attendant pushed the door open and walked in. What is the Holy Maiden's command? Xiao opened her eyes. Her beautiful black eyes harbored a trace of chilliness. Send a message to Xiao and the rest. Ask them to find a suitable opportunity to kill the 2 sisters. The attendant was startled. Holy Maiden, I'm afraid that it's not appropriate to do this. It will be hard to avoid the effects of this if Lord Mo blames you. Even if they spoke rudely to you, you must not act rashly and disregard the consequences. Xiao stood up. This is not an impulsive idea, this is an opportunity. The incident between Mo Shui and those 2 are already known to all. When Mo Ma investigates this, I can push the blame for this onto them. It would be a shame to waste such a good opportunity. The attendant thought for a moment. This plan was indeed feasible. Not only could she get rid of the 2 sisters, but she could also divert Mo Ma's attention. The Holy Maiden is wise. Your servant will do it right away. Xiao nodded her head and dismissed her. Although this would turn the 2 of them into her scapegoats, she had no choice but to make them suffer such an injustice for the time being. At this point, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao did not know that they would become Xiao's scapegoats. However, even if they knew, they would probably have no reaction since they already had a feud with the sisters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 587 Illusion Array. Chapter 587 Illusion Array. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. How about I take you to watch a show? After the two returned to the room, Ling Xiao said this out of the blue. The how about was just a courtesy, dragging the confused XiaoMo away to watch a show before the other could even nod in agreement. The actors of the play were Mo Shui and Mo Fei, as well as Xia Yin's two attendants. The two attendants led the two into a thick forest after leaving the town. The forest was devoid of human life. There didn't even seem to be a single demon beast here either. It really was a good place to kill and bury people. Mo Shui and Mo Fei didn't sense that there was anything wrong, and Mo Fei was even cursing people out loudly, Xia Yin amongst them. This was a huge shock to XiaoMo. In the inn, XiaoMo had personally heard Mo Fei call out to Xia Yin with such a sweet tone. Now that Xia Yin was no longer of use, they immediately turned on her? Soon enough, he knew what the show Ling Xiao had brought him here to watch was. The two attendants suddenly stopped, one in front and the other behind, cutting off the two sisters' escape routes. Their gazes were chilling, as if looking at two corpses, and killing intent filled the air. The Holy Maiden told you to escort us back to the tribe. What do you think you're doing? No matter how thick-skulled Mo Fei was, this was killing intent thick enough for even her to sense. However, she probably thought that the two attendants didn't actually dare kill them and thus wasn't afraid at all. Mo Shui grasped Mo Fei tightly. She was the older one, after all, and after blow, she was no longer as naive as before. She could see that the two attendants truly did want to kill them. Sister, don't worry, they won't really dare to do anything to us. Mo Fei thought that what Mo Shui was expressing was rage. The two attendants unsheathed their swords. Mo Fei cried out in anger, "Do you want to die? You dare to go against the Holy Maiden's orders? My father will know about this. I'll make sure he punishes her." The Holy Maiden's orders? Attendant Xiao sneered. The order we received from the Holy Maiden was to kill you two sisters. Xiao, let's not waste our breath on them and deal with them quickly, so that nothing unexpected happens. The other attendant immediately raised her sword and stabbed towards Mo Fei with it, her strikes fatal. XiaoMo, watching from a distance, felt his jaw drop in shock. What's this? Ling Xiao helped him close his mouth and explained, uncaringly, can't you tell? That Holy Maiden wants to kill Mo Shui and Mo Fei and then frame us. Plenty of people know that there's bad blood between the sisters and us. With them dead, the Guma tribe would naturally suspect us. But we have nothing against the Holy Maiden, so why is she trying to put the blame on our shoulders? XiaoMo felt depressed. The women here were getting more and more intimidating. I'm guessing that she doesn't have the best relationship with Mo Ma. The bad blood between us and Mo Shui was a chance, so the person she's really targeting isn't us, but Mo Ma. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up, his smile meaningful. XiaoMo raised his head. How did you know that the Holy Maiden wanted to kill Mo Shui and her sister? Ling Xiao said confidently, in the end, though she hid it well, I could clearly see that she had been wanting to kill them for a long time. It wasn't too hard to figure it out after that. XiaoMo glanced at him, deciding to forego complimenting him. Well, if you knew, then you just brought me here to watch the sisters being killed? Shouldn't he consider XiaoMo's feelings before dragging him out to watch gore? Though he was used to it by now, he preferred to avoid it if possible. Of course not. You think I'd let just anyone frame us? Surprisingly, Ling Xiao denied it. XiaoMo was shocked. You want to save Mo Shui and her sister? Ling Xiao cuffed him over the head. What the hell are you using your brain for all day? Did I say we were going to save them? Then what do you mean? XiaoMo covered his head, feeling rather chagrined. If she wants to frame us, then why not be more direct and turn what we're framed for into a reality? A malicious grin spread across Ling Xiao's face. XiaoMo gaped. Ahead, the battle between the four ladies was coming to a close. Though Mo Shui had been injured, it had only destroyed her beauty and hadn't affected her skill. However, the sisters weren't as strong as the two attendants and soon fell to a disadvantage. Seeing that they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, Mo Shui suddenly took out an item. Seeing this item, the two attendants knew that this wasn't good. They had forgotten that Mo Shui and her sister were Mo Ma's daughters and were certain to have special tools they could use to save themselves when attacked. If they managed to escape and inform Mo Ma, then the Holy Maiden's plan would fail. Mo Shui grinned, her face becoming terrifying. The veil she was wearing had fallen off early into the fight. When Xiao charged over, she immediately activated the magic tool. The tool was something her father had specially made to help her flee from dangerous situations. It used spatial force to teleport the user instantly across a short distance. Before, when she had appeared in front of XiaoMo, it had been through this treasure. "Sister, wait for me." Seeing her older sister activate the magic tool, Mo Fei hurried over, but was blocked by Xiao, who managed to stab her thanks to this distraction. Mo Shui looked at her younger sister apologetically, silently saying sorry. One of them surviving would be better than if both of them died here. After she returned to the Guma tribe, she would have her father avenge her younger sister. She let the spatial force that seeped out of the magic tool envelop her. The attendants cursed silently at the current situation, intending to charge over regardless, but that was when something strange occurred. The spatial force that enveloped Mo Shui suddenly began to thrash wildly, from gentle to violent, and Mo Shui took the brunt of the damage. Aha! The violent spatial force cut through Mo Shui's flesh, blood gushing out. In under a minute, she had become nothing more than bits of gore and blood, the spatial force cutting through her like a hot knife through butter. Half an arm, a leg, half a head, and so on. The entire scene was horrifying. Everyone stared in shock. Mo Fei, originally angry at her sister for fleeing without her, began to retch in disgust. When the violent spatial energy disappeared, Mo Shui was completely dead. Once upon a time, she had a position that drew everyone's envy, and now she was no more than a pile of flesh and blood. After staring, dumbstruck, for 5 seconds, Xiao snapped out of her stupor and raised her sword, stabbing it through the retching Mo Fei. Though she had no idea what happened, she thanked the heavens that they were on the Holy Maiden's side. After killing Mo Fei, she covered some of her wounds and made some more on her own body, as if she had just fought to the death with someone, before heading back to the town. XiaoMo had thrown up everything he had eaten that morning. He had eaten 2 bowls of tofu pudding that morning, and the current scene really was too alike, making him sick. Ling Xiao took him back to the inn and, rather nastily, ordered a bowl of tofu pudding for him. From then on, whenever XiaoMo saw tofu pudding, he'd feel sick. In a different inn, Xiao had just received a report of what had occurred. For Mo Shui's death, even Xiao would have never thought that it was Ling Xiao who had done it, simply treating it as a malfunction of the magic tool. However, to make the story of the attack more realistic, she had Xiao feign her death and become a different attendant before sending someone to report back to the Guma tribe. Mo Ma was already tens of thousands of years old. Mo Shui and Mo Fei were his only daughters, and he didn't have any sons, so despite these two ladies not being the best of people, he truly did love the twins. If he knew that they had been killed, he'd be absolutely furious. In the afternoon, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao prepared to enter Dongyu again. This time, they carefully covered their tracks and went directly to the Black Canyon. They looked around the north side and, as expected, didn't find their target. With this, XiaoMo was certain that the white tiger's right eye was at the bottom of the canyon. After making some preparations, the two jumped down the canyon. The canyon was over 2 kilometers long and 200 to 300 meters wide. Due to the intense wind and miasma that was present, as well as the violent spatial energy even further down, most people couldn't possibly get down, so very few people knew how deep the canyon truly was. XiaoMo was settled on Ling Zhao's shoulders. If it wasn't for the fact that this place had been discovered, he actually would have preferred to come down after Ling Xiao was fully recovered. A layer of flame surrounded them, and they plummeted like a shining star. They had fallen for around 3,000 meters or so before XiaoMo realized that they were at the bottom because the spatial force had disappeared, replaced by a wide, open world with blue skies, white clouds, and a pleasant breeze. Who did this think they were born yesterday? XiaoMo felt that his IQ had been seriously underestimated. As expected, someone is down here. And they've created such a massive illusion array to welcome us, too, Ling Xiao exclaimed. XiaoMo said in frustration, exactly. Do they think we're brainless? I can't believe they thought we wouldn't realize, how stupid. No. What? You are. I'm not. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588 Underwater World. Chapter 588 Underwater World. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The one who set up this illusion array meant to kill everyone who was lost in it. They didn't hold back at all. It wasn't just an array that created illusions, the wind became razors, the grass became lethal, it was a death trap everywhere. Unless they found the core and destroyed it, they were going to die of spiritual energy depletion. The one who made a move was surprisingly not Ling Xiao but rather XiaoMo. Ever since Ling Xiao was injured, he took the initiative on many manual labors. This illusion array looked abnormal and difficult to break, but for XiaoMo, the crescent moon up in the morning sky was a dead giveaway. Thus, without hesitation he attacked the moon. With the azure hand attack, he slapped the moon flat. In an instant the illusion array was broken, but before he could feel happy about it and reflect on it, they were attacked. Same as the man in black who surprised him before, these people were in the same costume. The three men in black attacked ruthlessly. Just as they came out of the array, their swords went straight for vital organs. Ling Xiao, however, was prepared. Two slivers of flame, like a snake, slithered out and wrapped around the man in black's swords. Climbing up the sword, they quickly reached towards the men's bodies. To protect themselves, the men in black couldn't help but retract their attack. Like last time, XiaoMo used his ugly woven gloves to catch his sword barehandedly. This time he didn't break it but rather sent him flying against a wall with a kick. XiaoMo thought that he was going to be half dead if not dead, but instead he quickly got up again. The man in black let out a deep roar, like a wild beast, as his shirt started to rip inch by inch. He turned into a gorilla with dense black fur. Gorillas were a high-grade demon beast, with great offensive and defensive capabilities. One could say that they were like a cockroach, unkillable. Thus, that kick XiaoMo didn't affect him much. Pounding on his chest, the gorilla let out a roar and quickly ran towards XiaoMo. XiaoMo thought of its incredible defenses, especially the chest area, and thought to win by speed. In the meantime, they exchanged a few blows and XiaoMo felt numb from the shock of his force. Looked like he had no choice but to end it quickly. Once Ling Xiao burned two of the men in black to dust, he turned just in time to see XiaoMo pierce the back of the gorilla. XiaoMo wiped his face. Gorillas were truly tough with thick skin. He had to use so much force to plunge that sword in that he almost ran out of breath. Ling Xiao kneeled in front of the gorilla and grabbed his arms as if double-checking something, then destroyed the evidence. What happened? XiaoMo quickly asked. Ling Xiao thought about it for a bit before replying, I just found the spider logo on the gorilla's right arm. It seems that these men in black are members of the Black Spider. XiaoMo was shocked. How did they know about the treasure here? It's likely due to the map you bid from the Black Spiders. If they could pinpoint that it was around the Dongzhou, southeast direction, then they must have investigated it before. I suspect that they brought out this map for auction was to find people who would bid for it and follow them for the other three maps. Too bad for them, the moment we left the auction, Yuzhen Tian was there and halted their plan. Ling Xiao figured. XiaoMo scratched his head, but that's weird. If they knew that the treasure was in the Black Canyon, then why would they need the other 3 maps? Ling Xiao said with indifference, that's why you can only be an idiot. XiaoMo. Hey, no personal attacks. They probably waited here for a while, but since there was only a few guards, that means they haven't found out the position of the right eye yet. The black spiders probably thought that they needed the complete map. Ling Xiao continued to explain. Hearing his analysis, XiaoMo just pulled out the map and stared at it. Wasn't it just a map? What secret could a map hold? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the map changed. In an instant the map became as hot as a burning coal, causing XiaoMo to throw it away immediately. The map turned into a ball of red light staggering to float up, and in the next second, it quickly flew towards a certain direction. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao quickly followed. At the same time, what they didn't realize was that above the Black Canyon appeared many people. The Guma tribe, the Shueshi tribe, and the black spiders, one by one they appeared. Master, it's like you suspected, a lot of people became suspicious of the Black Canyon. It shouldn't take them long to find out the legendary cave dwelling at the White Tiger's right eye. By then, it should be another bloodbath. An elderly walked towards a man wearing a purple gold crown. The elder wore an expression of complete seriousness and was greatly respectful towards the man. The man gave off a slight lethargic impression. His handsome exterior was as if craved by God, carefully sculpted. Different from Ling Zhao's manly handsomeness, this man, from his expression to the air around him, gave off the devil's lure. Currently, the man leaned into a velvet-covered chair, wearing a luxurious purple gown, appearing both mysterious and high-class. His elegance matched one of royalty's. Hearing the elder's voice, the man opened his eyes, and with his magnetic voice, that had a quality of laziness, tingling the ear of the listener, he said, "Good, but I want to make sure that we are the ones getting it. Master, don't worry, even if we have to use all our resources, we would bring that item over. It's just, Master, are you sure you don't want to see that person personally?" the elder asked with a bit of hesitation. The man chuckled and said, "It's not the time yet." The elder didn't know when was the right time, but he was smart enough to not ask further. Some things were better left unknown if one wanted to keep their life. Once the elder left, the man stood up from his chair. The 2 gorgeous maids came from the side to serve him. At the bottom of the Black Canyon, with the guide of the red light, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo were finally able to find the correct location of the right eye. It was a crack that was only 4 to 5 centimeters wide, and with a flash, the red light went in. Ling Xiao casually broke the crack, and of course, there was a black tunnel hidden inside that went straight ahead. Beneath them was damp soil, and the deeper they went, the wetter the soil became, when it finally became a puddle of water. The red light had disappeared. Could it be that the White Tiger's right eye is just a water cave? XiaoMo clicked his tongue. As they went further in the tunnel, the deeper they were going as well. Just after 100 or 200 meters, and they were already seeing water. If they went further, it might just be an underwater world. That seemed to be the case. Dongyu was in the southeast direction, and between Dongzhou and the south continent was a vast ocean. Thus, it wasn't too weird for the underground of Dongyu to be filled with water, especially considering the element of the White Tiger. There were many who believed that the psychic black turtles were of the water element, but in fact they were wood. White tigers were the ones with the water element. Now everything had a clear explanation. Once they reached the end of the tunnel, it suddenly became incredibly spatial, with a light coming from somewhere. Deep beneath the water one could see a luxurious palace, and above it was a red ball of light. The 2 hurried over as the red light flew over as well, hitting a barrier, creating ripples upon ripples. Ling Xiao grabbed XiaoMo and with his quick reflexes, rushed inside. Inside the barrier was an airtight space, blocking out all the seawater, and the red light turned back into a map. XiaoMo ran over to pick up, only to find the map had changed. Before, it was the geography of the White Tiger, now it became a map full of twists and turns. No need to look, it's the map of the palace. Ling Xiao patted him on the head as he walked first over to the palace gate. On the gate was a sculpture of a white tiger's head that was incredibly realistic with two eyes made of sapphires. Sometimes light would shine and reflect off of it, creating the illusion of it being alive. Looks like this guy knows how to enjoy life, Ling Xiao said as he stared at the gate. XiaoMo asked offhandedly, you said before that the white tiger could have suffered a grave injury and came here to rest. Do you think he's going to be here? Probably. Oh, XiaoMo paused before realizing what he said. What did you say? If the white tiger was still in the palace, then they were trespassing. White tiger was a powerhouse from the ancient times. Even if they were injured, they were still powerful. What if they just slapped them flat due to anger? What I said was a human language. Ling Xiao glanced at him and was about to open the gate to walk inside. XiaoMo quickly pulled him back. If he really is inside, can we just go in like this? What if he gets mad? Ling Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who was the one so excited about finding the treasure? Now, you're at the gate and you hesitate? When did you become this cowardly? Don't you still want the treasures inside? Well, I'll still need to be alive to get it, XiaoMo said, embarrassed. Ling Xiao lightly patted his cheeks. You have to believe in the aura above my head, right? XiaoMo glared at him. He had heard this many times before, it's nothing new. Ling Xiao stared at him and said sensually, no, what I want to say is that you can believe in your man. XiaoMo was embarrassed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589, Collaboration. Chapter 589, Collaboration. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The White Tiger's palace wasn't actually as dangerous as XiaoMo had imagined. Although the exterior was indeed magnificent, in reality the interior was awfully shabby. It was a large, empty palace with only a few pretty gems set into the ceiling and pillars. It could practically be called destitute. XiaoMo looked over the map several times before finally determining that it really did only display the topography of the palace. It didn't even indicate where the treasure was. There were only a few strange lines, split into red, yellow, and blue colors, and it twisted and turned like a labyrinth. How do we find this? XiaoMo felt as if it would have been even better if they didn't have a map. The thing that made him the angriest was that he had only received 2 maps in total, but both maps had problems. Shouldn't a so-called map directly indicate where the location was, so he could effortlessly find what he was looking for? Then how come every time it landed in his hands, he always had to waste so many brain cells? Despite clearly knowing his IQ was in the double negatives, the heavens were still testing him like this. They were too blind. Ling Xiao said, the white tiger's innate character should be very lazy. So he's too lazy to draw a map? XiaoMo gritted his teeth. Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. The white tiger is a legend. Even the 4 ancient beast clans very rarely saw him before, so nobody knows what exactly he was thinking. If he had supported the White Tiger clan like the 4 ancient beast clans did, the White Tiger clan would have already become one of the strongest demon beast clans on Tongtian continent, just like the 4 ancient beast clans. XiaoMo felt that the White Tiger being too lazy definitely had something to do with why the White Tiger clan hadn't developed. He was even too lazy to have any descendants, so he undoubtedly was also too lazy to collect things like treasures. No wonder there was nothing good in the palace. You aren't trying to tell me that we came for nothing this time, right? Not necessarily. Ling Xiao pushed open the door to the stone room. He stood in the doorway and glanced inside. Indeed, it was also completely empty and destitute, but he instantly started walking towards his target. XiaoMo hastily caught up. What do you mean by not necessarily? Ling Xiao didn't directly answer his question. Instead, he asked, do you know why the white tiger hibernates for so many years? XiaoMo pondered for a moment. He likes water? Ling Xiao shot him an admiring look. XiaoMo immediately felt smug and self-satisfied. He started to consider whether he should negotiate with Ling Xiao to see if he could change his negative double digits IQ to a negative single digit IQ. Ling Xiao continued, the white tiger likes water, so even though he's lazy, he won't ever treat himself unfairly. XiaoMo nodded. In reality, you could tell from this palace. The exterior was created extremely magnificently, but the inside was completely empty. This showed that all he wanted was a cozy nest, nothing more. What comes to mind when you think of water? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. XiaoMo patted himself on the head and hesitated for a few seconds. He's thirsty? Ling Xiao's expression instantly changed slightly. XiaoMo absolutely refused to acknowledge that his expression actually carried the meaning of I just praised you, but your IQ just dropped back down. How could he guess what the answer was if Ling Xiao suddenly asked him this kind of question? Ling Xiao had no hope whatsoever that XiaoMo would understand what he was getting at. He said blandly, water is one of the 5 elements. XiaoMo hastily cut him off. He said happily, I get it now, it's the water elemental essence, did I guess right? I was indeed about to say the water elemental essence. The water elemental essence is much harder to find than the wood elemental essence. Legend has it that this elemental essence was originally in the possession of the chief of the oceans, whose territory is connected to Dongzhou. But because the white tiger likes water, he stole the elemental essence. However, this is something that very few people know about. Then how do you know? There's no need to look into that kind of detail. Ever since they started searching for the water elemental essence and they rushed to the Black Canyon with a bunch of other people, one couldn't look at how easily XiaoMo and Ling Xiao found the entrance. In reality, if it weren't for the map, which was the key, even if they had stayed for a century in the Black Canyon, they wouldn't necessarily have found it. Even though that fissure seemed very easy to find, the Black Spiders people searched the bottom of the canyon for a very long time, yet they had never once discovered that kind of fissure. So, after they saw the place that Ling Xiao destroyed, they were extremely shocked in their hearts. After the shock passed, they naturally slipped inside at once. The broken rocks on the ground clearly indicated that someone had already gone in before them. If those people happened to be XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, who had obtained the map from the auction, they determined they would have most likely already got to the treasure by now. After the Black Spiders people went in, the Shuaishi tribe's people also rushed over to the Black Canyon. They immediately jumped into the canyon after surveying the nearby area. Only a short while passed before Xiaoyin also arrived at that place. Xiaoyin's understanding of the Black Canyon wasn't very deep. She didn't actually know that the White Tiger's palace was at the bottom of the canyon, but when she learned from Niu Suyang about XiaoMo fighting with the person in black here, her intuition told her that there was a problem with this place, so she brought some people over. Holy Maiden, there's a footprint here. Little Qiao discovered a fresh footprint at the edge of the canyon. The area surrounding the canyon was all made up of rocks, so it wasn't easy to leave a footprint. The other person's shoe must have first stepped into loose mud in order for it to just happen to leave a footprint behind. Xiaoyin immediately announced that they were going down into the canyon. But they hadn't expected that, in the end, they would be blocked off by a barrier. Without a key, nobody could enter unless they destroyed the barrier. Xiaoyin discovered the underwater palace, and by the time she hurried over, she found that the two sides were currently facing off against each other. She originally wanted to hide so she wouldn't be found out, but then a person covered head to toe in a black cloak opened his mouth and exposed her name. Holy Maiden Xiaoyin, since you've already arrived, why aren't you coming over to greet us? Xiaoyin brought 3 female servants with her as she rushed over, but her gaze didn't fall on the cloaked person who had revealed her. Instead, it landed on the man who was leading the Shuaishi tribe, and she laughed lightly. It's been 2 years since we last saw each other. Mr. Fu's cultivation has improved vigorously. Even I, Xiaoyin, cannot compare with your speed. Holy Maiden is joking. In front of you, this little bit of strength that I have is nothing. The man who Xiaoyin was staring at remained expressionless, and his polite words were spoken without a single rise or fall in his voice. It seemed very much as if he was a person who had had a cold temperament ever since he was born. Xiaoyin wasn't surprised. She had long since heard that there were two esteemed people from the Shuishi tribe, one cold and one warm. Through some unknown opportunity, their cultivation rose sharply, which greatly aided the Shuishi tribe in tiding over several crises. Now, the people of the Shuishi tribe basically considered them to be their spiritual leaders. Xiaoyin pressed her lips together and smiled before finally looking at the cloaked person. The Black Spider's subordinates are indeed very mysterious. I am not sure what rank Your Excellency holds at the Black Spider. The cloaked person was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing cruelly. Holy Maiden is indeed out of the ordinary. You even know about this kind of thing. I truly admire you. Since Holy Maiden wants to know, then there's no harm in telling Holy Maiden. This humble subordinate is of the sky rank. The Black Spider divided its subordinates into 3 ranks: man, earth, and sky. The man rank was the lowest, while the sky rank was the highest. It was divided according to strength. The 2 people in black that XiaoMo killed were of the man rank, so their strength was around the divine low star level or possibly the emperor realm level. The earth rank consisted of those in the divine middle star or high star level. The sky rank was on a whole other level. Every sky rank member was a sacred realm expert. They didn't divide according to stars, so he could be low star or middle star. Since high stars were very rare, she didn't need to worry much about that. When she heard him say sky rank, Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. She had heard of the Black Spider before. If they just casually dispatched a sky rank expert, then that truly showed that the palace inside the barrier wasn't something simple. She hadn't come for no reason this time. Holy Maiden is most likely very interested about what is inside the palace. Would you perhaps be interested in joining hands with me to destroy the barrier? As for what is inside the palace, I am willing to split it evenly with Holy Maiden. The cloaked person immediately threw out an olive branch. Just us? Xiaoyin glanced at the Shuishi tribe's people. Instantly, a bright light flashed across her eyes. The cloaked person laughed. Only experts have the qualifications to possess good things. Xiaoyin's strength was undoubtable. Even though the cloaked person was a sacred realm expert, if he truly did start fighting with Xiaoyin, his chance of winning wasn't over 40%. In addition, the Black Spider's people didn't have enough strength to break through the barrier at all, so it wasn't odd that he wanted to invite Xiaoyin. As for the Shuishi tribe, they had always been a cornerstone existence among Dongzhou's 3 major tribes. Naturally, they looked down upon the Black Spider, but just because they looked down on them, that didn't mean that the Shuishi tribe would just compromise. Your Excellency has quite a bold tone of voice. The old man standing behind the man named Fu suddenly walked forward. At the same time, he took off the black hat he wore on his head, revealing an old appearance. Machi Shiyuan? The cloaked person immediately cried out in alarm. Similarly, Xiaoyin's eyes also revealed an incredulous expression. Machi Shiyuan was the strongest person in the Shuishi tribe. He wasn't a mage, but he was a well-known expert. Simultaneously, he was also the head of the Shuishi tribe. In the past, he would never just easily leave the Shuishi tribe. After all, there were quite a few people who wanted to attack the Shuishi tribe. Last time during the Black Spider's auction, he himself hadn't appeared. But for him to personally appear here now, it showed that he greatly valued what was inside the White Tiger's palace, and he was completely determined to win. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590 Dead. Chapter 590, Dead. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Perhaps one would assume that the most precious thing in the White Tiger Palace was the water elemental essence. This was absolutely a treasure amongst treasures for the Qilin clan, because there existed a method of breaking the shackles of the sacred realm by using 5 types of elemental essences in the Qilin clan's inheritance. But there had only been one person who truly gathered the 5 elemental essences from ancient times till now. This person was the progenitor of the Qilin clan and was an expert belonging to the same period as the White Tiger. However, that person had not succeeded, because the chances of gathering the 5 elemental essences was only 1%. However, Ling Xiao did not think that the most precious thing here was the water elemental essence. He had other ideas when they found an extremely well-preserved and completely intact body of Bai Hu on a soft bed in one of the side chambers. No wonder Bai Hu had no descendants despite being one of the 5 great spiritual beasts. There are no other demon beasts who have the purebred bloodline of the White Tigers other than this one, which is already dead. It is simply impossible for it to appear again. XiaoMo could not help murmuring. It seemed that it was not unreasonable why later generations mostly mentioned the Qilin, Fenghuang, Real Dragon and Black Tortoise when talking about the 4 divine emperor beasts. The first and only White Tiger in the Tongtian continent has fallen to such a state. Ling Xiao was also quite regretful. XiaoMo roughly measured the White Tiger. The White Tiger's body was about 10 meters long and approximately 3 meters wide. Using the same method, his bed was also that big. He now finally believed that the White Tiger was an individual who totally enjoyed his comforts and was unwilling to treat himself shabbily even when he was dead. Let's quickly see if the water elemental essence is here. XiaoMo suddenly remembered the purpose of their trip and immediately pulled Ling Xiao's hand as he ran over. Since the White Tiger was already dead, then they could justly and openly take away the water elemental essence. There's no hurry. Ling Xiao pressed on his shoulder. Why is there no hurry? The black spider may already have found the tunnel at the bottom of the valley. XiaoMo was very anxious. He was more worried that Ling Xiao would be unable to deal with the forces that barged in, so he was very willing to just take the treasure away and stealthily leave. Ling Xiao hooked him by the neck and dragged him forward. They would have long discovered it if they wanted to find it. Those people are not fools. They could find it in less than 15 minutes even if several of them had died. I reckon that they are outside the wards now and are thinking about how to break it. XiaoMo even more agitated upon hearing this, and he jumped up and down. The corpse of the White Tiger was already rigid. He could not tell how long it had been dead, but it was composed of treasures from head to toe. Ling Xiao lifted him by his collar and brought him to one side. Go to the side and play. XiaoMo felt wronged. Who was playing? He was obviously very active in searching for water elemental essence. However, he still obediently went to one side and stayed there. He knew what Ling Xiao's next big move was upon seeing his behavior. The White Tiger had coarse fur and thick muscles and was also an expert belonging to the same period as the Qilin progenitor. The indomitable strength of its physical body could not be denied even after it had died. Ling Xiao directly released purple and red flames before fusing the two together. This was another variation of the Godfire. The temperature suddenly rose by tens of thousands of degrees as the flame instantly engulfed the body of the White Tiger. The jade bed beneath the body actually stubbornly withstood the heat of the flames for an hour before melting. XiaoMo immediately let out an expression of lament. This jade bed was definitely not an ordinary item for it to withstand the flames for so long. It was really such a pity for it to just be destroyed like this. XiaoMo could not help a little idea from surfacing. Maybe the other places would also have a jade bed like this. If he and Ling Xiao could find a place to settle down in the future, they could build a jade bed that belonged only to them. XiaoMo sneaked out of the side chamber while Ling Xiao was concentrating on refining the corpse. Relying on the map of the palace, XiaoMo was just like a fish in water as he came and went freely around the palace. Unfortunately, as they had guessed before, other than the palace of the White Tiger being beautiful to look at, the rest of the area had nothing but bare walls. Fortunately, the white tiger did not disappoint him as he found another jade bed of the same size in a different side chamber. XiaoMo seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He released the metal-swallowing beast and the two golden-winged insects and instructed, Xiao, try to see if you can take out half of this jade bed. The metal-swallowing beast complied. He immediately jumped on the jade bed and opened his mouth to reveal 2 rows of glittering and shining teeth. Just as he bit down, there was a ka-cha sound. A small piece had been bitten off from the edge of the jade bed. XiaoMo wanted to tell to him to continue persisting. The metal-swallowing beast ran back with eyes brimming with tears and flashed his 2 rows of teeth to his master. XiaoMo failed to understand, so he thoughtlessly said, "What are you doing? You want to compare whose teeth is whiter?" He found the problem before he finished his sentence. A gap of about 0.2 centimeters appeared in the middle of the 2 rows of neatly arranged teeth. Ha ha! XiaoMo gave a hollow laugh and touched his little head in consolation. It doesn't matter. It's just a small gap, and it won't affect your eating. At the most, there'll be just a little air coming through. The metal-swallowing beast. XiaoMo was afraid that he would really gnaw away both rows of teeth and dared not order him to do it again. Originally, he also wanted Ping Pong Xiao to bite it together too, but now he was worried that they would also gnaw their teeth away. "Go to the side and play, I'll do it myself." The 3 of them ran away extremely cohesively without the slightest hint of hesitation. XiaoMo. This bunch of heartless fellows, at least hesitate for a second. The jade bed was too hard to be cut into 2 parts. XiaoMo thought he might as well start from the bottom because the jade bed was fixed to the ground. At the same time, Dou Pengrun, Xiaoyin and Machi Shiyuan had reached an agreement. The 3 would cooperate to break the barrier and the items inside would be divided equally among them. As for the situation where there were not enough items to be divided among 3 people, the 3 shared a mutual understanding and did not bring it up. This was because any discussion of such matters would be getting nowhere and was just a waste of time. The barriers were personally put up by the white tiger. At that time, the white tiger's cultivation was still in its peak form. So it was not easy for the 3 people to break the wards despite them having existed for a long time. 3 mighty spiritual energies simultaneously bombarded the wards. When all was said and done, the 3 were sacred realm powerhouses and their full-powered attack was not to be trifled with. The palace swayed violently as if the foundations had been shaken. XiaoMo, who was lying on the jade bed watching the situation, was frightened by the sudden shaking. His entire person fell from the jade bed and rolled out 3 to 4 meters like a snowball. Finally he landed on his back in front of the metal-swallowing beast who had been happily playing. "Aowu?" The metal-swallowing beast blinked. "Even if you wanted to express your apology, you don't need to be so courteous, ba?" XiaoMo turned over and jumped up before he ran out with a low curse. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would have caused such a stir just by refining a corpse. There was a 90% chance that it was the Black Spider and that holy maiden from the Guma tribe. He did not guess that the Shueshi tribe would also be involved for a period of time. He ran to the side chamber and saw that Ling Xiao was still refining the corpse of the white tiger. He had only refined half of the corpse. Based off this progress, perhaps Ling Xiao would not be done by the time that group of people had broken the wards. Furthermore, they had not yet found the water elemental essence. XiaoMo was so panicky he started running around in circles. "You dumbass, what are you panicking for?" Ling Xiao's calm voice suddenly sounded. It did not affect him in the slightest even if the palace was shaking violently. XiaoMo hastily replied, "But they're about to burst in." But Ling Xiao explained, "It's not possible for them to immediately find this place even if they broke the wards. They can only wander aimlessly around the palace without a map. The palace of the White Tiger is a large-scale labyrinth and they won't be able to find this place in a short while." "What about the water elemental essence?" XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao muttered to himself irresolutely for quite some while. take out the map and try to connect the three colored lines to see if you can find anything. The water elemental essence is probably hidden inside there. XiaoMo immediately complied. Before he felt that it was strange that some of the colored lines on the map were broken off after it reached an area. It was just like hide and seek, but he did not care too much at that time. He took out his pen that he used to draw the map and sketched on top of the map. He managed to connect the lines after about 15 minutes. If he hadn't drawn the topographic map of the white tiger, he probably would not have been so fast. This was because he found when the lines on the map were connected, it formed a white tiger. However, the difference was that the three lines eventually converged at the position of the heart of the white tiger, and the map showed that the heart of the white tiger was in the center of the palace. XiaoMo told Ling Xiao about his discovery. Ling Xiao instructed, "You leave now and bring the water elemental essence here. But remember to act within your means. If you meet those people, I will permit you to abandon the task and run for your life first." "What do you mean, I will permit you to run for your life first?" XiaoMo was too lazy to argue with him. "Then what about you? If those people find this place, wouldn't you be a sitting duck without me by your side?" "You're mistaken about two facts." "What?" "First, I am not a sitting duck. Second, well, don't place too much importance on yourself." XiaoMo deeply felt that his heart was pierced by 10,000 arrows. His kind intentions were beaten until there was no blood left. The most miserable thing in the world was when you cared about the other party, yet they just treated you like grass. XiaoMo decided to deliver an intact water elemental essence right to Ling Xiao's face and prove to Ling Xiao he was actually very important. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, Broken Barrier. Chapter 591, Broken Barrier. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The barrier shook, being blasted again and again. The tremors racking the palace increased in frequency. After all, it wasn't connected to the earth. Since the palace was held, floating in the water, by the barrier, when the barrier shook, so did the entire palace with it. Once the barrier was broken, the palace of the white tiger would descend into the bottom of the ocean. No one would be able to predict what ruin that would bring it. Considering this, XiaoMo immediately ran over to the center of the array. White Tiger was lazy, so the palace, apart from being beautiful labyrinth filled with lavish comfort, there weren't any traps and the likes, though there were quite a few seals and barriers. This might be a problem for others, but XiaoMo had seal-devouring golden-winged insects. His journey over was smooth and swift. Not long after, he arrived at the center of the palace. There was a massive hall in the center of the palace. The ceiling was made of crystal and shone with a bright luster. On the two sides of the hall were 2 rows of pillars of immense size, leading from the main doors all the way to the throne. Different colored gems shining with glimmering light surrounded the throne. Thick furs lined the throne. It looked comfortable, truly like the throne of an emperor. XiaoMo couldn't help but run over. The metal-swallowing beast also rushed over, lunging onto the throne and trying to get there first with the golden-winged insects. The 3 were just a tad faster than XiaoMo. That's why it was said that contracted demon beasts took after their master. They were all the same. XiaoMo shoved the metal-swallowing beast in ping-pong to one side of the throne and down on it himself. He didn't know what demon beast's fur this was, but it really was soft, and even had a somewhat cool feeling. The metal-swallowing beast jumped onto the hand that rested on the throne, objecting to XiaoMo's actions. XiaoMo whacked him. "Though we have no idea what sort of beast you are, but you definitely aren't a wolf. What are you howling for? No one's going to give you a prize for it." The metal-swallowing beast bared its teeth. "Gwa gwa gwa. Fine, fine." XiaoMo jumped off the throne, starting the search for the water elemental essence. The map had the water elemental essence marked in this hall, but the specific location wasn't detailed, so he had to find that tiny thing in this massive hall. XiaoMo kicked the crystal-like floor beneath him with all his strength. As expected, only a small dent about the size of his thumb appeared on the smooth surface of the crystal floor. With this speed, it'd probably take him a year to get a 4 to 5 meter deep hole. As he was thinking of a plan, the palace began to shake less and less frequently, but each tremor was like the coming of the apocalypse. He'd run out of time if he didn't manage this soon. After who knows how long, a sharp noise suddenly screeched through the air. There was a pause before there was a loud pop, like a bubble being burst. Then, the ground quaked and the sea flooded in from all directions. One hall was filled with water before the water attacked another area. The ocean water was rapidly filling up the White Tiger's palace from all directions. When the palace descended to the bottom of the ocean, the areas of the palace unprotected by barriers were completely filled with water, the turbid seawater flooding across the palace. What a shame! Xiao gazed at the ruined palace. This was truly unfortunate. If the Holy Maiden, you, like this palace, then you could try and save it after becoming a grade 7 rainbow mage. The cloaked person laughed mockingly. A normal sacred realm elite wouldn't even be able to support this palace with a barrier. If it wasn't for the fact that they had to break the barrier to get inside, they honestly wouldn't want to do this. The water might not be good for the treasures inside, and trying to find anything would become extremely troublesome. Xiao smiled, not replying. Grade 7 rainbow mages were extremely rare even in ancient times, never mind nowadays. Reaching the requirements for advancing was like trying to ascend to the heavens. In her soul's current state, she didn't even know if she had hope of reaching grade 7 either. Plus, while the White Tiger's palace was beautiful, there wasn't any practical use for it. If she really did manage to advance to grade 7, then she didn't need this palace. There would be people to build a better one for her. You two keep chatting, I'm heading off first. Wanqi Shiyuan's voice rose, and when they looked over, he was already leading the Shueshi tribe down towards the palace. The two didn't dare waste any more time, immediately rushing down with their own subordinates. If Wanqi Shiyuan found the treasure, then he would be the one to get it. They hadn't discussed how to split the spoils, so it was finders keepers. This was a primitive instinct of the strong. If they hid something, they couldn't go and search the other's body even if they suspected something. When the three groups all thought the entire palace was flooded, a few places didn't have a drop of water inside, all the seawater kept out. Among these places was the room XiaoMo was in. The floor, made of a milky white crystal, actually had a massive maze under it. But, in reality, the entire palace's floors were made of the same milky white crystal as the jade bed. It was just that in other places, the White Tiger cleverly covered it up, so others would think that only the main hall had floors made of that material. As for the strange lines on the map, they actually led to the 3 openings to the maze. Though there were 3 entrances, people who weren't familiar with the maze would get hopelessly lost inside, and they might even startle the water elemental essence. If it fled into the sea, then they could give up on ever finding it again. XiaoMo finally found his target using the map, and, as expected, the water element around him grew denser. XiaoMo solemnly spoke to his contracted demon beasts, Xiaojin, Xiaoping, Xiaopeng, guard the exit carefully. If the water elemental essence wants to run, you have to stop it. If it manages to flee, I'll deduct your food. Metal swallowing beast in Ping Pang. At the same time, Ling wasn't having very good luck. Just as he was about to finish with the White Tiger's body, someone entered his sensory range. Originally, he could throw the White Tiger's body into his pocket dimension and refine it later, but then he realized that he couldn't move it. Though the entire palace seemed to lack traps, there was actually a massive, the only, trap. Many people, after seeing the corpse of the White Tiger, would immediately try to take it for themselves, not knowing that this was exactly what was required to activate the trap. This was something he had found out after he had turned the jade bed into a pool of liquid, otherwise he wouldn't have had XiaoMo go and find the water elemental essence alone. Ling Xiao had no choice but to spare a part of his attention on contacting XiaoMo and quickly asked, "Idiot, have you found the water elemental essence?" The idiot. XiaoMo noticed the hint of anxiety in Ling Xiao's voice and didn't bother retorting. He immediately reported his current situation. He had found the water elemental essence, but this elemental essence's spiritual awareness exceeded any other he had seen before, and it was as slippery as an eel. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the foresight to get the metal-swallowing beast and others to each guard one of the 3 exits, it'd have probably escaped by now. In order to not have their food deducted, they had given it their all. Deal with it quickly. I think my position is soon to be found. After obtaining the water elemental essence, leave the palace at once. I'll come and find you after, Ling Xiao quickly informed the other of his plans. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, An Independent Dimension. Chapter 592, An Independent Dimension. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Before XiaoMo could say any more, Ling Xiao broke off contact. He knew it was an emergency, so he didn't bother contacting Ling Xiao again. Putting the transmission stone away, he stared malevolently at the water elemental essence floating in the air. The water elemental essence shook a bit, as if it felt his gaze. A second later, it suddenly swayed and quickly rushed towards the tunnel guarded by the metal-swallowing beast. At first, the metal-swallowing beast was jumping around, but once he saw the water elemental essence, he immediately landed dead center in the tunnel. As if a goalkeeper, he stared intensely at the water elemental essence, with his cheeks puffed up as if to say, "Come get me." If it wasn't the right time, XiaoMo would have laughed out loud. To not have its efforts go to waste, he hurried over as well. At the same time, the water elemental essence was also gaining speed. It headed straight for the metal-swallowing beast as if shooting a goal. Even though the metal-swallowing beast was pretty small, it was pretty dependable when it counted. When the water elemental essence was about 2 meters away, he took a deep breath, expanding his body and let out a strong gust of air. The water elemental essence had planned on going closer and tricking him, however he didn't expect the metal-swallowing beast to pull something like this. Unexpected, it was blown back, rolling straight into XiaoMo's embrace. XiaoMo was almost blown away by the impact. It was a good thing that he reacted quickly, and before the water elemental essence could escape, he threw it into his dimension. Then, he quickly recalled the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects, sending them back to the dimension to guard the water elemental essence. There was a spiritual water pond in his dimension, which was likely loved by the water elemental essence. As it was an emergency, he had no choice but to send it in and have his beasts guard it. If there was a single drop missing from his pond, he was going to cut their meal budgets. Thus, a stupid owner could only be stupid and bully his demon beasts. Words said straight from the metal-swallowing beast in Ping Pong's heart. Finished dealing with the water elemental essence, XiaoMo headed out of the palace, and along the way, he took out the transmission stone, inquiring about Ling Xiao's situation. But it was never answered, and Ling Xiao hadn't replied. Thinking that something happened, XiaoMo changed course. The side palace hall, of which the white tiger deceased, the crystal room wasn't far from the main hall, and he remembered Ling Xiao melting the jade bed. Although he wasn't able to see the situation below, if it was directly above the maze, then he could use it to decrease the distance and watch from afar. XiaoMo was on the right train of thought, but sadly, in place of the jade bed was a huge boulder Ling Xiao had dug up somewhere else, and Ling Xiao was nowhere to be found. However, there were a few unfamiliar faces, which he just had a historical meeting with. A strange-shaped boulder appearing in the middle of a fancy side hall was no doubt weird, so the man in hood told his men to remove it. XiaoMo was dumbfounded. Although the other's face was covered, but from their frozen movements, he could tell that they were surprised too. 1/10 of a second was how long it took for XiaoMo to react and run. Follow him. Seeing the familiar face, the cloaked man ordered without thinking. If this person was here, then the other man must be close as well. If he could catch them, then his master would undoubtedly reward him. But, before the men in black could jump down, something strange happened. So as to not activate the only trap in the palace, Ling Xiao purposefully placed a rock there in place of the bed. He knew that the people who come would definitely try to remove it, so he specifically told XiaoMo to run after accomplishing his mission. He didn't think XiaoMo would come back. The palace rooms, hallways, and tunnels all became part of a moving mechanism, or rather, it was as if the organs of an animal suddenly gained life after many years of silence. Everyone became alarmed and rushed to escape, without a care of the treasures inside. Their instincts told them that if they didn't go now, they would never be able to. The palace started to push out the seawater in some road that wave and were washed out. Once everyone was out, the palace became something cubical, like the modern-day magic cube. If it wasn't for Mochi Shiyuan and the others breaking the barrier, the palace wouldn't have drained the seawater and they wouldn't have been washed out. The barrier was likely to keep them locked in the palace forever, and a mini one at that. An independent dimension? Seeing the palace shrink in front of their eyes, Xiao cried out involuntarily. Only an independent dimension could do something like this. No wonder the palace was floating in water and not actually built in the sea. An independent dimension was much better than a pocket dimension created by a powerhouse. First of all, an independent dimension could grow along with its owner. Second, it had a strong defense, and could conceal itself. Most importantly, it could automatically protect its owner in times of need, similar to XiaoMo's dimension. With the White Tiger's strength, if they were trapped inside, there was no way that they would get out in this lifetime. An independent dimension was something you could find but never buy. Even in the Tongtian continent, one could count with one hand the amount of people who owned one. Even without Xiao saying it, both the cloaked man and Mochi Shiyuan noticed it as well. It wasn't long before they entered the palace when the trap had been activated, so even though someone came before them, getting this independent dimension was more than enough to make up for it. Suddenly the atmosphere became tense. No matter who it was, they were very interested in the independent dimension. However, there was only one. The independent dimension was floating around, but once it returned to its original form, it slowly sunk into the ocean, into the abyss, about to disappear. The three moved simultaneously. But there was someone even faster than them. A black shadow charged over and took the mini-independent dimension. In a split second, he escaped to the opposite direction. The three were furious. Although they noticed someone else in the palace before them, they didn't think they would dare try to pull something right under their noses. And all three of theirs at that. The three became three different colored rays of light and quickly flew over to chase the one who stole the independent dimension. The cloaked man already knew who he was, so he chased without hesitation. Xiao simply thought that this person's back looked familiar, but she had no time to ponder over it. The independent dimension was much more important than thinking about useless things. However, once they chased for a while, they realized that the distance wasn't getting shorter, rather, it was increasing. Xiao finally realized why the back looked familiar. If they could stretch out the distance even after them chasing at full power, they had to be a sacred realm practitioner as well. It was highly likely to be the man Xiao saw in the small town. As she thought of this, Xiao suddenly slowed down. With her grade 6 rainbow level, it was possible for her stand at the top along with other practitioners, since there was only a few grade 6 rainbow level mages. However, this was only for the ability to make pills. If it was about fighting prowess, Xiao was worse than her actual level. At most, she was on par with a 4-star Sacred Realm practitioner. It was the main reason for her backing off when she discovered Ling Xiao's true level. She also wanted the independent dimension, but she'd rather be the last one standing. Even though she had thought of this, others may not have realized it. Mochi Shiyuan was the oldest and he was the one who wanted this the most. The Shuishi tribe being last of the three major tribes was largely due to his strength. If he could obtain the independent dimension, his power would go up by 2 levels. By then, he would have the capital to negotiate with the Guma tribe and they would have to think twice about attacking them. However, just because he wanted power, didn't mean he was going to get carried away. He was immediately aware of Xia Yin's actions and too bad, he also didn't want to be the one who stood out. Realizing the two's thought process, the cloaked man's expression darkened drastically. He was under a lot of responsibility and couldn't watch from the sidelines like the other two. If Ling Xiao disappeared with the independent dimension, he was the one who was going to have to face the wrath of his master. The 2 bastards. The cloaked man cursed under his breath. On the other hand, Ling Xiao hurried out towards the exit, but the 3 were clearly aware of his intentions and split into 3, surrounding him. The direction of the exit was blocked by the cloaked man. Ling Xiao couldn't help but change directions. It was the bottom of the ocean, there couldn't be just one exit. Who knew how long the ocean stretched for? In the blink of an eye, they were very, very far away from their original location. The cloaked man, who was expecting Ling Xiao to slow down due to his wounds, was becoming more impatient. You too, if you don't go all out now, once he leaves this place and enters the ocean, it's going to be near impossible finding him again. Think about it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, Trapped. Chapter 593, Trapped. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebels Scanlations. Xiaoyin and Emochi Shiyuan both knew what the cloaked person meant. If it was just one-on-one, it was very easy for a Sacred Realm expert to escape. For the typical Sacred Realm expert, their control over the dimension was 3 or 4 times that of a Divine Realm expert. Although they could be obstructed, it was impossible to block them completely, so it was necessary for the rest of them to collaborate. The 3 of them belonged to different major powers. Perhaps Xiaoyin could trust Mochi Shiyuan. After all, they had come in contact numerous times before and understood each other quite well. Xiaoyin was keenly aware that Mochi Shiyuan was someone whose trust was born of trust, and likewise, Mochi Shiyuan knew that Xiaoyin always stood by her word. But the Black Spider was a different matter. Many people knew about the Black Spider. They were even more bandit-like than bandits, and they were a group of evil people who did whatever they pleased. One basically couldn't trust anything they said, since who knew if they would just casually go back on their word. They were people that couldn't be trusted, unless the sun rose from the west. The only reason why Xiaoyin and Mochi Shiyuan weren't completely committed was because of this. Although they didn't know the Black Spider's goal, when they saw how on edge the cloaked person looked concerning the solitary dimension and the treasure inside, they knew that they had already grasped the cloaked person's weak point. Xiaoyin and Mochi Shiyuan quickly shared a look before they finally stopped dragging things along. The cloaked person didn't reveal a happy expression. Instead, his expression became even more complicated. He wasn't an idiot, he could tell that the 2 of them had most likely come to an agreement. If they wanted to kick him out after finishing things up, they would still have to see whether his fists agreed or not. The people from the Black Spider weren't easily bullied. Moreover, it had only ever been the Black Spider bullying other people. The 3 of them each harbored their own sinister intentions, but although their calculations were created very meticulously, Ling Xiao wasn't someone who would allow them to walk over him. His wounds still hadn't healed yet, not to mention that he had used quite a lot of spiritual energy in the palace in order to refine the White Tiger's corpse. Fortunately, he still had several bottles of spiritual water which allowed him to recover spiritual energy. He drank several bottles in a row, and his spiritual energy had already recovered by half. As for XiaoMo, he seemed to have disappeared. By the time Ling Xiao reached a safe spot, he wanted to give XiaoMo a round beating. XiaoMo was very bitter, he was extremely bitter. Originally, everything was fine. Nobody knew that he was in the underground labyrinth, and he just needed a tiny bit of time so he could escape from the palace and meet with Ling Xiao, but he hadn't expected that such an accident would occur. He was in the underground labyrinth, and the passageways had no seawater, so his circumstances were different from the cloaked person's. He could only depend on his own 2 legs to run out of the labyrinth. Even though he had a map, his speed still wasn't that much faster. As a result, by the time all the seawater drained out of the palace, he ended up being trapped inside it. XiaoMo resentfully slapped the membrane trapping him. He didn't even know what it was. Clearly there had been nothing there in the gateway, yet he couldn't leave, as if he was trapped inside by a clear membrane. He wanted to attack the clear membrane, but he couldn't gather the energy. No matter how he called, the soul force in the sea of consciousness had no response. When he received the same response after trying multiple times, XiaoMo basically had guessed what had happened. It turned out that after changing, the palace had the ability to suppress people's strengths. XiaoMo was locked in the palace. Even though he was powerless, he could still clearly see what was happening outside. Everyone, including Ling Xiao, looked like giants to him, and their rapid movements also slowed down. Now, the only thing he could do was pray for Ling Xiao's safety. After confirming that for now, there was no way out, XiaoMo decided he might as well enter his dimension. The metal-swallowing beast and Ping Pong were currently guarding over the spiritual water lake with 120% devotion, since XiaoMo had threatened to reduce their food expenses. 3 pairs of eyes rolled towards him when he entered. The spiritual water lake was the same as ever. The surface was extremely calm without even a ripple. XiaoMo wasn't in a hurry to find the water elemental essence. He walked over and tested the height of the water. Thankfully he had foresight, so the spiritual water hadn't declined by much. If the water elemental essence was hidden in Ling Xiao's dimension, it might be a little more troublesome. But XiaoMo's dimension was essentially a part of his body, and he only needed to do a quick check to know what there was in his dimension. Only a short amount of time had passed before XiaoMo found the water elemental essence underneath the spiritual water lake. This fellow was indeed very inclined towards the spiritual water lake. At that moment, it was hidden under the surface of the spiritual water lake, moving slowly. Since the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects were guarding from above, it didn't dare to move too much. It only sucked in a tiny bit of the spiritual water in the lake each time, and its IQ could even be compared to a cunning human. If it weren't for XiaoMo being trapped in the palace, the next time he would have entered his dimension might have been a few days later or an entire month later. Just thinking about it gave him a sense of lingering fear. This fellow didn't want to hide anywhere else except below the spring. It wasn't hard to believe that his target was the spring. The high IQ water elemental essence was currently happily absorbing the spiritual water in the lake. When it finished absorbing all the spiritual water and swallowed the source of the spring, it could transform and become the first ever transforming elemental essence in the whole world. Then, it could go settle the score with the white tiger and get revenge for being imprisoned for countless years. The elemental essence was blessed by the heavens, but it wasn't easy at all to nurture intelligence. Its intelligence had already taken shape since the ancient times, and after countless years of experience, its intelligence had long since reached the IQ of a human's. It learned how to wait patiently like a human, and it learned how to calculate like a human. It originally thought that it was dead for sure when it fell into humans' hands this time, but it hadn't expected to find a spiritual spring here. With a human-level IQ, it knew very clearly the worth of the spiritual spring. The extremely excited water elemental essence instantly calmed back down. For many years, it had been unable to transform because it didn't have enough energy, so it had never been able to break through that layer of restriction. Now the heavens gave him this opportunity, and he definitely would have to grasp it well. Only a few minutes had passed before the human who had captured him put 3 demon beasts inside. The water elemental essence was quite disdainful towards them. Before, it was only because it was careless that it had caught the attention of the glittering demon beast. In its heart, they had the IQ of small children, and it would be very easy to deal with them. So the water elemental essence quietly slunk to the bottom of the spring and started to implement its plan. XiaoMo's appearance told it that although its plan was perfect, reality was brutal. An invisible force pulled it out from the depths of the spring, and the water elemental essence fearfully began to struggle, but its resistance was like that of a 3-year-old toddler. It didn't have the capability to resist at all. Several seconds later, it was delivered to XiaoMo. Are you very surprised? XiaoMo laughed gloatingly. If it weren't for this fellow being so sly back then, he wouldn't have wasted so much time in the labyrinth, causing him to be unable to meet up with Ling Xiao. Even though he sounded a little angry right now, what he needed was a way to vent the worry in his heart. However, XiaoMo had clearly underestimated Ling Xiao's abilities. After the three reached an agreement, they caught up to Ling Xiao, who was still injured. The moment they entered the sea territory, the three of them quickly surrounded Ling Xiao. Ha ha ha, Master always says that I should not underestimate you too much, but in my opinion, you're just a so-so. The cloaked person looked at Ling Xiao with a dark smile. Right now, he was just like a turtle in a jar, caught by their scheming. How could this kind of person be an opponent for Master? The cloaked person felt that Master looked too highly upon him. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes indifferently. The Master he was talking about was most likely that person. Since the beginning, he had suspected that the Black Spider had something to do with that person, since the Black Spider's underhanded tricks and way of doing things were way too similar to that person's. Now, when he heard this person speak, he was extremely certain. Xia Yin's eyes flashed. Judging from his tone, they were acquaintances? But Ling Xiao didn't bother with the cloaked person. Instead, his gaze moved to Xia Yin, and his mouth unexpectedly revealed a faint smile. After parting paths at the small town, I never would have thought that I would meet the Holy Maiden here. I wonder if Chief Moma's 2 twin daughters are doing well right now. This humble subordinate dearly misses them. Xia Yin's pupils shrunk, and her hands curled into fists inside her sleeves. For him to suddenly mention Mo Shui and Mo Fei, it couldn't be that he knew something. It most likely wasn't very likely. After all, her plans were only made at the last minute, so it was impossible for them to be leaked out. But as the saying went, it was better to be safe than sorry. Although a war was going on in Xia Yin's heart, her face remained expressionless. If Your Excellency wishes to see them, you can go to the Guma tribe and visit them if you have a chance in the days to come. Ling Xiao chuckled. In the days to come? I'm afraid I won't be able to see them. Xia Yin's heart jumped. She suddenly was very certain that this man knew that she had killed Mo Shui and Mo Fei. Was this a suggestion or was it a threat? You have quite a bit of self-knowledge. If you want to live, then hand over the solitary dimension, and I can consider letting you walk away alive. The cloaked person started to laugh loudly. He hadn't heard the suggestion in Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao knew that he would be unable to escape. The cloaked person felt extremely pleased in his heart and looked down on him even more. You're so loud. Ling Xiao looked at him, annoyed. The cloaked person's laughter came to a halt suddenly. He was about to counterattack when his heart suddenly throbbed with terror, and he quickly retreated backwards. In the next second, a fire snake abruptly shot up in the spot where he had just been standing. If his reaction was 1 beat slower, he would have been done for. But the main reason why he could dodge it was because they were in the ocean. Although the ocean couldn't extinguish Godfire, it could obstruct the Godfire a little bit. It was this tiny difference that allowed him to avoid disaster. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, Underestimating the Enemy. Chapter 594, Underestimating the Enemy. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Ling Xiao's figure disappeared instantly when the cloaked man retreated. When he appeared, he was already behind the cloaked man. Although Ling Xiao had internal injuries, it had no effect on his speed. His slender and incisive legs swept towards the back of the cloaked man like a whirlwind. The latter had not expected him to attack suddenly, or maybe he had misjudged Ling Xiao's strength. This was because the information he got said that Ling Xiao had advanced to a sacred realm expert not long ago. No matter how high his potential was, he could not have advanced by 4 stars in just 1 year. It was this idea that made him belittle the enemy, who now taught him a profound lesson. The cloaked man only had time to block Ling Xiao's attack with his hands, but it only served as a minor buffer and the kick landed firmly on his back. A full-powered attack of a sacred realm expert was not to be underestimated. The cloaked man quickly increased the distance between them. The qi and blood in his body churned and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood spread out in a halo in the sea. Xiao suddenly blocked his path as soon as Emochi Shiyuan was about to step forward. Emochi Shiyuan was puzzled and raised his eyebrows. "Holy Maiden, what do you mean by this?" He was different from the cloaked man. He felt that something was strange about Xiao and Ling Xiao's dialogue, but he did not think deeply over it as Ling Xiao had launched a sudden attack on the cloaked man. Now that Xiao had blocked him, the doubts in his heart grew. Xiao laughed softly. "Chief Emochi, don't you think this is an opportunity?" Emochi Shiyuan's eyes flashed. "What do you mean?" "Chief Emochi should know what I mean. The Black Spider is not good a partner to cooperate with. They may stab us in the back at any time. Why not wait until both sides have suffered great losses before making a move?" Ling Xiao had blackmail over Xiao, but she would not compromise if there was a glimmer of hope. The independent dimension, Emochi Shiyuan's desire was aroused as he listened, but this did not mean that he would take immediate action. Some things had to be distributed well in advance for one to rest assured. Xiao replied, "The independent dimension is not the only treasure left by the White Tiger. Moreover, it is not appropriate to discuss this at the moment. Let's do it like this. We will negotiate again after this matter is resolved. What do you think?" Emochi Shiyuan hesitated. Xiao knew that he would not make up his mind if she didn't bring out a bargaining chip that could tempt him. In any case, she would have to look for him sooner or later. It made no difference whether she explained it clearly now or not. "Chief Emochi," Xiao's mouth was opening and closing but she did not make a sound. Emochi Shiyuan was so shocked when he heard the latter part of her words that he did not restrain his expression in time. Fortunately, the cloaked man was still being tangled up with Ling Xiao and had no time to pay attention to the situation on this side. "Chief Emochi, you can think about this. You are a wise man. My proposal contains only benefits for the Shueshi tribe. You should understand the current situation of the Shueshi tribe. Imoma's actions against the Shueshi tribe are becoming more and more brazen. In the near future, he will probably initiate a war between the two tribes. I don't have much time, so I hope that you can give me an answer as soon as possible," Xiao said. Emochi Shiyuan fell silent for quite a while. "All right, I will give you an answer as soon as possible." In the side room, Ling Zhao's surprise attack on the cloaked man was successful, and the cloaked man grew more and more annoyed. At the same time, he was shocked by Ling Zhao's cultivation base. He did not know what method Ling Xiao had used for him to have advanced by 3 to 4 stars in such a short time. If he kept up with this speed, Ling Xiao would probably catch up with his master in a short time. The cloaked man thought it was necessary to tell his master this news. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to kill him when he grew up to the level of the master. Anyone who threatened them must be killed in the cradle. This was the purpose of the Black Spider. They were fully aware of the principle that nurturing a tiger invites calamity. "Xiao, Emochi Shiyuan, you are still not making a move?" The cloaked man saw that the two seemed to want to sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. He could not help shouting at them resentfully. Unexpectedly, they still had not moved. Seeing this, the cloaked man immediately guessed their intentions. The Black Spider had always been the one stabbing people in the back, but this time the tables were turned on them. This kind of feeling put him in a rather bad mood. He was also one of the strongest experts in the Black Spider. There was none who dared not fear him besides the people who ranked higher than him, but now he had been continuously humiliated here. "You seem to have been left high and dry. What do you plan to do next? The corner of Ling Xiao's eyes lifted, and there was obvious mockery in his eyes. Just like what had happened before, there was the same contemptuous look in his eyes. Perhaps the cloaked man did not think that his situation would be reversed. You want to kill me? You still don't have this capability. The cloaked man coldly snorted. Others may not know this, but I know very well that your internal injury has not healed, and you're simply unable to exhibit your former strength. Xiao and Mochi Shiyuan showed traces of astonishment on their faces. They both looked at Ling Xiao at the same time. If what the cloaked man said was true, their odds of success would be even greater. Nevertheless, they did not immediately believe the cloaked man's words, because Ling Xiao did not seem like he was suffering from an internal injury. It was likely that the cloaked man had set a trap in order to incite them into making a move. Why don't you test it out whether I have the capability or not? As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared again. This time, the cloaked man responded quickly and smashed a fist in a certain direction without the slightest hesitation. The strength of his fist was so shocking that it split the sea in half, and his momentum was extremely large. Ling Xiao's figure appeared in that direction, yet he did not make a single movement. The cloaked man's fist suddenly diverted from its path when it was only 3 or 4 meters away from him, before landing more than 20 meters behind his left, causing the seawater to burst apart in an instant. The cloaked man's pupils suddenly contracted. Not only he, but Xiao and Mochi Shiyuan were also somewhat startled. They did not see any big movements from Ling Xiao at all. Based off the strength of the cloaked man, it was impossible to neutralize his strength so easily. What they did not know was that Ling Xiao had the bloodline of the black tortoise within his body. Although the black tortoise was not a demon beast with a water attribute, they had lived in the living waters river boundary for many generations. Their ability to manipulate water was definitely one of the best, even if it was not as good as the white tiger. Many of his inherited memories concerned methods on how to flexibly control water. At this moment, the water around the cloaked man became turbulent as if it was following the occasion. The cloaked man was frightened and wanted to run away immediately, but he was one step too late. It was as if his 4 limbs had been tightly constricted by an invisible python. He made a small movement and actually found that he could not break free. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao quickly adopted a pose for drawing a bow. The seawater formed a bow in his left hand, and his right hand was holding the fletching of an arrow that was completely made up of purple and red flames, with the tip pointing at the cloaked man. The shadow of death shrouded the head of the cloaked man. Impossible. It was impossible for him to lose to someone he looked down upon. However, at this moment, he finally understood why the master asked him not to belittle Ling Xiao. His current situation was the price for belittling the enemy, which was likely to cost him his life. The cloaked man struggled hard, and he felt that the things that were confining him were starting to loosen. He just needed a little more time. But would Ling Xiao give it to him? That was obviously impossible. The flame arrow in his hand shot out. Because of the obstruction of the seawater, the distance that it could normally cover in less than 1 second took 1.5 seconds before it penetrated the cloaked man's shoulder. As the cloaked man had managed to struggle free from the invisible python that imprisoned him at the last moment, the trajectory of the arrow that should have pierced his heart hit his shoulder instead. But even so, the cloaked man could not be at ease. Ling Xiao's flames were a special type of godfire, which had the power of devouring. Only when one had experienced it personally could one know how painful it was. The cloaked man endured the heart-tearing, lung-splitting pain with great difficulty. After stabilizing his posture, he staked the last of his strength to flee this place resentfully. He was seriously injured, and staying behind would only lead to his death. He had already lost the qualifications to fight for the independent dimension and the water elemental essence. The reason he suffered a defeat this time was mainly because he underestimated the enemy, and definitely not because his strength was inferior to Ling Xiao. Xiao and Mochi Shiyuan looked at each other in dismay and saw the astonishment in the other's eyes. They would be fools as they believed in the cloaked man's words after that kind of performance by Ling Xiao. However, they were unwilling to give up on the independent dimension too. Furthermore, they had two people on their side and would not be at a disadvantage if they went up against Ling Xiao, who was alone. Just at this moment, their subordinates finally arrived. The one to take the lead was the man surnamed Fu. He rushed over and opened his mouth as if he were going to shout Mochi Shiyuan's name, before he caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao's figure in the corner of his eye. Previously, he was going too fast, so he did not see the front view of Ling Xiao's face. At this time, Ling Xiao's face practically appeared in front of him. The man surnamed Fu stumbled. Fortunately, he was able to stabilize himself in time, otherwise he would fallen in front of everyone. His strange state attracted everyone's attention. Ling Xiao had recognized him long ago, it was just that he did not have any reaction. Now when he saw him, Ling Xiao could not help revealing a strange smile on his handsome face. Mochi Shiyuan silently thought not good. He assumed that Ling Xiao was going to attack Fu Zilin and he hastily used his body to shield him. However, contrary to his expectations, Ling Xiao disappeared instead. He actually made a reckless move and crushed a teleportation talisman? Xiaoyin also did not respond in time. This hand of God move unexpectedly succeeded as she and Mochi Shiyuan did not expect him to do such a thing. Everyone was dumbstruck upon witnessing this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595 Uncharted Island. Chapter 595 Uncharted Island. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo exited the dimension and found that they were no longer at the bottom of the sea. Above them, the azure skies stretched on for miles and bright sunlight shone, almost blindingly so. The clear blue sea shimmered all the way to the skyline. It appeared that they had arrived at an uncharted area of the seas. To the side, Ling Xiao was meditating, eyes closed. He seemed rather pale. XiaoMo leaned against the film separating them and watching the other with wide eyes. Though he didn't know what happened just now, they were probably out of danger now. There was no sign of Black Spider or the people from the two tribes. After who knows how long, Ling Xiao finally opened his eyes. XiaoMo was staring at him, and therefore noticed this immediately. He smacked the barrier with all his might, trying to get Ling Xiao's attention. He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao knew he was trapped in the palace or not. What was disappointing was that Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice. Instead, the other scowled. XiaoMo was anxious. Did Ling Xiao really not know he was in the palace? Currently, his cultivation base had been sealed, and he couldn't attack the palace. He had to find another way to let Ling Xiao know he was in here. That was when an idea popped into XiaoMo's head. How could he have forgotten something as convenient as the transmission stone? If he recalled correctly, so long as he was close enough, the transmission stone would work. However, when he tried to contact Ling Xiao, the transmission stone didn't react at all. As expected, he couldn't do anything apart from enter his dimension. Just as he wilted in disappointment, the sky above turned dark. XiaoMo raised his head, and when his eyes got used to the lighting, he realized that it wasn't that the sky had grown dark, but that there was blood, lots of blood above the palace, blocking the light until it was like nighttime. This situation immediately had him panicking. This blood wasn't Ling Xiao's, was it? He coughed up so much, he hadn't lost too much blood, had he? As he thought of this, something happened. The palace flashed with dazzling light, and though the humming sound it made wasn't loud, it felt deafening to XiaoMo. His head spun, and when it cleared, his surroundings had changed. The breeze against his face felt startlingly real. He got out? XiaoMo was stunned for a moment until there was a slight cough, and he remembered what had happened before he got out. He hurriedly rushed to Ling Xiao's side and said nervously, "You coughed up so much blood just now, that scared me." Ling Xiao. How do you feel right now? XiaoMo patted Ling Xiao down, thinking that Ling Xiao was injured. But he had felt Ling Xiao up all over and hadn't found any injuries. Lifting his head, he was met with Ling Xiao's darkened gaze, like a black hole sucking him in. What was this? No matter how oblivious he was, XiaoMo realized that there was something wrong and quickly retracted his hands, which had been unintentionally teasing Ling Xiao. XiaoMo carefully scrutinized Ling Xiao up and down, and noticed that apart from looking a little pale, Ling Xiao seemed completely fine. Did he hallucinate or something? Which eye of yours saw me coughing blood? Ling Xiao stared at him for a moment, and finally spoke up when XiaoMo had nearly lowered his head to the ground. Hearing this, XiaoMo immediately lifted his head, only to look away awkwardly when their gazes met. XiaoMo twisted his fingers, stammering, that. When I was in palace, I saw a lot of blood, so I thought you had sustained injuries or something. A lot of blood? Ling Xiao's voice seemed to hold a hint of amusement. You mean this, XiaoMo carefully raised his head and saw that Ling Xiao was holding something in his hand. It was cube-like and only a fourth of the size of his palm. Right above the object, a drop of blood spread over it, slowly being absorbed. The milky white jade stone had turned blood red. It was the palace that he had been trapped in before. There really had only been a drop of blood, but for someone trapped in the palace, it seemed like a lake of blood. XiaoMo, having realized that he had misunderstood, really wanted to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He had once again done something embarrassing, and this time he had embarrassed himself twice in succession. Idiot! I don't think I could find someone as stupid as you anywhere else, Ling Xiao said, smiling. He had originally wanted to punish the other for this, but with this tangent, he had lost interest. XiaoMo wilted. Ling Xiao continued to mock him mercilessly. If you didn't have me, you'd probably get yourself killed by your own stupidity. It was you who dripped blood over the palace. XiaoMo couldn't help but grumble. Seems like you wish to stay in there some more. You want me to grant that wish? Ling Xiao heard his grumbling, but wasn't bothered by it. He raised the shrunken palace to XiaoMo. I'll personally send you back. XiaoMo grabbed Ling Xiao's arm tightly, changing the topic not very successfully. Unlocking the palace required blood? What do you think? Ling Xiao retorted, raising an eyebrow. XiaoMo nodded seriously. I think you're the most heroic, most amazing person ever. Ling Xiao burst into chuckles, clearly not taking his flattery. Afterwards, Ling Xiao had XiaoMo help him to rest. His injuries hadn't healed when he fought at the bottom of the ocean. Though he had injured the cloaked person, he had also worsened his internal injuries. He was very lucky to have been able to escape from Xiaoyin and Emochi Shiyuan's hands. If Xiaoyin and Emochi Shiyuan knew that he was actually gravely injured, the two definitely wouldn't hesitate to gang up on him. It was lucky that they didn't believe the cloaked person's words. However, his escape was thanks to Fu Zilin. If it wasn't for their arrival drawing most people's attention, then things wouldn't have gone as smoothly. Where are we now? XiaoMo helped Ling Xiao to the base of a coconut tree. They were currently on an uncharted island, facing the boundless blue sea. Datong Ocean, Ling Xiao replied simply. XiaoMo was stunned for a moment. He had heard of Datong Ocean before. It was the ocean that was connected to Dongyu's border. It was at the edge of the Tongtian continent, stretching out boundlessly. It was immensely vast, and if people didn't have someone familiar with the area to lead them, first-timers would usually get lost in the Datong Ocean. The more unlucky ones might never get out. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had crushed the transportation talisman, so not even Ling Xiao knew what corner of the Datong Ocean they had been transported to. However, XiaoMo didn't ponder for long. They weren't in desperate need of finding a way out of the Datong Ocean. What they needed to do now was get stronger and rest up. The unnamed island was a primitive island, filled with dense forestry. Each tree was at least 400-500 years old. Some looked malnourished, but in reality they were over 1,000 years old and abundant with nutrients. The spiritual energy here was more dense than in Dongzhou, too. XiaoMo, thinking that they probably would be staying for a while, chopped down a few older trees and built a simple hut near the sea. He managed it within the hour. Inside the hut, there was a wooden bed. He had specifically gone for the kind of wood that was rather soft and held a light fragrance. Some trees that he couldn't recognize, thousands of years old, weren't like normal trees that were easy to cut. XiaoMo had hacked at it, rotating upwards of 90 degrees, yet it still didn't break. The tenacity was something he had never seen before. He had even gone and replanted a few in his dimension. All this time, XiaoMo had felt that his dimension was rather monotonous, and the addition of a few trees might make it more pleasing. Afterwards, he had chosen a few other kinds of trees, some black, some red, some brown, and so on. Planted in rows, they made a colorful and satisfying sight. After the hut was built, XiaoMo adorned the inside. He had finished the small, cozy home in 2 hours. Apart from building the supports for the hut, the other areas used the high tenacity wood. That way, they wouldn't have to fear splinters and the like. XiaoMo looked at his hut with a sense of accomplishment, thinking to himself deeply, he really was a great wife. In the future, even if you decide to not be a mage anymore, you'd probably do all right as an architect. Xiao had personally witnessed the hut come to shape bit by bit. Though he knew before that XiaoMo knew how to build houses, he didn't think the other was so familiar with the activity. XiaoMo grinned in delight. In the past, my dream was to become an architect. These simple huts are nothing. In the future, when you come to Earth, where I'm from, you'll find that their buildings are completely different. They're far more complicated than this. Watch your ego. Xiao said. A good environment was helpful to one's physical and emotional health. XiaoMo truly believed that, and, to make sure that Xiao could focus on resting up, he ran back into the primitive forest and hunted a few low-level demon beasts. He was lucky enough to find 2 low-level demon beasts not too different from turkeys. He decided to make one into beggar's chicken, so that Xiao could have a taste of how amazing beggar's chicken was. The other, he made into chicken soup to help with Xiao's condition. Though he knew it wouldn't help with Xiao's internal injuries any, but it would let XiaoMo spoil Xiao a little. He was determined to be the good wife and mother to the end. Though XiaoMo had made beggar's chicken before at home, he hadn't done it by burying the chicken in the ground. In the 21st century with all that technology, who'd bury the chicken in the ground anymore? XiaoMo hadn't done it back then, but he dared to bet that if he had, he'd be looked upon with disdain by his family, especially his mother, who was a real aristocratic lady. She was very picky about the food that came on the table, as well as their table manners, and she had a husband that spoiled her to no end, too. XiaoMo first killed the turkey, and then removed its internal organs. After that, he cleaned it and rubbed on the season he had bought before. However, because he hadn't made ample preparations, so he had to simplify things slightly. Luckily, he did have most of the necessary spices, so the flavor wouldn't be too affected. Afterwards, XiaoMo used some leaves from the forest to wrap the chicken up. These leaves were even larger than lotus leaves, and one leaf was enough to wrap up the entire turkey. Then, he lumped mud on it, a layer around 1.5 centimeters thick, and after that, he placed it into a hole in the ground. XiaoMo had wanted to get Xiao to light a fire for him, but after considering it, he decided against it. After finishing the beggar's chicken, he began working on the second dish. The fragrance of cooked meat wafted through the air. It was all meat dishes. He had wanted to make a few vegetarian ones, but he didn't have enough ingredients. He only found 20 wild mushrooms. Alone, the flavor would be monotonous. It was better to cook it with something else. 2 hours later, he had made a table of meat dishes. With the aroma of meat in the air, XiaoMo didn't have to go and call for Xiao. The other had come out already. XiaoMo excitedly dragged Xiao over and had him sit at the table. He had made the table and chairs himself. The table was wider than normal tables. Look, I made all this for you. Xiao really liked the barbecued meat XiaoMo cooked. Though they had ate it in the cave for several months, he had never gotten tired of it, and different demon beasts would have different tastes, so compared to XiaoMo, who had gotten sick of barbecue, he was still very interested in it. Plus, demon beasts all enjoyed meat. Meat was much more tempting to them than to humans. What's this? Ling Zhao's gaze fell onto the beggar's chicken, which was covered in a layer of mud, and he frowned. XiaoMo knew that the other had misunderstood, but he didn't tell him any specifics, just grinning and saying, "This, we'll save for last. Then you'll see how amazing it is." Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow at him. The two began to sweep through the dishes on the table. XiaoMo had made plenty of each dish, 7 different flavors for 7 different meat dishes. Ling Xiao hadn't even finished them when his gaze once again fell onto the beggar's chicken. XiaoMo was so stuffed that he had a little food baby. He quietly activated his inner energy, digesting half of it before he started to peel open the beggar's chicken. The mud had prevented the beggar's chicken from leaking warmth, so even after half an hour, its flavor, color and scent hadn't changed at all, still piping hot and delicious. The aroma wafted towards the sea, and a gust of wind blew it right back onto the island. From that day on, Ling Xiao became obsessed with beggar's chicken. Each day, after he finished meditating, he would sit at the table, waiting for beggar's chicken, not missing a single meal. XiaoMo had no choice but to go and catch turkeys in the forest every day. In the end, not only did the number of turkeys fall, but for a while, he could barely find any. Even though they might not be sentient yet, low-level demon beasts could sense danger and avoid it instinctively. In the end, XiaoMo had to change tactics. He no longer hunted the turkeys at a specific time each day, and instead caught more in one go. In order to make sure that Ling Xiao could have beggar's chicken in the future, he caught a few male and female turkeys and put them in his dimension. Afraid that they would trample over his magic herbs, he had to get more wood to build a tall fence. However, it wasn't as if the hens could immediately lay eggs. It wasn't until XiaoMo had hunted all the nearby turkeys that he realized this wasn't good. One day, he entered the forest to catch turkeys again, yet didn't find a single one, and this continued for several days. As he thought, they were going to break the food chain here, weren't they? The Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He hadn't eaten beggar's chicken for 4-5 days, and each day he would silently come out and then silently return to the room. This, somehow, had XiaoMo developing a sense of guilt that he really shouldn't have. Then, one day, he came back empty-handed and didn't plan to touch the turkeys in his dimension, so XiaoMo decided to enter the deeper area of the forest to find some. Since the turkeys were low-level demon beasts, he had stayed at the edges of the forest to catch them and very rarely went deeper. The following morning, XiaoMo left after bidding Ling Xiao goodbye. Though the unnamed island didn't seem to have any signs of other people, there was a primitive forest, so there must be demon beasts there, so even if there were no turkeys, he could get other fowl. So long as it was some sort of fowl, it could be made into beggar's chicken. Barely a minute after he had left, a black eagle on a nearby tree suddenly flew into the air and deeper into the forest with a long cry. Its speed was shocking. XiaoMo raised his head as the black eagle just so happened to fly overhead. He only saw a flash of its tail and couldn't help but gasp at the speed, the last vestiges of doubt leaving his heart. The small island wasn't small at all, but massive. XiaoMo darted through the forest, so fast that he left after images behind. Occasionally, he saw a few low or middle-level demon beasts, but he hadn't seen any fowl yet, which was puzzling. Foul demon beasts weren't rare. They were just as common as the chickens that normal people kept. Plus, he only caught turkeys, so how come he hadn't seen any? XiaoMo landed on a branch of a large tree, looking around. There were quite a few middle-level demon beasts nearby, but not a single fowl. Could it be that this kind of demon beast was particularly rare on this island? Not long later, XiaoMo's befuddlement was finally solved. Just as he prepared to leave and continue further into the forest, a red-crowned turkey with a crown of fiery red and feathers like the blazing clouds of the sunset. Red-crowned turkeys were a middle-level demon beast, a mutation of turkeys, able to breathe fire in 3 times as fast. XiaoMo was delighted. After searching for 4 hours, he had finally found a red-crowned turkey. As the turkey's mutated form, and a middle-level demon beast, its meat would be even better than turkey meat. He immediately chased after it. Then, something strange happened. He could see the red-crowned turkey open up its wings, running in his direction with interest, but then a demon beast jumped out in the middle and said something to the red-crowned turkey. The red-crowned turkey seemed shocked, and quickly ran in the other direction. XiaoMo was stunned. What on earth was this? After he snapped out of it, he immediately gave chase, not caring about anything else. No matter how fast it was, it wouldn't be able to outrun him. Once he caught up, it immediately started attacking furiously, not giving him a chance to act first. Fireball after fireball flew at him. XiaoMo casually dodged the fireballs and, not 5 minutes later, had the red-crowned turkey underfoot. It was too bad that this guy couldn't assume a human form, then he'd be able to find out what that other demon beast had said. Soon enough, XiaoMo knocked the red-crowned turkey unconscious and was about to shoulder it and leave. The red-crowned turkey was thrice as large as the normal turkeys and required even larger leaves to wrap it. Later on, he could pick up some leaves on the way back. Just as XiaoMo turned, the rustling of leaves suddenly sounded beside him. He turned his head towards the direction the noise had come from and saw that it was a middle-level demon beast that looked exactly the same as the demon beast that had talked to the red-crowned turkey. However, he knew it was a different one, because there was no way they'd be faster than him. These were a demon beast known as demon rats. They were nocturnal creatures. Demon rats were very agile and sensitive to sounds. They could tunnel into the ground silently and were very good for spying. Seeing that he wasn't moving, the demon rats quietly returned underground, crouching there without a single movement. XiaoMo, amused, sent out his soul power around him and soon discovered that there were around 10 demon rats hidden around here. Over 70% of them were facing him. Seeing this, if he still didn't realize that someone was controlling these demon rats, then he would have lived for nothing for 20 years. He had always thought that this was an island that hadn't been taken over by demon beasts, but now it appeared that this island may have been claimed by a powerful demon beast. The reason why he had never noticed until now was probably because they were on opposite sides of the island. XiaoMo didn't bother confirming this and headed back with his red-crowned turkey. He wasn't here to fight over land with demon beasts. After Ling Xiao recovered some, or after he broke through to grade 4, they would leave. Thus, there was no need to fight over this island where no one lived and nothing happened. Not long after he left, so did all the demon rats. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Removing its Intelligence. Chapter 596, Removing its Intelligence. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Once he returned to the small wood cabin, Ling Xiao was still inside recuperating. XiaoMo took a look inside and the metal-swallowing beast, who he left behind to take care of the house, leaped into his lap with its 4 stubby legs. The life without his stupid owner was way too boring. Ever since the water elemental essence had been tamed by XiaoMo, he let out the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects. In this past month or so, they had been having the feasts of their lives, and became picky as a result. Every time he came back from hunting, their mouths started to water. XiaoMo threw out the metal-swallowing beast from his lap. The latter, as if as light as a feather, made a mid-air turn and landed gracefully on the floor. That was the result of the past 2 weeks of training. The 2 golden-winged insects flew around the metal-swallowing beast, as they chuckled at his misfortune. Metal-swallowing beast simply shook his head pridefully. XiaoMo was too tired to deal with them and carried his red-crowned turkey to make food. The red-crowned turkey was bigger than a normal turkey, so it was harder to deal with, but it was filling, as much as 3 normal turkeys. Ever since his beasts joined their dinner table, they fell in love with the dish, beggar's chicken. He had to make 2 or 3 each time for them to eat. That was the real reason for the quickly depleting turkeys in the forest. With proficiency, XiaoMo killed the red-crowned turkey, took out its insides and even used his spiritual water to clean it. With that, the dish would taste even better and it had a healing effect, which he discovered later. Once he cleaned it, he stuffed it with all kinds of spices. Other than the ones in his dimension, he also found some in the forest. Luckily, he was able to find replacements for most of the ingredients he didn't have before. With the preparations completed, he calculated the time and buried the turkey into the ground. Once he turned to the cabin, XiaoMo told the metal-swallowing beast and Ping Pong to take a look outside. After that, he took the metal-swallowing beast and started his daily cultivation. The energies left in Xing Qi's life crystal had all been absorbed by him. He hadn't just been cooking dinner and catching turkeys, he had also been cultivating with the energies in the life crystal. However, the energy required to go from 3 stars to 4 stars was more than he had imagined. Like a bucket that could fill a ton of water, the energies left in that life crystal couldn't even fill a tenth of it. If it wasn't for the fact that the Wolf of Greed was Lanqiu's brother, he would have really lost to the temptation of absorbing it as well. Although, he figured that Lanqiu wouldn't blame him for it, whenever the thought crossed his mind, he felt like he had no face to see Lanqiu. So, he held his temptation in check and threw his life crystal to a corner of his dimension. But, ever since they came to this island, XiaoMo wasn't in nearly a rush as before. They had stayed here for over a month, there wasn't a shadow, not even a ghost of a shadow here. From that, one could tell how remote this island was. Since that was the case, they could easily wait until Ling Xiao's wounds healed before leaving. They had the time. Thus, with that thought in mind, XiaoMo felt free to stay here. Unbeknown to him, although he wasn't in any rush, the others were. 2 hours later, the metal-swallowing beast came running back. The red-crowned turkey was huge and its meat was tougher than a normal turkey, so it wasn't easily cooked over flame, at least doubled the time of a normal turkey. With his orders, the metal-swallowing beast came running to him when the time was right, highly energetic. XiaoMo dug out the beggar's chicken from the ground. Even with a layer of mud, one could still smell that rich fragrance as it was carried away by the wind into the forest. By the feel of it, even from afar one would still be able to smell it. The size of the turkey was quite impressive, so he didn't plan on making any other dishes. They were running out of certain spices, so he was taking care using them. What's this chicken? The moment XiaoMo heard that, he knew Ling Xiao was also lured here by the fragrance of the turkey. Now, he didn't even need to call them, as long as there was the beggar's chicken, 1 big, 3 small would all automatically sit by the dinner table. Sometimes he wondered who was the foodie here. Red-crowned turkey, I just caught it today. XiaoMo said without turning. Ling Xiao squatted down beside him and watched on as XiaoMo stripped away the outer layer of mud with ease. Out from it revealed a turkey covered in leaves, with an even stronger scent than before. XiaoMo placed the beggar's chicken onto the table and used a huge knife to slice the turkey's belly open. The spices came pouring out onto the plate, making their mouths water. Before he had a chance to say bon appetit, the 4 started eating. They devoured the turkey at an even faster speed than before. Just because he was a bit slower, that massive turkey was already eaten by half. XiaoMo glanced at Ling Xiao, something had been bothering him for a long time. Even though Ling Xiao ate fast, to give a comparison, his 1 bite was Ling Xiao's 3, but even with that, he ate elegantly. Now looking at him, he was also from a wealthy family with a mother that cared deeply about table manners. More or less he had been in that environment for 15 or so years, so why couldn't he be fast and elegant? As he recalled, Yu Bo and Yu Lu were also like Ling Xiao. Was this really a matter of talent? Of course, a certain problem was purposefully left out by XiaoMo. Once they finished the turkey, the gods returned. XiaoMo hesitated for a bit but still decided to tell Ling Xiao, euphemistically, about the situation with the turkeys. With the massive death of turkeys, now it was difficult for them to even eat it one every 2 days. Before he understood his situation in the forest, they were going to have trouble eating the beggar's chicken. After Ling Xiao heard that, he said, "If we don't have the beggar's chicken, then make something else." After that, he went back into the cabin. XiaoMo suddenly had a feeling that he had been worried over a month for nothing. By the looks of things, even if he didn't have the turkey, it was okay? He must be overthinking things. The next day, XiaoMo didn't go the forest to hunt for turkeys as Ling Xiao needed him for something. "Here, take this," Ling Xiao said as he tossed a bottle with a few drops of shining golden blood. This was the life blood he extracted from the white tiger's corpse. Like the four ancient beast clan, the white tigers didn't have a life crystal, thus their life blood contained a massive amount of energy, directly connected to their cultivation levels. XiaoMo knew that other than tending to his wounds, Ling Xiao had been extracting from the white tiger's corpse. Since they weren't in a hurry like in the palace, they were proceeding at slower pace, just finishing 2 days ago. In total, he extracted 7 drops of life blood with 3 of them given to XiaoMo. "Why are you giving this to me?" XiaoMo asked in confusion. In the beginning, the one who was interested in the white tiger's corpse was life blood. He had thought that it was somehow really useful to him. But now, he gave him 3 drops, which was almost half. Ling Xiao replied, "I just need 4 drops. As for the rest, didn't you want to level up?" Every drop of life blood contained more energy than Xing Qi's life crystal. Absorbing it is good for you and it can strengthen the tenacity of your body. But be careful, the energy contained in the life blood is a bit violent. It's better if you take magic pills when you absorb it. XiaoMo took the bottle. Lately he had been worried about the speed of his cultivation. Given the speed he was progressing at, he may not be at 4 stars even after a year. Just yesterday he was wondering if he should take a magic pill that increases one's levels. "Give me the water elemental essence," Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo immediately took out the jade box containing the water elemental essence. Even through the box, he could still see the elemental essence hitting against it in discontentment. However, that was useless as the jade box was prepared by Ling Xiao and it had a layer of restrictions around it. Not matter how intelligent it was, it wouldn't break it. Ling Xiao opened the box and immediately the water elemental essence darted out, but it wasn't even free for 2 seconds before it was captured by a giant hand. It probably sensed that Ling Xiao was even harder to deal with than XiaoMo, so it struggled even more violently, as if frightened. XiaoMo was confused at first. Why was it so afraid? It shook like no tomorrow and Ling Xiao's next move explained XiaoMo's confusion. Suddenly his finger moved and the once struggling water elemental essence calmed down. When Ling Xiao opened his palms again, he didn't escape either, rather calmly floated on top. That reminded XiaoMo of the other 4 elemental essences. "You wiped away its intelligence?" With a flash of brilliance, XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao confirmed, "It doesn't need intelligence, otherwise, it would be thinking of escaping all day. That's going to be a hindrance when we use it." No wonder the water elemental essence was so afraid, it was afraid of being wiped of its intelligence. Compared to the ignorant wood elemental essence, the water elemental essence had the intelligence of an adult, so it knew the outcome of being captured. It took hundreds of millions of years to form an intelligence, and it was ambitious in wanting to shapeshift. Of course it didn't want to be wiped of his intelligence, but too bad it met Ling Xiao. XiaoMo didn't pity it as he wasn't a saint. Compared with Ling Xiao, even with one's butthole, you'll know who he would side with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597 Weasel Beast. Chapter 597 Weasel Beast. Translated by Yen of Exile Rebels Scanlations. After that day, Ling Xiao went to do secluded cultivation. XiaoMo keenly felt that it was because Ling Xiao knew that he wouldn't be able to eat beggar's chicken for a while after this, so he decided to go do secluded cultivation. However, in order to refine a heart vein pill, he had no interest in going back to the forest to catch the red-crowned turkey. The Heart Vein Pill was a type of Grade 3 rainbow-level magic pill. Its rank was quite high among the Grade 3 magic pills, and it had many uses. Its first benefit was that it could calm the heart and chi energy. When mages used this pill, it could raise the success rate when refining pills, especially when refining transcendent-level magic pills. Its second benefit was that it could strengthen and protect the meridians, just like adding a layer of steel on top of fragile glass. It ensured that when some explosive energy was used in the meridians, they wouldn't receive a blow. There had always been very few pill recipes for this kind of magic pill. XiaoMo had searched in the Jade Drive for several minutes before he discovered a few pill recipes, selecting the Heart Vein Pill in the end. The Heart Vein Pill just happened to be a Grade 3 magic pill, and it had the highest rank among the pill recipes. With his cultivation base, it wasn't hard to refine a Heart Vein Pill, but some of the magic herbs that were required for the pill weren't ripe yet. Originally, he wanted to nurture the magic herbs in the magic herb field step by step. After all, spiritual water was precious, and he couldn't just casually waste it. Because he had watered them too many times in one day, if the magic herbs couldn't absorb it in one go, then it would lead to part of the spiritual water being wasted. XiaoMo didn't have time to wait, so he figured that if it was wasted, then it was wasted. Plus, the spiritual water would seep into the magic herb field and be absorbed by the soil, so the magic herbs that would be cultivated later would still grow very well even if they weren't watered for a certain period of time. So he watered the magic herbs at least 10 to 20 times a day. They grew extremely satisfyingly. Not even a month had passed before the magic herbs were close to maturing. XiaoMo replanted the seeds that the magic herbs dropped in the same magic herb field. Since he constantly watered this field, the soil contained a rich amount of spiritual water. Even if he didn't water them, the seeds would absorb the spiritual water in the soil on their own and grow quickly. XiaoMo placed the magic herbs, which he had washed cleanly, into a sieve. He was worried that it wouldn't succeed in one try, so he prepared several portions. There were several hundred magic herbs, an extremely large amount. On a bright and sunny morning, XiaoMo adjusted his vigor so it was at its best condition and prepared to begin refining pills. In order to prevent people from disturbing him in the middle, he told the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects to keep an eye out nearby. The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects had been with him for a long time, and they had eaten quite a few of his magic pills. Even though their cultivation base wasn't as high as Xiao's and the rest, but ancient demon beasts naturally were much stronger than the typical demon beast. XiaoMo had checked out the situation at the small island before. In general, the strength of the demon beasts here wasn't very high. Most of them were mid-tier demon beasts, and there weren't that many high-level demon beasts, so even if there was actually a leader, their strength wouldn't be very high. The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects should be able to deal with them, but if they couldn't defeat them, he would probably consider cooking them. Afterwards, XiaoMo took out the heavenly cauldron. He controlled the heavenly cauldron and made it into a large cauldron that was 2 meters tall. This was the first time he had made a cauldron this big. The bigger the cauldron didn't necessarily mean it was better, but he could adjust based on the circumstances. XiaoMo decided to throw all of the supplementary magic herbs into the cauldron together to refine it. His technique for refining magic herbs now had already improved a lot compared to before, and it wasn't much of a problem for him to control 100 or more high-level magic herbs at one time. On the contrary, he could even use it to strengthen his mind and multitask. When all of the magic herbs were thrown into the cauldron had long since been filled to the brim with soul force, and it methodically separated the magic herbs in an instant. 8 hours later, XiaoMo sat in front of the cauldron, and his hands formed complex yet extremely practiced hand signs in front of his chest. In the cauldron, he had already refined the 100 magic herbs into round balls of colorful, sticky liquid. Quite a bit of the black impurities landed on the edges of the cauldron. After finishing the last sequence, XiaoMo used the edge of his sleeve to wipe the sweat from his forehead. It had taken quite a while to refine the magic herbs this time. However, he hadn't lost too much of his soul force, so for now, he still didn't need to drink spiritual water. XiaoMo picked up the transcendent level magic herbs that he had prepared long in advance. These magic herbs were fairly valuable, so he didn't dare to be negligent, and he only threw in 10 at a time. Even though it was a bit harder to refine these compared to high-level magic herbs, he was already extremely familiar with the procedure, so it wasn't too bad. Once he finished refining all of the magic herbs, the sky was already light. XiaoMo looked at the liquid floating peacefully inside of the cauldron. He was finally done. Next was fusing them together. In order to carve all of the steps into his memory, he had drilled it in his mind numerous times yesterday. Now, he tested it out and went through it again in his mind. Only after ensuring that there were no emissions did he begin. At the same time, in the depths of the forest. You guys have confirmed that that person is refining pills? A slightly sharp male voice drifted out from behind the red curtain, and the tall and sturdy figure of the person sitting behind the curtain could vaguely be seen. A mouse spirit kneeled in front of the curtain. Even though he had already transformed, characteristics of the demon rat still remained on his body. One could tell from one glance that his original shape was that of the demon rat. When he heard this, he instantly responded, "Yes, my king." This subordinate saw that person take out many magic herbs from a cauldron with my own eyes. He's already sat in front of that cauldron, unmoving, for a whole day and night. He's definitely refining pills. That person instantly stood up, hauling out a long and fluffy tail from behind him. When he threw aside the red curtain, he revealed that his half-human half-beast appearance was that of an awe-inspiring weasel beast. His tail was at least 2 meters long. Well done, we'll take this opportunity to teach that person a lesson. He dared to eat all of the turkeys that I like the most, there's no way we can let him off easily. The weasel beast's face revealed a hint of vindictive pleasure. He knew that mages didn't allow outsiders to disturb them when refining, or else not only would the refining fail, it was also easy for them to be counterattacked and harmed. However, he more so hoped for the latter. My king is brilliant. The demon rat's flattery instantly followed. We'll set out right now. The weasel beast's outer appearance was very similar to that of a weasel, except its body was 4 or 5 times bigger than the average weasel. There were also some varying characteristics, but most of the weasel beasts didn't like to eat chickens. Or, in other words, they didn't consume chickens as food, but this weasel beast was a mutation. He extremely loved eating turkeys. The turkeys that XiaoMo massacred were the ones that his subordinates had specially raised for him, so that it was easy for them to catch one whenever their king wanted to eat a turkey. Half a month before, the weasel beast suddenly wanted to have a turkey feast. A turkey feast was different from just eating 1 or 2 turkeys like normal. One table at the turkey feast required at least 10 or so turkeys, so the results were easy to imagine. The demon rats searched all over, but they only caught 5 turkeys. This was also when they started to suspect that someone had arrived on the small island. After following the fragrant scent, they discovered that a house had been erected on the beach who knows when. After observing it for half a month, they finally confirmed that the disappearing turkeys had all been killed by the master of this house. Moreover, the turkeys that person made were 100 times tastier than the ones they made, and one could tell just from the scent. They didn't actually tell their king about the delicious turkeys, but the truth couldn't be concealed. In the end, it was still discovered. Their king still remembered the turkey that person made, and he had almost charged over numerous times without a care. If it weren't for them stopping him just in time, he probably would have met disaster already, since that person didn't look like he was weak. He had endured it for half a month, but his opportunity had finally arrived. The weasel beast decided to capture that person and force him to make delicious turkeys for him every day. His dreams were very ambitious, but reality was very harsh. They had clearly forgotten that it wasn't just XiaoMo by himself. Even though Ling Xiao stayed in the house the whole time, he was only recuperating. It was most likely because of this that led to their mistake. They thought that Ling Xiao didn't have much capabilities, and as for the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects, they were too small, so they didn't notice them. The weasel beast led a vast horde of subordinates to the edge of the ocean. They laid low for 2 more days, up until the point where XiaoMo's magic pill entered its final stage in the cauldron. The course of refining the pill went very smoothly. It had taken slightly longer, since the time it took to fuse the magic pill was 1 or 2 times the amount it took to refine the magic herbs. He had already concentrated his vigor at a high level for almost 3 days now, and at this critical moment, he couldn't fail no matter what. He hadn't discovered the weasel beast and his subordinates, but the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects had. The 3 of them leaped up at once, and they looked warningly towards the back of the house. In the dense, pitch-black forest, they could faintly make out multiple pairs of eyes that glowed green, and their intent was clear at a glance. Not long after, the weasel beast led his underlings out from the forest. Demon rats could tunnel under the ground, and not only would they not be discovered, they could even carry out sneak attacks. But what they didn't know was that their movements were all witnessed by the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects. The metal-swallowing beast released a warning howl. If they came any nearer, it would kill them all. If they really couldn't suppress these demon rats as ancient demon beasts, then they really might as well return to the cauldron and be remade. The sudden howl scared the demon rats so bad that they really didn't dare to get any closer. However, the weasel beast was still a high-level demon beast in the end, and moreover, it was a mutation. He didn't pay any attention to this warning. He was only surprised that there were actually demon beasts guarding the house. Interesting, I will personally go pay you all a visit. The weasel beast carried an iron hammer on his shoulder and walked over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598 Visit. Chapter 598 Visit. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The rat beasts enthusiastically cheered for their king. The numerous squeaking noises of the densely packed group seemed to have been magnified by several hundred times. It was so noisy that it caused one's head to swim. XiaoMo was in front of the house. He was in the middle of refining pills and was currently at the last stage of forming the pill. He could not help frowning. Although he was used to blocking out all distractions, he was unable to concentrate no matter how he tried to ignore it with such a sound always by his ears. The metal-swallowing beast seemed to be aware of this situation, and a deep and low threatening growl came from its mouth. The pressure of a transcendent-level demon beast spread like ripples in the direction of the forest. The continuous squeaking of the rat beasts came to an abrupt end. When demon beasts of inferior bloodline were facing the demon beasts of higher bloodline, disregarding their strength, the pressure alone was enough for them to give up the idea of resistance. The weasel beast brandished the large metal hammer in its hand. Its figure traversed over 20 meters in a flash. Its demeanor was aggressive as it approached the wooden house. The metal-swallowing beast leaped down from the roof and its mini bulk instantly expanded. It was golden bright and dazzling, like a small sun, but the weasel beast did not attach any importance to this increase in size, because the metal-swallowing beast which had regained its original size was not even half a meter long. "Boy, eat my wolf fang great metal hammer!" The weasel beast bellowed in fury. The large metal hammer in his hand spun one round in mid-air and smashed towards the metal-swallowing beast who was pouncing at him. A golden light flashed. The hammer missed its target and fell into the sand. The sound of the impact was extremely loud and a deep pit of more than 3 meters was suddenly smashed into the ground. The metal hammer was the weasel beast's weapon and it was an alloy of many hard metals. The hammer weighed about 500 kilograms. If one was hit, they would still be seriously injured even if they were not immediately killed. The weasel beast had once crushed many monsters who wanted to plunder the island from him with it to death, so he was very confident. When he saw that the blow had missed, the weasel beast suddenly sneered. As his arm strength was more than 500 kilograms, he easily and quickly lifted the hammer and swung it at the golden shadow. The golden shadow slightly lowered its body and the blow seemed to have brushed past it. However, the weasel beast knew he had hit it. The metal-swallowing beast flipped several times in the air and landed on the ground more than 10 meters away. It crept on the ground like a wolf, and a strange light seemed to have flashed through its blue eyes. The weasel beast did not give him a chance to breathe, but approached the metal-swallowing beast step by step. The metal hammer in his hand hit the ground with a thump-thump sound. There were soon more than 20 deep pits on the ground, and it looked just like the surface of the moon. In less than half an hour, the two crossed hands hundreds of times. The weasel beast felt that their battle got easier the more they fought. The hammer in his hand seemed to be lighter and lighter. Blows fell one after another, and he was smashing until he was unhappy. The situation remained in a deadlock until the metal-swallowing beast made a mistake. He did not seem to notice that there was a hole beside him. One foot missed its foothold and its entire body rolled down into the pit. When it looked up, the weasel beast appeared at the edge of the pit. It raised the hammer in his hand up high, and smashed it down with a nasty grin on his face. Boom! The metal hammer hit the metal-swallowing beast head-on, and a strong shockwave instantly spread out from the middle of the impact. The deep pit changed from 3 meters wide to 5 meters, and the ground seemed to have shook for a moment. Ha ha ha, the weasel beast laughed excitedly. There had been none who had not been seriously injured after taking a head-on smash of his large metal hammer. The less powerful ones could even be smashed into minced meat by him. He had seen this so many things that he was not surprised by the result. Oh, oh! The excited cheers of the rat beast started to sound continuously. Kacha, kacha. At that moment, a soft gnawing sound drifted over in bits and pieces out from the bottom of the hammer. The sound grew louder and louder. Finally, it caught the attention of the weasel beast. Before he could move the hammer away and see happened, a golden head suddenly came out from the bottom of the hammer. It was the metal-swallowing beast, which he thought was smashed into minced meat. The weasel beast was so shocked his mouth fell open, but in the next second, the actions of the metal-swallowing beast thoroughly struck him dumb. The metal-swallowing beast opened its mouth and took a bite of the hammer. Kacha, kacha sound rang out as it followed the edge of the hammer and ate its way up. The 500-kilogram metal hammer was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The interior of the hammer had long been eaten by the metal-swallowing beast into an empty shell. When the weasel beast reacted, his hammer weighed less than 100 kilograms. As the metal handle, which contained gold, was already more than 50 kilograms, one could imagine how much of the hammer was left. The width of the metal-swallowing beast was still very small even after eating such a large piece of metal. He, seemingly in disdain, even spit out a mouthful of black dregs. The taste was not only much worse than the metal he usually ate, but also could not compare with the food his master cooked. It must be known that he was used to eating only the best metals, and it was already the greatest charity for him to have eaten such a small piece of metal. The metal-swallowing beast looked at the weasel beast in contempt, before he returned to the roof. The weasel beast's face turned red. He was actually looked down upon by a small demon beast. They were both demon beasts and aberrants, but the vision of the weasel beast was obviously narrower and shallower. How many demon beasts in this world would eat metal? He had not yet discovered the fact that the breed of the metal-swallowing beast was too eminent and unapproachable for him. At this time, the weasel beast's head was full of the contemptuous eyes of the metal-swallowing beast. Do you think I am a sick cat if this tiger does not demonstrate his might? Just as he was about to launch a second attack, that is, to let his men attack the wooden house, the sky suddenly rumbled and lightning flashed across the sky. Immediately following that was a vast stretch of black cloud gathering on this side. The black cloud stretched for several hundred of meters and was accompanied by lightning. It looked extraordinarily spectacular. The weasel beast and his comrades were stunned. The metal-swallowing beast and 2 golden-winged insects had long become inured to the unusual. It is not the first time their stupid master refined a rainbow-level magic pill. They had already seen this phenomenon for more than 10 times. The appearance of the thunderclouds represented the success of XiaoMo forming the magic pill, and following that was the time to resist the lightning tribulation. Under the gazes of the weasel beast and his little companions, a blue figure suddenly appeared in the sky. It looked so small and insignificant beneath the thunderclouds that filled the whole sky as the booms following the lightning continued to ring in unbroken succession. When the thundercloud brewed till it was saturated, a black tribulation lightning suddenly struck from the sky without warning. The target seemed to be the blue shadow. The next scene stupefied them when they thought the man would be struck dead. They did not see that person make any big actions. He only gently waved his hand at the black lightning, and it was as if the black lightning had crashed into a piece of soft and velvety cotton. A silver light suddenly appeared in the shape of a half-moon as it flashed a few times before blocking the black lightning. After that, several lightning strikes appeared successively, each of which had different colors and seemed to be more powerful than the previous, but they were still blocked by the man. Although they were not directly below the thundercloud, the weasel beast could still feel the astonishment that made it unable to breathe. They appeared particularly insignificant before the might of this apocalyptic force. The weasel beast finally knew how arrogant and ignorant it was to provoke him. With such power, even 100 or 1,000 of them were not his opponents. The thundercloud soon dispersed and the sky turned blue, as if it had been washed clean. The brilliant sunshine warmed the ocean surface, creating a sight of the gleaming reflection of waves in sunlight. XiaoMo descended from the sky back to the front of his cauldron. He let out a sigh of relief once the lightning tribulation was over. He finally did not fail midway, otherwise, he would have to spend 3 days and 3 nights to refine a heart meridian pill. It was not that he had no energy, but that he felt distressed over wasting so many magic herbs. A buzzing sound came from the cauldron at this moment. Sure enough, when he went to the cauldron and took a look, he found that the heart meridian pill which he had just refined was desperately ramming the restriction of the cauldron. Although the restriction could prevent the magic pill from escaping, the higher the rank of the magic pill, the lesser the effect of the restriction was. The magic pill would really have escaped if he was slower by a few seconds. Under XiaoMo's suppression, the magic pill finally calmed down. XiaoMo kept the magic pill, then put the cauldron and the rest of the magic herbs into his dimension before cleaning up the debris on the ground. He walked to the back of the house and saw that the beautiful beach had turned into a pitted surface like that of the moon. There were big and small deep pits, and one was likely to fall down if they were careless. Where are the people? XiaoMo looked up to the roof and asked. The metal-swallowing beast opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something, before it suddenly burped. XiaoMo. You brat, what did you eat in the sly when I wasn't paying attention? XiaoMo was not intending to cook at night, but in order not to douse the enthusiasm of his little demon beasts, he decided to reward them with food. After all, if they had not intercepted those demon beasts which launched a surprise attack, his process of refining pills would not be so smooth. After getting a look at Ling Zhao's situation and seeing that he was still in secluded cultivation, XiaoMo left the 3 behind and entered his dimension alone. He had not entered his dimension for several days, but the magic herbs in the magic herb fields were still flourishing. The growth of the magic herbs planted a few months ago, including the magic herbs that he lumped together and planted, were also very pleasing. Those were the ingredients for the spirit wine recipe which he won at the Black Spider's auction. They had already drunk half the bottle of spirit wine and the remaining half had been hidden away by XiaoMo. Ling Xiao liked drinking tea, but that did not mean he did not like drinking wine. It was just that he preferred to drink tea when comparing the two. However, tea was limited after all. Ling Xiao had already used half of the tea leaves presented by the shopkeeper as a gift, and he was not willing to finish the remaining half in one go. The spirit wine was of a high level, so it needed dozens of kinds of magic herbs. Furthermore, they were all high-grade magic herbs. 2 stalks were even transcendent-level magic herbs. The production cost was very high, and the price did not even cover the cost. No wonder few people in the Tongtian continent were willing to use magic herbs to make wine, and few spirit wine sommeliers were willing to use magic herbs. XiaoMo decided to brew a pot of spirit wine first. Although the effects of restoring spiritual energy with a transcendent level spirit wine was a little worse than drinking spiritual water, the spiritual water was odorless and tasteless after all. To men, wine was indeed good stuff, and it was a wonderful thing to be able to recover spiritual energy while enjoying its taste. However, he did not have any stock left for 2 of the transcendent level magic herbs that he needed to brew the spirit wine. He now had a very high demand for transcendent level magic herbs. And the magic herbs would be used up in a short while once they were matured. The magic herbs were already approaching maturity. If it developed normally, it would be mature in a few days. XiaoMo hesitated for a moment before he dropped a few drops of spiritual water onto the magic herbs. After half an hour, the magic herbs had matured. He skillfully dug them out, washed them with spiritual water and put them together with other magic herbs. Then he carried out a big jar he had bought in the past and the ingredients for the brewing the spirit wine. He had already bought the items listed on the recipe, it was just that he had no time to brew it. Now that he had time, he moved everything out. XiaoMo stuffed all the magic herbs into the jar according to the steps of the recipe, before proportionally pouring some spiritual water into the jar. The recipe did not say that spiritual water should be used. After all, spiritual water was an extremely scarce good. It only stated that ordinary water should be used. XiaoMo felt that if one could make such a delicious spirit wine with ordinary water, the taste must be out of the world if spiritual water was used. Moreover, spiritual water itself had the effect of restoring spiritual energy. If he made wine according to the recipe, he was suddenly looking forward to the result of the spirit wine. As he only accelerated the maturity of 2 magic herbs, he could only make 1 pot of spirit wine. He would have to wait for the remaining magic herbs in the magic herb field to mature before using them to brew spirit wine. XiaoMo stoppered the lid on the jar and then moved it to the yard to hide it. The recipe stated that there were 2 important factors for the successful production of a first-rate spirit wine. The first was that it must ferment for enough time. Too short a time would probably spoil a jar of good wine. The second was that it had to be sealed well. It must be completely sealed, as the taste of the spirit wine would be destroyed once the air leaked in and result in a failure. XiaoMo dug a hole in the courtyard, then he buried the jar in it and stomped the earth level to make sure that there was no problem before leaving the dimension with the remaining half bottle of spirit wine. Those who were fond of drinking spirit wine was not only Ling Xiao, but also the metal-swallowing beast in ping pong. The last time he took out half a bottle of spirit wine, the 3 of them only drank 1 cup. As they were lightweights, they were all dead drunk in less than half an hour after drinking it. They did not have any hangovers after the event, but they could not forget the taste of that spirit wine. The reason why many chronic drunkards preferred spirit wine was partly because of the effect of restoring spiritual power, and partly because they found the taste of spirit wine irresistible. However, spirit wine was something that only the rich and those willing to spend spirit gems could afford to drink. So high-level and transcendent-level spirit wine was also known as the noble's wine. XiaoMo reappeared in front of the house with the spirit wine. The metal-swallowing beast who had a particularly keen nose immediately rolled down from the roof and pounced towards the spirit wine in his arms. XiaoMo dodged at the last second, and the metal-swallowing beast closed in on empty air before it landed on all 4s in the ground. The golden-winged insects, who had reacted 1 step slower, immediately took joy in calamity and delight in disaster as they laughed it. Who asked your nose to be so keen? Now you've suffered a calamity. XiaoMo rolled his eyes at them. They had already taken 50 steps and still had the face to laugh at someone who had already taken 100 steps. They were all clearly birds of the same feather. All right, don't fight, everyone has a share. With that, XiaoMo took 5 cups from his dimension and put them on the table. Although Ling Xiao had not come out yet, he could not go wrong by preparing a cup for him. Maybe Ling Xiao would even come out a while later. The metal-swallowing beast in Ping Pong Xiao immediately took the initiative to sit at their own places like obedient kids. In actual fact, they were just 3 future drunkards with great potential. Obviously, one only eats metal, the other two only eat 7 leaf grass. Now they really ate all sorts of miscellaneous things. XiaoMo had just filled 3 cups of wine when the 3 immediately ensconced the cups belonging to them into their embrace. The metal-swallowing beast even ran to the corner with his own cup. The golden-winged insects wanted to imitate him, but they were about the same size as the wine cup. They could not hold the wine cup even if they wanted to imitate him, and would spill the wine if they held the cup in their mouth, so they had to obediently sit on the table. XiaoMo poured himself a cup. Although he did not really drink, he could still taste wine. The 3 of them were even licking the cup after drinking their wine. XiaoMo put down the cup and ran into the house. Probably because he smelled the aroma of wine, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. XiaoMo thought of the metal-swallowing beast and the 2 others, and could not help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao looked at him and lightly asked. XiaoMo shook his head. "I'm not laughing at anything, ah." He would not say it, or else Ling Xiao would definitely use it as an excuse to torment him. Ling Xiao eyed him suspiciously, and then his eyes immediately moved to the spirit wine in his hands. The aroma of a transcendent-level spirit wine had always been rich. He could already smell it inside the house when they had just been drinking outside. XiaoMo immediately brought the cup to him. There was still a lot left in the jar. After all, it cost 10 million spirit gems to buy it. It would not be worth the money if it was finished in a couple of mouthfuls. "Didn't you plant a lot of magic herbs in the magic herb fields before? How's it going?" Ling Xiao received the wine jar, and raised his head to drink one mouthful. The spiritual energy that had just been consumed immediately started recovering bit by bit. XiaoMo replied, "I have buried a jar of spirit wine in the ground, but it will take 3 months before we can dig it out." Generally, the longer the wine was fermented, the better it was. 3 months was already the shortest time, and the taste would certainly not beat those that were fermenting for over a year. In any case, it was still a transcendent-level spirit wine, and the taste should not be too bad. He knew that as soon as the spirit wine had been finished, Ling Xiao would definitely ask about it. "When are you going into secluded cultivation?" Ling Xiao asked. XiaoMo scratched his head. "I'm planning to make another heart meridian pill tomorrow. I'll find some time after I'm done." "How are you now?" "About the same. Tell me when you're about to start." Ling Xiao finished the remainder of the spirit wine in one gulp. He had a bold idea in his mind, but it was not time to implement it now. "You're in hurry?" XiaoMo asked. They had been on this island for more than 2 months and did not know the situation in the outside world. Although he was not in a hurry, it would be nice to know some news about the outside world. After all, they were not completely free of all constraints and attachments. "No hurry, but we can't stay here too long. It's probably a mess on the outside now," Ling Xiao indifferently stated. XiaoMo didn't ask him why. He could probably guess the current situation of Tongtian continent. When they were in Dongqing town before, they had heard about the situation in Xijing and Nanling, and both were already open. This was a development that could overturn the heavens. The next day, XiaoMo began to refine the second magic pill. Ling Xiao did not go into secluded cultivation this time, so naturally he was the person who was his guardian. With him keeping watch, XiaoMo could fully immerse himself into refining, and his movements were more nimble than those of the first time. Originally he thought that the weasel beast would not come back, but XiaoMo found that he had underestimated its face. It was not that of a general thickness. Just as he had progressed till the last day, the weasel beast appeared again. The difference was, this time he brought fewer people. "Master!" The weasel beast and his men stopped 30 meters away from the house. When Ling Xiao indifferently looked over, he suddenly knelt down and roared loudly. His head was lowered so he didn't see that the man who appeared was Ling Xiao. Words rattled from his mouth like a torrent. "Master, this lowly one has eyes but failed to recognize him. And had offended you a few days ago. today this one has comes to make amends. I am willing to sign a permanent contract with you and serve you for life. I hopes that master will accept this lowly one and give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. I vow that I will never betray you. A weasel beast? The voice with a slight ridiculing tone suddenly drifted to the weasel beast's ears. The weasel beast was stunned. He looked up and saw the aloof man under the eaves. He was wearing a gorgeous white brocade robe and had handsome features. He was adopting a casual posture, but a noble temperament emanated from his whole body. After a few seconds, the weasel beast reacted and immediately shouted, "Who are you?" Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and did not speak. He just enigmatically looked at him and the few people he brought. The numbers were certainly several times lesser than that of the last time. There was indeed sincerity. The weasel beast suddenly began to feel the stress increasing. Could it be that this man be master's comrade? He remembered that his men had told him that the master also had a comrade besides a few contracted demon beasts. It was just that person often stayed inside the house, so he had never seen his face. It was very possible that this person was him. I got it. You must be the master's subordinate. I apologize, I am the weasel beast who will soon become the master's subordinate too. I resign myself to your guidance. The weasel beast decided to strike up a good relationship with the master's subordinate first. It would be even better if the man could help the weasel beast say some good things about him in front of his master. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599, Use Value. Chapter 599, Use Value. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Ling Xiao started laughing. The weasel beast didn't understand why he was laughing, and started laughing as well, but soon enough, he wasn't able to laugh anymore. A weasel beast like you? Are you for real? Ling Xiao spoke mildly, yet there was clear contempt in his tone. No matter him or XiaoMo, any normal demon beast that followed them would only become a burden. The weasel beast might be a high-level demon beast, and even a mutated variant, but his combative ability was relatively low amongst high-level demon beasts. He wouldn't be much of an asset in a battle to them. The only reason he could rule this island was because he was lucky enough that there were no powerful high-level demon beasts. The weasel beast clearly felt that the other was insulting him, his eyes red with anger. So what if he was a ground squirrel beast? He was proud of being one. What do you mean, am I for real? You should be honored to have the chance of becoming this king's comrade. If it wasn't for master, then this king would never lower himself to sharing a master with someone like you, but that's your attitude when wanting to become someone's contracted demon beast? Ling Xiao's lips curled, seemingly in a good mood. He was actually willing to sit here arguing with the weasel beast, but the weasel beast wasn't so happy. It's not like this king wants to form a contract with you, so what does this king's attitude have to do with you? The weasel beast replied arrogantly. Of course it has to do with me. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. The weasel beast's expression remained unchanged, clearly disbelieving, and asked, then go on, what does it have to do with you? Ling Xiao responded in an amused tone, any demon beast that wants to form a contract with him has to get my approval. As for why, that's simple, because he's mine. Mine? The weasel beast was stunned. Was it what he thought it meant? You? Ling Xiao crossed his arms. If you want to become his demon beast, sure, but first, tell me what use value you have. The weasel beast didn't know how to react at all. The other had said the words use value so straightforwardly that it had stunned him. He was speechless for a good while. My patience is limited, Ling Xiao added lightly. The weasel beast finally snapped out of his stupor. For some things, it was better to believe they were true no matter if they were or were not. He personally thought it was rather absurd because the island was rather isolated, so he had interacted with very limited numbers of people and demon beasts. He hadn't ever heard of the idea of a man with another man. However, he couldn't not believe it, otherwise, if it was true, then wouldn't he have offended his future master's other half? As a clever and amazing weasel beast, he had to show his courage and gain his master's other half's acknowledgement. I naturally have great use value, and not just one, the weasel beast stuttered. My greatest value is my intelligence network. Oh? And how does that work? The weasel beast sought his neutral expression, and, unable to figure out what he was thinking, could only continue. I have a talent that normal weasel demons don't have. Only an aberrant like me has this talent, that is, to be able to control all rodent demon beasts. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. What? You. The weasel demon once again felt like he was being looked down on, but this time he didn't get angry. He puffed out his chest, saying confidently, "Of course, let me tell you, this talent of mine is really powerful. I can produce a special kind of sound wave that only rodent demon beasts can hear. It can control all rodent demon beasts, and as my cultivation base grows, this talent will get stronger, too. Right now I'm not all that strong, but after I become even higher leveled, then I'll be able to control all rodent demon beasts with a weaker cultivation base, or even those on par with me." Originally, he had wanted to say level 11 or even 12, but this goal was a bit of a stretch. To prevent being taken as a joke again, he didn't say it. Ling Xiao's interest was finally roused. At first he hadn't held much hope at all. There were very few records of aberrant weasel demons, because weasel demons were on the lower end of high-level demon beasts, and aberrant weasel demons hadn't appeared in tens of thousands of years. The other reason was that weasel demons had this brutish look about them. Female cultivators didn't like them and male cultivators found them too weak, so very few practitioners would form contracts with weasel demons. "Then let's try it," Ling Xiao said. After all, he hadn't been shown any evidence yet. What? The weasel demon, too lost in his own pride, didn't manage to react immediately. Ling Xiao continued, "Summon all the rodent demon beasts on this island." He suddenly realized, though this sound waves trick was pretty useful, this demon beast's IQ was too low. The weasel demon hesitated for a moment before obeying. It was then that Ling Xiao realized why the other had hesitated. Rodent demon beasts generally reproduced very rapidly, and with the weasel demon there to back them, they lived better lives than any other kind of demon beast on the island. Thus, their population was 10-20 times the size of the other demon beasts on the island. All these rodent demon beasts, of different shapes and sizes, like swarming ants, darted out of the forest group by group. Around 5 to 6 meters of ground around the hut was filled with rodents. What was the funniest was that these rodents had brought their entire families with them. For example, newborn rodent demon beasts, lying there limply, were being carried on their parents' backs. It was probably because Ling Xiao had asked for all rodents, so the weasel demon had complied, even gathering the newborns. Ling Xiao. As expected, IQ wasn't just an incurable injury in humans, but demon beasts, too. XiaoMo, who was refining pills, suddenly shuddered. Any normal person, seeing so many rodents, would be shocked, especially someone like XiaoMo who had transmigrated over so many rats. "That's enough, send them all off." Ling Xiao waved a hand. "Okay." The weasel demon was rather nervous, and immediately had the rodents leave upon hearing this order. Thus, the swarm of rodents retreated back into the forest like the tide. Some were slower, some accidentally tripped over, and some walked for quite a ways away before realizing their children were missing, then ran back to get them. "What a bunch of dumb rodents." Ling Xiao then asked, "Apart from this talent, do you have anything else?" Hearing this, the weasel demon was conflicted. In order to change Ling Xiao's impression of him, he had showed off his signature talent. It wasn't like he couldn't do anything else, but none of those were as good as this one. If he really did show them, then they'd just get worse and worse, and wouldn't have just make the other's impression of him worse and worse? There are other, minor talents. Do you want to see them? This time, he wasn't arrogant. Ling Xiao chuckled. Never mind then. The weasel demon carefully asked, then, did I pass the test? Ling Xiao replied, seeing as you still have some use value, I'll give you a chance, but... The weasel demon almost cheered in excitement, but then, hearing the but, tensed again. But, I'm merely giving you a chance to meet him. In the end, it's up to him if he wants to form a contract with you or not, Ling Xiao then said, his gaze moving to XiaoMo, who was still refining pills. Today had gone smoothly, too. It shouldn't be long until another lightning retribution came. The weasel demon's face fell, but he was still in high spirits. He just had to work harder and get his master to form a contract with him, then he'd be able to eat delicious turkeys in the future. Let's go! Go go go! If XiaoMo knew that he had his mind set on the turkeys, then he definitely wouldn't form a contract with the other. His Qiao team already had enough gluttons. If another joined, then he really wouldn't be able to deal with it. Plus, he wasn't aiming to make a team of gluttons. When the lightning retribution came, it was still XiaoMo who acted. It seemed easy, but only those who had personal experience would know that it wasn't. Otherwise, if it was so easy to deal with, there wouldn't be so many rainbow-grade mages troubled over lightning retribution, or struck down by it, resulting in their efforts all gone to waste. After an hour, the thunderclouds dispersed. XiaoMo took the newly refined pill from the cauldron and placed it with the one from before. 2 was enough for them to use. If they ran out, then he'd make some more in the future. By then, the magic herbs in his fields would have matured. Who is that? XiaoMo came over to Ling Xiao and suddenly noticed the weasel demon. Last time, he hadn't seen the demon beast, so he didn't know of what the master of the island looked like. The weasel demon immediately revealed a bootlicking smile, though it wasn't very successful. Since he wasn't all that good looking in the first place, it even seemed a little terrifying. The corner of XiaoMo's mouth twitched. Ling Xiao smiled and explained, he's the weasel demon, the master of this island. He wants to form a contract with you. You decide if you want him or not. XiaoMo hesitated. This was the first time a demon beast came over to try and get him to form a contract. Generally, the more scarce they were, the more valuable demon beasts became. Those that came running over for a contract were different from those who were sought out by practitioners. The latter was considered much more valuable. The weasel demon could tell that he was hesitant and hurriedly said, Master, I might seem like any normal weasel demon, but I'm actually very strong. I can control many rodent demon beasts and make them obey and gather information for you. I promise, I won't disappoint you if you form a contract with me. I have other talents, too. This was also the first time he had ever seen a demon beast sell their talents like this. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, The Truth. Chapter 600, The Truth. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo sent an SOS signal towards Ling Xiao's direction. Ling Xiao simply smiled without a word, clearly wanting no part of this. XiaoMo could only decide it for himself. To be completely honest, he hadn't thought of contracting a weasel beast, it just reminded him weasels. As the saying goes, a weasel giving his respect to the chicken has ulterior motives. Of course, he wasn't comparing himself to a chicken, he was just questioning its motives. Otherwise, why would it suddenly come unasked to be his contract demon beast? As everyone knows, once a demon beast enters a contract, it will lose its freedom. Thus, if it wasn't for a special reason, normally a demon beast wouldn't be willing to enter a contract. Why do you want to be my contract demon beast? What's your reason? After he gave it some thought, XiaoMo thought it was better to lay everything out into the open. His situation was different from before, every contract he formed must be with caution. If it wasn't for the fact that the weasel beast was from this remote to the point of no outer world contact place, he would have immediately rejected it. The weasel beast had already thought of an excuse. Looking earnest, he said, "Ever since last time, where I thoughtlessly offended you, I had been reflecting over my past actions. As learned from this painful experience, I was drawn in by your magnificent image and decided to become your follower. I hope you could grant me this insignificant wish." XiaoMo felt his mouth twitch the whole way through. No wonder he was the boss, that sure was an exaggerated, heartfelt speech. Clearly it wasn't his first time. If he took him in, he felt that he would have taken in another idiot, and he already had enough in his ball team. If he didn't take him in, he felt like this beast wouldn't give up either. What to do? Suddenly, the weasel beast kneeled in front of him and yelled, "Master, please take me in, I beg you, I'll kowtow." XiaoMo jumped in surprise, and once again looked towards Ling Xiao for help. Ling Xiao laughed till his shoulders started shaking. XiaoMo knew then he couldn't count on him. Clearly this bastard was just having fun at his expense. Thus he replied unhappily, got it, I'll take you in, stop with the kowtow." "Thank you, master," the weasel beast said, unable to control his glee. He quickly got up and stood to the side, well behaved, as he stared at XiaoMo. With reluctance, XiaoMo made a contract with him. Currently, the weasel beast was only a level 10 demon beast, so he could only command rat beasts of level 10 or below. Unless his cultivation increased, even if he had this commanding skill, those above him in level would be able to resist it. After he knew about this, XiaoMo made an interesting expression. This thing was actually more troublesome than any other member of the ball team. First of all, his level was the lowest. By now, even Catcho and Paicho were 5 and 6 star level 10s respectively. Also, for his commanding skill to work, he needed to push him to cultivate and feed him magic pills to help increase his level. No matter how he thought about it, he was on the losing side. "I'm going to give you your first assignment. Go and find out where we are and what's the fastest way to return to land," XiaoMo said as he took a deep breath in. It didn't pay to not use it when he could. With an excited expression, the weasel beast said with vigor, "Yes sir, I promise to fulfill my mission." It was his first assignment, he must complete it flawlessly to leave a good impression on his master. Finally someone who was hard-working, unlike the others who needed threatening or persuasion. XiaoMo felt a little calmer. "Then hurry along. If I'm happy with the result, I'll give you a reward." The weasel beast knew that his master was a mage and a high-leveled one at that. Hearing that there was a possible reward, he could already guess what it was, making him even more energized. Once the weasel beast left, XiaoMo turned to stare at Ling Xiao bitterly. "You already knew, didn't you?" Finally, Ling Xiao laughed out loud. "It turned out well, didn't it? His ability is pretty nice and..." It was true that the weasel beast was lacking in the fighting department, but an ability like sound waves was indeed a surprise, but it needed more testing. After all, even amongst rodents, there was difference in bloodline. If he could even command the royalties, then that was truly a unique skill. "And what?" XiaoMo said, furious. With complete seriousness, Ling Xiao said, "And an idiot just like you, if you don't take him in, then who?" XiaoMo. He should have known that nothing good would come out of that mouth of his. He was too naive. After he put his cauldron away, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao talked for another half an hour in the room before finally deciding to leave soon. Also, he decided to take the white tiger's lifeblood in 3 days' time. With his current cultivation level, he was just away from being 4 stars, 1 drop of lifeblood should be enough. The situation was a bit rushed since after every level was an adjustment period. Also, he had been advancing way too fast, even from 1 star to 2 star it was the case. Thus, even more so, now, he needed this adjustment period. "Alright, are you going to use the other 4 drops to advance too? Do you want a heart meridian pill?" XiaoMo asked. If he needed it, he could refine a few more pills. Even though he knew of Ling Xiao's strength, if they could reduce the risks, spending a bit more time refining pills was worth it. Ling Xiao had planned on rejecting, but a thought occurred to him as XiaoMo was talking, "Then give me a pill." Instantly, XiaoMo pulled out a jade bottle and gave him a freshly refined pill. "Take this for now, if you need more, come and ask." That batch of transcendent level magic herbs are reaching maturity. When that happens, I'll refine a bit more. In the afternoon, XiaoMo hunted down 2 red-crowned turkeys in the forest. Without the interference of the weasel beast, it didn't take him very long this time. But just as his beggar's chicken was about to be ready, the weasel beast returned. "Master, master," the weasel beast said as he rushed in front of XiaoMo. After that, he continued out of breath, "I have sent out an order like you asked. It shouldn't take more than 5 days to get a response." XiaoMo widened his eyes and stared quizzically at the overly excited weasel beast. "Are you sure it's in 5 days?" The weasel beast nodded with certainty. 5 days, and that's because this is pretty remote with little nearby islands. Otherwise, it wouldn't take more than 3 days. Then I'll be waiting for your good news." XiaoMo was very satisfied with his speed. At first he thought it was going to take at least half a month. This speed was really unexpected, so he asked, "Right, I made 2 beggar's chicken, do you want dash?" Yes. The weasel beast cut him off excitedly and was even panting afterwards. The only reason he rushed back was for the master's beggar's chicken. One of his underlings had told him that the master was making really good turkey. XiaoMo stared at him confusedly. What's with this huge reaction? Behind him, Ling Xiao was laughing so hard he felt as if though his stomach was going to pop. XiaoMo turned around only to see Ling Xiao's yet to be retracted smile. It was so exaggerated that he was even more confused. With a scrunched up expression, he asked, "What are you laughing at?" Ling Xiao replied calmly, "I'm training my facial muscles." XiaoMo. The residents of this world were getting harder and harder to understand. Training facial muscles, Did he think he was a 3-year-old? That easy to prank? But, if Ling Xiao didn't say, he wouldn't be able to guess what he was laughing about. With a stomach full of questions, the 2 beggars' chicken were finally done. Using a dagger, XiaoMo dug up the beggar's chicken from the ground. The fragrance was long awaited. He didn't even need to call on anyone before they all sat down by the table. The most exaggerated one was the weasel beast. The moment he smelled the fragrance, his saliva started flooding. Even the corner of his mouth had a suspicious watermark. Taking away the outer layer, XiaoMo split up the turkey. Other than the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insects getting a smaller portion, the weasel beast was given a fourth, and Ling Xiao a half. Perfectly dividing a turkey. "You're going to eat one yourself?" Ling Xiao stared at his plate, then at XiaoMo's. XiaoMo said giddily, "Of course, this beggar's chicken is considered my reward." Ling Xiao was displeased, "Give me half." "Nope." XiaoMo rejected it without a second thought. Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "Half is not filling for me and I eat more than you. How about you give me a quarter of yours, so we split this evenly?" XiaoMo replied, "I can give you a quarter, but on one condition." Ling Xiao stared at him thoughtfully. "What is it?" XiaoMo smiled, "If you tell me what you were laughing about earlier, I'll give you a portion." Almost muttering to himself, Ling Xiao said, "Knowing too much is not always good, XiaoMo made a threatening sound, "Even if it's not good for me, I want to know. After you tell me, then it's my problem, not yours. If you don't, then this beggar's chicken is all mine. No matter how you beg me, I won't share it. Then I want half." Ling Xiao said, "Beating the iron when it's hot." "Deal." XiaoMo agreed without hesitation. He couldn't finish it by himself, and anyways, after eating it for so long, he wasn't nearly as greedy for it. With a meaningful smile, Ling Xiao asked, "Do you know why the weasel beast wanted to be your demon beast?" The called-upon weasel beast silently lowered its head. Why? XiaoMo quickly asked. He was truly curious. He didn't think it was due to his charm, or maybe partially due to his charm. Because he's interested in your beggar's chicken. XiaoMo. Thus, this was the legendary, digging your own grave? He planned out so much just for this? Was he an M? With grace, Ling Xiao took half of the beggar's chicken from his plate. Juison's note, digging your own grave was originally translated as knows what, no die, why you try, no hi give me 5, which basically means if you don't do it, you won't have to face the consequences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.